I clearly awakened as the only hidden profession, the knife demon, but was mocked by my classmates as the worst profession. Even the principal advised me to give up, just because in their eyes, hidden professions are all flashy and useless without any attack power. However, what they don't know is that I actually awakened the full-level insight system, not only with a compatibility of 100%, but also evolved my talents to a divine level. Even so, I have no sense of joy, because my mind has been filled with hatred. At this moment, as my hand touched the transfer crystal, a tingling electric current surged straight to my brain. The images in my memory began to shift involuntarily. "Run!" my father shouted, blocking me and my mother. With a splatter, a crimson long sword pierced through my father's chest, blood splattering and spraying onto my face. "Fight them!" My grandfather raised a shield covered in scars with his remaining arm. My heart started racing, aching as if torn apart. Gradually, my vision turned crimson, and 2 lines of blood and tears slid down my cheeks. At the same time, the once clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, and blood-red lightning began to shuttle back and forth between the clouds. That kid's job change actually triggered a phenomenon. Is he going to awaken some kind of extraordinary profession? The students on the playground were instantly in an uproar. Necromancer, evil spirit knight, swift wind archer, undead summoner, shadow assassin. In total, there were more than 10 professions, all of which were extremely rare professions known for explosive damage. Lao Chun, you're so lucky. That freaky kid could take off right on the spot with any of those choices. Zhang Kai swallowed hard, his face full of envy. However, before he could finish speaking, another phenomenon appeared in the sky. The blood-red thunder and lightning that had been aimlessly wandering in the clouds suddenly began to compress and converge in one direction, the red light gradually becoming too piercing to open one's eyes. With a crack, a nearly tangible killing intent swept through the sky. The playground fell silent instantly, with many timid students fainting on the spot. A man shrouded in black mist, with a long knife at his waist, appeared as a phantom. Even though his face couldn't be seen clearly, everyone could feel the chilling indifference emanating from him. The man stood quietly in the shattered void, like a god of death looking down on all living beings. Even the phantoms of other professions were trembling slightly. This is the hidden unique profession. Quickly go remind that perverted kid. Never choose this one. Probably decades ago, a brother switched to the unique profession of Wine Sword Immortal. He could control 10 flying swords, and with just one move, the small monsters in the novice dungeon lost 3 drops of blood on the spot. Such lessons are plentiful. Lin Xu's hidden unique profession must not be chosen. Chen Tianming, panting, ran into the magic array to remind directly. I glanced lightly at that unique profession, and was about to choose Shadow Assassin. However, at that moment, a ding sounded in my mind, and the full-level comprehension system was activated. Then I found that there seemed to be something extra in my field of vision. In the shadow of the sky, a few lines of small characters suddenly appeared. Profession, Shadow Assassin. Compatibility, 83. Aptitude, S level. I scanned the other rare professions, each with different compatibilities, but without exception, none exceeded 70%. And besides Shadow Assassin, the highest aptitude of other professions was only up to B level. The higher the compatibility between professions, the greater the growth potential afterwards. Even if I chose the Shadow Assassin with the highest compatibility, the aptitude was only S level, and I could only gain 9 free attribute points with each level up. I inadvertently glanced at the man holding a knife in the air. Profession, Blade Demon. Compatibility, 100. Aptitude, max, God level. I unexpectedly had a perfect compatibility with this so-called Blade Demon profession, and the aptitude was God level. It is important to know that attribute points are the source of strength. There are no trash professions, only trash career changers. At that moment, I also understood why those who chose hidden unique professions generally lagged behind, because none of their aptitudes exceeded E. Every time they leveled up, they got pitifully few attribute points, and my aptitude for switching to Blade Demon was unprecedentedly max. I choose the Knife Demon, I decisively whispered in my heart. In an instant, a red light pillar representing divine level aptitude shot up into the sky. The next moment, the illusion of the Knife Demon in the sky shattered, turning into starlight dots merging into my body. At the same time, the students on the playground who had been paying attention to the situation here were in an uproar. He actually chose the hidden unique profession. Just saying, why is his luck so good? Turns out he doesn't have a brain. Seeing that this sensational job change would result in such an outcome, the teachers at Jiangdu Middle School also sighed with regret. However, I, who was in the magic array, knew nothing about this. After successfully changing jobs, several pieces of information flooded my mind. Congratulations on successfully changing to the Blade Demon profession. It is indicated that due to the host's max aptitude, You can gain 16 free attribute points with each level increase. Congratulations on successfully advancing to LV1 and gaining 16 free attribute points. Upon seeing this, my pupils suddenly contracted, as each level increase in God level aptitude actually adds 16 attribute points. It is worth noting that even the aptitude of Sword Saint Nangong Yun, an SSS level, only increases by 11 attribute points per level. Yet I am 75 points higher than the opponent. The exclusive skills of the Blade Demon have been comprehended and can be checked in the attribute panel. The attribute panel has been activated. Name, Lin Xu. Profession, Blade Demon. Level, LV1. Free attribute points, 16 available for allocation. Blade Demon passive, attacks with blade weapons ignore defense. Damage increased by 500%, causing damage while burning the enemy's health equivalent to mana lost, and restoring the same amount of health and mana to oneself after damaging the enemy. Skills, Will of the Demon. Immediately judges when hit by negative effect skills. Immune to the negative effect if the enemy's attributes are not higher than the host, and halves the negative effect if higher than the host. Skill, Demon Body. Reduces all types of damage by 50%. After reading my own attribute panel, I took a deep breath. I unexpectedly obtained 6 such rare passive skills, and the lowest is S rank. The damage is abnormally abnormal and can ignore defense. And there is also a control immunity. This is clearly a hexagonal warrior. Just as my heart was surging, a voice interrupted my thoughts. Principal Chen Tianming asked, "How is your aptitude?" He vaguely had a feeling that reaching an overall attribute of 12, no matter what profession is chosen, the aptitude cannot be bad. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xu directly displayed his Skill 4, Devil's Will, its name and level to the other party. Qualification is the core element that determines the growth cap of a transmogrifier, and the region understands this. It's almost an unwritten rule. Professionals with A-level qualifications, then they are able to be focused on by the city. Getting the downtown bonus resources comes with priority access to all abysses as well as duplicates in the downtown area. S grade. That is the province's key training object. The privilege to expand to the province at the same time will also get a very generous reward. As for the S rank upwards, it could already be called the district's heavy weapon. No matter the resources or equipment, there was no need to worry for the rest of one's life. Of course, as a school that produces excellent transients, the school will be rewarded accordingly. In fact, as far as Lin Xu's character was concerned, he was planning to cat up and develop obscenely. A god-level qualification was too eye-catching, and one might get noticed by one's enemies. However, Chen Tianming was kind to him. He could care less about personal rewards, but the school's rewards Chen Tianming must care about. Thus, Lin Xu gave a compromise answer, which was also considered to be repaying the other party. What? It's even S rank. Ha ha ha. I knew you kid had something. Sweeping a glance at the skills Lin Xu had shown himself, Chen Tianming was instantly overjoyed, and the unhappiness that arose from his choice of profession just now vanished. Ooh, S rank. Good boy. I'm Zhang Kai from the Jiangdu military. Are you interested in coming to our military to work out? Don't worry, as long as you perform well. Resources, equipment, and skills, none of it will be spared. Seeing Chen Tianming and Lin Xu come out from the middle of the spell formation, Zhang Kai came up as soon as he could, just in time to hear the two conversing. So without saying a word, they just started digging. Even in the military, S-class qualifications were equally rare, even if the other party chose an unreliable sewer profession. Not interested, Lin Xu faintly swept a glance at Zhang Kai and directly refused. Joining the military involves investigating family backgrounds, and he doesn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. He was stunned by Lin Xu's cold attitude. Zhang Kai was instantly somewhat speechless. Ha ha ha, I told you that you guys couldn't handle this kid. How about that? Touched the nail. Seeing Zhang Kai get defeated, Chen Tianming immediately began to gloat. Saying that, his attitude suddenly became very amiable again, and he said to Lin Xu with a face full of fawning, "That what? Xiao Sua, uncle promise you, as long as you get into a good university, no matter Beijing University or Qingdao University, uncle will introduce his own daughter to you to know. TSK, my family that little girl, looks absolutely water spirit." Yeah. Lin Xu nodded his head expressionlessly, although Chen Tianming's daughter is not cold. But, in order to investigate the tragic case in the family back then, Jingdao Lin Xu must go. As part of repaying Chen Tianming, this smooth favor could be sent. Good boy. I knew you wouldn't let uncle down. Ha ha. Chen Tianming was instantly overjoyed, and said that he even provocatively raised an eyebrow towards Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai was speechless. It just felt like Chen Tianming, this old kid, for a place to enter a prestigious university, that damn really don't even have a face. Monster. You. Just then, Li Xinrui also ran over. Much like Chen Tianming's reaction when she first saw Lin Xu transferring her sole profession, she had the same look of wanting to speak. The key was to see that her classmates, who had been full of envy and jealousy towards Lin Xu just now, all started to sneer at her at once, and it was incredibly hard for her to feel in her heart. Just on second thought, she spread another smile. It's fine. Even if your career pulls the crotch a bit, big deal. I'll cover you from now on. When those words came out of her mouth, it was already no different from a confession, and her face immediately turned red when she finished. No need. Lin Xu smiled faintly and directly refused. With his current qualifications as well as his skills, it wasn't really certain who would cover who in the future. As for Li Xinrui's other layer of meaning, Lin Xu chose to ignore it. Li Xinrui was furious, and the scene was instantly a bit awkward. Chen Tianming and Zhang Kai looked at each other and vaguely smelled the sour odor of love. Stun. That what? This kid is good. His qualification is S like you. His occupation is not good, but he should still have the power to defend himself. Chen Tianming rushed to help Lin Xu, and after he finished, he pulled Zhang Kai and directly fled. Young people's business. They this old arm and leg. Less follow to get involved in the better. Also, the transfer isn't over yet, and the two still have work to do. Only 2 people just left. Li Xinrui face cannot hang. Miss temper up. Che, ignore you. Angrily, he put down a sentence and simply turned around and left. Lin Xu didn't stop and was happy to be quiet. Oh, it's back. The cutie who switched his only profession. It's back. Hey, I wonder what he thinks. Yeah. Pissed off all the schoolgirls who were still somewhat attracted to him. Hey, I'd love to interview him and see how sour he's feeling right now. Under the addition of attribute points, Lin Xu's 5 senses were far beyond normal, and the taunts of his classmates fell into his ears word for word. Lin Xu smiled faintly. His heart was devoid of waves. Just then, however, the homeroom teacher's voice rang out and announced, Lin Xu, profession, Blade Demon, qualification, S. In the past 5 years, there were only 2 in Jiangdu City who had reached the S-class qualification, and they appeared in their own class at the same time. The homeroom teacher was trembling with excitement and shouted in a directly broken voice. Mocking Lin Xu's words came to an abrupt end. Chapter 6, Are all S-class qualifications rolled up like this? S-rank qualification. With 9 attribute points for each level up. With 9 attribute points added to a dog, any dog can turn into a werewolf in seconds. Even if Lin Xu's profession was a piece of trash, but paired with that S-rank qualification, who dared to guarantee that he wouldn't take off? Just as Lin Xu returned to the middle of his class's group, a dozen envy-filled classmates instantly gathered around. Wow, big guy, leave your contact info. That's right, if you get rich and famous, don't forget our classmates. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth pulled. Speechless, he then realized that the ones who had just laughed at him, and the ones who were now coming up to lick him, were the same group of people. I hate you for being poor. I fear you for being rich. I hate you for having it. I laugh at you for not having it. Oh, the human heart. Soon, the transfer ceremony was completely over. Chen Tianming shooed away Zhang Kai and called Lin Xu and Li Xinrui to his office. 1 month from now is the National College Entrance Examination. Time is tight and the task is heavy. You two are the best qualified in this batch of students, so I won't say any more nonsense. I'll give you 3 days. First, get a set of newbie equipment that suits you. Second, go to the downtown skill practice hall to familiarize yourself with your skills, and in the morning after 3 days, gather in front of the school, and I'll send you into your first copy. With that, he opened the office drawer and took out 2 cards from it, handing them to Lin Xu and Li Xinrui respectively. This is the school's reward for your awakening of your S-class qualifications. It's not much, 20,000. Take it first. Good. Thank you, Principal. Lin Xu and Li Xinrui each answered and took the card in their hands. After his mother's death, Lin Xu had no financial resources. His tuition and food costs were all earned from his usual odd jobs, and he was desperately poor. It's hard to buy a knife in 3 days, let alone put together a set of newbie equipment. Okay, that's all there is to it. Plus, as someone who's been there, one last reminder. For professionals, attribute points are the source of power. How to add points is a very profound study, and different ways of adding points in conjunction with various skills will give rise to various schools of thought. You will learn all of this in the future when you have to go to college, and in order to avoid being misguided, I won't give you any advice on how to add points, but remember, add points with care. Good. Got it, Principal. Lin Xu and Li Xinrui answered and left Chen Tianming's office. Stop. This is for you. Only a few steps out. Li Xinrui directly called Lin Xu to a halt. Looking at the bank card in Li Xinrui's hand, Lin Xu frowned slightly. Thanks. No. Turn straight around after saying that. Some debts Lin Xu has the method to pay back, so he can owe. Take Chen Tianming for example. It said that the school gave each person an award of 20,000, but the card he gave himself clearly said 50,000. As for the other 30,000, you don't have to think about it to know that it's his personal sponsorship, and there are some debts that Lin Xu cannot pay, or even cannot pay, like Li Xinrui, so he simply does not owe. Lin Xu, you've gone too far. Amidst Li Xinrui's slightly sobbing rant, Lin Xu left the school and went straight to the weapon store. He chose a level 1 long knife, as well as 2 flying knives. As a weapon, a long knife was too eye-catching for an assassin, and although Lin Xu could use it, he rarely did. Compared to long knives, he was more adept at small and lightweight flying knives instead. I just don't know if flying dagger will also get a bonus to its own passive skill. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu stepped into the skill practice hall. Get a training room. With that, he handed the front desk the transmuter's ID that he had gotten from his homeroom teacher in the afternoon. The front desk lady is a tall lowly. It was already dark at this moment, and there was basically no one in the training hall. Originally, she was dozing off, and was startled by Lin Xu's voice, jumping up directly from her chair. Oh okay, regular room 500 an hour, intermediate room 15,000, advanced 5,000. Which one do you want and for how long? Endorsement like. The lady quoted the price list directly. Lin Xu didn't say anything. With his training habits, he couldn't afford such a high cost, so he pushed his papers forward again. A little surprised, the young lady scanned the ID and her blue pupils snapped open. Wah. It's actually an S-class qualification. I'm sorry, you have free access to all levels of rooms with absolute priority. May I ask which one you need and for how many hours? The receptionist lady exclaimed, even unconsciously looked at Lin Xu twice more, and her attitude became much more enthusiastic. This is where the advantages of advanced qualifications come into play. Not only Jiangdu City, with the qualification of S-class, Lin Xu could use all the training halls within the province for free. Superior room. 3 days. Lin Xu said expressionlessly. 3 days? The receptionist's jaw hit the floor on the spot. She even thought she'd misheard. This is a training hall, and under high-intensity training, there are fewer who can last for 2 hours. And yet the boy across the street was surprisingly open for 3 days. Even if the other party had S-class qualifications. But this who could stand it? Why? Is there a problem? Seeing the receptionist hesitate, Lin Xu frowned and asked. Even if the rules that run this world are somewhat of a game, but Lin Xu is clear in his heart. This is the real world. Among the copies. Dead. That is really dead. Everything into nothing. In the face of danger, any behavior that treats one's life as a child's play is beyond foolish. Thus, he planned to use these 3 days to familiarize himself with his newly acquired skills as much as possible and improve his combat power. Stunned? No problem. The receptionist lady came back from her shock and immediately started to register Lin Xu. She had no problem with the fact that the government paid for the training costs of A-rank and above qualified transferees anyway. The room is open. Upstairs 201. This you keep, is the main control computer of the advanced room. In addition, if there are other needs, feel free to contact me. My name is Su Luo Luo. Su Luo Luo handed an object similar to an electronic watch into Lin Xu's hands. Receiving the watch, Lin Xu directly turned around and went upstairs, just as if he suddenly remembered something again and turned back to ask Su Luo Luo, can you provide food and water? With only 3 days to go, Lin Xu didn't want to waste his energy on anything other than raising his strength. Unsure, Soliloquy pointed to the cooler next to the bar. Here, are these okay? Lin Xu swept a glance and nodded. After that, in Su Luo Luo's shocked gaze, Lin Xu almost directly emptied the cooler of all the bread, milk, and mineral water. Realizing that Lin Xu really wanted to stay inside the training room for enough 3 days and didn't even intend to go out of the door, Su Luo Luo's forehead instantly came down in a cold sweat. Now, have the current S-rank transmogrifiers been rolled to this extent? Chapter 7 Self-Comprehending Skills. Welcome to the Advanced Training Room. Please select the training content. Looking at the large list of training subjects that jumped out on his watch, Lin Xu first chose a dummy for testing damage. He exerted force in his hand, and the long knife instantly chopped at the dummy at a very tricky angle. A red and a blue line of numbers floated up above the dummy's head. -3,290. -3,290. At the same time, Lin Xu received a message in the middle of his mind. Hint, the skill, Greed, cannot be activated because the life and mana values are full. Lin Xu was stunned. It was just a normal attack that managed to deal over 3,000 points of damage, and that damage ignores any defense. Perverted. Really perverted. Of course, that's not all. Not really a creature for the reason that the dummy is not vital. If this slash hit the enemy's vitals, the damage would be directly doubled, which was more than 6,000 points. Even of even, these blood and magic values lost by the enemy will be added directly to themselves. In terms of damage, this slash was already comparable to the attack of a level 30 mage whose qualification had reached a rank, and it was only stronger. On the other hand, if the opponent is a transmogrifier, as long as it hit the vitals, 6,000 points of true damage, even for a level 30 master titan, one cut and you're absolutely dead. While lamenting in his heart, Lin Xu switched his weapon to a flying dagger. Layers of airwaves broke through. Thud! The flying dagger instantly missed the dummy's forehead. Minus 3,150. Minus 3,150. Two more numbers rose above the dummy's head. It worked, surprisingly well. Lin Xu was overjoyed. Even though he was using flying daggers, he was similarly receiving a bonus from his own passive. Just as quickly, he disengaged himself from the excitement. The passive skills of the Blade Demon are raw, but the drawbacks are not without them. That's too little attack range. The long knife, plus his own arm, was only 2 meters at most. If you are in a copy, even if all the monsters in the whole map can be slashed in a second, it is a waste of time to run around. As for the use of flying knives, this doesn't get to the root of the problem. Flying knives aren't much cheaper than long knives. One is worth $5,000. Do you want it or not after you throw it out? No? That's at least $100,000 a copy down the bottom, which who can afford? But if you have to, then you might as well do it honestly in one slash. After pondering for a long time, Lin Xu couldn't think of a solution, so he simply flipped through the list of skills again. The more he looked, the stranger he felt. One clearly had no active skills, which meant that one simply did not have the ability to drain mana. But why is there a passive that absorbs other people's mana? This proved that, in terms of passive skills, one's profession as a blade demon definitely required mana. Do you need to comprehend the active skills yourself? Sulking, Lin Xu picked up the long sword in his hand and tried to inject mana values into it. Stagnation appeared, and the arm gradually became sore and numb. Lin Xu frowned and increased his guidance, followed by a fierce swing. Buzz! The blade broke through the waves of air, and an extremely tiny silver-white chopping mark lingered in the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a prompt appeared. Alert, new skill, unnamed, comprehension in progress. Progress 0.006%. Looking at his total mana value that was 2 points less again, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked. Know what to do about the small attack range. Thinking about it, he directly opened the main control computer in the training room and adjusted it to the actual combat mode. Whether it's strength or skill, high-intensity combat is the fastest way to improve them. Set the parameters of the enemy as well as the battle scenario and decisively select OK. The original metallic room began to change, and in the next moment he was in the middle of a field of broken bricks and tiles from a high-rise building. Rustle, rustle. The rattling sound of arthropods' armored feet rubbing the ground came from all directions. Not far behind Lin Xu, a spider that was half a man tall poked its head out of the ruins. The 8 scarlet-red compound eyes on his head all stared at Lin Xu in death. With a strange cry, the spider didn't move its feet, and the venom spat out from its mouth shot sharply towards Lin Xu. Lin Xu rolled over and managed to dodge the attack. Yet in the very next moment, another 10 or so spiders poked their heads out. Strange screams rose and fell, and venom rained down sharply toward Lin Xu. For the sake of his first attempt, Lin Xu chose enemies that were only a hair above his own strength, with a total attribute of 50 points and a quantity of 20. 5 minutes later, the training room scene resumed, and Lin Xu, who was gasping for air, detached himself from the middle of the battle. Q. Trainers who die will be automatically kicked out of the virtual scene. Of course, the deaths here are not real deaths, and you can't gain experience by killing the monsters in the virtual scene. However, Lin Xu's skill development had increased to 0.125%. Damn, it's just that the pain really hasn't weakened at all. Shaking off his left hand, which had just been corroded to nothing more than a ghastly white bone, he tried to move his bitten neck again. Finding nothing strange, Lin Xu showed his teeth and cursed. Weakness is not terrible. The terrible thing is not willing to face up to their own weakness, and even have to make excuses for their own cowardice. Lin Xu smiled sardonically. Then, again, 10 minutes later, the scene in the training room resumes again. Large drops of sweat slid down Lin Xu's cheeks as he was kicked out again after death. Compared to the last time, this time, the time of perseverance was directly doubled, for which Lin Xu was very satisfied. Sitting on the ground with his knees crossed, Lin Xu began to summarize the gains and shortcomings from the battle. After a few moments, the scene in the training room switches. 3 days went by in a flash. Lin Xu sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes slightly closed, and the clothes on his body had all been soaked in sweat. Even the sweat had pooled into a shallow puddle in the spot where he was sitting. In 3 days, He had lost track of how many times he had actually died. The pain of those cuts to death is enough to drive a sane person insane in an instant. However, there is always a reward for giving. Looking at the 2 flying daggers that swam around his palm like swimming fish, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth unconsciously hooked. The prompt arrived just moments ago at the end of the last battle. Congratulations on your realization of the skill, Sword Mastery. Knife Mastery, active. Rank A. Can use mental power to control flying daggers and attack enemies within 100 meters. For every 5 points of the Spirit attribute, +1 to the number of flying daggers controlled. Harnessing a knife is the same as attacking while using a flying knife. Skill on. Each flying dagger consumes 5 mana points per second. Congratulations on realizing the skill Blade Mantle. Blade Mantle, active. Rank A. When wielding a long sword, you can slash a blade at will and attack a distant target in a rush. The power of the blade on is the same as the attack power of using a long sword. The maximum attack range is 100 meters, and the mana consumption is determined by the strength of the blade on when it is chopped out. However, that's just the skill side of things. For Lin Xu, who originally wasn't familiar with the way professionals fought, in 3 days, he had gained even more in terms of combat skills. Cheer, and welcome to the next visit. Seeing Lin Xu leave, Su Luo's voice was trembling. She had already heard from her colleagues on the opposite shift that in 3 days, the monster in front of her literally hadn't taken a step out of the training room. Intensely curious, she used the main computer at the bar to tap into the back end of training room 201. Just took a look. Puffing a moment, she could not hold back. 2 legs soft directly sat on the ground. Chapter 8, Going to School. Chen Tianming's Fury. At this moment, the computer screen was densely packed with hundreds of battle records. Yet that's not the most terrifying. What made Su Luo feel most suffocated was Lin Xu's last battle record clearly read. Enemy strength, 140 points, total attributes, number of enemies, 50, enemy type, all, enemy IQ, max, map difficulty, max, time, 28 minutes, 18 seconds, battle result, victory, with 140 points of total attributes. That was pretty much already at the average level 30 of a transmogrifier, and with IQ max enemies have been able to work perfectly with each other. Even without the addition of pain and emotion, they worked together more than humans. Yet it was under this hell level mode with all difficulties drawn full, that the other side eliminated 50 enemies in less than half an hour and finished the game. A newcomer who's only just level 1, strong to this extent, is he really a human being? Lin Xu's sighed. Coming out of the training hall, he made another trip to the weapon store and bought all the remaining 30,000 on him for level 1 flying daggers. 6 of them, plus the 2 original ones he had on him, making a total of 8. Spiritual attributes, you can control an additional handful for every 5 points. It only took a total of 40 spirit points to control 8 flying daggers. Lin Xu believed that with his own upgrade speed, he would soon be able to control them all. That's if 8 flying daggers hit an enemy at the same time. Hiss. Anyway, we're going into the replica tomorrow, so make sure you're prepared for anything. With this thought in his mind, Lin Xu returned to the rented room, took a hot shower and directly fell headfirst onto the bed. After 3 days of fierce battle, he was so exhausted that he didn't even want to move his fingers anymore. The next morning, when Lin Xu arrived at the school entrance, Chen Tianming was already waiting at the entrance. Together with him, there were also dozens of students who had also succeeded in transferring their jobs with Lin Xu. Meanwhile, a bus has pulled up in front of the school. Lin Xu raised an eyebrow. He had thought that it was just him and Li Xinrui on this trip. It seemed that he had guessed wrong. From afar, seeing Lin Xu, Chen Tianming directly waved. Headmaster. Lin Xu walked over and said hello. Chen Tianming looked Lin Xu up and down and split his head. Where's the gear I told you to buy? He said this a little louder. Drawing sideways glances from the surrounding students, Lin Xu expressionlessly raised the level 1 novice long knife in his hand. The attributes of the long knife were instantly displayed. Name newbie long knife. Wear level 1. Attribute, attack power plus 58 points. Poof, a student really cannot hold back. Just drank into the mouth of the yogurt instantly sprayed more than 3 meters away. The next moment, the class roared with laughter. Indeed, as far as equipment was concerned, the long knife in Lin Xu's hand belonged to the most trashy category. Bar none. Chen Tianming's face twitched, suppressing the fire that was rushing straight to his head, and lowered his voice a little. Just this? Where's the defense? No defense? When he asked this, Chen Tianming's forehead veins were throbbing. The piece of defense equipment. Lin Xu didn't consider it at all. He comes with his own 50% immunity, and with his current means of attack, it was questionable whether those novice monsters would be able to strike. So just shake your head. No. What about recovery medicine? This should always be prepared. Chen Tianming was filled with disbelief and asked again. Out of the box. It comes with blood and blue absorption. So how can you spend money on preparing that? Lin Xu shook his head decisively. No. Another round of laughter. Even though the two were not very loud, the attention of the students was all on the two. Chen Tianming's face began to turn from red to purple and then from purple to black. He knew that Lin Xu was in financial difficulty, so he gave him an extra 30,000. It's not a lot of money, but it's not a problem to get a set of equipment that says it all. Maybe it really just sucks. He really didn't expect that entering a copy of such a life and death matter. Lin Xu really just took a broken knife over. He no longer knew exactly what he could do to keep the maverick prickly student in suspense. Disappointment. Unspeakable disappointment. Well, you think you're pretty good if you're in good physical condition, don't you? Here, take this. This is the copy intermediate difficulty entrance ticket that I, Chen Tianming, have spared my old face to help you and Li Xinrui find. Go on, take your broken sword and go to your death. Chen Tianming instantly erupted, directly roaring out in anger. After saying that, he threw a black card directly onto Lin Xu with a snap. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth tugged, wanting to explain, but there was really no way to say it, so in the end, he could only be silent. Everyone in Jiangdu No. 1 Middle School, get in the car and go. Chen Tianming's chest rose and fell violently as he directly greeted the large troop and set off, never looking at Lin Xu again. S-rank qualification A, it's a shame it's a brainiac. Yeah, I just can't figure it out. Not listening to advice and choosing a sewer profession. Going into a copy of the defense gear does not even bring. This kind of idiot. Why is Principal Chen so good to him? Because people have all attributes of 12 and their brains are full of muscles. Ha ha ha. Sarcasm and ridicule unconsciously fell into his ears, and Lin Xu's face was expressionless. Li Xinrui was the last one to get on the car, and looked deeply at Lin Xu before getting on the car. Unsurprisingly, the same disappointment was in his eyes. The car door closed and the sound of the engine gradually drove away, leaving Lin Xu alone, expressionless and frozen in place. Oh, with a somewhat self-deprecating smile, Lin Xu picked up the card on the ground and a piece of information flooded into his mind. Item subscription invitation. Copy name, Vampire Manor. Professional level requirement, level 10 and below. Difficulty, intermediate, 1.5 times easier. Effect with this invitation. You can directly challenge the copy's intermediate difficulty. Experience is 1.5 times of easy difficulty. After hesitating for a split second, Lin Xu finally put the invitation away, and he rubbed his face, just a little speechless. Okay, Lao Chun, you forced me to punch you in the face. After a few moments, riding the bicycle he borrowed from the janitorial master, Lin Xu sped away. Suburb of Jiangdu City, Vampire Manor Replica Hall. When Lin Xu arrived, the bus from Jiangdu Middle School had already arrived 2 hours ago. Just after entering the hall, Lin Xu saw Chen Tianming sitting in the waiting area chatting with a few middle-aged men. Sweeping a glance at Lin Xu, Chen Tianming darkened his face and didn't say anything. Lin Xu skimmed his lips and similarly ignored the other party. Too lazy to make a fool of himself. Jiangdu City. All secondary schools have places. At this time the hall is full of hundreds of people. What made Lin Xu feel surprised was that 2 hours had passed and the original 30 or so people from Jiangdu Middle School. Surprisingly, less than a third of those who had already formed a team to leave. Of course, the S-rank qualified elemental mage Li Xinrui was naturally not included in this. And let's not mention her extravagant newbie suit that could blind anyone, and the invitation to intermediate difficulty. Her profession and qualifications alone were what all the teams had to fight for even if they broke their heads. Shaking off his head, Lin Xu took his attention away from the chatter of his classmates and went to the front desk to register first. You're Lin Xu from Jiangdu Middle School's 3rd year class 2? The staff member in charge of registration looked up and asked Lin Xu with a slightly odd expression. Chapter 9, Forming a Team. Entering a copy. Yeah, what's up? Lin Xu asked. Your classmate, Li Xinrui, has deposited a set of newbie equipment with us and asked to pass it on to you, the staff said truthfully. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth tugged, his mood instantly becoming a little complicated. Stunned, no thanks. After a long moment of hesitation, Lin Xu faintly said, okay, the formalities are registered, and for the sake of the initial copy, you'll need at least one more teammate to enter. The staff member's expression was unnatural, but he didn't nag, and said, directly returning the documents to Lin Xu. Lin Xu's eyelids jumped. Originally he wanted to single brush, but he didn't realize that there was such a rule. I think this is to protect the safety of newbies. Just as Lin Xu was speechless, a message was received in his mind. Tip, copy Vampire Manor chat channel is open. This function disappears after leaving the hall. At the same time, a large amount of information began to scroll in the lower left of Lin Xu's field of vision. Lin Xu swept a glance. Without exception, all of them were recruiting teammates. The JDHS students who have been stranded until now either don't fulfill the requirements for the group or can't afford to pay the high surrogate fees. Feeling the invitation in his pocket, Lin Xu simply sent one as well. Lin Xu Blade Demon, only, Speed Pass Intermediate Difficulty. One teammate is missing. Conditions are unlimited. Interested parties should contact quickly. Right at the moment this message was sent, the chat channel visibly lagged for a split second. And right after that, it directly exploded. Roadrunner Warrior, the one and only career. Hey, I can't believe there's actually a candidate. Ha ha ha, Roadrunner B Ranger. Dare I ask if your excellency is the same warrior who made it to the hot search of Jiangdu City and could have switched to all the rare professions, but chose the one and only? Seeing that everyone's attention is all focused on their careers, and the chat had gotten skewed somewhere, so Lin Xu frowned and directly closed the chat. At this time, a private message suddenly came, and Lin Xu clicked on it. Hey man, can you get a shot at that invitation? 10W. Lin Xu frowned and directly blacked out this person. Bro, give me the invitation. I'll team up and take you through. Another private message arrived. Lin Xu pulled the corner of his mouth. Very good. The liars are here. Raised his hand and once again pulled black. I'm a level 10 pyromancer. A full set of level 10 equipment. Blue pills, red pills you pay for. 200,000 to take you through. Rubbing his face, Lin Xu simply and directly closed the private message as well. Right at this moment, a boy slightly squirming came over towards Lin Xu. This person Lin Xu remembers. It is the one who, on the day of the transfer, after knowing his S-class qualification, got close to him and said that he would take care of each other in the future. What? Want to team up? Lin Xu raised his eyebrows and asked directly. The boy's face went white and he hurriedly took a half step back. No, I'm here on behalf of my classmates. You see, you can't use your invitation anyway. Can you? Oops, can't. Get out. Not waiting for the boy to finish his sentence, Lin Xu directly reached out and pressed the other party's head, and peeled it to the side. Being screwed by this sudden interlude, Lin Xu felt angry. That's when he figured it out. Let's just say, how could that old fox Chen Tianming give the invitation to himself so easily? Feeling that he had expected that he wouldn't be able to form a team at all and waited to see his joke. Thinking about it, Lin Xu glanced towards Chen Tianming's direction. The old boy was, as expected, glancing this way, intentionally or not. Okay. That's what I'm trying to do. Ha, dream on. Thinking about it, Lin Xu directly rolled up his sleeves and was ready to forcefully convince one of his classmates to team up with him. Just then, however, a timid voice rang in his ears. Biggie, I saw your group info. Can you take me one? Lin Xu was stunned and looked at the girl who spoke. It was Su Luo. Being given a cold look by Lin Xu, Su Luo immediately had a batch of weakness and hurriedly explained. I'm also a newly converted student, a priest, with AB qualification. Don't worry big brother, I know the rules. I'll be a pendant. I won't rob monsters. I won't run around. I won't take treasure chests. You can have this. Saying that, Su Luo directly handed $20,000 to Lin Xu. Fearing that Lin Xu felt it was less, she hurriedly added weakly. That's all I have on me for now. If it's not enough, I'll make it up later. Okay? Lin Xu narrowed his eyes, didn't look deeply into how the other party knew about his strength, took the money and directly agreed to the other party's application. The duplicate intermediate difficulty invitation letter floated into midair and burned to ashes in an instant. At the same time, Lin Xu and Su Luo's figures disappeared. Ooh, Lin Xu has entered the copy. Entered the copy. Asterisk. He really carried a broken knife and went in. Medium difficulty. He doesn't want to live. Realizing that things were big, the students of Jiangdu Middle School were instantly in an uproar. Right at this moment, Chen Tianming, who was far away from the rest area, rose up abruptly. Bam! He said, knocking the table directly in front of him. Running to his students in 3 steps, Chen Tianming pulled over a student and questioned him sternly. How did he get in there? Who went in with him? Who let him in? It's a girl from an outside school. She's pretty, and the two of them went in as a team. Seeing the blood in Chen Tianming's eyes glaring out, the student replied with trepidation. Groove. Just 2? Then why didn't you guys stop it? Why? Damn, you guys are classmates? Classmates. Is your blood cold? Why did you watch him die? Why didn't you stop? Why? Almost overcome with rage, Chen Tianming growled and burst out foul language one after another. But all the students of Jiangdu Middle School, who had never seen him get so angry, suddenly looked at each other. With a wow sound, the boy who was questioned by Chen Tianming cried out on the spot. At this time, A slightly chubby girl with a slightly chubby body type stood out boldly and said, "Principal Chen, this isn't fair. You're biased. We're all students at Jiangdu Middle School. Why do you favor him so much? He clearly chose a sewer profession, but you still gave him the invitation. On what grounds?" Chen Tianming was instantly exasperated and laughed as he pointed at the girl's nose. "On what grounds? Well, damn it, then I'll tell you on what grounds. Just by his Lin Xu. After his mother died, he paid off his own mother's 130,000 yuan surgery fee by working odd jobs. Just by him, Lin Xu. All of his attributes are 12 points. You think he, Lin Xu, was born with a good physique? I'm telling you, damn. 6 years, every day he starts training at 4 in the morning. And you guys, what are you doing? Staying up all night on your cell phones? Speaking of which, Chen Tianming became even more furious as he scratched his hair and began to point people out one by one. You, and you know what the concept of 12 points of full attributes is. I'm sure as well as certain that every bad word you say about Lin Xu, every word you talk about him behind his back, he can hear them all. You know how hard you guys talk. I couldn't stand it if it was me. But has he ever bothered you guys? Has he ever? And you, how did you lick your face and manage to ask for invitations? On what grounds? On the basis of your turning around and calling people idiots while saying that classmates should take care of each other? And you, what's wrong with Lin Xu switching to a sewer profession? He ate your family's rice. What qualifications do you have to point fingers? Groovy, trash, all trash. You students are the most trashy class I've ever had. Bar none. None. Bang sound. Chen Tianming angry directly kicked on the column in the hall, furious and left. After a moment of dead silence, the students present at Jiangdu Middle School, without exception, silently lowered their heads. In the meantime, Lin Xu's sighed. He felt a flash in front of his eyes, after which the whole person appeared outside a manor covering a huge area. Chapter 10. This brushing speed is really inappropriate. Phew. A cold wind wrapped in a putrid odor blew through. Su Luo couldn't help but snort. Seeing that Lin Xu was surprisingly standing still, she asked cautiously, "Biggie, and, is there anything else you want to order?" Knowing that this was the other party wondering why he didn't start, Lin Xu explained, "Wait, add some." It wasn't until he entered the copy just now that he remembered that he still had 16 attribute points left to add. Soliloquy's jaw hit the floor on the spot. Looking at the team bar, Lin Xu's status that was clearly only level 1. This means that the previous scores he played inside the training gym were in the case where he hadn't added any points yet. This if you add the attribute points. My god. Just as Su Luo was making up her own mind, Lin Xu directly adjusted the way of adding points to automatically adding points after upgrading. As for the distribution method, Lin Xu chose to split it equally. 4 points per attribute. It was the result of his deep thought. After countless battles, he then realized that enemies without shortcomings were the toughest. As far as this addition would be mediocre, Lin Xu didn't have that worry at all. For every level he raised, he received 5 more attribute points than the SSS level. Totally capitalized to do so and absolutely horrible in the long run. After the adjustment was completed, Lin Xu opened the attribute panel and took a look at it. And his combat power had increased to 958 points. 58 of those points are provided by equipment. Counting the Skill 1, Knife Demon. A 5-fold bonus to damage. A single slash was 790 points of damage. Also in addition to the direct increase in damage, the Spirit attribute had also been 16 points. And the number of flying daggers that could be controlled came to 3. Okay, go. Feeling okay about this increase, Lin Xu directly greeted Su Luo and set off towards the manor. Just then, not far in front of the two men, a dozen pairs of hands of already rotting corpses reached out from within the dirt floor. My god, is medium difficulty so perverted? Even the first wave is more than 10 carrion corpses. Big brother, be careful. Su Luo let out a cry of alarm, hiding behind Lin Xu while not forgetting to make a reminder. After thinking about it and feeling still unsafe, she simply folded her arms. It was ready to directly give Lin Xu an aura that increased his movement speed. After all, even a reasonably configured team with a full complement would have quite a hard time dealing with 7 or 8 carrion corpses. Lin Xu was alone now. Moreover, the number of carrion corpses was again beyond imagination, and the body shape was not flexible enough to be accidentally beaten into a crippled blood. Just as she was thinking so, a saber blade in the shape of a crippled moon swept past the waists of a group of rotting corpses that had just sat up. -829, -325, -1023, -195. All the rotting corpses that were swept by the blade's awnings all had 2 strings of numbers floating above their heads. Next moment. Successfully killed carrion LV1, experience +2. Successfully killed carry in LV1, experience plus 2. Successfully killed carry in LV2, experience plus 4. A series of 12 kill records popped up at the same time. Su Luo Luo was instantly confused. Surprisingly, it's a ranged attack, and the attack range is so sick, and both red and blue drop, and it's a straight second. Hiss. In an instant, Su Luo Luo felt that hugging Lin Xu's big thick leg was probably the most correct thing she had ever done in her life. It was at this moment that the gained skill she gave Lin Xu managed to land on him. Feeling his body suddenly lighten up, Lin Xu was a little unhappy as he looked back at Su Luo Luo and questioned, "What are you doing?" Su Luo Luo shivered and hurried to explain. "Increase, gain skills, not next time. It's dangerous to have your physicality suddenly change in the middle of a fight," Lin Xu explained. Remember, never again." Afraid of upsetting Lin Xu, Su Luo Luo hurriedly assured him. Lin Xu looked at the experience bar that had been raised to 1%, and then at the rotting arm that had only started to extend from the ground again a long time ago, and frowned involuntarily. It just feels like it does give a lot of experience, but it's just that the monster refresh is a bit slow. The point is, it takes several seconds just for the carrion to sit up from the dirt, which is a real waste of time. Thinking so, he brightened up and asked Su Luo Luo, "Can you give that aura to a rotting corpse?" Su Luo Luo then felt a tightness in her chest and wanted to vomit blood. I'm afraid that in this universal world, the one who wanted to put gain status on monsters was the one in front of me. In the end, Su Luo Luo received a disgusted blank stare from Lin Xu after all, and the two of them continued forward. Similar to the scene at the beginning, along with the two of them approaching the manor's gate, more and more monsters began to emerge from the ground. Blades streaked across the sky as Lin Xu directly went on a killing spree. Successfully killed carrion LV1, experience plus 1. Successfully killed carrion LV1, experience plus 1. A kill record swiped the screen, and Lin Xu's experience began to grow crazily. Looking at the rotting corpses that fell in pieces in front of her like cut wheat, Su Luo Luo gradually began to go numb. This brush monster speed. Inappropriate people? Really inappropriate. Soon, a golden light shot up from Lin Xu's body. Upgraded. 20 points in full attributes. Already able to control 4 flying knives at the same time. How much time did it take? Looking at the monster that had stopped emerging from the ground, Lin Xu asked Su Luo Luo. Stunned, 25 minutes and 18 seconds. With a trembling voice, Su Luo Luo reported a time that was jaw-dropping to herself. Knowing that Lin Xu was trying to brush up the list, she was idle anyway, so she simply helped Lin Xu pinch the watch. On the guide she'd gotten, beating the current progress usually took 2 or 3 hours, but that was the easy difficulty. At this rate of progress, getting the swipe reward is a sure thing. Into the manor. The wild monsters on the outskirts of the manor had already been cleared, and Lin Xu directly ordered, "Big brother, that manor gate is an elite monster with a blood level of." Recalling the cheats she had read before, Su Luo Luo wanted to remind Lin Xu, yet her words were only half spoken. Brush. The silver-white blade instantly chopped above the gate. Minus 2,589. Successfully kill the elite monster manor gate LV6, experience plus 135. Compared to other monsters, the gate monster is slightly special. Its best feature is its thick blood, which makes it quite time-consuming to fight. Even, it has no mana at all. However, in front of Lin Xu, it only lasted for an instant. What did you say? Lin Xu had just concentrated on killing monsters and didn't hear what Su Luo Luo was saying. Swallowing hard, Su Luo Luo feebly compared a heart to Lin Xu and mumbled, "Big brother 666. Lin Xu was speechless and directly kicked the body of the gate monster down. Boom! The manor was wide open. Strange cries were heard. A dozen or so wandering walkers were awakened by the commotion and wailed as they lunged towards Lin Xu. Once he saw that all the monsters were so sharp this time, Lin Xu was overjoyed. This is good, this is good. Kudos. With this thought in his mind, the movements of his hands were not slow at all. The blade arrived in an instant. Successfully killed Walker LV2, experience plus 4. Successfully killed Walker LV2, experience plus 5. Successfully killed Vampire Bat LV4, experience plus 9. The kill records began to swipe again. Obviously, compared to those outside, the monsters inside the manor upgraded and the experience gained from killing them skyrocketed. Correspondingly, Lin Xu's experience bar began to rise like crazy. Chapter 11, Flying Upgrade. Congratulations, successful promotion to LV3. Congratulations, successful promotion to LV4. Along with the monsters inside the manor being emptied, Lin Xu rose 2 levels in a row. Name Lin Xu. Profession, Sword Demon, only. Blood quantity 1400. Attack, 1458. Attributes, 28, arbitrary. Control number of flying daggers, 5. Time. Glancing at his attribute panel, Lin Xu didn't return his head and directly inquired. 1 hour, 58 minutes and 16 seconds. Su Luo immediately gave an answer, accurate to the second. As a newbie who was also entering a copy for the first time, now she realized why it was hard to group newcomers like herself who didn't carry an attack power. To be honest, the wave of monsters just now, by any one of the newcomer team encountered, is bound to be destroyed, and is the kind of run cannot run. Even before today, I read that so-and-so was tragically killed in a copy, blah, blah, blah. She always thought that must have been too much of a to-do for the other side. However, it was only after seeing it today that I realized, it's just my own luck that I've hugged a super robot. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you'll definitely be in the news and off the account as well. How could it be like this? Sipping juice and pinching my watch, listening to music and wiggling my feet. Thinking of this, Su Luo's eyes had begun to sprout little stars when she looked at Lin Xu. So without saying anything, he hurriedly took out another bottle of juice from inside the storage space and handed it to Lin Xu, saying, Big brother, in fact, according to your current progress, there is no need to be in such a hurry. Combine labor and rest. The body is important, the body is important. Saying that, he even took out a fan and started to help Lin Xu fan himself. Indeed, in terms of Lin Xu's current almost savage monster brushing speed, the original clearance record has been thrown out of 7 or 8 streets. To get a new clearance record, rewards on the nail, carry on space, and it works like that? Looking at the juice and fan in Su Luo's hand, Lin Xu's forehead black line came down and asked somewhat speechlessly. Su Luo smiled awkwardly. Hey, it was empty anyway, so I just used it for snacks. Stunned, is there any instant noodles there? Lin Xu asked with some embarrassment. He had come out of the weapon store yesterday penniless. It was now noon, and he hadn't eaten 2 meals in a row, so he was really a little hungry at this point. Noodles? Consternation. No, how about a little hot pot? For 2. Spicy flavor. Okay, can I add a marinated egg? Okay, no problem. And so it was in the copy full of monster limbs that a bizarre scene appeared. Boys with long knives on their waists walked ahead, jerking off skewers of meat inside a self-heating hot pot. Girls trotting behind them fanning each other with juice with straws in their hands and letting each other take a sip every now and then. In reality, regarding Lin Xu's cautious character, it was absolutely difficult to do something so out of the ordinary on the battlefield, but pushing all the way across he found it. Killing the monsters inside this copy doesn't require any skill at all. Mang will do. Go, into the old castle. Lin Xu carried the self-heating hot pot and ordered as he dealt with the wide noodles inside. While in the replica lobby, he gave the raiders a general sweep. The ancient castle is the final part of this copy, clearing out the monsters inside and killing the boss afterward. The copy is declared over. What? Don't you have to wait to eat before you go in, big guy? Su Luo asked with some alarm. After all, Lin Xu was now occupying both of his hands and had no way to use his sword. No, just go right in. Once again sending a chopstick of broad flour into his mouth, Lin Xu directly raised his foot and stomped on the gate of the ancient castle. Squeaky squeaky. A teeth-gnashing scraping sound rang out and the door swung open. Boom! The crystal lamps hanging from the ceiling of the ancient castle's living room lit up, their ghostly blue flames rising and illuminating the entire living room. Gabba gabba. The crunching sound of bones rubbing together came. In the living room, the heads of the dozen or so dry corpses sitting in front of the long table turned and looked at Lin Xu. Big brother, be careful. No surprise, 2 to 3 of these are elite monsters, Su Luo reminded while strategically shifting behind Lin Xu. However, she had only just ducked. However, he realized that Lin Xu didn't even raise his eyelids and directly stepped in. At the same time, the sound of whoosh broke through the air. The 5 flying daggers dragged out bright silver chopping marks and shot at the dozen or so dry corpses. Put. The sound of heads shattering rang out one after another. -1624. -859. -1725. -631. A red and a blue line of numbers began to float above the dryad's head one after the other. Meanwhile, kill records appeared one after another. Successfully killed Vampire Elite LV6, experience plus 145. Successfully killed Vampire Elite LV7, experience plus 152. Until Lin Xu walked over to the long table. The dozen or so dry corpses that pulled the horror vibe full circle. Surprisingly, not even one of them was able to stand up, and all of them claimed the box. Su Luo's mouth instantly opened into an O shape. This was the first time she had seen this kind of spirit-based harness attack, and she had never even heard of it before. Yet more horror was yet to come, only to see Lin Xu raise his foot and kick down a dry corpse that was sitting on a stool with a slightly miserable death. Afterward, he sat directly on the empty chair next to that dry body and continued to deal with the self-heating hot pot. And those 5 flying daggers that had accomplished their mission stopped in the air for a split second, after which, like living creatures, they directly scattered in all directions, started traveling back and forth within the various rooms of the old castle. The kill record surfaced again. Successfully killed Vampire LV8, experience plus 203. Successfully killed Undead Armor LV9, experience plus 254. Su Luo Luo's eyes almost glazed over. That's alright? Does this flying knife come with its own navigation? Surprisingly, it kills monsters automatically. My god, this is not hanging. I'm afraid? If this scene didn't quite allow it at this moment. Otherwise Su Luo Luo really wanted to kowtow to Lin Xu on the spot. What you're hugging yourself is not a big thick leg. It's clearly a rocket. And actually, Lin Xu had already thought about it. The closed and complex terrain of the ancient castle prevented the full power of the blade's aura from being fully utilized. The use of flying daggers in this situation couldn't be more appropriate. As for why the flying daggers were able to automatically seek out the enemy, it was because within the range of 100 meters was the coverage area of his spiritual power. Even though the skill panel doesn't mention it, but the flying dagger itself could provide Lin Xu with vision. Just as Lin Xu and Su Luo Luo's experience started to dabble again. At the same time, outside the copy, comrade, refresh the list of the fallen again and see if there's that student of mine, Chen Tianming said to the replica staff with a pleading face. The staffer was clearly getting impatient. Over the course of a few hours, Chen Tianming asked him the same question dozens of times. No, even though it was annoying, the staff did what they were told and gave straight answers. No is good. No is good. Maybe that kid is smart and realized that things are not right and hurriedly withdrew from among the copies. Chen Tianming rubbed his hands together and muttered in a very nervous manner. The copy is dangerous. But there is an exit mechanism. You need to get out of the monster's line of sight first and disengage from the fight afterwards. It's just that even if one keeps thinking of things in a good light, but Chen Tianming still felt unstoppable despair, because no matter which way you considered it, Lin Xu had entered the copy for far too long. If I could quit, I would have done so long ago. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said such heavy words to him. With a character like that, how could he admit defeat so easily? AI. Just as Chen Tianming was blaming himself, an announcement suddenly appeared in everyone's view. Announcement, copy of Vampire Manor, medium difficulty, pass record refreshed. Immediately afterward there was a flash of white light in the hall. Looking at the person who stepped out from amongst the white light, Chen Tianming's eyes widened violently. Chapter 12, World Boss Refresh. Xin. Xinrue? Chen Tianming exclaimed in shock. Headmaster. Li Xinrue greeted Chen Tianming with a face full of excitement. There was an instant commotion in the hall. Wow. The record for medium difficulty has been set. It's Li Xinrue, the school beauty of Jiangdu Middle School. It's Li Xinrue. A copy of her even directly rose to level 6. This upgrade speed is so sick. Che, what are you guys blindly blabbering about? See what configuration of her team. Except for her. All level 10. And a full set of equipment. People are just rushing to the record. Okay, groove. Then I'm envious too. I wish I had a rich and powerful old man. Fine. Just get out safely, get some rest and recover. Chen Tianming greeted. And although his face was full of surprise, he was obviously a bit distracted. Li Xinrue sensed the abnormality. She swept her eyes at the several drooping students next to her and asked Chen Tianming, "What's the matter, principal? Why do all the students have that look on their faces? What's wrong? Hey." Chen Tianming let out a long sigh and recounted the matter with a face full of self-reproach. What? Lin Xu hasn't come out until now? Li Xinrue's face instantly turned white. She'd only just gotten through her copy, and knew how dangerous medium difficulty could be. With that in mind, she rushed to the lobby staff and inquired. When he learned that Lin Xu hadn't even brought the equipment he had left for him, his face became even more ugly. Blame me. It's all my fault. Chen Tianming muttered as if he had lost his mind. Don't worry, principal. Lin Xu is very resourceful. Nothing will happen to him. Absolutely nothing. Li Xinrue's tone was firm and unusual. Only just finished. Her eyes reddened. However, right at this moment, several announcements appeared in the crowd's field of vision at the same time. Announcement, due to unknown reasons, the world boss appears. The place of appearance, Vampire Manor. Announcement, copy Vampire Manor. Attributes temporarily changed to become an open copy. Attributes restored after killing the world boss. Announcement now. Within the Huaxia region, all the entry and exit channels of the Replica Vampire Manor are unavailable, and the channels will be restored after killing the world boss. Announcement, other regions Raider World Boss Team. 5 minutes to enter the copy. The channel has been opened. Each region is limited to 1. A full complement of 5 people. After entering the replica and before killing the world boss, other region teams cannot leave the replica. Announcement, due to the high difficulty of killing the world boss, this time, other regions will enter the copy with a team member level cap of LV15. Announcement, if the world boss is not killed within 48 hours, the Huaxia region Vampire Manor copy will be permanently closed. Principal. What? What is this? How did this happen? After reading the information in the middle of her mind, Li Xinrui's eyes instantly widened and her tone was full of despair. She had originally counted on Lin Xu being resourceful enough to get out of the middle difficulty copy. As a result of this, what world boss appeared? All the channels in and out of the replica within the Huaxia region were closed at the same time. This meant that unless the world boss was killed, Lin Xu would never be able to come out from among the copies. The greater likelihood was that before the world boss was killed, Lin Xu had already died at the hands of the other monsters in the copy. It's over. It's all over now. Not only Lin Xu can't get out, the other students who entered the copy can't get out either. It was a stronger reaction than Li Xinrui's. Chen Tianming grabbed his hair, and his entire body directly paralyzed on the ground. Why? Aren't the team's raiding bosses in other regions arriving right away? Can't so many people raid a boss? Even though there was already a hidden bad guess in her heart, Li Xinrui still asked without dying. Looking at Li Xinrui, who was full of naivety, Chen Tianming's heart was bitter. Hey, you're thinking too simply. Not to mention the fact that the world boss itself is extremely difficult to raid and is almost bug-like. Its appearance alone causes all monsters within the replica to reset and climb dramatically in strength. On the other hand, do you really think that those teams from other countries are rushing to kill the world boss and get the world treasure chest reward? Those who dare to take the initiative to participate in the world copy, without exception, that are all outlaws in general. For their country, they are the death squad. And after they enter the replica, their primary target for killing is actually the transmigrants from other regions. What? Hearing Chen Tianming say this, Li Xinrui instantly felt a chill run through her body. However, on second thought, indeed, there was nothing wrong with what Chen Tianming had said, that there was originally a competitive relationship between the regions. How can you be so kind as to help Huaxia raid the boss? Even more, instead of providing help, they would massacre the newbie transmigrators within the copies, weakening the power of the new generation of the Huaxia region as much as possible. Then why can't our region send a team in? Li Xinrui questioned. And it just felt like an unreasonable rule. Chen Tianming shook his head with a bitter smile. Now trapped inside the copy of the Huaxia region transfiguration, even if we have to team, although the level is a little lower, but compared to other regions can only enter 5 people, the number of people occupy an absolute advantage. Just according to past experience, even if we kill the world boss, the transmutator that can survive. Hey, not 1 in 10 2 minutes ago, within the Vampire Manor replica, Lin Xu led Su Luoluo all the way across the street and soon found the final boss of the copy, the Vampire Count, in a hidden basement. The basement was full of torture devices and the Count was crucified with long nails. Seeing Lin Xu and Su Luoluo enter, the Earl immediately had scarlet eyes and exposed fangs, yet not before the other came down from the cross. Lin Xu made a forward dash, after which his feet violently stomped on the ground. The long knife instantly came out of the body. Minus 11,295. Minus 3,588. A red and a blue line of numbers floated up above the Vampire Count's head. Immediately after that, half of the Vampire Count's head fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Xu slash accurately hit the Vampire Count's vitals, triggering the Skill 5, Devil's Smile, which instantly doubled the original 5 times damage again. The kill record then appeared. Successfully killed the copy boss Vampire Count LV10 experience plus 1520. A golden light rose up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successfully promoted to LV7. Congratulations, acquired equipment, Vampire Cloak. Congratulations, pass Vampire Manor, medium difficulty, get past treasure chest ×1. Congratulations, refresh the record of Vampire Manor, medium difficulty, clearance, get record treasure chest ×1, 2000 experience points. Instantly, another pillar of light rose from Lin Xu's body. Lin Xu squinted his eyes and just felt that the monsters inside this copy were more inked than one another though. But truth be told, it's a lot to give. With a thought, the attribute list opened. Name Lin Xu. Profession, Sword Demon, only. Blood quantity, 2200. Attack, 2256. Attributes, 44, arbitrary. Number of controllable flying daggers, 8. Skills slightly. Looking at his attributes which had directly tripled compared to when he came, Lin Xu was quite satisfied. If we grab the time to go out now and brush up on the advanced difficulty of the copy as well, it wouldn't be much of a problem to reach level 10 today. Yet just as he was doing so in his mind, the expected teleportation exit did not appear. Instead, a long list of announcements jumped out. Chapter 13, 3 teams enter. Big Brother. World boss, what's going on here? After reading the announcement in the middle of her mind, Su Luo looked at Lin Xu, her face filled with a capitalized dumbfoundedness. Even vaguely she had a feeling. The reason why the world boss appeared was most likely because the big guy in front of him was too raw, pushed all the way across the room until now, not giving any of the monsters a chance to read their lines. Side stories that can have a plot. However, look at this copy all the way through. Not to mention reading lines, but if you dare to look at the big man in front of you, the next moment will definitely fall to the ground immediately. Even if you hide in the room and don't look at it, it won't work. The flying daggers will fly in through the doorway, and the next moment the same person's head will fall to the ground. Atrocious. Just too atrocious. People monsters are also dignified. You do not give this a little face. Hey, who can not have some grievances? This is not. Retribution came. I don't know. Lin Xu frowned. He was too lazy to answer Su Luo's almost idiotic question. Just then, the prompt appeared. Alert, we are now resetting the copy map and the monsters, so please prepare to be randomly teleported. Tip, after the reset, the monsters in the copy will have their attributes increased by 50% and the experience of killing monsters will be doubled. Double the experience? Lin Xu's eyes narrowed, instantly feeling that this world boss descending wasn't a bad thing. However, this thought of his had only just popped up when his arm was wrapped in a hug by Su Luo. Lin Xu was speechless and glanced at Su Luo. Su Luo's pretty face reddened, but her hand hugged tighter, rushing to explain. Random teleportation. Random Big brother save me. I don't want to be separated from you As a priest with no combat power at all, Su Luo knew in her heart that once she was separated from Lin Xu, the result would be absolutely nothing but death. It was also that there was no ready-made rope around. Otherwise she really didn't mind tying herself directly to Lin Xu. Just as the two were talking, there was a flash of white light and the weightlessness of teleportation came. Meanwhile, the replica hall. A brilliant sword light cut through space as an old man with a long sword on his back and white hair stepped out from the void. As soon as the old man appeared, the hall was instantly silent. Although the old man's appearance was extremely kind, the first feeling he gave off was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed, with a sharp edge. It's Sword Saint Nangong Yun. Yes, it's Nangong Yun. Holy, the war god of China. Why is he here? Then there's no need to ask. It must be because of the world boss. After a moment of silence, the hall was abuzz with chatter. Right at this moment, a jade tablet suddenly appeared in Nangong Yun's hand, and he exerted force in his hand. With a crunch, the jade tablet shattered on the spot. Immediately afterward, another announcement appeared. Announcement, due to unknown reasons, each region to the Replica Vampire Manor channel closed in advance. Has entered the replica of the other region's team number is 3. Headmaster. What does Elder Nangong mean by this? Looking at the announcement that appeared in the middle of her field of vision, Li Xinrui asked in confusion. Chen Tianming's face was delighted. Great. Now there's hope. Elder Nangong used this very rare rule-based prop to block the other region's access to the replica. The fewer teams from other countries inside the copy, the safer the students were trapped inside the copy will be. And even in the end, the higher the probability that we'll be the ones to kill the world boss. Perhaps hearing Chen Tianming's analysis, Nangong Yun inadvertently glanced in Chen Tianming's direction. Chen Tianming immediately shut up. Where's the man in charge? Nangong Yun stood in midair and asked. Yes, I'm Zhang Kai from the Jiangdu military region, responsible for leading the team to deal with this emergency. As a representative of the military, he arrived at the scene with all due speed at the first sign of trouble. Prepare for the permanent closure of the replica. Evacuate the personnel in advance and make sure to settle the families of the students who were killed. Yes, Zhang Kai responded, and his expression became a bit unnatural, because it was obvious that even though a very precious rule-based prop had been used. However, for the matter of the Huaxia region professionals finally being able to kill the world boss and keep the Vampire Manor copy, Nangong Yun obviously did not hold much hope. The atmosphere began to become oppressive all of a sudden. Nangong Yun didn't make much of a stop, and when he finished his explanation, he directly took a step and disappeared from the crowd's view. On Lin Xu's side, after the white light disappeared, he found himself transported to a dilapidated European medieval living room. Unlike the luxurious style of the manor's ancient castle, this place was obviously quite shabby. Lin Xu scanned around. There was no danger. But he didn't see Su Luo either. Random teleportation separated them after all. Realizing this, Lin Xu's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. One more thing to worry about. Sweeping the team bar and realizing that the group status hadn't changed and that the other party's life status was good, Lin Xu was a little relieved. For this teammate of Su Luo, raucous was a bit raucous, but antipathy could not be talked about. If it was possible, Lin Xu didn't mind pulling the other party, And compared to searching for Su Luo Luo and fighting monsters and upgrading, he had a more important thing to do right now. That's the search for Li Xinrui. The change in the attributes of the copy vampire manor meant that all the professionals who were previously rating this copy were all pulled in. After estimating how late he was, and how long it took to get through, Lin Xu felt that Li Xinrui had a high probability of being there as well. He himself was currently only level 8. Li Xinrui entered the copy with a full complement, and her experience was split even more by her teammates, so it was impossible for her to surpass his level. Not even level 8. It would be hard to survive inside a copy of this difficulty with S-rank qualifications alone, even if one didn't want to have something with the other person. But after her mother's death, the only one who was genuinely kind to her, besides Chen Tianming, was her. At a time like this, when lives are at stake, it's impossible to stand by and watch the other person in danger and do nothing. Having made up his mind, Lin Xu directly prepared to get up. Just then, however, cries for help suddenly came from next door. Ah! Help! Biggie, where are you? Lin Xu's heart thumped. This voice, it was Su Luo Luo. Following the direction the voice came from, Lin Xu glanced at it, certain as well as certain that Su Luo Luo was behind this wall in front of him. What was breathless, however, was the fact that the living room he found himself in did not have a door leading to the next door. Scanning the group bar once more, he found that Su Luo Luo's life value had instantly slipped by a third, so he couldn't care less. His feet fiercely exerted force and kicked directly towards the wall in front of him. Physique and strength both reached 40 points, which made it easy for Lin Xu to make a hole in a wall made of stone and seemingly impenetrable. Bang! Half of the wall collapsed instantly, sending smoke and dust in all directions. Lin Xu then saw that a vivisector with open teeth and claws happened to be smashed down by the collapsing wall. As for Su Luo Luo, the whole person was holding her head and was hiding under the table, shivering. Ah! I'm still young, still a virgin, don't want to die. Ah! Big brother quickly manifested to the body of the total. Okay, big brother help. Perhaps because she was too nervous, Su Luo Luo didn't even look up, ignorant of Lin Xu's appearance. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth tugged as he resolved the walker with a single slash, reaping 84 experience points. Hey, you're okay. Lin Xu patted Su Luo Luo's shoulder. Ow, came the cry. Curled up under the table, Su Luo Luo's eyes did not open. Directly a foot toward Lin Xu kicked. Chapter 14, Provisional Teams. Splat. Lin Xu grabbed Su Luo Luo's ankle. What's wrong with you, right? I'm Lin Xu. Lin Xu chided. This time Sorolo heard him clearly. Her body, which was still trying to struggle, instantly stiffened. The large watery eyes opened. After determining that the person in front of him was really Lin Xu, he cried with a wow. Biggie, where were you just now? It's so good to see you. I thought I was going to die. I was next door and came over when I heard you. Lin Xu explained. Next door? Tentatively, Su Luo Luo's face instantly turned red. Now that she had calmed down, she snapped back to what she had just said. So then that big guy just now, I said that. Consternation. You heard it all. Didn't hear that. Lin Xu directly denied it. Except he instantly regretted that statement. At this moment, his behavior perfectly illustrates what it means to not fight. As expected, hearing her say this, Su Luo Luo's face instantly turned even redder. Astonishing. That, can you let go of my foot for a moment? Big guy. She no longer dared to meet Lin Xu's eyes, and there was almost a begging in her voice. The key just now when she was dodging that walker, the shoes on her feet ran loose. The foot that was now being grabbed by Lin Xu was wearing a pink Winnie the Pooh sock. Combined with the slightly ambiguous movements of the two at this point, it's really just a bit like the opening scene of Tokyo's Too Hot to Handle. Oh, you're not hurt badly, are you? Lin Xu reacted and hurriedly let go of his hand, immediately changing the topic. It's okay, it doesn't matter. After a moment of embarrassment, Su Luo Luo resumed her big grin. She found herself a shoe and gave herself a healing spell as the injury to her shoulder began to heal and her blood level began to pick up. Biggie, are you going to go for the world boss afterward? Simply bandaging the wound, Su Luo Luo asked. In her thoughts, with a strength like Lin Xu's, then he must be directly aiming for the rewards of killing a world boss. After all, if you can't handle the world boss, everyone will have to die here. However, Lin Xu directly shook his head. No, find someone first. After saying that, he seemed to suddenly remember something else and asked Su Luo Luo, do you have paper and pens? Yes. Although she was unsure, Su Luo Luo was still very skillful in removing the things from her carry-on space and handing them over to Lin Xu. Lin Xu closed his eyes and recalled for a split second as the tip of his pen began to rustle and slide across the paper. It was just a matter of 10 seconds or so, and Li Xinrui's appearance in front of the school bus had already jumped off the page. Not only the body and looks, but even the clothes were not at all different. Lin Xu lamented that it was fortunate that he hadn't left his skills behind when he was an assassin. After all, not everyone knew Li Xinrui, and it was hard to find each other just by word of mouth. It can be quite a bit easier with this almost photographic sketch. Wow, that's beautiful. Is that who you're looking for? Su Luo asked with some gossip. Lin Xu nodded. Aha. Su Luo was full of cunning and asked again. Girlfriend? No. Lin Xu shook his head, put the sketch away, and directly got up. Che, still not admitting it. Su Luo skimmed her mouth, muttered in a low voice, and hurriedly followed. Arriving outside the living room, once again raising his hand to settle the two walkers, Lin Xu scanned the surroundings. Similar to the style of buildings in the vampire manor, this looks like a civilian gathering area. Under the dim moonlight, the narrow, stone-paved streets were shabby and dirty. On the ground, long-dried black blood was everywhere. On both sides of the street, modest homes stood one next to the other. Every now and then a hissing sound would emanate from it, and the eerie atmosphere was drawn full. Su Luo winced and hurriedly leaned a little closer to Lin Xu. Lin Xu frowned. The map has been refreshed for the sake of it, and the old map that I had written down when I did the previous guide is null and void, now let alone knowing where he was. He couldn't even estimate how big the copy actually was by eyeballing it. Indeed, killing the world boss would allow Li Xinrui to get out from among the copies. But hell knows where that world boss is. This was why between searching for Li Xinrui and the world boss, Lin Xu had no choice but to choose the former. It was all a matter of probability, but it was clear that it was more prudent to look for Li Xinrui first. Of course, if he encountered a world boss in the middle of the journey, Lin Xu wouldn't mind ing with the other party. Just as he was calculating in his mind, suddenly, an orange-red ball of fire shot up from within a dwelling in the distance. With a bang, the fireball burst into the air, exploding into a sky full of light spots. Eye-catching and unusual. Look, Biggie, someone's setting off fireworks. Hey! Su Luo directly exclaimed in shock. Just as soon as she said it, she immediately realized how outrageous she was for saying it. This is a replica. Only a psycho would set off fireworks here. After a moment's reflection, she hurriedly changed her tone. No, it's a fireball spell. There's a pro on the big guy's side. The other side is calling out. Having successfully analyzed the other party's intentions, Su Luo was immediately filled with pride and waited for Lin Xu to praise her. However, by the time she turned her head, it was then that he realized Lin Xu was already 10 meters away, running directly in that direction. She instantly shivered and hurried to follow. Hey, big brother, wait for me. Lin Xu didn't choose to directly enter the dwelling where the fireball spell appeared. Without knowing his opponent's intentions, he chose to wait and see first. Thinking of this, he gestured with Su Luo and leapt, his fingers picking at the wall gap, after which he flipped over and jumped directly onto a clock tower near the residence. Su Luo was confused. Lin Xu, that gesture she did understand, telling her to follow. Available. After a moment's hesitation, she eventually chose to take the stairs. Honestly, the bell tower was not very tall and had half collapsed. Through the crack in the wall that was half a man's width, it was possible to clearly observe the situation within the dwelling. Even due to the short distance, Lin Xu had just come up and heard the sound of talking coming from over there. Who told you to come up here? When he saw that Su Luo had actually followed him, Lin Xu was somewhat speechless. Because of the collapse of the bell tower, there's only a palm-sized area on which a person can stand. Once Su Luo came up again, it suddenly seemed very crowded. Stunned, Su Luo instantly nodded in anger. Just felt a tightness in the chest. Quiet, don't get caught. Reacting to the fact that the other party couldn't read sign language, Lin Xu simply reminded directly. When he finished speaking, his eyesight went through the cracks in the wall and locked directly onto the residential building. A fire was burning in the courtyard inside the residence, and the inside was in full view. At this time, in the center of the courtyard, a dozen people had already gathered. The voices were slightly disorganized, and it looked as if they were all attracted by the fireball spell just now. Lin Xu even noticed that there were two other familiar faces there. Students from Jiangdu Middle School who had transferred in the same session as him. Right at this moment, a boy holding a staff with a slightly arrogant demeanor cleared his throat and said aloud, "Ahem, everyone be quiet. The current situation must be clear to all of you. We've been forced into this open copy. If we can't solve the world boss, all of us will have to die here. I'm calling everyone here now to ask you to join me in finding and raiding the world boss. Oh yeah, I'm Han Myungwoo from Zero South High School. I don't know if you've heard of me." Hearing this, Lin Xu no longer had the heart to listen further. He wasn't interested in joining this improvised team. Also, for Han Mingyu, Lin Xu had never heard of such a number. Thinking that, he simply asked Su Luo directly, "Recognize?" Sure enough, Girls are far more capable of gossiping than they are of fighting. Su Luo nodded decisively. I've heard of it. Zero South's man of the hour. A ranked qualification pyromancy, only awakened half a month ago, and now it's already risen to 8. Shocking. Forget it when I didn't say it. Indeed, for an ordinary student, rising to level 8 in half a month was definitely something very worth bragging about. But Su Luo thought for a second and realized that this big brother beside her was the first time to make a copy today, and in less than 6 hours she directly mangled to level 8. Instantly she felt that Han Mingyu was nothing more than that, not even worthy of lifting her shoes with the big man. Stunned, why don't you give me the sketch, big guy, and I'll ask them if they've seen it? Seeing that Lin Xu had no intention of joining in at all, Su Luo proposed. Being the big brother's pendant, she couldn't be happier to help out with what she could. As a result, Lin Xu directly shook his head. Not yet. They're in trouble. Chapter 15, Master Titan? Oh, 1/2. Ah, why? Scanning the comb as usual street, Su Luo asked uncertainly. Lin Xu's mind moved. An unobtrusive flying dagger stuck in a gap in the street wall fell and swept towards Lin Xu. The flying dagger could provide Lin Xu with a certain field of vision, so he simply used it as surveillance. As far as Lin Xu's current level was concerned, if all the flying daggers were released, he would run out of mana in less than a minute, so he just housed a handful. Yet it was this flying dagger he had placed that sent back a very bizarre picture. An oddly dressed full 5-man squad, without a second thought, kills a transmogrifier outright, just by looking at the appearance alone. There are people who would believe that this small group of 5 people is a tour group. There was no sign of any gear being worn on them. Baseball caps, t-shirts, ripped jeans, even. One of the extremely well-built purple long-haired beauties was wearing a black silk hip dress with at least 10 centimeters of high heels under her feet. And it was this beautiful woman who looked flirtatious to the extreme that directly pierced the transmuter's chest with a dagger in just one look. Only equipment above level 10 has the ability to simulate usual clothing. And among the current copies, those whose level exceeded 10 would have to be teams sent by other regions to raid the world boss. Thinking about this, Lin Xu couldn't help but frown slightly. He had already guessed what the gang wanted. Kill the transmogrifier in the WAC. And this team's next move directly confirmed Lin Xu's speculation. After seeing the fireball in the sky, changing from their previous careless appearance, all of them took out their weapons and began to quickly rush towards the residential house where Han Mianwu was. These guys are weird. What do they do? Soliloquy asked suspiciously. Flying knives can provide a limited field of view, just a few dozen meters. Therefore, without waiting for Lin Xu to speak, this team from another region had already entered Su Luo's field of vision. Come to kill, Lin Xu explained indifferently. Su Luo was instantly filled with astonishment. Yet before she could open her mouth, the squad of 5 that was already only 40 to 50 meters away from the residential house stopped in their tracks. A man holding a staff flashed with light in his hand. The next moment, a dozen fireballs that were 2 times larger than the ones that had just risen into the sky suddenly smashed down, aiming precisely at the residential houses. Explosions, shrieks, and howls erupted. Realizing that the sneak attack was successful, the squad of 5 once again quickly approached towards the residence. Inside the private residence, Han Mingyu and the others were caught off guard and were instantly in chaos. Enemy attack, charge out, counterattack. In the confusion, Lin Xu didn't see exactly who was shouting, but it was clear that the man had given the crowd the wrong signal. Perhaps it was because he was also a fire spell. Han Mingyu's fire attribute mana resistance was higher. Even though he was sneak attacked by the cold, he was not seriously injured and rushed straight towards the door. Just then, among the squad of 5, the main titan who had long been ambushed at the doorway held a huge shield and slammed into it. Bang! Han Mingyu didn't even grunt as he instantly flew out and smashed directly into the wall. The main titan was instantly a bit confused. He didn't expect his strike to be so powerful. The key? No one would have thought that the first one to rush out in the case of a sneak attack would be a mage. The power of a mage and a master titan. That press was not in the same dimension either. Just then, the remaining people within the mansion began to rush towards the door in a brainstorm. The staff in the mage's hand glowed again. Click, click, click. The ground began to rapidly freeze, the ice crystals instantly spreading up to their thighs. And the dozen or so people who had just run out were directly imprisoned in place. TSK, the transmogrifier of the Huaxia region is really weak. Cluck 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 cluck. The purple-haired beauty covered her mouth and laughed softly, smiling with incomparable contempt, and at the same time, an extra dagger appeared in her hand. Seeing the scene at hand, Lin Xu's eyes narrowed as he instructed Su Luo, "Stay put and come down after the battle." After saying that, he directly jumped to the roof of the next house, and went straight to the residential house without looking back. Ooh-hoo, well, big guy watch out. Su Luo Luo hurriedly urged. Yet Lin Xu's figure had already disappeared. Lin Xu's side is still waiting to ask Han Mingyu and the others about Li Xinrui's whereabouts, and the dead can't answer questions. Thus, the trouble was one more thing. Han Mingyu and the others he had to save. Just as the purple-haired beauty's dagger slashed violently at the throat of one of the transmigrants, a flying dagger broke through the layers of airwaves and shot towards the beauty. Ding a crunch, the beautiful woman backed up. The tiger's mouth ripped, the dagger fell directly to the ground. Watch out! There's an ambush! She blushed profusely and rushed to hide behind the main titan as she cried out in shock. At that moment, with a thud, Lin Xu jumped down directly from the roof. Lin Xu? Someone inside the trapped Huaxia district professionals cried out in shock. That person was also a student of Jiangdu Middle School and knew Lin Xu as the man who was on the hot seat for picking the only profession. Lin Xu could be said to be unknown in the middle school circle in Jiangdu City. By that person's reminder, everyone's eyes looked at Lin Xu strangely. The strength of the five-man squad was something they had learned. Lin Xu was able to force back the purple-haired woman with a single direct strike. How could he look at it? He didn't look like the weakling inside the rumors. And regarding Lin Xu's expression at this moment, it was clear that he had a light-hearted face. Lin Xu didn't have time to pay attention to what this group of students thought in their hearts. He took the sketch straight out of his carry-on space, opened it in front of the crowd, and asked, "Have you seen Li Xinrui?" Everyone, including the five-man squad, was instantly confused. They're still fighting for their lives here. If they don't get it right, they'll die. As a result, a finder jumped out. The picture was instantly weird. Humph. Scared me. I thought it was an expert. But it turns out to be a cutie who's only level 8. And it's a sole profession. Ha! Slaughter him. Just as Lin Xu was asking about his classmates, the purple-haired beauty used a detection technique on Lin Xu and saw his basic information. Putting her heart down at the same time her face turned cold and she gave a direct order. Next moment, a cold aura flashed on the staff of the mage in the middle of the five-man squad. Kakaka kakaka. The sound of ice crystals condensing rang out. However, the next instant, the ice crystals that had only just spread to the soles of Lin Xu's shoes instantly shattered. At the same time, a prompt appeared in the mage's mind. Hint, for unknown reasons, the freeze spell fails when it hits an enemy. Lin Xu's skill 4, Devil's Will was activated. The mage's total attributes did not exceed Lin Xu's, and this control skill was directly immunized. The mage's eyes snapped open. RC? I can't believe it didn't freeze. Shiren, block him. Seeing that Lin Xu directly drew his sword and rushed over, the mage was startled and hurriedly greeted the main tank. Come on, boy. The main titan answered. His body flashed with light, and with a fierce smile, he slammed directly towards Lin Xu. The disdain on Lin Xu's face increased. There are some idiots who really don't know how much they weigh until they give him some credit. Buzz. The sound of the long knife cutting through the air pierced right through one's eardrums. Minus 3,962. Minus 1,527. Two striking lines of numbers floated up above the main titan's head. The main titan only felt a flash of silver. A huge force came violently from the shield, and the whole person flew directly backwards. After a slash, he was kicked by Lin Xu on his shield directly and flew back again, also as swiftly as he came. For a split second, the main titan's mind drifted a bit. He was a Tan, the main addition to his physique and strength, and the kid on the other side was able to kick himself off. Was he a monster? With this thought in his mind, he hurriedly glanced at his blood level. At first glance, one couldn't help but feel an instant tingle in his scalp. Priest, help me, Captain, help me. The main Tan's voice was breathless and his whole body was in a state of near death. Looking at the maintainer's body that had only flown back halfway, and the shield that was chopped in half in the other party's grasp, the purple-haired beauty swallowed hard, her pretty face twisting for a moment. Chapter 16 Interrogation. As captain, she knew her teammates very well. Just the current main titan who was cut in half and was dead as a doornail. Equipment plus skills plus constitution. Defense is at least 4,000. However, even so, it was surprising that he was directly slashed by that monster on the opposite side. Counting the almost 4,000 blood points of the main titan, the monster across the street was doing at least 8,000 upwards damage with this slash. And that was still a conservative estimate. A newcomer who was only level 8 had 8,000 points of damage with his raised hand. She didn't know exactly how the other person did it, but there was one thing she knew in her heart. As far as Lin Xu's perverted attack power was concerned, if he pulled out a random person inside the team, no one would be able to stand up to one of his slashes. With that sorted out, the purple-haired beauty was left with one thought. That is, run. Run as fast as you can and as far as you can. A little friend with a knife. Who can stand that? However, just as she was about to turn around to greet her teammates and retreat, click. The novice longsword in Lin Xu's hand shattered. Successfully killed Kinchi's own Transfigurator LV-15, experience plus 1500. Successfully kill Kinchi's own Transfigurator LV-15, get kill badge times 1. Get kill chest times 1. Tip, due to force majeure, the novice long knife is broken and cannot be repaired. 3 hints directly surfaced in the middle of Lin Xu's mind. After reading the first 2 tips, Lin Xu's heart was delighted. He hadn't expected that killing transmutations from other zones would even reward experience. And such a large amount of experience at that. As for the what's her name kill badge, that won't be useful until it's viewed. However, just as Lin Xu was complacent, the third prompt appeared. He then felt a void in his hand and the knife was gone. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth twitched as he guessed what might be going on. His passive skill can ignore the opponent's defense, yes, but not with his knife. In that strike just now, the novice long knife had directly unfolded the opponent's shield. The novice longsword was only level 1, but the opponent's shield was at least level 10. Under a hard fight, it naturally couldn't be topped and simply shattered directly. However, this scene was seen by the purple-haired beauty, and she immediately lit up. She just assumed that the high probability that Lin Xu was able to inflict such a huge amount of damage relied on the long blade in his hand. Now Lin Xu's sword was shattered, so the moment for them to fight back had arrived. His weapon is broken. Slaughtered. Put. The dryly built mage's head exploded. Blood burst into the purple-haired beauty's face, interrupting his unfinished sentence. Minus 2,783. Minus 2,529. With a thud, the mage's body, missing half of his head, fell to the ground. Again, it's a slice of seconds, and again, it doesn't give the priest any chance to play. As in mockery, a flying dagger trailed bright silver chopping marks and circled around in front of the 5-man squad, which had only 3 people left. Successfully killed Kinchi's own Transmigrator LV-15, experience plus 1500. Successfully kill Kinchi's own Transfigurator LV-15, get kill badge times 1. Get kill chest times 1. Seeing his experience bar that had grown another notch upwards, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked. Who are you going to slaughter? He sneered at the purple-haired beauty and asked faintly. I. Cold sweat came down on the purple-haired beauty's forehead, and her 2 long, straight black silk legs had already begun to involuntarily shiver. She was now certain as well as certain that even if the weapon in her hand shattered, the terrifying man in front of her would still be able to destroy their group in a matter of moments. Not wanting to waste too much time on a few dead people, Lin Xu went straight to the point, holding the sketch in front of the 3 and asking directly, "Ever seen this girl?" No, we've only just entered this copy too. We really haven't seen her. Let us go, will you? The one who answered Lin Xu was the priest inside the squad of 5. Unlike the purple-haired beauty's imperial style, the priest took the route of an innocent girl. Her big watery eyes looked at Lin Xu, full of begging. Looking at the young girl's pitiful appearance, Lin Xu nodded slightly. Okay, answer me one more question and I'll let you go immediately. The priest was overjoyed and immediately nodded his head in a chicken-pecking manner. Fine, you tell me. Contemplating for a moment, Lin Xu smiled and asked, "How many transmigrants have you guys killed in the Wasia district?" The teenage priest blanched and hurriedly waved his hand. "No, we don't have one at all." Put. The sound of a shattered head resounded again. Minus 2,225. Minus 3,058. The young girl's horrified expression was fixed on only half of her face. Successfully killed Kinchi's own Transmigrator LV-14, experience plus 1,400. Successfully kill Kinchi's own Transfigurator LV-14, get kill badge times 1. Get kill chest times 1. A very pretty face then, but unfortunately a liar. The smile on Lin Xu's face intensified. With that, he turned his head directly to the shivering boy with the baseball cap beside the purple-haired girl. "You have 3 seconds to give me a reason not to kill you." The baseball cap boy instantly shivered. But in a life-and-death situation, his reflexes instantly reached the limit. Yes, we did kill the transmogrifier from the Chinese district, but there was only one, and I really haven't seen the girl you're talking about. I can prove it. Saying that, he directly showed Lin Xu the record of the tips he had gotten, explaining handily. We entered the copy at 8:43. So far it's been less than 7 minutes. In more than 6 minutes, we killed a total of 3 wild monsters and 1 transmogrifier. You see the record is all here. Also that transmuter we killed was a boy. Really not the one in your portrait. If we had met a girl that pretty, Quan Jilong would have had enough fun before leaving. A few minutes just isn't enough time. Listening to the baseball cap boy's reasoned explanation, Lin Xu nodded his head in satisfaction. As an assassin with a lot of experience, this little trick of interrogation was something he was more than familiar with. From the beginning until now, the one who had behaved the most abjectly in the squad of 5 was the baseball cap boy. When it comes to interrogation, It's natural for persimmons to pick the soft ones. Thus, at the very beginning, he was chosen by Lin Xu to be the breakthrough object. The purpose of killing the first 3 transmigrators was to shock and break down the opponent's psychological defenses. It looks like it's working well now. The other side said everything that needed to be said, even the evidence. As for the other party lying, Lin Xu believed that as long as he wasn't a cutie, would never do that, because there was one more alive inside the squad of 5. At the thought, he smiled at the purple-haired beauty who had lost her color. Like treating your next-door neighbor's little sister who just started school. Lin Xu tenderly patted the other party's glowing pretty face and softly said, "Only one of you two can live, and you have 3 seconds to prove that your partner is lying." Puffing, the purple-haired beauty sat down directly on the ground with a softness in her legs and despair in her eyes. She had no way to prove it, because what her companion said was the truth. The baseball cap boy was ecstatic. You see, what I said is true. This can release me. Put. -3219. -1975. Successfully killed Kinchi's own transmigrator LV-14, experience plus 1400. Successfully kill Kinchi's own transfigurator LV-14, get kill badge times 1. Get kill chest times 1. You believe everything I say. Ha, are you an idiot? Lin Xu smirked and spat at the baseball cap guy, his eyes moving to land on the purple-haired beauty. Chapter 17, Announcement, Pickle District Team. Reunited. It was finally his turn. The purple-haired beauty's red lips trembled lightly. Wanting to beg for mercy but not daring to open her mouth at all. She found out. The boy in front of him who looked like he was smiling with a sunny face was a demon. Killing people based on his heart and completely without reason. 3 seconds to give me a reason to let you live. With the same rhythm, Lin Xu once again spoke faintly. Don't kill me. You can do whatever you want to me. I'll be obedient. I'll do whatever you say. Really, please don't kill me. Witnessing his teammates die horribly one by one. The purple-haired beauty's expression had slowly transformed from the shocked dismay she felt at the beginning to despair. But it was in the middle of this atmosphere of despair that Lin Xu had given her a slight possibility of surviving. So she completely gave up her resistance and chose to be ravished. As he spoke, the purple-haired beauty's soft and boneless slender hand inadvertently crossed her chest. The taut OL uniform was instantly released, revealing a large swath of snowy whiteness within it. Also as gentle as before, Lin Xu gently stroked the other party's pretty face. Put. A flying knife instantly penetrated the purple-haired beauty's heart. -3365. -2259. The purple-haired beauty's eyes snapped wide open. Lin Xu smiled faintly. Sorry, not interested. Successfully killed Kinchi's own transfigurator LV-15, experience plus 1500. Successfully kill Kinchi's own transfigurator LV-15, get kill badge times 1. Get kill chest times 1. 2 hints arrived and a golden light shot up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successfully promoted to LV9. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows. No wonder this group of people wanted to kill transmigrators from other regions. This upgrading speed was really fast. Just as Lin Xu was thinking so in his heart. Announcements appear. Announcement, Pickle Zone Raider World Boss Team Reunion. Announcement, Pickle Zone Raider World Boss Team Reunion. Announcement, Pickle Zone Raider World Boss Team Reunion. An identical announcement appeared 3 times in a row. Meanwhile, the Vampire Manor Replica Hall. With Nangong Yun's instructions, the hall was evacuated. Chen Tianming and Li Xinrui didn't leave and were still waiting. Oh, a reunion. I can't believe a team has been reunited. Seeing the announcement in the middle of his mind, Chen Tianming exclaimed in surprise. However, seeing Chen Tianming's giddy look, Zhang Kai sighed and patted the other party's shoulder as if he was comforting. You, what do you mean by that? Chen Tianming asked in disbelief. Zhang Kai explained somberly. It's less than 10 minutes into the game now. And the one who can have this kind of crushing level of strength and directly destroy a team and a regiment. I can't think of a second one besides the world boss. According to past experience, the difficulty of this world boss is simply outrageous. So that Lin Xu kid. Hey, so it couldn't have been a team from another district. Or we got students that took out this team? Although she already believed 90% of it in her heart, Li Xinrui still retorted with a stiff upper lip. Okay, Xinrui, go home. I'll just wait here alone. Chen Tianming had already reacted to the fact that what Zhang Kai said was not wrong at all, and that engagement took time. Judging by the timing, it's unlikely that either the students or a raider team from another region would have that strength. No, I won't. I'm going to wait and wait for Lin Xu to come out alive from inside the copy. Tears slipped down her cheeks as Cindy Li growled. Lin Xu sighed, determining that Li Xinrui hadn't been encountered by this squad. He couldn't help but feel a little more relieved and turned towards the group of students behind him. As a result, as soon as he approached from his side, the students immediately backed away. Even the eyes they looked at Lin Xu with were filled with scorn. It wasn't just shocked at Lin Xu's strength. The key to the key. There is one in the room. Without exception, all have ridiculed Lin Xu. And they are, right now, being pointed at by flying daggers. At this time, the gray-headed Han Mingyu limped towards Lin Xu, his face slightly ugly as he asked, "They're all transmigrants from the Huaxia region. You're not going to do the same to your own people, are you?" "No," Lin Xu replied directly. "And what do you mean by flying daggers?" Saying that, Han Mingyu pointed at the 7 flying daggers that surrounded the group of students. After Lin Xu's side took care of the mages, the freezing spells failed and the students got out of the trap. That's when one of the students took advantage of the chaos and tried to run. As a result, he had only just taken 2 steps when he was stopped in his tracks by a cold, glittering flying knife. How fierce was the power of this flying dagger of Lin Xu's? Just take a look at the headless body of the mage that fell on the ground. So the student rushed back again. However, after he retreated back, an even more terrifying scene appeared. Not only 1 but 7 such flying daggers directly surrounded all the students. "I was afraid you'd run when I fought them. And some of you actually did that. There's more to ask you, so you can't leave for a while," Lin Xu explained with an expressionless face. Han Myungwoo instantly blushed a little. It was Lin Xu who saved them anyways. Even if they didn't need to go up and help, Lin Xu was still fighting someone on his side. He didn't even say thank you and ran away, which is really not a good thing to do. Stunned, "Okay, thanks for earlier. This is for you. Besides, what did you want to ask?" Without dwelling on the question of who actually ran away, Han Mingyu raised his hand and directly threw a long knife to Lin Xu. Name Breaking Cloud. Category Weapons. Long Knives. Wear Level 5. Attack 78. Attribute, all attributes +1. Strike rate is increased by 5%. Grade, Silver. Lin Xu casually caught the long blade, and its attributes immediately appeared in his mind. His eyelids fluttered as he read it. Although it's a long knife that's only level 5, but with this attribute, if you put it into the trading house auction, $200,000 will hit the bottom. Lin Xu smiled and took back the flying daggers that had trapped the students. Whether this long knife was considered a thank you gift to repay him for saving his life, or a compensation to try to get him to open his net, Lin Xu didn't care. There's no reason not to want a favor that's been given for nothing. He didn't have the courtesy to put the long sword away and directly said, "I'm looking for Li Xinrui to ask if anyone has seen her." With that, he handed the sketch directly to Han Myungwoo. "No problem. I'll ask for you." Han Myungwoo didn't wear the traces at all and took the sketch and turned around directly. The corners of Lin Xu's mouth hooked, and he felt that Han Mingyu was a bit of an interesting person. It was only a short while ago, and he had already become the leader of the gang. In less than 2 minutes, Han Myungwoo walked back in, shaking his head outright. "No one, including me, has seen her inside a copy. But some people said they saw Li Xinrui enter the copy with 4 level 10 teammates, so she should be rushing to brush up the list." Lin Xu nodded somberly. "That's good news. It would be best if Li Xinrui wasn't inside the copy at all. But, that's just if. But wherever there was a hint of possibility of finding the other party, Lin Xu could not possibly give up, much less take a chance. So the search continues. Gone. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu directly turned around. However, just then, Su Luo ran over with a face full of panic. Big brother, corpse tied. There's a corpse tied. Chapter 18, Are all the pendants around the big man so curly? Lin Xu glanced at the panting Su Luo and asked, "Speak human, what's going on?" Realizing that she had spoken without a clue, Su Luo hurriedly explained, "It must be because the commotion we made just now was too big. Many walkers came out from the houses and started to gather towards us spontaneously, and now the end of the street has been blocked." Yeah, she's right, there's no way out this way either. At that moment, a student exclaimed with some alarm, pointing to the other end of the street. Lin Xu glanced in the direction of the student's finger. Sure enough, the street, which was no more than 4 or 5 meters wide, was already densely packed with walkers, directly blocking the intersection. Han Mingyu's face changed and he proposed to Lin Xu. "I know that you are very strong, but I see that your means of attack should be a single attack, and this situation is not good to deal with. Why don't we work together? Break out in one direction and kill our way out." Lin Xu looked at Han Mingyu like he was an idiot. A tide of corpses? Cooperation? Nice try. That's a big wave of experience. Thinking that, he directly greeted Su Luo. "Don't wander off. Just follow me." After saying that, he held Broken Cloud in his hand and stepped straight towards the end where there were relatively more walkers. A student pointed at Lin Xu and tried to say something. "Leave him alone. He's an expert. He can't look at a team like ours." Finding that he was disliked by Lin Xu, Han Mingyu said sourly, With that, he pointed down to the other side of the intersection where there were relatively fewer monsters and directed the crowd. Come on, let's break out this way. The brilliant blade cut through the night sky, pulling out chopping marks on the mottled walls on both sides of the street. Successfully killed Walker LV4, experience plus 36. Successfully killed Walker LV5, experience plus 72. The monster's kill records began to swipe the screen. An hour later, Lin Xu, who was bare-chested, sat on a pile of corpses that was 2 people high and poured half of the remaining mineral water over his head. A golden light rose from his body to the sky. Congratulations, successfully promoted to LV10. Name Lin Xu. Profession, Sword Demon, only. Blood quantity, 2650. Attack, 2726. Attributes, 53, arbitrary. Number of controlled flying daggers, 8 out of 10. Skills slightly. After scanning his attributes, Lin Xu directly closed the panel. The tide of corpses had been cleared, and there were no more monsters gathering towards this side in the vicinity. Gone. He looked down and greeted Su Luo Luo, who had to climb onto the roof because she had nowhere to get down. And the pile of corpses Lin Xu was currently sitting on was already higher than the roof of the house. Well, big man, you're top. Be careful of catching a cold. Su Luo Luo responded and hurriedly and carefully handed the top to Lin Xu. Just as Lin Xu received the top, Han Mingyu, who had also been forced onto the roof, laughed dryly. Now, even if he hadn't been beaten, Han Mingyu felt his face burning. It wasn't true that the group he was leading was large, but the number of monsters far exceeded their imagination. Coupled with the lack of damage, the tide of corpses had been forcing them back since the beginning. Retreating, he was already back to back with Lin Xu. Sweeping a glance at the battle situation on Lin Xu's side, everyone's jaws fell to the ground on the spot. They knew that Lin Xu was fierce, but no one thought that Lin Xu had already been fierce to this extent. The moment the blade came out, the tide of corpses directly fell in one piece. That hurt. Fizz. Seeing that if they retreated any further, it would affect Lin Xu's battle. Solely, Han Mingyu led a group of students to the roof as well. After that, they watched Lin Xu face a two-sided attack alone, killing with ease. When they first met, they were still level 8, and this was only a short while ago. They directly soared to level 10. At this time, the bowels of those who saw Lin Xu's teaming information in the replica hall before but didn't join are repenting. As for Han Mingyu, at first he wanted to gather a group of teammates and go straight to exterminate the world boss. But after getting thrashed by a squad from the Pickle District, he felt that the idea might not be realistic. So he retreated to the next best thing, thinking that it would be nice if he could take a bunch of his teammates and stick around to survive until the end of the copy, even if the world boss wasn't eventually raided and they were left behind forever. But after realizing that this copy had been perverted to the point that even the small monsters could pile them up, his eyes couldn't help but fall onto Lin Xu. Another glance at the cozy-faced soliloquy, he came to his senses, feeling that the right way to pass this copy is to hug your thighs. Who doesn't know how to hug a thigh? Thinking about it, he changed his previous noble and lonely appearance of a promising young man. He hurriedly stopped Lin Xu, who didn't want to talk to him at all, with a smile on his face. Big brother, listen to me. You see, there's strength in numbers here. We can help you find someone if we follow you, can't we? Lin Xu's footsteps lurched as he turned back to Han Mingyu and asked, how do I find it? Seeing that there was a chance, Han Mingyu instantly brightened up and proposed. It's similar to the way we did just now. Fireball spells and whatnot. We'll all greet them in the sky. In short, the more noise we make, the better. This will surely attract a lot of transmigrants. It's good to inquire when there are more people. Besides, maybe it will directly attract Li Xinrui's classmates over. Listening to Han Mingyu's explanation, Lin Xu's eyes gradually narrowed. Indeed, in the current state of affairs, this is a good idea. Thinking, he nodded his head straight away. Okay, just do as you say and I'll make sure you're all safe. Receiving Lin Xu's affirmative answer, Han Mingyu was instantly overjoyed and patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry, big brother. I'll take care of this. I promise to do it for you in a clear way. Looking at Han Mingyu with a doggy look, the corner of Su Luo Luo's mouth tugged. Vaguely, she actually had a strong sense of crisis. Thinking about it, she glared viciously at Han Mingyu. Without saying a word, he hurriedly took the fan out again from his carry-on space. Come on, big brother, I help you to stir up the wind. Oh, not hot that big brother want you to drink a mouthful of juice. Being glared at inexplicably, Han Myungwoo suddenly had a black question mark on his face. This, even a man's jealousy. Are all the hangers-on around the big man so curly? Just although his heart was spitting, he didn't dare to be sloppy at all with what Lin Xu had explained to him. After a few moments passed, fireball spells, ice arrow spells, and even the priest's healing spells began to rise one after another, reflecting the originally slightly eerie sky in a dazzling and unusual way. Lin Xu didn't choose to wait where he was and started moving to search. Due to the large wave of monsters cleared earlier, the number of monsters on the streets had plummeted. This allowed the team to advance quickly. Lin Xu directly released all 8 flying daggers, one to keep students safe and the other to expand their horizons. Yet 2 hours passed. Seeing that the number of trans-migrants who had been attracted over and joined the team was already nearly 200, yet everyone said that they had never seen Li Xinrui at all. Silently estimated. Lin Xu had a feeling that, excluding the ones who had died in a bout of bad luck, probably all the transmutators who had entered the copy were already here. However, Li Xinrui just couldn't be found. Is the other side not here at all? Just as Lin Xu was thinking so in his heart, a dozen ice arrows in the sky not far away instantly coalesced, followed by a direct smash towards the ground. Han Mingyu's eyelids fluttered as he hurriedly reminded. Biggie, there's someone engaging over there. Go over there. Lin Xu ordered. Finished running directly in that direction. Chapter 19 Big Brother. This scene is just a bit of a mess. Big Brother, be careful. The movement of that skill doesn't look like it was made by our transmogrifier. Before he could run to the place, Han Myungwoo hurriedly reminded behind him. Got it. Lin Xu answered. Han Mingyu was right. The level of the transmigrators on this side of the Huaxia region was generally low. Condensing a dozen ice swords at once was something almost no one could do. So now it's being engaged. There is a high probability that at least one side is a team sent by another region to raid the world boss. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu leaped and jumped directly onto a section of the crumbling city wall. With the help of the height of the city wall, he looked towards the battlefield not far away. Surprisingly, there were not 2 teams at war, but 3. 2 of them were full squads of 5 professionals. The other, on the other hand, was a group of skeletal warriors with broadswords and full body armor. Lin Xu's eyelids jumped. Such a skeletal warrior he had killed not long ago. It was a level 10 elite monster, with a combat strength not far off from the final boss inside the vampire manor. Of course, what really shocked Lin Xu was not the monsters themselves, but their numbers. There were a whopping 13 of them, and they were cooperating with each other. Lin Xu even saw, when the skeleton warrior at the very back of the group slammed the broadsword in his hand into the ground, a ripple of light green light curtain swept out with him as the center of the circle. All of the skeleton warrior's blood levels instantly rose by a large margin. This led to the fact that the 2 squads that were fighting the skeleton warriors were overwhelmed. On the other hand, the reason why Lin Xu had judged at a glance that the ones who were fighting the skeleton warriors were 2 squads, that's because these 2 squads are clearly separated, and even blackmail each other constantly. For example, when the mages released their skills in the European-looking squad, they always intentionally or unintentionally brought along the warriors and tans in the Asian-looking squad. And the squad with the Asian-looking style always intentionally or unintentionally steered the skeleton warriors towards the priests on the European squad side. Clearly, this is a 3-way mixed bag. And, as far as the fighting strength of the 2 squads is concerned, they were clearly all teams sent by other regions to raid the world boss. I wipe Lu, Big Brother, this scene is a bit chaotic. At that moment, Han Myungwoo, who had struggled to climb the walls, arrived. With just a glance down to the battlefield below, he immediately saw the signs. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked. Let's get our people to stay put. I'm going to talk it out. With that, he jumped directly towards the bottom of the city wall. Black lines instantly came down on Han Myungwoo's forehead. Persuasion? How to persuade? Talk them all to death? Even though the time they spent together wasn't long, Lin Xu's ruthless to the extreme style of acting had already left a psychological shadow on him. There was no need to think about it to know that Lin Xu definitely wanted to do this. However, the point is, it's not like leveling the corpse wave before. Nowadays, standing below, those were 13 boss-level elite monsters, plus 2 full squads of level 15. For a moment, he even thought that Lin Xu was simply crazy. However, not before he started to greet the crowd and go down to help. A radiant blade slashed down with force. Minus 7,284. Minus 5,325. Minus 8,654. Minus 3,295. Minus 10,080. Minus 4,269. A series of numbers so striking as to make one's scalp numb floated up from above the heads of the 3 skeleton warriors hiding at the end of the group. Immediately following, without any suspense, the 3 elite bosses directly fell headfirst. Not only Han Mingyu, but all the Chinese region transmigrators on the city walls who saw such a horrifying scene were all confused. They had heard about Lin Xu facing the tide of corpses alone, but not many of them had actually witnessed it with their own eyes, and so it always felt like hyperbole mostly. However, after seeing the scene at hand, facing the tide of corpses alone counts for something. Ever seen a boss brushed like a wild monster? The sound of hard swallowing rang out, breaking the deadly silence. Han Mingyu's face twitched as he asked Su Luo, who had a breezy face beside him. Senior, Biggie he's always been this fierce? Su Luo originally didn't want to ignore Han Mingyu, but for the sake of the other party's voice of senior, she snorted disdainfully and asked in return, any idea why it took Biggie 3 hours to clear Vampire Manor on medium difficulty? 3 hours? Only? Han Mingyu then felt his brain go blank. 3 hours? That's already more than twice as fast as the current record, and that's all you call talent? Looking at Han Mingyu's look of having never seen the world, Su Luo smiled contemptuously and explained with a face full of pride. That's because the replica monster refreshment is too slow. All the monsters, including the final boss, collectively a knife second. The whole time no dialogue, no plot. In an instant, Han Mingyu felt his 3 views shatter, and after a long time, held back a sentence. Cowhide. However, just as his words left his mouth, he heard a sound of cold air being drawn from the crowd beside him. Han Myungwoo hurriedly followed the crowd's line of sight and his mind went blank, because in the moment he was talking to Su Luo, all 13 elite bosses had already been persuaded to die on the ground by Lin Xu. Successfully killed Skeleton Warrior Elite LV10, experience plus 1024. Successfully killed Skeleton Warrior Elite LV10, experience plus 1056. 13 kill records appeared. Lin Xu looked at the experience bar that had directly risen by half. The corner of his mouth unconsciously hooked. This experience. This upgrade speed. That's why it's important to be a good person and do more good deeds. Especially to persuade people to fight. With that in mind, his eyes narrowed and his gaze fell on the 2 5-member squads across from him that had frozen in place. Asterisk. What kind of monster is this? Where did he come from? Inside the European squad, a burly man who was dressed in a way that was generally different from the captain of the rice country looked at Lin Xu with scorn and inquired about his companion beside him. He knew in his heart that the armor on the skeleton warrior was not for show. It can directly slash the opponent's tens of thousands of points of blood with at least 15,000 damage. A novice copy. But there was a pervert with such explosive damage. What was this? Not a monster. He's a transmogrifier from the Huaxia region, a level 10 blade demon. And that squad from the Pickle region was most likely destroyed by his group. Beside the rice captain, a large oceanic horse with a staff, blonde hair, blue eyes and a very wow factor reminded. While Lin Xu was fighting with the skeleton warrior, she used her detection spell on Lin Xu. The rice captain froze, though he didn't know what the hell kind of profession a blade demon was. But Lin Xu's strength was there. He couldn't be messed with. Absolutely couldn't be messed with. With this in mind, he decisively gave the order. Retreat. Give this monster to those monkeys in the Sakura district. Retreat. With that, he turned straight around. However, he had only just taken a step. The sound of breaking wind suddenly rose, and a flying knife with a chilling aura broke through the layers of airwaves and fiercely shot towards his neck. The rice captain's pupils suddenly contracted as he hurriedly raised his shield to block. Dang! The flying daggers were strangely powerful, rubbing a trail of sparks on the shield and knocking him backward. Did I tell you to leave? Lin Xu's indifferent voice rang out. The broken cloud in his hand returned to its sheath. With that, he slanted another disdainful glance at the Sakura district squad. And you guys, take another step back. Not waiting for Lin Xu to finish his words. Suddenly, a blurry black shadow appeared behind him. In the next instant, the dagger in the black shadow's hand that flashed with a cold aura, violently wiped towards Lin Xu's neck. Chapter 20 World Boss Whereabouts. Watch out, big guy. Above the city wall. Su Luo directly exclaimed in shock. As she said this, she exerted force under her feet and followed Lin Xu's example, jumping off the city wall as soon as she could. The city walls were too far away from where Lin Xu was engaged, beyond the range of her healing spells. However, unlike Lin Xu, Su Luo's physique attribute was pitifully low. The moment she landed on the ground, her blood quantity immediately decreased by a third, and the sharp pain coming from her feet also directly prevented her from getting up. Just when she thought that Lin Xu was in a bad way this time, a bizarre scene appeared. Only Lin Xu seemed to have a premonition as he suddenly bent down. The dagger wrapped in the sound of breaking wind swept past his head. Miss! It seemed that he did not expect that this imperative strike would fall straight through. The assassin was instantly a little confused. However, in the instant he froze, Lin Xu's right arm, which was always pressed on the hilt of the Cloudbreaker sword, violently exerted force. Wah! The blade whimpered and instantly sliced through the assassin's neck at a very tricky angle. Minus 3,825. Minus 2,963. Successfully killed Sakura's own transmigrator LV-15, experience plus 1,500. Successfully kill Sakura Zone Transfigurator LV15, get kill badge times 1, get kill treasure chest times 1. The assassin's figure was fixed on Lin Xu's side. His pupils began to gradually dilate, and he was in disbelief until his death. Only then did Lin Xu notice that the assassin was actually a cute and adorable-looking cute girl with a pill head. Pity, good looking, just stupid. You're missing a big live one in your team. Do you think I can't see that? With that, he patted the other man on the shoulder in a slightly regretful manner. As a result, it's better if he doesn't touch it. Flop. The body of the munchkin fell headfirst, her head instantly falling off, blood spurting from her neck, and the ground was immediately a mess. Lin Xu skimmed his mouth, and despised. To be reasonable, I respect every enemy who dares to face me straight on, but the only thing that's not included is you guys. Ha! So, just now, I did it on purpose. Saying that, he raised his foot with a sardonic smile and stepped on the munchkin's head, after which he gave it a light kick. The munchkin's head immediately rolled in the direction of Sakura Squad. Baka! Kill him, go! A man in Sakura Squad with a Japanese sword and a gloomy expression was in a rage. While roaring out in anger, he violently charged forward, the Japanese sword in his hand cutting down towards Lin Xu with a sharp edge. Lin Xu snorted out a laugh. After 10 years of hard practice, he had never really convinced anyone in terms of close-quarters combat. Just at the moment when the Japanese sword was about to cut him, he slightly sidestepped. Ding! The Japanese sword cut through the air and chopped into the ground, a large slab of green stone shattering on the spot. Miss! How is this possible? While exclaiming in his heart, the gloomy youth instantly turned ashen, realizing that something big was not good. However, Blade's whimper was already ringing in his ears. So are you an idiot? Look at your companions. What are they doing? Lin Xu's indifferent voice rang out. The gloomy youth was startled in his heart and wanted to turn around. Only the next moment, he felt a wave of heavenly rotation. A sense of powerlessness swept over me wrapped in sleepiness. Before the eyes closed, what he saw was his own headless body, and his companion who stood still, never moving a muscle. The corner of the gloomy youth's mouth pulled, and his eyes didn't close in death after all. Successfully killed Sakura Zone Transmigrator LV15, experience plus 1500. Successfully kill Sakura Zone Transfigurator LV15, get kill badge times 1, get kill treasure chest times 1. 2 tips arrived. Lin Xu smiled with satisfaction. Also as he did just now, full of contempt kicked the gloomy youth's head away and asked indifferently, so, can we talk now? The remaining 3 members of the Sakura Squad had long since had their guts scared out of them. That was why they chose to stand by and watch when the gloomy youth attacked Lin Xu. Flop. Being swept by Lin Xu's ice-cold gaze that didn't carry a trace of emotion, one of the Sakura Squad's shooter-like dressed girls just couldn't hold it together and directly fell to the ground. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. Pervert. The man in front of me is an absolute pervert. With this thought in her heart, she immediately looked at Lin Xu with tearful eyes and begged. Okay, we'll tell you whatever you want to know as long as you don't attack us again. Getting the desired answer, Lin Xu nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at the Eagle Craftsman Squad that was always dumbfounded not far away. What about you guys? Want to try resisting too? He looked at the pieces of armor scattered all over the ground, on the boss's body, and glanced at the 2 headless corpses that were still dead. After only a moment's hesitation, the burly man dressed in the likeness of a MiG-captain simply put away his weapon directly and raised his hands above his head. I believe you have the strength to destroy us as a group. Surrender. We surrender. Spare us and I'll tell you the whereabouts of the world boss. Hearing the rice captain say this, Lin Xu's eyes instantly narrowed. He'd been running around all afternoon here, and had a general idea of the copy map he was currently in. Unlike the tiny area of the vampire manor, this was straight out of a medieval European city. A whole city. 48 hours. Not to mention finding and killing the world boss. Without some strength, it would be difficult to run through the entire map. If the other party really knew the whereabouts of the world boss, and Li Xinrui was really in the copy at this time, then, finding the world boss and splitting life and death with the other party afterward, this in turn became the fastest way to end the current awkward situation. It was just that although Lin Xu thought so in his heart, he didn't agree in one breath. Instead, as usual, he took the sketch out and waved it in front of each of the 2 squads and asked, have you seen this girl? A priest by profession. I'm looking for her. Having only glanced at it, Captain Rice shook his head outright. No, haven't seen it. However, his words had only just fallen, when Sakura Squad's teary-eyed archer girl's eyes lit up and she pointed at the rice captain. He's lying, we've seen this girl before. They're the ones who killed her. Hearing the Sakura Squad shooter say this, the face of the rice captain instantly turned white and hurriedly explained to Lin Xu. She lied. No, there is no. Inside all the Huaxia region transmigrants we killed. Put. A flying knife instantly penetrated the archer girl's chest. Minus 3,895. Minus 2,927. Successfully killed Sakura Zone Transmigrator LV-14. Experience plus 1,400. Successfully kill Sakura Zone Transfigurator LV-15. Get kill badge times 1. Get kill chest times 1. Lin Xu skimmed his mouth and didn't even look at the dead archer girl as he turned his eyes and landed on the meter captain, saying meaningfully, "I hate liars. And my friend isn't a priest, is he?" Swallowing hard, Captain Rice was about to nod directly. Just then, the big ocean horse behind him changed his face and hurriedly pulled his captain, snatching his words. "We really haven't seen the girl in the portrait. I swear on my honor." "Really?" said the man, directly raising his hand and swearing. It was then that the Rice captain reacted, realizing that this was another verbal trap and that he had clearly just walked in front of a ghost gate. A cold sweat instantly came down on his forehead. This strength, coupled with this mind, terror, the man in front of him was too terrifying. With this thought in his heart, he could no longer bring up the idea of making an enemy of Lin Xu. Rush swore as Ioma had done. Yeah, I swear too. We really haven't met." Seeing that the other party was speaking with sincerity, Lin Xu simply stopped making things difficult for them and turned his head to ask the remaining 2 Sakura squad members, "You guys haven't seen it either?" "Never seen it. Never really seen it." Both shook their heads almost in unison. Lin Xu sighed and nodded in a lost manner, moving his eyes back to the Rice captain and said, "Tell me the whereabouts of the world boss and let you guys go afterward." At the church in the center of downtown, the world boss is named Akasha. She's the vampire queen and today is her wedding. Captain Rice said directly. Chapter 21, Destroying the remaining 2 teams. Lin Xu raised an eyebrow. His heart couldn't help but be flooded with doubts. Again, they are all transmogrifiers, and the time of entry into the replica is vastly different. He had also been around this copy all afternoon. How come he hadn't gathered a single bit of news in this regard? But then he thought about it. Since Sakura and Hawksmith squads can encounter the same set of elite monsters in the same place, then the odds are that both sides are getting pretty much the same clues. With that in mind, he asked the 2 remaining Sakura squad members, "Tell me what you know, and afterward you can be let go just the same." As soon as he heard Lin Xu say that, the 2 Sakura squad members were immediately as if they had been pardoned and began to recount their squad's search for clues. After a few moments passed, sure that neither side was lying, Lin Xu directly waved his hand. "Go. You're really willing to let us go?" The large oceanic horse beside the Rice captain looked at Lin Xu incredulously. Lin Xu nodded solemnly and explained, "That, of course, is, well, fake." Saying that, a cold aura appeared in his eyes, and the long-stored broken cloud in his hand violently came out of his body. Wah! Brilliant half-moon-shaped blade awnings swept across the waists of the crowd. Successfully killed Hawksmith District Transfigurator LV-14, experience plus 1,400. Successfully kill Hawksmith District Transmigrant, get kill badge X1, get kill chest X1. The kill records began to swipe. Announcement, Sakura District Raiders World Boss Team. Reunited. Announcement, Hawksmith District Raiders World Boss Team. Reunited. 6 announcements appeared in a row. Immediately afterward a golden light shot up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successfully promoted to LV-11. Name Lin Xu. Profession, Sword Demon, only. Blood quantity, 2850. Attack, 2926. Attributes, 57, arbitrary. Controllable number of flying daggers, 8 out of 11. Skills slightly. You don't keep your word. You'll die. A horrible death. The ocean horse's blue eyes widened. Horror, remorse, and resentment weaving back and forth in its depths. Lin Xu smiled indifferently and closed his attribute panel. Okay, I'll wait. After saying that, he directly turned around and walked towards Su Luo Luo under the city wall, killing the group of enemies in front of him who had already surrendered. Lin Xu had half the psychological pressure. Not for any other reason. Just because if the 2 sides met today, the one whose strength was not good was Lin Xu himself, and the other side would never be able to stay their hand. To show even any hint of mercy to the enemy is to be cruel and irresponsible to oneself. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu walked over to Su Luo Luo's side and helped the other party up from the ground. "Can you still walk?" Lin Xu asked indifferently. He heard the sound that Su Luo Luo shouted just now. Just didn't have time to pay attention to this side of things at that point. He roughly guessed what the other man was trying to do by jumping down. "Biggie, you killed them all. All of them." Without answering Lin Xu's question, Su Luo Luo asked knowingly, her expression extremely unnatural. Anyone who had seen Lin Xu's methods and expression when he killed someone couldn't possibly have no psychological shadow at all. Right now, the way Su Luo Luo looked at Lin Xu was just like looking at a villain. Even the moment Lin Xu's palm touched her body, she unconsciously shivered. sensing Su Luo's abnormality. Lin Xu smiled faintly and made a rare joke. Yeah, what else? Keep it for New Year's? In his last life, Lin Xu was a cold-blooded killer. Those ferocious and brutal means of dealing with his enemies had been seared into his soul. Forget it, because if you don't do it right, you'll die. And after Lin Xu crossed over to this world, having the experience of 8 years of cozy family life allowed him to treat people as kindly as ordinary people. The two states coexisted in Lin Xu and were not in conflict. Lin Xu knew in his heart that those cruel methods, when used on the enemy, could only be considered cold-blooded. But if you use it on someone who doesn't relate to it, it's a perversion. Even if he was eager for revenge, Lin Xu didn't want to fall to that, because he believed that if there was a spirit in heaven, that was something his late family would not want to see. Oh, also right Finding that Lin Xu's attitude towards himself, as always, was a hint of warmth mixed with dislike, Su Luo put her heart down and hurriedly compensated with a smile. Biggie, where are we going next? Seeing that the battle was over. At this time, Han Mingyu also came down from the city wall and asked with some trepidation. Lin Xu didn't talk nonsense and directly said, go find the world boss. Say, world boss, big brother you already know its whereabouts? Han Myungwoo asked with his jaw dropping. He had to know that he had been following Lin Xu around blindly for an afternoon, and he hadn't searched for a single clue about the world boss. How did the other side this find it all at once? Knowing what Han Mingyu was wondering, Lin Xu explained. I forced it out of the other two groups. The corners of Han Myungwoo's mouth tugged, and his heart was speechless. I feel that those two squads have lost their lives, not to mention that they've been working all afternoon for Big Brother. On second thought, though, he saw nothing wrong with it. This past position. It's just big guy. Just as he was thinking so in his heart, Lin Xu asked with some trepidation, do wild monsters really have dialogue? And why haven't I heard it once? Han Myungwoo stumbled and just felt like this Versailles of the big man could be. His heart slandered. In front of you why they did not dialogue. You do not have a point in your own heart. The number of it, the Central District Church, with dark clouds pressing down as heavily as ink in the sky. The scarlet moonlight pierced through the clouds, reflecting the pale faces of all the transmigrants. Tip, entering the world boss territory. Due to rule suppression, all active skills of the transmogrifier are temporarily sealed and cannot be used. Looking at this blood-red prompt in the middle of her mind, Su Luo swallowed hard and stammered as she asked, Big brother, you really decided to single-brush the world boss? Or what? Lin Xu blankly glanced at Su Luo and stepped straight onto the scarlet carpet and walked towards the interior of the church. Sealing active skills did affect him, but not much. Su Luo wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Han Mingyu. Elder, forget it. In this situation, any one of us joining would be dragging our feet, and would instead distract the big brother. Indeed, with active skills blocked, mages, priests and other professions that relied solely on active skills were directly scrapped. Even professions such as Tan and Warrior, which mainly added physique and strength, would have their combat power greatly reduced. To put it bluntly, if you want to round up world bosses, you can, but you have to pile them up with your life, and it's not always possible. But we clearly so many people, just watch him alone. Soliloquy argued. Han Mingyu smiled sagely. Don't worry, it's our turn when the big guy can't hold his own. After saying that, he waved his hand to directly signal the other transmigrants from the Huaxia region behind him. Let's go. Watch the battle. When the big brother can't stand it, let's go straight up. No cowards in Huaxia region. If we die, we all die together. Yes. Yeah. No pussies. The crowd roared in agreement. Chapter 22, Stand Up. Lin Xu's side followed the scarlet carpet as he came directly before the main hall of the church. Bizarrely, he didn't encounter any enemies along the way, yet the smell of blood in the air grew heavier and heavier, until they came to the main hall. The smell of blood in the air was almost condensed into substance. He was sure as well as certain that the odor was emanating from inside the main hall. Sweeping the closed doors of the main hall, keeping his grip on the knife in his hand unchanged, he lifted his foot against the iron door, after which he pushed hard with his foot. Crunch! The teeth-gnashing sound of metal scraping against metal rang out. The iron door was far heavier than he had imagined, and even though he had already used 80% of his strength, it only opened slowly. As the iron door opened, the ghostly blue candlelight on the walls inside the church boomed to life. At that moment, the pews in the church hall were densely packed with thousands of people. No, rather, dryads. The moment he saw the scene in front of him clearly, Lin Xu's pupils suddenly contracted, and Broken Cloud directly assumed a defensive posture. However, the imagined image of the dryads surging towards him like a tidal wave did not appear. The dry corpses were still sitting quietly, only coincidentally turning their shriveled heads towards Lin Xu. Gabba, gabba gabba. thousands of dry corpses turned their heads at the same time, and the crunching sound of bone joints swept in like a sea wave, sounding directly numbing one's scalp. Cluck, cluck. A chirpy laugh came from the end of the hall. A woman clad in a clean white wedding dress with a stunning appearance covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Outsider, are you here for my wedding? What? Too scared to come in? Giggle. Lin Xu narrowed his eyes, ignoring the flirting of the absolutely beautiful woman, and gently touched with his hand the layer of light red boundary that appeared after the main hall's door opened. Tip, this is the absolute domain of the world boss. If you enter the domain, you will be attacked by the world boss. Hint, the world boss cannot move outside the realm. Within the domain, the world boss can automatically restore 200 points of blood and mana each per second. After reading the two hints, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked. He then said why those dryads didn't take the initiative to attack when they clearly saw him. And that vampire woman, why did she keep trying to use agitation to get herself in? Feeling like they couldn't get out at this point in the pressure. Come on, outsider, look at you. You're so aggressive. You won't be afraid just like that. Giggle giggle. The absolutely beautiful woman's mocking skills were pulled to full capacity. And as she said that, she also hooked her hand towards Lin Xu with a flirtatious face. Lin Xu sneered in his heart. Well, then, send you on your way. With this thought in his mind, he pushed hard with his feet. Bang! The lapis lazuli floor under Lin Xu's feet shattered, and his entire body was like a cannonball as he dove headfirst towards the church's main hall. The opponent can automatically recover within the field, so it must be a quick battle. As for the thousands of dry corpses, in Lin Xu's opinion, they were simply his own tonic. The moment Lin Xu rushed into the main hall, the dryads stirred and began to rise from their seats one after another. However, Lin Xu's speed was too fast, and by the time a dryad lunged towards him, he was already less than 20 meters away from the woman. With a crunch, half of the shoulder of the first dryad to lunge towards Lin Xu was directly caved in by Lin Xu. With the help of this force, he leapt forward, his speed not decreasing at all. The wind whistled in his ears as Lin Xu held his sword in both hands, his arms raised high. Die! He let out a bellow. The blade whimpered and slashed forcefully down at the woman, seemingly not expecting Lin Xu's incoming force to be so fierce. The woman's blocking action was obviously delayed for an instant. Her sharply nailed arm had just been raised, and the blade was already falling. With a crunching sound, Lin Xu felt his arm instantly go numb, and his long sword almost fell out of his hand. -7,695. -7,695. Two striking strings of numbers surfaced above the woman's head. As he did not cut into the opponent's vitals, Lin Xu's slash did not deal full damage. This was the real world, and even if a professional's attack power was high, if the hit was on an obviously non-lethal part such as the opponent's finger, the damage could not be full. Ow! Came the cry. The woman stepped back in a flurry of steps, two slender, elongated fingers falling to the ground. Looking at the gaping hole the size of a fingernail on the broken cloud blade, Lin Xu was stunned. He originally thought that this strike would at least sever half of his opponent's palm, but he did not expect that his opponent's bones would be so hard. While his heart was shocked, Lin Xu's hand movements did not stop. The moment he landed on the ground, he flung his long sword and was ready to charge towards the woman once again. However, the vampire queen Akasha, who had suffered a big loss in only one glance, didn't give Lin Xu this chance at all, only to see her violently open her mouth wide, fangs exposed. Her originally beautiful face immediately became hideous. Roar! Waves of air tumbled and a scream high enough to pierce one's eardrums slammed out of her mouth. The moment the air wave reached Lin Xu, he felt a buzz in his head. The entire person instantly flew backwards as if he had been hit by a truck. Subconsciously, Lin Xu glanced at his blood level, which was 7% remaining. Almost got straight seconds. That's all, and that's with a 50% immunity to attacks. Give it to me to tear him to pieces. Out of anger, Akasha covered her injured palm. Her face twisted as she gave a direct order in the direction Lin Xu had fallen. The dryads went crazy and violently lunged towards Lin Xu. The moment he fell to the ground, Lin Xu swung out his long sword and several dry corpses were cut off at the waist. At the same time, under the addition of the skill, Greed, his blood level directly returned to full. However, without waiting for Lin Xu to get up from the ground, on the ground, the one finger deep, half-solidified plasma suddenly stretched out dozens of tentacles and directly climbed onto his limbs. The next instant, it tightened violently. Just as Lin Xu was struggling in the stall, one dried corpse after another pounced on Lin Xu. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xu's location was directly piled up into a small mountain of dried corpses. Sharp pains came from all over his body, tearing, scratching, and Lin Xu even felt the crunching sound of chewing bones. Ah! He hissed and tried to swing his arm as hard as he could. However, The dryads were so dense that there was no room for his arm to move. Looking at the fact that he had been left with less than 1/5 of his blood in a matter of moments, Lin Xu's heart went cold. Xiao Su, promise your mom to live a good life. Don't take revenge. Don't. Run. Run, Xiao Su. Boss and Junior. Fight them. Consciousness is in a trance. The cries of the relatives before they died over and over again began to echo in Lin Xu's ears. Dead? No. Can't die. Their vengeance has not yet been avenged. And they absolutely cannot just, well, die. Stand up. Stand up. Kill. Kill them. Kill. Knock. Knock. Lin Xu's heartbeat began to accelerate, and at the same time, his eyes gradually began to turn scarlet. Just as Lin Xu hissed in his mind to get himself up, the skill bar he never paid attention to lit up, followed by a value that began to grow rapidly. Chapter 23, Rating the World Boss. Big Brother. Outside the Great Hall, Su Luo, who could barely make it to the road, happened to see Lin Xu being flooded by dry corpses and instantly burst into tears. Damn. Spell it out. She exploded directly into the Great Hall while an extra wooden staff was in her hand. Old boss, what are we going to do? Beside Han Mingyu, a student asked with a nervous face. What the hell are you talking about? We're not even as good as a little girl. Let's do it. With that, he similarly plunged headlong into the Great Hall, the staff in his hand whistling as he slammed it into the head of a dryad. Due to the orders received from the vampire queen Akasha, all of the dryads still defiantly lunged towards Lin Xu. They paid no attention to the group of transmigrators that had just appeared. Giggle. Funny. So many more to die. Go. Give me them too. Boom. Without waiting for Akasha to finish her sentence, the hill-like pile of corpses at the location where Lin Xu had just fallen suddenly burst open, only to see that Lin Xu, who was covered in blood, used the tip of his blade against the ground and stood hunched over with difficulty. A number of places on his body had already revealed the white bones of Mori, and his eyes, scarlet. Akasha's pupils contracted suddenly. Still alive? He, surprisingly, is still alive. Give me him. Kill. Again. Without waiting for Akasha to finish her sentence, Lin Xu let out a roar, his body instantly transforming into a residual shadow, directly pouncing towards Akasha. Stop him for me. With deep scorn in her red eyes, Akasha ordered as she backed away. Only, Lin Xu in his berserk state was more than twice as fast. Clang clang clang. The whine of the blade cutting through the air was like a ghostly cry. All dryads that dared to stand in Lin Xu's way would instantly be chopped into several pieces. Until he rushed in front of Akasha, Lin Xu's speed had barely decreased at all. Ha ha ha, kill. Wah. Lin Xu laughed fiercely, holding his sword in one hand. The blade broke through the layers of airwaves and chopped towards Akasha's neck at a very tricky angle. Akasha's pretty face twisted as she hurriedly raised her hand to block again. There was another dang. The broken cloud should break. The bouncing half-section of the blade sliced off half the head of a dryad before nailing it directly into the wall. Minus 16,430. Minus 9,725. Ah! With a heartbreaking scream, half of Akasha's arm fell to the ground. Roar! Akasha once again opened her mouth wide, and wanted to repeat the same trick, using a sound wave attack to once again send Lin Xu flying. However, Lin Xu, who had beast-like scarlet eyes panting violently, stood motionless. A flash of panic crossed Akasha's eyes, and she quickly realized what the problem was. Her tens of thousands of points of blue were unexpectedly cut and emptied by Lin Xu in 2 slashes. Kill! Lin Xu laughed, letting out another roar as he directly lunged towards Akasha. Akasha's pupils shrunk. She had realized that the current Lin Xu had lost his mind and was simply like a wild beast. With this thought in her mind, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and as she dodged sideways, her only remaining arm grabbed straight towards Lin Xu's chest. Put! Put! The sound of a palm stabbing into the chest and the sound of a blade stabbing into the heart sounded at the same time. Minus 36,254. A string of scarlet numbers floated up above Akasha's head. Akasha's blood level instantly went to 0. However, the weird thing was that she didn't die, and her blood level, which had just gone to 0, went straight up by 200 points. Her absolute domain skill was activated, and her blood level increased by 200 points by default after zeroing out. But of course, this buggy general mechanism could only be activated once. If she is attacked again and does more than 200 points of damage, she will simply die. However, as far as she could think, such a thing was no longer possible, because Lin Xu's heart was currently in her hands. With this thought in her mind, she exerted a fierce force in her hand, wanting to directly crush Lin Xu's heart. Just as she exerted force in her hand, a prompt surfaced in the middle of her mind. Q. This attack is ineffective due to the opponent being in a state of demonic blockage. Akasha froze. Beast-like screams emanated from Lin Xu's mouth. Subconsciously, Lin Xu's hand fiercely exerted force, and he tried to pull out the broken knife that had been inserted into Akasha's heart. With a jolt, Akasha clutched Lin Xu's hand the moment she pulled her palm out of his chest. Definitely couldn't let Lin Xu give himself another stab where he would die immediately. While clutching Lin Xu's wrist, Akasha's fangs were exposed on her stunning face, and she bit down on Lin Xu's neck. She's going to, draw blood. Sharp pain came from the neck. Lin Xu, who had scarlet eyes, once again let out a miserable howl. He had completely lost his mind, and instinctively just opened his mouth in the same way, and took a bite at Akasha's neck. Unlike Akasha who just wanted to suck blood, Lin Xu's bite, that was truly like a wild beast, was aimed at directly biting the other party to death. The veins at Lin Xu's neck rose. Akasha's skin looked blown out, yet it was actually incredibly tough. A huge tearing force came from the neck. Akasha's pupils suddenly shrunk, and her heart went cold. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't imagine that Lin Xu had gone crazy to such an extent that he even wanted to bite himself to death. A stream of blood spurted from Akasha's neck. Lin Xu directly ripped off a large piece of flesh from the other party's neck. -429. A very insignificant number floated up above Akasha's head. Akasha stiffened, her pupils instantly contracting to only the size of pinpoints. The number floating up above her head was small. However, it was all the blood she had left at the moment. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. All the dryads that were hissing and growling stopped moving at the same time, and there was dead silence in the main hall. Su Luo and Han Mingyu turned their heads woodenly. Just saw Lin Xu with a large piece of skin from Akasha's neck in his mouth. Han Mingyu's eyes almost fell to the ground, and he began to stutter in his speech. Groovy. Big guy. He killed Akasha. Bite? 1. The big man won. Ha ha ha. Woo hoo hoo. Su Luo wept with joy. However, as soon as her words fell, there was a thud, and Lin Xu and Akasha fell down together as they embraced each other. In the next instant, all the dry corpses inside the Great Hall directly fell apart. Big brother. Su Luo let out a cry of surprise and limped towards Lin Xu. At the same time, a prompt arrived in Lin Xu's mind. Successfully kill world boss Akasha LV10 experience plus 50,000. Successfully kill world boss Akasha LV10 get world treasure chest times 1. Successfully pass the world copy Vampire Queen's Wedding receive passing treasure chest times 1. Successfully pass the world copy Vampire Queen's Wedding experience plus 20,000. A golden light rose up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successfully promoted to LV12. Biggie, you can't die. Biggie. Seeing the wound on Lin Xu's chest that exposed the white bones, Su Luo instantly lost her color. Healing potion? Who has a healing potion on them? Han Mingyu was equally alarmed, opening a potion bottle and pouring it into Lin Xu's mouth while loudly asking his companions around him. Chapter 24, Chen Tianming smoked over. Impossible. How is this possible? The teams raiding the world boss in other regions have already been reunited for 2 hours. How can there be nothing moving inside the copy? In the Vampire Manor Replica Hall, Zhang Kai almost smashed the table in front of the staff and questioned loudly. The staff member was full of aggression and strained his neck to explain. Sir, I've refreshed the list of students killed in action 800 times, and no additions means no additions. The region's instruments can't be wrong. The results are just like that. How do I know what's happening inside the copy? You. Zhang Kai was disliked and wanted to speak, but realized that he had no way to retort. Old Zhang, calm down will you? Distracted by Zhang Kai's noise, Chen Tianming pulled the other party away from the staff with one hand. Calm down. How do you want me to calm down? The number of students stranded inside the copy is more than 200. If all of them were to die in battle, do you know how much of an impact this would have on the Huaxia region? Seeing that Chen Tianming and Zhang Kai were about to make a move, Li Xinrui hurriedly prepared to persuade them. However, just at this moment, the hall flashed with white light, and crows of hundreds of people appeared. The first group of students were teleported out from inside the replica. Zhang Kai froze, and only after a long time did he giggle like he had lost his mind. Out. The students are out. The world copy is over. Ha ha ha. So many students are still alive. And our region's copy is preserved and won't be closed. Ha ha ha. Chen Tianming didn't have the time to pay attention to the psychopath Zhang Kai, and immediately began to look for his students among the group of people who had teleported out. Li Xinrui similarly did not say anything, pulling a classmate who had just come out from inside the copy to ask directly. Classmate, have you seen Lin Xu yet? The moment he saw Li Xinrui, the student was visibly stunned. Immediately after that, he not only didn't answer Li Xinrui's question, but instead pointed at Li Xinrui in surprise. Li Xinrui, you're Li Xinrui. Lin Xu's search for Li Xinrui inside the copy was well known. and that sketch was even better for everyone to have seen. This led to the fact that no one of these students who came out from inside the copy right now didn't know about Li Xinrui. Seeing that the boy in front of her actually reacted this way, Li Xinrui was confused. Yet just as she wanted to go on to ask someone else, it was only to see that this male student who had just recognized Li Xinrui surprisingly pointed at Li Xinrui. And after that, he said loudly, "The Li Xinrui that Big Brother is looking for is here. I found her. She's fine." Instantly, the gazes of all the students who had just come out from inside the copy fell on Li Xinrui in unison, after which a burst of cheers erupted. It was no exaggeration to say that these students in front of them could come out from inside the copy all thanks to Lin Xu. Therefore, after learning that Li Xinrui was safe and sound, everyone was happy for Lin Xu. Being made such a mess by her classmates, Li Xinrui was even more puzzled. Just as quickly, her eyes lit up and she found a student from Jiangdu Middle School in the crowd. "Where's Lin Xu? Have you seen Lin Xu?" Li Xinrui asked directly. Stunned, "See, should be out soon." The girl's expression instantly became a little unnatural when she was questioned in this way. Lin Xu had saved their lives. However, when it came to hacking Lin Xu, each of them, the students of Jiangdu Middle School, were the main force. Thinking about his own disdainful eyes when he saw Lin Xu's teaming information, then look at the gap between himself and Lin Xu in the middle of the copy. She knew in her heart that after this night, Lin Xu would definitely become a hero of Jiangdu City, or even the Huaxia region. So in an instant, she felt like she had been hit by a double blitz in terms of conscience and strength. Noticing that the girl's expression was not right, Li Xinrui instantly tensed up. However, just as she was about to continue asking, the center of the hall once again flashed with white light. "Doctor, where's the doctor? Come and help the wounded." Su Luo appeared with Lin Xu, who was covered in blood, in her arms. For all copies, there are medical teams stationed outside the halls all year round, ready to treat the injured who come out from inside the copies. Lin Xu's appearance was really scary, and 4 or 5 doctors immediately surrounded him with a stretcher. Looking at the wound on Lin Xu's chest, Li Xinrui's face instantly turned white and nervously asked the doctor, "Doctor, my classmate, he's going to be okay." Determining that Lin Xu's vital signs were still present, the doctor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Even though he was accustomed to seeing great storms, it was the first time he had seen someone who had been injured like this inside a copy and still managed to come out alive. Thinking, he said directly, "It's not life-threatening at the moment, but he'll have to be hospitalized for more observation." With that, he looked around the room and asked, "One of you help with the hospital paperwork?" "Me." Li Xinrui and Su Luo spoke in unison. Afterward, uncharacteristically, the two looked at each other. In the blink of an eye, it was as if sparks were flying in the air, and the atmosphere was instantly eerie. Seeing that he was merely making a casual remark, but had actually induced 2 absolutely top schoolgirl level beauties to start an altar fight on the spot, the corners of the doctor's mouth involuntarily tugged. It just feels like Lin Xu froze and managed to hold on and survive with such serious injuries, and that's really for a reason. Ahem. I'd better go. I'm the principal of this student. Noticing that the atmosphere was weird, Chen Tianming hurriedly jumped out and rounded off the scene. Immediately afterward, in order to change the topic, he immediately pointed at Lin Xu and started counting. "Good boy. You are really good, you. Do not let you into the copy. You non into. This time well. Injured into this look. This time I see you." Just as Chen Tianming was talking more and more vigorously, all the students within the duplicate were teleported out, and immediately afterward, a world announcement appeared before the eyes of all the transmigrants in a very brutal manner. Announcement: World Boss Akasha has been raided. Raider, Huaxia Region. Blade Demon Lin Xu. Teammate, Priest Su Luo. A moment. Chen Tianming did not finish the words, instantly stifled. "And look at that appearance, at any time may be pumped over." He pointed at Lin Xu and then stammered a little. "World boss, was it? He took out?" Having been listening to Chen Tianming counting down Lin Xu, Su Luo became a little displeased and skimmed her mouth. "Yeah, what else? You don't think I can take out a world boss with a priest, do you?" He didn't even notice the flirtation in Su Luo's words, and with a Chen Tianming was about to faint directly. Just then, a cold voice rang out. "So, your soliloquy?" Li Xinrui looked Su Luo up and down. Su Luo didn't have any stage fright at all. She smiled lightly and looked back at Li Xinrui. "Yeah, nice to meet you." Instantly, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. However, just as this unsmoked war was about to kick off, Zhang Kai, who had already inquired about the general situation of the other students, walked over with a face full of excitement and threw a punch directly at Chen Tianming's chest. "Groove, I told you that you old boy has vision. Do you know who destroyed the teams that entered the copies in other regions? Who is it?" Chen Tianming had a confused look on his face. In his thoughts, even if he was able to exterminate the transmigrators of other regions, would that still be as powerful as directly exterminating the world boss? It's that monster student of yours, Lin Xu, and all 3 teams were destroyed by him alone. Zhang Kai didn't dawdle to give a direct answer. What? 1 inch? Chen Tianming's mouth fell open in surprise. Even not only did he destroy the teams from other regions, all the students at the scene were sheltered by him. And that's how they came out safely from inside the copy. So Lin Xu, he's made a great achievement this time. I'll report it to Senior Nangong right now. Trough. This kid is rich. Seemingly feeling that it wasn't enough, Zhang Kai directly burst out another fierce news. Finally. A moment. Chen Tianming covered the chest directly pumped over. Chapter 25, Nangong Yun's invitation. When Lin Xu woke up, it was already noon the next day. Having only just opened his eyes in a daze, he vaguely saw a large pie face in front of him. Wake up, wake up, Loki, go get the doctor. Chen Tianming's surprised voice came out. Su Luo answered and went straight out the door. Where's Li Xinrui? Did he come out from inside the copy? Too late to check the injuries on his body, Lin Xu directly asked. Stunned, she got out a long time ago and didn't go through the world copy at all, Chen Tianming explained with a slightly odd expression. After a night of fermentation, Lin Xu's killing through world copies in search of Li Xinrui went straight to the hot search. For a while, Lin Xu became a model for countless infatuated men and women. And where is she? Lin Xu then asked in a somewhat strange manner. Normally, the other person would be in the hospital room watching himself at this time. Stunned, irritated by you. Down the copy, Chen Tianming then replied somewhat breathlessly. In reality, seeing Lin Xu and Su Luo teaming up, Li Xinrui was a bit displeased. After all, Su Luo was just too pretty. And looking at how much she cared about Lin Xu, it was clear that she didn't seem like an ordinary friend. However, after she learned about what Lin Xu had done for her in the middle of the copy, she was instantly moved to tears. So without saying a word, he just turned around and went down to his copy. Not for any other reason, just because Lin Xu was currently level 12 while she was only level 6, and even Su Luo was 2 levels higher than herself. Worrying that he was dragging Lin Xu down, he directly started practicing desperately in a fit of rage. At this time, Su Luo brought the doctor over and began to examine Lin Xu. Only then did Lin Xu realize that, including the one in his chest, all the injuries on his body had now been fully recovered. The hospital is not at that level at all. Thinking that, he gave Chen Tianming a somewhat surprised look. Chen Tianming hurriedly explained. It's a top-notch healing potion given by Elder Nangong. The effects are immediate and it will never leave any after effects. Lin Xu asked with some surprise. Which Nangong senior? Ha, to make such a generous offer. That is of course our military sword Saint Nangong Yun senior. Who else could it be? Zhang Kai pushed his way in, his face full of smugness. As soon as he saw Zhang Kai, Chen Tianming's face immediately turned ugly and he directly said, Don't you dare hit on Lin Xu. He's going to college. Zhang Kai snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Che, regarding Lin Xu's performance inside the world copy, joining the military or going to university, do you think that this kind of thing is something that you and I can sway? I'm here to hand over the reward for this incident to Lin Xu on behalf of the military. With that, he directly took out a badge, as well as an ancient mahogany box. Zhang Kai first pointed to the badge and explained. This badge can randomly generate a fake piece of information to feed back to the other person when they use the detection technique on you, and it's equally effective when placed inside the carry-on space, for the exclusive use of the Great Chief, so it's cheaper for you. Seeing that the first piece of the reward given to Lin Xu by the military region was actually this kind of thing, Chen Tianming looked at Zhang Kai speechlessly. He then felt that the badge was really chicken ribs, and that the military was being really petty. Knowing what Chen Tianming was thinking, Zhang Kai pressed the other party and instead looked at Lin Xu and said seriously, Your performance in this world copy is too eye-catching. No matter if it's the other regions or those things in the abyss, there are plenty of people who want to pull the strings or finish you off, so bringing this with you will avoid a lot of trouble. Good to know. Lin Xu nodded and directly put the badge away, though he felt that it was nothing more than clearing a copy of the world, and that the situation might be far less dire than the other party had said. But trouble is such a thing, that naturally the less the better. Seeing Lin Xu directly put the badge away, Zhang Kai smiled in satisfaction and pointed down at the wooden box. Regarding the rewards, this is the big one. Another reminder, this thing is rare and tight. You'd better give it a go straight here, or else out of this door. There'll be fewer people hitting on you. Looking at Zhang Kai's secretive demeanor, Chen Tianming skimmed his mouth. Che, not just a broken wooden box. What? As Lin Xu opened the wooden box, an incomparably majestic and pure life energy instantly rippled out. In just a blink of an eye, the wooden hangers actually began to sprout. Chen Tianming's mocking words came to an abrupt end. Appalled. Wooden dragon. Wooden dragon crystal. The military is actually using this as a reward. You guys are going crazy. Name Mulan crystal. Type gain items. Effect, life and mana limit permanently increased by 500 points after taking it. Not valid for a second dose. After reading the information about the items in his mind, Lin Xu's eyelids jumped and glanced at Zheng Kai. The effects of this wood dragon crystal could already be described as terrifying. The life and mana caps had each increased by 500 points, which was equivalent to a 50-point surge in one's physique and spirit, respectively. A full 100 points of attribute bonus. Even if he was a max-level qualification, if he wanted to get so many attribute points, that would require 7 consecutive levels. However, right now, as long as one directly swallows this thing in front of them in one bite, one can do so in an instant. Such a precious item is not something that can be measured in terms of money. Thinking about it, Lin Xu directly looked at Zheng Kai with an inquiring gaze. Zheng Kai would understand and spread a smile. Don't worry, our military is not as bad as you think. This is something you can rest assured that you can boldly use, without any other strings attached. Even, just for the fact that you saved so many students from coming out inside the replica. I have to say thank you on behalf of the military. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Lin Xu smiled faintly. If it wasn't for the sake of searching for Li Xinrui, he wouldn't have bothered to care if those students died or not. But now that the benefits had arrived, there was no reason not to receive them. Thinking that, he decisively threw the wood dragon crystal into his mouth. Pounds of life energy began to reverberate in the body, and the prompts quickly arrived. Only the next moment, Lin Xu's expression was odd. Zheng Kai was startled in his heart and hurriedly inquired, "Why? Is something wrong?" Looking at the life and mana values that had directly skyrocketed by nearly double, Lin Xu slightly shook his head for a long time and mused. "Problems? Consternation? Not so much, but why do I feel that the teeth are loose?" Zheng Kai's face twitched and rolled his eyes. "I said, what have you done yourself? Don't you have any idea in your own heart?" Thinking, he hurriedly changed the subject. "Ahem, don't worry about the details. That what? The stuff is yours. My mission is accomplished. Finally, Elder Nangong asked me to pass on a message to you. He said he could talk to you if he had time. It's about your family." Lin Xu's heart thumped and his eyes instantly narrowed. Sure enough, this time things had finally gotten too big, and he himself had already been investigated, and his family's affairs had been raked over the coals in the end. "Where is he?" "I have time now," Lin Xu directly said. Zheng Kai waved his hand. "Elder Nangong said that you don't need to be in a hurry, and that you'll naturally meet when it's time to meet." After saying that, he greeted Chen Tianming and Su Luoluo and decisively left. Watching Zheng Kai's back disappear, Lin Xu's heart was instantly messed up. Chapter 26, The Eye of the Devil. Since his mother didn't say a word about the Vengeance family until her death, Lin Xu knew even less about the Vengeance family. 10 years had passed, and what he remembered most vividly was the scarlet longsword that pierced his father's chest, as well as a woman holding a short-handled warscythe that nearly split him directly in half. Shrouded in black mist, he now desperately wanted to know what exactly Nangong Yun would tell him, whether it ended well or badly. Just as Lin Xu's mind was in a state of confusion, thinking about messy things, Chen Tianming's big pie face came back up and asked curtly, "Consternation, Xiao Sua, you hungry? There is nothing you want to eat. Uncle will now get you to go." Lin Xu bristled, remembering how the other party had blown his beard and eyes out at the school entrance. He was furious. Thinking about it, he flipped his wrist and directly took out the bike key he borrowed from the janitor's grandpa and handed it to the other party. "Yesterday I forgot the janitor's bike in front of the door, so you walk there and ride it back. Is there a problem?" Chen Tianming's face twitched, immediately realizing that Lin Xu was trying to take revenge, and hurriedly shrugged it off. "That's why old Zhang's bicycle is so worn out. It's not worth much money, so can I buy him a new one?" Lin Xu nodded with a slight smile. "Okay, it's fine, but it's just that right. Look at me, this suddenly makes me feel like joining the military would actually be good, huh?" Chen Tianming's face turned white, gritting his teeth with a leathery smile. Okay, it's just a bike ride. It's no big deal." After saying that, he directly slammed the door. Seeing that he had finally sidetracked Chen Tianming, Lin Xu breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to look at Su Luoluo. "Why didn't you go home and call me for something else?" Su Luoluo nodded her head and took a treasure chest out from inside her carry-on space. "This one's for you." Lin Xu swept a glance, but it was the treasure chest of killing the world boss. Only unlike his own red one, this treasure chest was a golden one. "Does everyone else?" Without taking the treasure chest handed by Su Luoluo, Lin Xu asked in a deep voice. Soliloquy shook her head. "It's just me and you who have it, but I think I should give you this one." Also those who didn't enter the Great Hall at the end didn't even have the treasure chest to pass the world copy. Lin Xu smiled faintly and just felt that this copy was still fair. Thinking that, he directly pushed the treasure chest back. You deserve this as a thank you for being willing to rush in and save me at the end. Speaking here, as if he suddenly remembered something, Lin Xu asked Su Luo Luo, how did I end up killing the world boss? After being pressed on the ground by the dryad, along with the decrease in blood volume, Lin Xu's consciousness gradually fell into a blur. Vaguely, he then only remembered that he seemed to have given that world boss a slash in the heart. The corner of Su Luo Luo's mouth tugged and asked tentatively, you really can't remember any of it, big guy? Lin Xu shook his head decisively and said, can't really think. Looking at Lin Xu's confused eyes, Su Luo Luo racked her brain to organize her words and finally tangled. The other side was bitten to death by you. By you. Stunned, Lin Xu's face stiffened, instantly realizing when he said his teeth were loose. Why would Zhang Kai look at himself with that look like a monster? Okay, got it. This don't spread out. You go home first. If something happens I'll contact you. Saying that, Lin Xu directly got up and headed for the ward's washroom. The only thought in his head right now was to brush his teeth. Stunned, no need to spread the word. It's already on the hot seat. Su Luo Luo weakly said. Lin Xu had black lines coming down his forehead, rubbed his face, and waved his hand powerlessly. Okay, got it. After saying that, he sent Su Luo Luo to the door and closed the door with a bang. Not really concerned about his persona though. However, directly biting the world boss to death was a bit scary to say the least. Lin Xu then felt, I'm afraid that his label as a monster cannot be torn off. Simply washing up. Lin Xu first opened the skill list, and at a glance, his eyes instantly narrowed. As expected, he only saw that the passive skill bar, which was originally 6 frames, had turned into 7 at this point. Skill 7, Madness, passive, rank S. After blood level falls below 5%, it enters a state of insanity, loses its mind, increases all attributes by 50%, and is immune to all lethal attacks. For every one level up of the host's level, the duration of the insanity state is extended by 1 second, and the current available duration, 12 seconds. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. After reading it, Lin Xu couldn't help but be staggered. This skill, locking blood plus invincibility plus high burst, a proper anti-killing divine skill. As for falling into a weakened state after an outburst, it doesn't, even if it was combined with the blood and blue absorbing properties of his own skill, greed. As long as he or she chopped the opponent solidly, the blood and blue went straight back to full. This will definitely give the opponent a big surprise if they really run into a tough opponent. Thinking of this, Lin Xu licked his still somewhat loose teeth, and felt that Akasha's death was really not unjust. Sitting cross-legged back on top of the hospital bed, Lin Xu swept a glance at his carry-on space. Inside lay 19 treasure chests, plus 15 kill badges, and a level 5 vampire cloak. As he didn't know whether Nangong Yun looking for himself was a good thing or a bad thing, so he decided to transform all the gains from this copy into strength in the shortest possible time. At that time, even if the talks with Nangong Yun fell apart, he would have one more point in his ability to protect himself. Thinking this way, Lin Xu first took out the 2 treasure chests he got from clearing the vampire manor, as well as refreshing the clearance record, and opened them directly. Of all the treasure chests, these 2 have the lowest gold content. Acquired, Skill Scroll, Advanced, Eye of Detection ×1. Acquired, Mage Boots LV 10 ×1. Quality, Bronze. Acquired Vampire Manor, Advanced Difficulty, Invitation X1. Acquired, Warrior Armguard LV 5 ×1. Quality, Silver. Sweeping these items, Lin Xu first took out the Eye of Detection skill scroll and directly crushed it. Reminder, due to the host's profession, Blade Demon Qualification Max, the skill scroll has failed to be used. Acquired Sword Demon Exclusive Skill, Demon's Eye. Category, Detection Skill, Active. Level, Max. Effect, use on a target no higher than your own level 50 to gain full information, or basic information if the target is higher than your own level 50. Ignoring deception type props, Lin Xu drew in a breath of cool air. Surprisingly, it was another Blade Demon's exclusive skill, and the level was still max. If he had this skill in the first place, how could he have been beaten so badly by the world boss Akasha? In his mind, Lin Xu felt that the knife devil this profession, powerful really a little perverted. After briefly checking the attributes of the remaining few items, Lin Xu directly threw them into his carry-on space. Those 2 pieces of equipment he didn't look at. As for that advanced difficulty copy invitation, Lin Xu is currently level 12, and he can't enter this copy anymore. He decided to take them to the guild auction later, and he could exchange them for at least $500,000. So many people want to switch to combat class careers for this very reason. Even though you may have been so poor yesterday that you couldn't even eat, But as long as there is strength, a copy down, absolutely earn a lot of money. With this thought in his heart, a row of 15 blood-red treasure chests neatly appeared in front of Lin Xu. Open. Without any hesitation, he directly said, Chapter 27, The Great Harvest. Acquired, Deadwood Staff LV 15 x 1. Quality, Gold. Acquired, Helmet of Courage LV 15 x 1. Quality, Silver. Acquired, Black Stockings X1. Original flavor. Life item, no grade. Acquired, Healing Necklace LV 10 x 1. Quality, Gold. The list of items swiped the screen and straight away Lin Xu was dazzled. Lin Xu didn't know much about the selling price of equipment at this stage, but in terms of quality alone, there was nothing below silver in these equipments, and they were definitely not cheap. Determining this wave of blood money, Lin Xu's depression due to the strange things mixed inside his equipment was swept away. Stockings were thrown into the trash. Equipment was put into the carry-on space. Lin Xu took a deep breath and took out the last 2 treasure chests. One is for killing world bosses and the other is for raiding world copies. Tip, due to the professional, personally causing the world boss blood loss of more than 100%. This time open the kill treasure box. Must obtain the profession exclusive weapon. Hint, because the professional's personal contribution exceeds 99% in clearing the world copy. This time when you open the clearance treasure chest, you will definitely get a diamond level set. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows. He said how the color of his treasure chest was different from Su Luo's. So it was because of this. In that case, then I'm afraid that the biggest beneficiary of this world copy is only myself. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xu chose to open it directly. A red and a white light shot up into the sky, and the prompt arrived immediately afterward. Acquired Sword Demon exclusive weapon Rift Blade. Obtained set Immortal Bird. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed as he gripped the long blade that was pitch black and as deep as the night sky in his hand. Name, Rift Blade, Blade Demon exclusive. Category, Weapons, Long Knives. Wear level, None. Attack, plus 1000. Effect, increase all attributes by 50%. Characteristics, Immortality. Note, the Rift Blade will not be damaged by collision with any other defense or weapon. Skill, Rift. Equipped with a Rift Blade, you can travel through space within a range of 100 meters, with a skill cooldown of 3 seconds. Grade, Brilliant/Max. Note, the Rift Blade can be upgraded by fusing it with other Blade Demon exclusive weapons. Lin Xu grinned and laughed silently. Perverted. The attributes of this equipment are truly perverted. Attack directly add 1000, plus 50% attribute bonus, with their own 5 times damage. A knife down damage nearly 28,000. Of course, this was still without hitting the opponent's vitals, as well as the flying daggers not being involved in the battle. If all of one's means came out in unison and hit an enemy at the same time, the hundreds of thousands of damage was definitely there. That's a lot of combat power. But you're only level 12 yourself. Thinking of this, Lin Xu immediately began to check the attributes of the Immortal Bird set. He wondered just how far his combat power would explode when equipped with the Rift Blade, as well as the Immortal Bird set. Name, Immortal Bird, set. Necklace, Cloak, Arm Guard, Shoes. Wear level, LV 10. Set effect, add 10 to all attributes. Defense plus 1000. Skills, Immortal Shield, can generate a shield with the same amount of blood as your own. The shield can be turned on at any time, and reset after 12 hours of the shield being broken. Quality, Diamond. Equipping the Immortal Bird set directly, Lin Xu decisively opened his attribute panel. Name Lin Xu. Profession, Sword Demon, only. Life, 7500. Mana, 7500. Attack, 6000. Defense, 6000 plus 7500. Shield. Attributes, 100, all. Number of controllable flying daggers, 8/20. Skill active. Blade Mantle. Blade Mastery. Eye of the Devil. Skill passive. Knife Devil. Devil's Heart. Greed. Devil's Smile. Devil's Will. Devil's Body. And Madness. Looking at his attributes, which had increased almost tenfold from when he had just entered the copy, the corners of Lin Xu's mouth unconsciously hooked up. Right now, he had a feeling that below level 50, the odds were that a transmigrator of any profession would be no match for him. With this thought in his mind, he wanted to check the use of those kill badges in his carry-on space. Just then, however, a card fell out from inside the white glow that dissipated from the upper level. Obtain World Copy LV 20 Invitation ×1. Lin Xu raised an eyebrow and picked up the black card with an intricate pattern on it. Name Invitation to World Replica. Difficulty, Nightmare. Copy content randomly generated after using the invitation letter. Access requirements. 1. Professional level is less than or equal to 20. 2. Each region is limited to 1 team, with a full complement of 5. After reading the contents of the invitation, Lin Xu's expression quirked up. This thing, if used properly, then one's strength would absolutely skyrocket once again. And even, the entire Huaxia region would have to owe themselves a favor. But if you don't use it well, the thing is not only hot, but it's highly likely to just give itself away. It's a level 20 copy anyway, so just wait until you're level 20. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu put the invitation into his carry-on space, took out the kill badge that he got from inside the copy. Name, kill badge. Category decoration. Symbol of honor. Role can be exchanged for high-level equipment, skill scrolls, potions, etc. at the Region Professionals Union. It turned out to be this kind of use, and it just so happened that I also had to sell equipment to the Dao Professionals Union. Thinking that, he simply put the rift blade into his carry-on space as well, and directly walked out of the hospital room. However, only a short time after leaving the hospital, a strange feeling came over me. Been followed? Turning a corner again to make sure he was right, he forgot to glance behind him seemingly without thinking. The eye of the devil is unleashed. The two men who were always probing and following behind him, a level 27 archer and a level 25 assassin. With a combination like that, who would believe them if they weren't here to make things happen? The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked as he walked straight towards the city outside. There are quite a few wild monsters outside of the city center due to the abyssal descent. Thus, naturally, this place became a place where many professionals practiced. Of course, in the unsupervised wilderness, law and order is generally chaotic, and killings and such are commonplace. After briefly registering at the guard post set up by the military district, Lin Xu smoothly left the city. After killing 2 roadside wild monsters under false pretenses and making sure that the 2 people behind him had followed, Lin Xu began to walk towards the depths of the dense forest without moving. Almost there. Right here. With a flick of his wrist, the level 25 assassin had an extra dagger in his hand, alerting his companion beside him. The shooter scanned the weak to make sure no one was around and nodded decisively. Crunch! The sound of a bowstring being taut rang out, and the energy arrow blowing with cold light pointed straight at Lin Xu's chest, which was dozens of meters away. At the same time, the assassin's feet flashed with light and he rushed towards Lin Xu at great speed. However, the moment the archer was about to release his fingers, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and Lin Xu's figure unexpectedly disappeared. At the same time, an icy voice rang in his ears. Looking for me? The shooter's heart stuttered and he immediately had to turn around. Only, a long, dark and deep knife had already been placed on his neck, stopping all his movements. Chapter 28, The Peepers. Lin Xu smiled faintly. This was the first time he had used the space shuttle skill, and the effect was truly explosive. In the past, at such a distance, trying to burst into the face of an archer, not only did he have to dodge the bows and arrows shot by the other side, he also had to get rid of the assassin's entanglements, which was troublesome. And now, he felt like 100 meters around him was a death zone for any brittle professions. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xu pointed at the assassin who was also alarmed by the loss of his target and sneered. Come. Say goodbye to your companion. His words fell. Put. A flying dagger that flashed with a cold light instantly shattered the assassin's head. Minus 5,629. Minus 4,432. Puff. The headless body of the assassin planted itself directly. Looking at the record of kills that appeared, as well as the experience that had only increased by 1 point, Lin Xu disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Che, so there's no experience in killing a transmogrifier from your own region. Seeing his companion who GG'd without even having a chance to grunt, the shooter's forehead came down in a cold sweat, realizing that he had definitely kicked an iron plate. No, steel plate, today. However, the weird thing was that on the information he had gotten, the opponent's level was clearly only 12. How the hell can this be a level 12 newbie? Determining that he was being punked, the shooter rushed to explain with a smile on his face while greeting his employer's ancestors in his mind. Yeah, inexperienced. So let me go on your terms. Lin Xu nodded and asked directly, how did you guys find me when I have equipment on me that deceives detection skills? Compared to who the employer actually was, this was Lin Xu's biggest doubt at the moment. This was because if that badge that Zhang Kai had given himself was not valid, then the trouble he faced next could be endless. Photos. We have photos of you, and we even know which hospital you were in before, and the ward number. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows, his expression even more surprised. As far as Zhang Kai's behavior was concerned, there was no way that they would release this information about themselves. For that matter, the other party can still know in such detail, so it can be seen that the head is indeed not small. With this in mind, Lin Xu simply didn't bother guessing. He retrieved his rift blade and asked the other party directly, tell me who the employer is, and after that, get out. Seeing that Lin Xu really had no intention of attacking him again, the archer was overjoyed and busy. The employer is Yi Hao, the eldest son of the Yi family, his old man. Put. The surprised expression on the shooter's face froze, and he stared blankly at the flying dagger that was plunged into his heart. The kills are recorded to the account. Lin Xu came to a realization. Yi Hao, the vice mayor. Well, everything made sense. With that in mind, he patted the shooter on the shoulder in a comforting manner and said lightly, "Killers aren't that good. Even if I don't kill you, Yi Hao won't let you go." Really? So it's really the same whoever you die by, right? Seemingly enlightened, the shooter fell headfirst with a thud. Lin Xu smiled and checked the attributes of the opponent's bow and arrow. Level 20. Quality silver. Immediately felt in a better mood and directly put it away. After another thought, he simply retrieved the assassin's dagger as well. Also level 20. With a surprising quality of gold. Instantly, Lin Xu felt that this trip to the wilderness was really not in vain. And even Yi Hao seemed to be less annoying. However, just after Lin Xu's silhouette disappeared at the end of the dense forest, there was a bark. Already lying dead. One of the shooter's eyes burst open, and a small flower with pupils all over its stamen grew out of his socket. The stamens turned and gazed at the direction Lin Xu had left for a long time before a man's teasing voice sounded. "TSK, TSK, funny little guy, and bad luck for Akasha, giggle giggle." Just laughing, the creepy little flower seemed to get tangled up again and muttered, "But well, such an interesting little guy. Should I kill him or take him as a slave? Gangtok City Professionals Union. Can I help you, sir?" A sweet-looking staff member came up and asked Lin Xu. "Consignment gear." Lin Xu went straight to the point. "Yes sir. This way please." The young girl's attitude was obviously a few points more enthusiastic, and as she said that, she directly started to lead Lin Xu inside the box. Helping professionals consign their items is the union's most lucrative program. Bar none, the hall was crowded with people, and once a high-value item appeared, it was easy to be targeted by people who were interested in it, and it wasn't suitable for trading. However, just as Lin Xu had already walked to the entrance of the box, the sweet-looking staff member used a detection spell on Lin Xu, and her footsteps couldn't help but lurch. Stunned, "Sir, if you're consigning equipment, in smaller quantities and generally of low quality, it's fine to use the vending machines over there." Lin Xu was speechless, speculating that it should be the badge he was carrying that had worked, even if he didn't know the exact information that the other party had detected, but it was thought that it should be low and touching. After that, he had to exchange the items with the kill badge. He was too lazy to go to the vending machine to find trouble, so he directly said, "I consigned a total of 18 pieces of equipment, and all of them were at least level 10 silver quality except for one level 5 bronze." The young girl blushed and turned around straight away, after which her arms went up and she bowed. "Sir, upstairs VIP box please. I'll go and inform the head of our union. Sell equipment she has seen, but a shot is 18 pieces, and 17 pieces are silver to the top. Luxury to this degree. She is really not seen." A few moments of waiting passed. A middle-aged man in a suit with 2 mustaches pushed open the VIP box door and walked in to introduce himself. "Hello, I'm Xia Jishuan, the head of the Jiangdu City Professionals Union. Is it convenient to bring out the equipment for me to take a look?" "Convenient." Lin Xu nodded his head and said, and without any nagging, he directly raised his hand. Clink, 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 clink. A small 20 pieces of equipment landed on the coffee table. The coffee table was instantly piled high. Even since the coffee table wasn't very big, a few pieces of equipment fell straight to the floor, and the entire room was illuminated by the light emanating from the equipment. The corner of Xia Jishuan's mouth tugged as he began to check out those equipments one by one, his face changing again and again. Sensing the other party's abnormality, Lin Xu didn't move and used the Eye of Magic on Xia Jishuan. Level 43, Sacred Light Warrior, very strong, high defense to the point of perversion. It's just a shame that one ignores the defense. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu simply asked the other party directly, "Why? Is there a problem?" After a long moment of silence, Xia Jishuan touched his chin and asked tentatively, "No, there's no problem, but can you tell me where you got this much equipment?" Looking at Xia Jishuan's vigilant eyes, Lin Xu immediately understood what the other party was thinking. Indeed, anyone who took out so many high-quality novice equipment in one breath would be suspected of getting them from improper channels. Moreover, Han Mingxuan's guess is correct. Not to mention, the equipment at the moment is really the murder burst out. Lin Xu was instantly a bit torn. He wanted to try to make things clear without pretending. However, seeing Lin Xu hesitate, Han Mingxian smiled coldly and, without moving, directly pressed an alarm on the leg of the coffee table. Chapter 29, Crushing Level 40 Professionals. Although Han Jishuan's movements were small, as an assassin, Lin Xu was exceptionally sensitive to such things. His face went cold as he looked at Han Mingxian and asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing that his little action was directly poked and prodded, Xia Zhishuan didn't feel embarrassed, but instead looked at Lin Xu with a smile and praised him. Good boy. So vigilant. Okay, then I'll play with you before the military comes. With that, he slowly got up and moved his limbs, and between the crackling of his bones, the aura on his body violently crushed. Lin Xu's pupils shrunk, and his body instantly disappeared while the rift appeared in his hands. Space skills? Xia Zhishuan froze. However, his stunned expression just appeared. Bang sound. The small abdomen solidly received a kick. Knowing that the probability of the matter at hand was an oops, Lin Xu didn't choose to lay his hands on him. However, dissatisfied with Xia Zhishuan's direct action as soon as he came up without asking any questions, he used his full strength in this kick. The floor under Lin Xu's feet cracked, and Xia Zhishuan flew out backwards like a cannonball, slamming directly into the wall behind him. Although there was a huge difference between the two people's levels, Lin Xu discovered after using the Eye of Magic to detect it, their total attributes were vastly different, which made them feel comfortable and bold enough to make a direct move. Xia Zhishuan, who rolled into the next room like a leather ball, was instantly confused. He had used detection on Lin Xu, a level 7 priest, being kicked from next door by a level 7 priest. How is this possible? The opponent's power attribute should clearly be higher than his own. And, who's a priest with a knife? In an instant, Xia Zhishuan concluded that Lin Xu definitely had equipment that deceived the detection technique on his body. Even he felt that Lin Xu's level was higher than his own. With this thought in his mind, he no longer dared to take the enemy lightly. While rising from the rubble of the wall, a broadsword had been added to his hand, as well as a shield half a man high. In the next instant, a red circular barrier protected his entire body and violently rushed towards Lin Xu. Xia Zhishuan unleashed his strongest defense skill, Iron Blood Barrier. Lin Xu bristled, seeing that the other party had already taken the fight to the death. Then there was no need for him to be polite. The sound of breaking air suddenly rose. 8 flying daggers with cold glints shot towards the light screen shield in front of Xia Zhishuan. There was a click and a sound like glass breaking. The shield generated by Xia Zhishuan was like papier-mâché in front of Lin Xu's flying daggers and was directly penetrated. Luckily, those flying daggers were not aimed at Xia Zhishuan. They just brushed against him. But even so, Xia Zhishuan still stumbled and nearly fell headfirst directly. He knew in his heart that the shield defense he had generated was a full 50,000 points. 50,000 points. Just lightly broken? How was he to know that Lin Xu's 8 flying daggers came out in unison? And the damage was pushing 250,000. Just the moment Xia Zhishuan's brain went down, Lin Xu didn't spoil him. The blade whimpered as Split Sky violently chopped towards the shield in Xia Zhishuan's hand. With a loud dang sound, sparks flew in all directions, and a dozens of centimeters long chopping mark instantly appeared on the shield. Xia Zhishuan's face twitching, before he had time to feel sorry for the shield. Once again by Lin Xu kicked flying. Still coming? With the tip of the knife against Xia Zhishuan's throat, Lin Xu asked in a cold voice. Xia Zhishuan similarly laughed out coldly. Oh, the military is here. You can't run away. As soon as his words fell, cluttered footsteps sounded in the corridor, and soon the door to the room was kicked open and a large group of military men rushed in. Drop your weapons, now! One of the soldiers who had rushed into the room first chortled. The devil's eye was unleashed, and Lin Xu swept a glance at those from the military. The one leading the group was a level 52 warrior, and none of the rest were below level 30. Lin Xu didn't resist, moved his foot that was stepping on Xia Zhishuan's chest away, and cracked the air to retrieve his carry-on space. I'm the one who notified the military. I reported that this person is carrying a large amount of high-quality novice equipment. I suspect that he got it through illegal means, in addition to the fact that he has deception detection type equipment. As soon as he saw that the reinforcements were killed, Xia Zhishuan suddenly branched out and began to chatter. Just before he could finish, Lin Xu directly handed the officer leading the group his transmuter's documents, as well as the badge of deception that Zhang Kai had given him in the morning. Zhang Kai had once said that it was used by the military's big chief, and it should be able to prove his identity. Thinking, he explained, this badge was given to me by Zhang Kai. You guys can check with him. Only after sweeping a glance at the badge on Lin Xu's hand, the leading officer immediately changed his face, opening Lin Xu's documents again and looking at them. He immediately had his eyelids flutter and his tone eased up quite a bit. It's a big deal. Hold on. We need to verify. With that, the officer whispered something to a companion beside him, and the man turned straight out. After a few moments had passed, the officer's companion returned and stood straight and saluted at Lin Xu. Thank you for everything you did for the Huaxia region in the middle of the world copy. In addition, Elder Nangong said he wanted to meet you. Lin Xu frowned slightly. In the morning, Zhang Kai was still talking divinely about what to meet when it was time to meet. How come it was only after an afternoon had passed that the other party even came directly to the door? Although his heart was puzzled, Lin Xu desperately wanted to figure out what exactly Nangong Yun was going to say to him, so he decisively nodded his head in agreement. Okay, then wait a moment, I'll get ready on my end. Saying that, the officer companion directly pulled the dumbfounded Xia Zhixuan up from the floor and said, "Come on, head Summer, help find a spacious office to go to." Xia Zhixuan was confused. His brain was still a bit down, and he asked in a daze, "What world copy? Who is Nangong Senior? What are you guys talking about? Why don't you arrest him? Did I get this beating for nothing?" The officer glanced at Xia Zhixuan breathlessly. People's equipment is inside the world copy. Killing other regions of the transmigration burst. Compliance and legal. Why arrest people? On the contrary, it's you, the head of Jiangdu City's Professionals Union, a level 43 Holy Light Warrior, who was pressed to the ground and rubbed and frictioned by someone else, a level 12 newcomer. How did you have the nerve to sue? Xia Zhixuan was disliked. His face was green and red for a while. Just quickly, he seemed to remember something and said in shock, "You're that fierce Lin Xu who directly bit the world boss?" Lin Xu breathlessly sidestepped his face, indicating that he wasn't familiar with the person Xia Zhixuan was talking about. Go. We'll talk about you two later. Find the office first, the officer urged, pulling Xia Zhixuan away directly. When Xia Zhixuan learned, when the senior Nangong in the mouth of the crowd is the sword saint Nangong Yun, the ass is a little run. The office is quickly arranged. The moment Lin Xu pushed the door in, he only saw an old man dressed in a white coat already waiting in the office. Although the old man had kind eyebrows, his aura was unusually lingly, even giving people a feeling that they could not look directly at him. Seeing that Lin Xu was actually able to look at himself without changing his face, a flash of appreciation crossed the bottom of Nangong Yun's eyes and he asked with a smile, "Child, remember me?" Chapter 30, Nangong Yun? Lin Xu froze, confused by Nangong Yun's sudden words. He did a quick search of all his memories from the past 18 years. Certainty as well as certainty of having absolutely never seen this person in front of me. Seeing Lin Xu's confused face, Nangong Yun smiled even more amiably. This time, he simply rolled up his sleeves and held out his hands, 5 fingers spread wide. "And how about this? Do these 2 arms ring a bell?" Looking at the hideous centipede-like scars that were densely packed on Nangong Yun's 2 arms, as well as the disappearing pinky finger on his left hand, a thunderbolt violently resounded in Lin Xu's heart. Your uncle 9 fingers?" he murmured, unable to believe what was in front of him. "Back then, my grandfather, who was the vice-chancellor of Kyoto University, often invited a quiet, middle-aged man to his home for a drink and a chat. That middle-aged man was saved by his grandfather during an Abyssal invasion, after which the two became close friends. The middle-aged man was foolish enough to have scars from that Abyssal invasion, and his palm that was missing his pinky finger, which could clearly be healed with a single advanced healing spell. But he didn't. He let those scars grow and didn't even care about the missing finger. He said he would use them to admonish himself for his weakness and to motivate himself to stay strong. He added that with these he would remember his rescuer to his heart. At that time, Lin Xu was ignorant of the memories of his previous life and was childlike. He then thought that not only was the middle-aged man eccentric, but the scars on that body were really ugly. Not only did he often mock the middle-aged man, but he was adamant about not letting the other man give him a hug, even if the other person is loving and caring. For that, he didn't take many beatings. Only, what Lin Xu never expected was, years later, that quirky middle-aged man turned out to be the present-day war god of the Huaxia region. Just thinking so in his heart, Lin Xu couldn't help but wonder again. He stared at Nangong Yun for an instant. "But your face." Seeing that Lin Xu actually recognized him, Nangong Yun laughed out loud as he patted Lin Xu's shoulder in relief and explained. "Later in a battle disfigured, the god of war, political needs, let a random pinch of face. If it wasn't for this world copy, I really wouldn't have even known that you were still alive, child." Lin Xu opened his mouth. His mood was instantly incomparably complex. For a long time, he asked Nangong Yun, "What was going on in my family back then?" A color of pain surfaced in the bottom of Nangong Yun's eyes, and after pondering for a long time, he slowly said, "It was a long-planned assassination campaign targeting all the core high-level combatants of the Huaxia region. In the middle of that assassination, more than half of the top combatants of the Huaxia region were killed in action. And even, I wasn't spared. Fortunately, I survived." "What about the murderer? Who is the murderer?" Lin Xu asked directly. Nangong Yun let out a long sigh, and a flash of ruthlessness crossed the bottom of his eyes. "The Abyss, as well as all the regions that are hostile to Huaxia, are all involved. Their purpose is to make the Huaxia region fall and become the territory of the Abyss. It is also true that the day after that assassination attempt, the Abyssal armies invaded directly. After that, Even without the need for Nangong Yun to elaborate, Lin Xu already understood roughly. After that it was the professionals of the Huaxia region who rose up in revolt. Nangong Yun even took on hundreds of thousands of abyssal armies on his own and sealed the deal in one battle. These are all written in the textbook. Just thinking so in his heart, Lin Xu couldn't help but wonder again and simply asked directly, "And what happened after that? Didn't the Huaxia region retaliate after that?" Nangong Yun shook his head with a bitter smile. In recent years, the frequency of abyssal invasions, as well as infiltration through replicas, has become increasingly high, which has caused our government and military to burnt out, and there is really no time to worry about other The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked and he sneered instead of being angry. Does that mean that all those enemies of mine are still alive? Seeing that Lin Xu actually had this expression, Nangong Yun heartily patted the other party's shoulder. Good boy. I can understand your feelings of wanting to take revenge. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you. But, right now, it's still imperative for you to improve your strength first. When he said that, he seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, I hear you're resistant to joining the military. Why? Lin Xu's eyes stared at Nangong Yun for an instant, looking straight at him for a long time before he said meaningfully, I'm not afraid to die, but, I'm afraid to die for no reason. Nangong Yun's expression stiffened and he busily asked, What do you, child, what do you mean by that? Lin Xu explained with a cold smile, the assassination back then was so large, there's no guarantee that there won't be traitors within the military, and I'm worried that they'll go after me. Hearing Lin Xu say this, Nangong Yun's expression instantly flustered. Only quickly, he calmed down and guiltily said, Don't worry, with me here, absolutely no one will dare to touch a finger of yours from now on. Hesitating for a moment, Lin Xu explained with difficulty, So you mean you want me to join the military? But I want to go to Kyoto University. That's where Grandpa spent most of his life. Nangong Yun waved his hand. There's no conflict. I can directly special recruit you into the Shadowblade Force, which is a special force with all of its members being Chinese celestial pride. There, you get the best resources the military has to offer. And you don't even have to go on missions during the week. You just have to return to the team when you're needed in the region. As for Kyoto University, you can go there if you want, and you won't be affected at all. Seeing that the words had been said to this point and Nangong Yun still wouldn't let go, Lin Xu simply nodded his head. Okay, so when do I report? Seeing Lin Xu finally agree, Nangong Yun laughed. Good boy, just waiting for you to say that. With that, he directly threw a bright ring towards Lin Xu and explained, Take this, it's my reward for joining the military, and also go see Kai Zhang first thing tomorrow morning. He'll take you to report for duty. The moment the ring entered his hand, the item information appeared in Lin Xu's mind. Name, Ring of Starfall. Effect, attack plus 1000. Skill, paralysis, passive. Note when worn, each attack comes with a 50% paralyzing effect. The paralyzing effect lasts for 1 to 3 seconds and can be stacked. Quality, sparkling. Wear level, none. After reading the item information, Lin Xu's eyelids involuntarily jumped in surprise. This is too expensive. Radiant level equipment. That wasn't far from a divine artifact. Not to mention this one that has no wear level and comes with a stasis effect. The key, Lin Xu was now able to control 20 flying daggers. If all of them were released against a single enemy, then in the case that the opponent does not have the purification skill, he will definitely be directly fixed to death. Nangong Yun waved his hand. I've heard that you can control multiple flying daggers while my sword has only one, and that this thing is much more effective in your hands. Lin Xu froze. He didn't expect that Nangong Yun would give him his equipment. Alright, you take this jade pendant as well. When you encounter danger, directly crush it. I will immediately appear. That's all there is to it. Let's go. Seemingly worried that Lin Xu was pushing back, Nangong Yun directly began to shoo people away. Looking at the ring and jade pendant in his hand, Lin Xu's expression was slightly complicated as he said thanks and turned to leave. With a click, the office door closed and the room was once again dead silent. Looking at Lin Xu's long departed back, Nangong Yun stood frozen for a long time, his expression equally complex. Just then, barf, Nangong Yun's neck suddenly broke open a bloody hole. A small flower with a dense pupil on the stamen drilled out from it. Chapter 31 Building Equipment for the High School Exam. The moment little flower appeared, a barrier appeared, isolating the office from the outside world. Giggle. What a funny little guy. I feel like he's onto something. Either that or... The man's hoarse voice came out of Hannah's mouth in a weird and unusual way. However, before it could finish its sentence, Nangong Yun was furious, and grabbed the small flower on his neck, his hand forcefully. There was another poof. Hannah let out an ow. Its rhizome along with the crushed flesh was directly plucked out by Nangong Yun. Blood immediately flowed from Nangong Yun's neck, yet he didn't even look at it. and the strength of his hand grabbing the small flower increased violently. Ah! You can't kill me. If you do, you'll die too. Don't forget your deal with us. Seeing that Nangong Yun was about to kill himself, Little Flower flailed and screamed in terror. However, Nangong Yun ignored it until the other party was about to be pinched and exploded moments before he suddenly stopped, like a drowning person suddenly coming to shore. Hannah panted violently as she flailed. Nangong Yun blared angrily at the other party and gritted his teeth. Remember what I'm telling you right now. If you guys dare to lay a finger on him, I'll die, and I definitely won't let you guys have a good time. The Little Flower's bloodstained rhizome fluttered and backed up in defense. Have you thought about it? This kid, a level 12 rookie, can now crush a level 40 professional? If we let him grow up, what a terrifying thing he will be. And, once he finds out the truth about what happened back then, do you think he'll let you go? Shut up, you vile reptile. It's not your turn to meddle in my affairs. Not wanting to dwell more on this topic with the other party, Nangong Yun took a step and his figure disappeared. On Lin Xu's side, the moment he left the office, his brows directly furrowed. Name, Nangong Yun /Moros. Profession, Sword Saint /Abyssal Demon. Rating, 79 out of 70. Status, Symbiosis. Attack, Unknown. Defense, Unknown. He looked at the information of the other party detected using the Eye of the Devil and only felt a chill run down his spine. Abyssal Demons. Symbiosis. Such words really pricked his nerves. It was because he saw this that he tried to make up that the reluctance to join the military was due to the fear of traitors within it. As expected, Nangong Yun's momentary panic Lin Xu saw clearly, and his heart sank to the bottom with it. Back in the day, his grandfather really did have a close friend who had scars all over both arms and was missing a finger. Just 10 years later, is he still him? However, after seeing Nangong Yun's message, he lost trust in him though. However, Lin Xu Dao was not worried about his own safety, because if Nangong Yun wanted to get rid of himself, with his current strength, he would never be able to see the other party alive. That's good news. Only then, what the other party was trying to do by approaching him became a mystery. So, he simply went along with Nangong Yun's wishes and joined the military to see what the other side really wanted to do. As for what Nangong Yun recounted about what happened at his home back then, Lin Xu just listened. The truth still had to rely on his own discovery. It has to go to KYU. Just as Lin Xu was thinking so in his heart, Xia Zhishuan greeted him with a smile on his face. Big brother, your batch of equipment has been valued for you. Excluding the 5% handling fee, the total price is $7.5 million, and it can be credited to your card right now. Sweeping a glance at Xia Zhishuan, Lin Xu asked with some surprise, isn't the handling fee for consigning equipment 10%? Why are you only charging me 5%? Xia Zhishuan rubbed his hands together and smiled as he explained. Due to the fact that you helped the Huaxia region retain a copy, your contribution in the Professionals Union has reached level B. This is your perk, and in addition to that you have priority rights to buy and sell equipment. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows. He didn't think that there would be this kind of benefit to clearing the world copy. Thinking that, he simply took out the 15 kill badges he had prepared long ago as well. What about this? What can I exchange this for? Opening the bulging bag and only looking at it, Xia Zhishuan instantly shivered. Even though he had already reached over level 40 and was still the president of the Jiangdu District Professionals Union, it was the first time he had seen so many kill badges. That what? It's crowded here. Talk inside the VIP box. Entering the box, Lin Xu scanned the computer screen for a glance at the extensive list of items and shook his head slightly. I'm not interested in anything other than that scroll that forces you back to town. Unlike normal city return scrolls, this one could be used directly without getting out of combat. It will immediately be teleported to the nearest main city, and can save your life in a critical moment. Worth 1 kill badge. Xia Zhishuan nodded. We have this scroll in stock. We can redeem it for you right away. And the rest of those badges, if you want to liquidate them that's fine. 3 million apiece. Lin Xu staggered, secretly sighing as he realized that the value of this killing badge was ridiculously high. But think about it, because this thing can be redeemed for things that are hard to get for money on the market. Calculating in his heart, Lin Xu simply asked directly, do you have any flying daggers? As high quality as possible. I want 20 of them. Indeed, as it stands, Lin Xu felt that if he wanted to raise another handful of his strength, he would have to work on those novice flying daggers for a short period of time. Upon hearing that Lin Xu actually wanted this, Xia Zhishuan was immediately in a difficult position. This thing, flying knives, is not only cold, but also belongs to the disposable consumable items. Few people have nothing better to do than make this a high grade. Moreover, Lin Xu wanted so many at once. Even if he could barely get them all together, the performance and style would be different, and he wouldn't be able to use them when they arrived. With this thought in his mind, Xia Jishuan suddenly brightened up and proposed. Stunned, if you're not in a hurry, is customization okay? The professionals union does have a forger. It just might cost a bit more. Almost without any hesitation, Lin Xu directly nodded his head. Yes, put $500,000 in my card. The remaining $7 million, plus all 14 kill badges will be given to you. 20 flying daggers. And it must be completed within half a month. There were only 20 days left before the college entrance exam. That $500,000 was what Lin Xu used to make ends meet. And the remaining money, he chose to use all of it to build flying daggers. He had to go to Kyoto University, so he would do whatever it took to improve himself before the college entrance exams. Surprised by Lin Xu's bravado, although he felt that this time was indeed a bit tense, Xia Jishuan still gritted his teeth and nodded his head. Okay, no problem. When he finished speaking, he roared and headed for the door. Soon, $500,000 arrived and the city return scroll was sent over. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xu still chose to purchase 20 normal quality flying daggers first. Anyway, it wasn't a waste if you used it sooner or later as you leveled up. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu was ready to get up and leave the professionals union. However, just before he was about to go out, he was stopped again by Xia Jishuan. Chapter 32 Invitation to the Abyssal Demon Cave. Why? Anything else? Lin Xu frowned and looked at Xia Jishuan who wanted to speak. Xia Jishuan rubbed his hands like flies and proposed with a smile on his face. Well, that wasn't much of a fight, so why don't we find a place to do it again? Speaking here, as if he was worried that Lin Xu would think too much, he hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong, big brother, I don't mean anything else. I just feel that consternation. Just now, I really lost too fast. I want to try again. See, not interested. Determining that Xia Jishuan really didn't want to retaliate, Lin Xu decisively refused. Quickly? Oh, just now. He had already stayed his hand, and even cracking the sky didn't come out of his sheath at all, or else in a single glance, Xia Jishuan would definitely kneel directly. Why big brother, you give me a second chance. In front of everyone's eyes, Xia Jishuan, who was the president of the Professionals Guild, even began to pout. Fighting you is exhausting. Really? The corner of Lin Xu's mouth tugged as he patiently explained. Just thinking that Lin Xu was trying to instruct himself, Xia Jishuan instantly became excited and busily asked, Why? Is it because of my super high defense or because of my unbreakable will to fight? Lin Xu breathlessly rubbed his face and said with some embarrassment. Stunned, mostly because I'm afraid of accidentally killing you. In an instant, Xia Jishuan felt a black eye, nearly fainted directly on the spot. The next morning, Lin Xu first found Chen Tianming and gave the Vampire Manor advanced difficulty invitation to the other party. He couldn't use the stuff himself, and he couldn't sell it for much money. He knew that this was what Chen Tianming lacked the most right now. Seeing the invitation, Chen Tianming, really happy, snot bubbles out, straight said that his afternoon ride was not in vain. He briefly explained to Chen Tianming that his joining the military would not affect his university entrance exams. Lin Xu asked for Zhang Kai's contact information from him and contacted Zhang Kai directly. An army green cross-country quickly parked in front of the school, heading straight for the Jiangdu military region. Passing through the layers of hurdles, the SUV finally stopped before a small, plain, two-story building in the military district. Before getting out of the car, Zhang Kai straightened his uniform and reminded Lin Xu, be smart when you meet the military governor later. Have a proper attitude and say whatever you're asked. Got it. Lin Xu nodded his head and directly got out of the car. Along the way, he had probed all the soldiers he encountered with his magic eye. It didn't appear to be symbiotic like Nangong Yun's. Relieved a little, Zhang Kai brought Lin Xu to an office and explained the situation to the guard by the door, who knocked on the door of the room. Enter. A muffled man's voice rang through the door. Walking into the office, Lin Xu saw that next to the huge sand table, there was a middle-aged man dressed in military uniform, with sword eyebrows and slightly graying temples, while Lin Xu was using the Eye of Devil to detect the other party. The other party also looked Lin Xu up and down. You're the little doll who cleared the world copy and has been on the internet lately? Without waiting for Zhang Kai's report, the middle-aged man directly asked a question, the contempt in his words speaking for itself. It seemed that he didn't expect to have such an opening. Lin Xu froze and only smiled faintly without saying anything. That's a question that can't even be answered. Reporting to the chief, Lin Xu is here. Similarly realizing that the atmosphere was not right, Zhang Kai hurriedly stood at attention and saluted. Waving his hand at Zhang Kai, he signaled the other party not to interrupt. The middle-aged man's gaze fell back onto Lin Xu. Old Cloud told me about your situation, and he means to let you enter the Shadowblade Special Forces directly. The Shadowblades are the most elite Special Forces unit in our Huaxia region, bar none. That's right. In terms of treatment, Shadowblade's resources are indeed the best in the Huaxia region. But, all members of the Shadowblade, they not only have to be overqualified and have great strength, but they even have to possess willpower far beyond the ordinary. And this, do you think you can do it? Zhang Kai opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he could only close it. Indeed, there is no place for him to talk here. With this thought in his heart, he couldn't help but cast a pitying look at Lin Xu. Yet, all that was seen was that Lin Xu was still smiling faintly. When the words came to this, Lin Xu already understood. Feeling that the other person came up and gave himself a soft nail right off the bat. That's because people are crushing on them and want to chuck them. As for the "can you do it" line from the other side, it's still just a question that doesn't need to be answered. Not to mention the fact that the other person already had an answer in mind, and once argued, it would prove that he, Lin Xu, was arrogant. But what if you just pull out a knife and prove it to the other side? That becomes recklessness again. In short, the question, unanswered. Just thinking so in his heart, Lin Xu couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man one more time. Nangong Yun, that is the god of war of China. His face is not even given. The other party is really head iron can be. But that's good news. At least it proves that the military in Gangtok is okay. Thinking about it, Lin Xu directly closed the information that the Eye of Magic had detected about the other party. Tang Dingbang, level 72. Berserker, no abnormalities. Got it. Seeing that the atmosphere was starting to become more and more awkward, Lin Xu simply answered and directly prepared to turn around. He hadn't wanted to join the military in the first place anyway. Even after discovering Nangong Yun's condition, he couldn't wait to get as far away from the military as possible. It's just the right time to take this opportunity to just bolt. Kid, wait. Finding that he had said a bunch of things, the other person not only didn't get anxious, and directly turned around and left. Tang Dingbang panicked and hurriedly called out to Lin Xu. Why? Anything else? Lin Xu stood still and asked in confusion. Realizing that the situation had reversed in a matter of moments, Tang Dingbang's eyelids jumped. He then realized that although Lin Xu was young, his mind was simply calm and terrifying. Dryly coughing twice and suppressing the awkwardness in his heart, Tang Dingbang suddenly turned his words around and said, young people can realize their own shortcomings is a good thing, but should have the impetus or have. Saying that, as if he had made a very difficult choice, he mused and handed a dark-colored card to Lin Xu. Stunned, since Old Cloud has opened his mouth, then I can't afford not to give a bit of face. Take this. It's an invitation to the Abyssal Demon Cave. Chief, is this appropriate? The words Abyssal Demon Grotto fell into Zhang Kai's ears, and he finally still couldn't hold back his direct exclamation of surprise. Lin Xu looked at Zhang Kai in puzzlement. Zhang Kai hurriedly explained. The Abyssal Demon Cave is an extremely rare copy of the Huaxia region, and the entire military? There are only 200 slots per year to be able to enter one of the trials, just to match the huge gains. That's the sick difficulty of this copy. Feeling that Zhang Kai was talking a bit too much, Tang Dingbang coughed dryly twice, directly interrupting him and looking solemnly at Lin Xu, saying, it's decided. You take this invitation as a test or compensation. In any case, you will not last longer than 2 hours inside this copy. And the matter of you joining the Shadowblade, do not mention it again. 2 hours? Hearing clearly the conditions offered by Tang Dingbang, Zhang Kai instantly blanched. Glaring at Zhang Kai, Tang Dingbang waved his hand. Go ahead. Set him up with some teammates and be safe. Coming to the door, Lin Xu looked at the invitation in his hand, the corner of his mouth unconsciously hooked, secretly sighing Tang Dingbang is really an old fox. Chapter 33, Entering the Abyssal Demon Cave. He then said that with Nangong Yun's position among the army, the other party shouldn't be so headstrong. You're waiting for yourself. It was obvious that even if Nangong Yun gave the word, Tang Dingbang was unwilling to give himself this backdoor to join the Shadowblade directly. However, due to Nangong Yun's face, there was no way to reject it outright, so he came up with a euphemism, hemorrhaging money to directly give the Demon Cave's trial quota to himself. And it gives the condition that you can't join Shadowblade until you've lasted at least 2 hours inside. Perhaps in Tang Dingbang's thoughts, it was simply impossible for him to last for 2 hours inside the copy. In this way, it was logical for him to reject himself from joining Shadowblade. As for Nangong Yun's side, he had already given such a precious quota that he was completely accountable. As for not being able to join the Shadowblade in the end, he had only himself to blame for his own lack of strength. After figuring this out, Lin Xu checked the information on the invitation in his hand. Name invitation to the Abyssal Devil's Cave. Effect, after using this, you can enter the Abyssal Cave for a trial. Requirements, level less than or equal to 25. Maximum time limit for trial, 72 hours. Difficulty, Nightmare. Note, each professional can only enter this copy once. After reading the contents of the invitation, Lin Xu looked at Zhang Kai in disbelief and asked directly, "Isn't this just an ordinary copy invitation? Except for the fact that it's a bit more restrictive, and that's all that can be treated as a treasure by the military?" Zhang Kai rolled his eyes and explained, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The reason why a 3-day time limit was given is because the monsters inside this copy are infinitely refreshed, and the reward for clearing this copy is a profession strengthening stone. Have you heard of profession strengthening stones? God tier items." Lin Xu's pupils shrunk. He said why there were so many restrictions, so he was worried about swiping the strengthening stones inside the copy. Indeed, if that's the case, that Tang Dingbang was willing to give this to himself. That was really a blood money. This invitation was really a good thing. Thinking of this, Lin Xu said to Zhang Kai, who still had a constipated face, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." "Where to?" Zhang Kai scratched his head and asked in confusion. "To a copy of the Abyssal Demon Cave." "Where else?" Lin Xu asked back breathlessly. He wasn't a member of the military. How could he possibly know where the entrance to the replica was? Zhang Kai was stunned. "You really go now? You're only level 12. That's a level 25 nightmare copy. And how precious the invitation to this copy is, you know." According to Zhang Kai, Lin Xu's best option right now was to go to the other copies to practice first. Come back to this copy when you're around level 20. Get him some strong teammates yourself when the time comes. That way the gain is a little less, but it's still a solid way to last 2 hours. Roughly guessing what Zhang Kai was thinking, Lin Xu firmly nodded his head. "Yeah, I'm going now." You, Zhang Kai was furious. Just as the two were talking, a large group of young faces in military uniforms gathered around, their eyes all staring straight at Zhang Kai. Black lines came down on Zhang Kai's forehead, sighing at how fast this news spread. He didn't need to think about it. The group of red-eyed recruits in front of them were all rushing towards those remaining 4 teammate slots of the invitation in Lin Xu's hands. "Do what you have to do. All of you. Go train. I don't have an invitation here and I don't have the spot." Kai Zhang chose to strike first. The faces of the crowd of recruits immediately fell, and immediately someone begged, "Instructor Zhang, you know how rare a spot for this trial copy is. Just give us a chance." Yeah, I'm number 1 in this recruit competition. I can definitely keep that connection safe. Absolutely. Yes. And me. Having been robbed of a trial spot by Lin Xu forcibly, the recruits were dissatisfied while labeling him as a connected person. Even, as if they hadn't seen Lin Xu, they spoke directly to each other in front of Lin Xu. Taking a teammate into a copy that's going to get you a share of the experience. Also, there's no way he's going to give his back to any teammate who doesn't trust him. With this in mind, he simply said directly, "Sorry, I'm soloing, I don't need a teammate." As soon as he said this, there was dead silence. Everyone, including Zhang Kai, looked at him with the same expression as looking at a little cutie. Like expressions at Lin Xu. That's when Lin Xu realized that he seemed to be a real cutie. It was clearly written on the invitation that he could enter the copy directly after using it, and he was still stupid enough to ask Zhang Kai here where the entrance was. Thinking that, he used his mind to directly choose to use the invitation. A teleporting white light surfaced at the bottom of his feet. Zhang Kai's eyes snapped wide. Asterisk. Boy, you really single brush? Looking at Lin Xu, who had disappeared after the white light, his face twitched. At the same time, the crowd of onlooker recruits were instantly in an uproar. "I go. Level 12 single brush, level 25 nightmare copy. Brain what? This clearly do not want to live on this. Che, you really think that second generation are all cuties? What? This is a copy of the trial. You'll be teleported out before you die. How could anyone get killed? Holy, key this waste. I bet he'll never last more than half an hour. No, 10 minutes before he's teleported out." Listening to the recruit's comments, Zhang Kai blackened his face and hurriedly ran towards Tang Dingbang's office. What? He even went down alone? Listening to Zhang Kai tell him what happened, Tang Dingbang immediately clapped his hands. At this very moment, he felt like his heart was dripping blood. This military district of his, this one invitation a year, full of 5 slots. Originally, he thought that by utilizing the grouping mechanism, his side would be able to mix in at least 4 copies. As a result, it was all spoiled by Lin Xu. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Tang Dingbang simply slapped the table and cursed. "I knew it. I knew none of these backdoor guys were any good. All pricks. Get the hell out of here. And tell him to get the hell out of here directly after he's kicked out from inside his copy." Zhang Kai shivered and hurried to stand at attention. Yes, Lin Xu's side. After the white light disappeared, he found himself transported to a dimly lit, closed-off valley, with the entrance to a massive cavern standing in front of him. At the entrance, several burly orcs with weapons stood on either side. At the same time, A countdown appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. With only 72 hours to go on the countdown, a sense of urgency strikes. After detecting the attributes of a few orcs, the rift blade came out of his body and Lin Xu walked straight towards the entrance. Name, Minotaur. Level, 20. Life, 3500. Attack, 2200. Skills, Brute Force, Bludgeoning, Savage Rush. Name, Lizard Man. Level, 22. Life, 4100. Attack, 2500. Skills, Venom Attack, Bite, Death, Tumble. Lin Xu staggered. No wonder when he heard that he was soloing. Zhang Kai and the others looked at him like a little cutie. The same. Just the few people guarding the door were placed in the novice copy. A proper boss level existence. Oh, it's just a shame that one has no feeling for this level of difficulty. The blade flickered. Successfully killed Minotaur LV20. Experience plus 1325. Successfully killed Lizardman LV22. Experience plus 1625. Chapter 34, Running and Puking. Stepping over the corpses of several gatekeeper orcs, Lin Xu directly entered the cave. The space within the cavern was immense, with an intricate array of small, blood vessel-like caverns. What made Lin Xu feel slightly disappointed was that although the number of monsters in the cave was quite a lot, it was not as dense as he had imagined. All 20 flying daggers buzzed and scattered. Kill record swipes. Lin Xu looked at the experience bar that had risen by a fifth in the blink of an eye, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily ticked. There's no one else with this upgrade speed. 2 hours later, a golden light shot up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successfully promoted to LV13. Absorbing the lessons learned from the last copy. This time Lin Xu had stored a large amount of living supplies in his carry-on space. Unscrewing a bottle of mineral water and taking 2 gulps, he began to continue toward the depths of the cave. Right now, Lin Xu's plan was to fight monsters and upgrade while searching for the boss of this copy. Right now this cave was not only large, but the terrain was very complicated, and finding the boss would take a lot of effort. In terms of upgrading, Lin Xu decided that he could only go up to level 19 at most before finding the boss. He also had an entry ticket to a level 20 world copy in his hand. The maximum level of entry is 20. How rich the rewards of a world copy were Lin Xu had learned. It was simply outrageous. So, world copies are definitely not to be missed. If you pass this copy, you directly reckless to level 20 upwards. The scene will be quite embarrassing. Just as Lin Xu's side was looking around for the whereabouts of the copy boss. Jiangdu Military District Playground. Lin Xu disappeared where there were already hundreds of recruits standing in great numbers. I'll go. It's been 3 hours and that relation hasn't even come out from inside the copy yet. How can he be so strong? What? I heard that the terrain of that trial replica is particularly complicated. If I guess it must be hiding in which corner, not daring to come out. Yes, absolutely. Listening to the recruits' discussion, Zhang Kai's face changed. He had witnessed Lin Xu's tragic appearance when he came out from inside the world copy. In terms of Lin Xu's raw style, to say that he had found a place to hide, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Thinking that, he went straight to Tang Dingbang's office. Reporting to the chief, Lin Xu has managed to hold on inside the copy for over 3 hours. Zhang Kai opened the door and straightened his back. Although it was indeed out of character for Lin Xu to disobey and enter the copy solo, but, as Chen Tianming's friend, he decided to make a claim for the other party's beloved disciple regarding the matter of joining the Shadowblade. Tang Dingbang hadn't gotten over his anger until this moment. He slanted a questioning glance at Zhang Kai. Why? What do you mean? Are you trying to tell me that I should immediately agree to let him join Shadowblade after he lasted 2 hours inside the copy, right? Realizing that his words did have the suspicion of making a decision in place of the head, Zhang Kai's forehead instantly came down in cold sweat and hurriedly bowed his head. Report, chief. No, that's not what I meant. Tang Dingbang laughed out coldly and threw a document in his hand directly onto the table. Get out. Disorganized and undisciplined. You want to join the Shadowblades? No way. When he finished speaking, it seemed that he was still not relieved as he glared at Zhang Kai. And you, from now on, don't come over to me without my orders. Time passed and another 2 days passed. Seeing as it has been nearly 70 hours since Lin Xu entered the copy, he still hasn't come out from inside the copy. At this time the playground of the military district was already densely packed with people. Everyone wanted to know just how long that fierce man who had entered a level 25 nightmare copy at level 12 could last. 3, 2, 1. Broken record. On the playground, a new recruit pinched his watch and danced with excitement. The soldiers around him likewise cheered and shouted. Since the establishment of the district, the record for the longest time to hold on inside this copy is 69 hours, 58 minutes and 23 seconds, created by Wu Weigua, the military god of the previous generation. However, just today, that record was surprisingly broken. Moreover, At that time, when he entered this copy, Senior Wu Weigua was already level 19 while Lin Xu was only level 12. Right now, no one suspected that Lin Xu was employing trickery to last so long anymore. Hiding from monsters for 70 hours straight is simply not possible. Right now, everyone was convinced of Lin Xu's strength, and the only thought left in their hearts for him was admiration. Even some of the veterans had gotten so excited that their scalps were tingling, because they felt that they might have to witness the birth of another military god, and it was born in their military region. Tang Dingban's office. He beckoned towards Zhang Kai with a smile on his face. Come, Zhang, sit, don't be polite, just treat it like your own office. Zhang Kai had black lines coming down on his forehead and sighed at how quickly the chief changed his face. Stunned, what about calling you here this time? Mainly because I want to inquire about some of the details of when student Lin Xu cleared the world copy at that time. Tang Dingbang laughed, directly threw out the topic of this conversation. It was as if the one who had blown his beard and glared at Zhang Kai 2 days ago for not letting him come to him was not himself at all. It was Zhang Kai who handled the follow-up of the world copy at that time, and it was also him who asked the students about their specific situation. So aside from those who were there, he had the most to say about what went through the world copy at the time. Zhang Kai was stunned by the question and couldn't figure out what the chief was asking for now. Just the military order is like a mountain, so there is no hesitation. He will directly tell what he knows. Originally, after a moment passed, Tang Dingban's expression was slightly odd. He asked Zhang Kai very solemnly, do you guarantee that what you're saying is true and that there's no artistry involved? Zhang Kai stood straight up. Report chief, I give you my word of honor. Tang Dingbang's face stiffened. Suddenly, splat, he snapped, slamming his hand down on the table. Zhang Kai shivered in fear and hurriedly had to explain. However, he only saw Tang Dingbang let out a long sigh of remorse. Hey, I thought all that was said on the internet was fake. Let's just say Old Cloud shouldn't be so unreliable. This, hey, go, come on, go with me to greet our future military god. After saying that, he didn't care whether Zhang Kai reacted or not. Directly striding toward the door, Zhang Keifu froze for a long time before reacting. Oh, let's just say that it doesn't make sense for the head of his own family to give Lin Xu a face just after meeting him. It turned out that he had always thought Lin Xu was hype. It's only now that I realize that the kid is powerhouse. Devil's Cave copy. Lin Xu cursed his bad luck while spreading his legs and running wildly. About 12 hours ago, he was lucky enough to find the copy boss. But, unfortunately, the boss is a dog. Yes, literally, the three-headed devil dog. A dog with an unusually keen sense of smell. After fighting with Lin Xu again, the other party pounced towards Lin Xu without any hesitation. After only a moment's hesitation, Lin Xu turned around and ran without saying a word. It wasn't that Lin Xu was afraid of his opponent's strength, but at that time, his level was only 18. There's that small gap to level 19. If you turned back now and just slaughtered the boss, the copy would immediately end. Wouldn't the remaining 10 hours or so of monster brushing time be wasted? Only, what Lin Xu never expected was, a prolonged, heartless chase begins. That mother *********** three-headed demon dog chased him to death. So, in the principle of maximizing benefits, Lin Xu put up a fight. He dodged the boss while spreading his legs and running wildly, while utilizing flying daggers to kill wild monsters along the road. He was busy. Finally, just when there were less than 2 hours remaining to be forcibly kicked out of the copy, a golden light rose up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successful promotion to LV-19. He staggered to a halt, unable to stop shivering. Finally, wow sound. Lin Xu vomited. Foot running for 12 hours. Running vomit. Wiping the corners of his mouth, Lin Xu turned around and coldly looked behind him. Chapter 35, The Secret is to be patient. Flop. The three-headed demon dog in hot pursuit had all three of its tongues sticking out, gasping violently as it fell head over heels. Obviously, its situation was no better than Lin Xu's. Even, as Lin Xu could see clearly, two of those three hideous heads of the other party had already started foaming at the mouth. Sheathing his rift blade, Lin Xu gazed at the difficult opponent in front of him, and his heart was speechless for a while. The last boss was bitten to death by itself. This one isn't going to be run to death. As it turns out, he was overthinking it, because just as this thought came to him, the three-headed devil dog shook its head and stood up again, all three pairs of scarlet eyes staring at Lin Xu. Good. Then, come on. Lin Xu smiled sarcastically, holding his sword in both hands, his attack stance drawn full. Realizing the danger, the three-headed demonic dog growled lowly and took a half-step back vigilantly, all of its attention focused on Lin Xu. Yet just then, the sound of breaking air suddenly rose. The next instant, put, minus 276,729, minus 68,654, Two lines of exploding numbers floated up above the head of the three-headed demon dog. Kill records appear randomly. Successfully killed the boss three-headed devil dog LV25, experience plus 150,000. Successfully kill the boss three-headed devil dog LV25 to get professional strengthening stone times 1. Successfully pass the copy of Abyssal Cave experience plus 70,000 gain three-headed devil dog hatching egg times 1 gain Abyssal Cave invitation letter times 1. Another golden light shot up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successfully promoted to LV20. Lin Xu grinned. Too late to check his attributes and newly acquired items. He first put away the flying daggers that were stuck in the three-headed demonic dogs one by one. If this thing wasn't collected now, it would be the equivalent of just throwing it away if it was teleported out later. Glancing at the three-headed devil dog that was still dead, Lin Xu helplessly pulled the corner of his mouth. Don't blame me for being sinister. You've been chasing me for so long that you've run so far that you can't even hold your sword anymore. You don't really think I still have the strength to physically fight with you, do you? Hint, you will be teleported out of the copy after 30 seconds, so please prepare in advance. Moving his sight away from the corpse of the three-headed devil dog, Lin Xu opened his attribute panel. Name Lin Xu. Profession, Sword Demon, only. Level LV 20. Life, 9900. Mana, 9900. Attack, 9400. Defense, 8400 plus 9900. Shield. Attributes, 143, all. Controllable number of flying daggers, 2829. Skills slightly. G. It's only been 3 days and the attributes have increased by almost half. Cool. Just as Lin Xu's heart was pounding, white light flashed beneath his feet. Not waiting for him to look around, the cheers came in like waves, one after the other. Lin Xu froze, shocked beyond words by the pomp and circumstance of the mountains of people in front of him. At this moment, the playground was densely filled with soldiers. While he was instantly drowned by this sea of green, Lin Xu foot was thrown to the sky like a rag doll for 10 minutes by a group of passionate soldiers. Before he was let down, Tang Dingbang smiled and pressed his hand at the group of soldiers. Alright, the celebration ceremony ends here. I still have something to talk about with Lin Xu's classmates, so all disperse. Saying that, he called Zhang Kai and directly caught Lin Xu in his office. To reacquaint myself, my name is Tang Dingbang, the head of the Jiangdu military region, and I apologize for my impolite behavior when we first met. Tang Dingbang opened the door and his tone was very sincere. Well, understand. Lin Xu nodded his head and didn't take any stands. He could not talk about antipathy towards Tang Dingbang in the first place. It was just a matter of duty. Not to mention the fact that the other party, a chief, could talk to himself with such an attitude. Seeing that Lin Xu was still in a light-hearted manner, Tang Dingbang couldn't help but feel a few more points of favor towards Lin Xu. Only a teenage age, the heart actually calmed to such a degree. Really rare. Thinking, he simply changed the subject and asked with interest, "What do you think of the difficulty of this copy?" Lin Xu nodded his head and said truthfully, "It's hard." Of course, Lin Xu's so-called difficulty was not because of the monsters and bosses themselves. Rather, it was the terrain of this copy, the rules, and the difficult personality of that boss. With so many factors adding up, it's almost impossible to maximize the benefits. Tang Dingbang nodded deeply. A level 12 newcomer spending over 70 hours inside a level 25 nightmare difficulty copy. What's more, the monsters inside this copy are still infinitely refreshed. He just couldn't figure it out. To what extent must Lin Xu's physical strength, endurance, willpower, fighting strength, and other aspects be perverted in order to be able to do all of this? With this in mind, he couldn't help but get curious and asked Lin Xu with interest, "Can you tell me what the secret is that you lasted so long inside the copy?" Hesitating for a split second, Lin Xu mused. Stunned, "I think if you want to stay inside this copy for a longer period of time, you mainly have to be able to endure it." Tang Dingbang's eyes lit up, staring closely at Lin Xu as he asked, "Endure what? Is it enduring the hounding of wild monsters?" Breathlessly glancing at Tang Dingbang, Lin Xu truthfully said, "Gotta hold back from slaughtering the boss." Put. Tang Dingbang's mouthful of tea spewed out on the spot. "So, you came out after killing the boss?" he exclaimed. Or else. Lin Xu was speechless and asked back. It just felt like those words just now were simply chicken talk. "So then that means you got the profession strengthening stone too?" Tang Dingbang rubbed his hands together excitedly and began to spin in place. "What? To turn it in?" Lin Xu asked vigilantly. Tang Dingbang hurriedly waved his hand. "No, everything you get inside the copy is yours. Interested in joining Shadowblade?" He stared at Lin Xu with a burning gaze and asked, "What's in it for me?" Lin Xu didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Originally, in order to test Nangong Yun's intentions, he was also going to join the Shadowblades, but obviously, now that one has the capital to bargain, the The benefits that fall from the sky are not taken for nothing. Tang Dingbang smiled confidently and said with certainty, as long as you join, resources such as equipment, potions, duplicates, and so on can be maximized in your favor. Even the training room that can simulate abyssal monsters 100% is directly open to you. Normally the military won't assign you any missions. But, there is a condition. What? Lin Xu raised his eyebrows and asked directly. Tang Dingbang said seriously. When the region is in peril, come when called, come when able to fight, and fight to the death. Deal. Lin Xu nodded decisively. Groove. I knew you boys had a couple of tricks up your sleeve. Zhang Kai excitedly punched Lin Xu in the chest and directly took out the long-prepared military uniform. The uniform was quickly changed, and Tang Dingbang looked at the heroic Lin Xu with little stars in his eyes. After a long time, he gazed at Lin Xu and said aloud, now, let me introduce myself again. I, Tang Dingbang, head of the Shadowblade Special Warfare Team of the Huaxia region. Welcome to Shadowblade. Lin Xu's eyelids fluttered and he hurriedly stood at attention. At the same time, the doubts in his mind were swept away. Let's just say, how could the possibility of joining a special operations team be decided by a local chief? After the simple investiture ceremony, Tang Dingbang said to Zhang Kai, alright, Lin Xu just came out from inside the copy. Find him a dormitory to rest for a while, and then give a briefing on the military afterward. Chapter 36 Demon Eater, Three-Headed Dog. The next day, it was already noon when Lin Xu woke up from his sleep. Knowing that he was really tired these 3 days, Zhang Kai didn't bother him once. It was at this time that Lin Xu had the energy to check the 2 items that he had obtained inside the copy. Soon, a stone glowing with starlight and a giant egg that was half a man tall appeared at Lin Xu's bedside. The three-headed devil dog is surprisingly oviparous? He felt that Darwin's coffin board was on the verge of being pressed. Just on second thought, the world doesn't seem to have such a number as Darwin, and was relieved. Curious, he placed his hand directly on top of the giant egg. Name: three-headed devil dog hatching eggs. Category: summoner hatching eggs. Effect: can hatch a three-headed devil dog. Qualification: unknown. How to use: drop blood to recognize the owner and hatch immediately. After reading the information about the hatching eggs, Lin Xu was a bit stunned. He had never heard of a summoned beast popping out inside a copy. Of course, it's good to have a summoner as a helper, but what slightly made him feel hesitant was this. A non-summoner type profession like himself could only contract one summoned beast in his lifetime, and when the summoned beast died, it was completely gone. God knows if the qualifications of these three-headed devil dogs will be crotch-pulling. Moreover, Lin Xu already had a vague bad feeling. A boss inside a level 25 copy. How high can the qualification be? The key was that after recognizing the master, one's experience would have to be shared partially with the other party, which would be cumbersome in case the qualification was very low. With this in mind, Lin Xu simply contacted Zhang Kai. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Kai directly pushed the door in. After checking the information on the hatching eggs, his eyes snapped open and he began to stutter in his speech. Asterisk 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 groovy groovy groovy. Boy, you tell me, how did you get this thing out? Lin Xu asked back in disbelief. Aren't all the people who passed this copy? Zhang Kai's eyes went black and he wanted to headbutt Lin Xu. What do you think? I've been in the army for 30 years, and I've never heard of anyone who can take this out of a copy, let alone see it. Hold on. It's a big deal. I'm going to report it. I'll give you the news later. When he finished, he was whisked away like a dog and went straight out the door. Lin Xu bristled, and while the other party went to report, he grabbed the stone that glowed with starlight. Name: Professional Strengthening Stone. Category: Enhancement Props. Effect: use this to strengthen your profession once. Restriction: professionals can only be strengthened once per 20 levels. Quality: S. Lin Xu's pupils shrunk. Surprisingly, it strengthens the profession. This profession of his own is already perverted to this extent. This if it is strengthened a little more. Hiss. With that in mind, he directly chose to use it. Prompts arrive randomly. Alert: Occupational Strengthening Stone used successfully. Occupational Strengthening Degree plus 25%. Lin Xu froze. Seeing that the enhancement was only 25%, his face twitched. Instantly, he had the feeling that he'd been viciously punked by a crap Kryptonian game. One awakening stone down surprisingly only strengthened it by 25%? Wouldn't that mean that 3 more such awakening stones would be needed for his profession to be strengthened successfully? When Tang Dingbang gave this copy invitation to himself, it was really like cutting meat, thus showing the rarity of this copy. Although the invitation letter himself had another one, he could no longer enter a second time due to the copy restriction. Where is this going to find the remaining 3 enhancement stones? Just as Lin Xu was having a headache, Zhang Kai barged in as he pushed open the dormitory door. Slot. This one you kid is kind of shelling out on. Have asked the most authoritative summoner over in Kyoto. Situations like yours where you bring a hatching egg out from inside a copy are rare, but they do happen. Usually when this happens, it's because the professional has done something so extraordinary while clearing the copy that the boss is convinced, and that's why he's willing to hand over his offspring to the professional. And unlike contracting directly with an abyssal demon, the summoned beasts hatched from this kind of hatching egg are generally highly qualified. So don't hesitate. You kid, just drop your blood and recognize your master. Hearing Zhang Kai say this, Lin Xu put his heart down and directly prepared to let the hatching egg recognize its owner. However, just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Zhang Kai again. Wait, I have one last question. What exactly did you do inside the copy to make the boss give you all the hatching eggs? If this works for you, I'd like to try it next time I go into a copy. Contemplating for a split second, Lin Xu said succinctly. It chased me for 12 hours and didn't catch up. After that I turned around and spiked it, and in those 12 hours I took the time to brush up and level up. That's all. Zhang Kai drew in a breath of cold air. Nima, solid old iron. This approach, cannot learn a little. Zhang Kai feebly waved his hand, signaling Lin Xu to continue. Soon, a drop of blood fell onto the huge hatching egg. A red light shot up into the sky. Alert, due to the host's profession, Blade Demon, only, three-headed devil dog hatching failure. Mutation in the queue. Hatching of devouring devil three-headed dog is complete. Recognition is successful. Click. The huge hatching egg cracked open and a furry paw timidly poked out of it. The moment he saw this claw, Lin Xu's heart settled a little. Fortunately, the mutated three-headed devil dog did not go in an indescribable direction. Lin Xu was clear in his heart. His own style of behavior was already very villainous, and if he were to add a hideous summoned beast, TSK, this combination would be unapproachable at first glance. Soon, a half-man tall, milky, ferocious-looking three-headed dog crawled out of the hatching egg. The appearance was 80% similar to the boss inside the copy. The first time the little guy appeared, he first rubbed his three heads against Lin Xu's palms, after which his three pairs of big watery eyes all stared at Lin Xu pitifully. After recognizing the master, Lin Xu and the three-headed dog already had a connection between their minds. Lin Xu understood in seconds that the other party was hungry. He hurriedly took out the food inside his carry-on space and greeted Zhang Kai, asking him to go to the cafeteria to fix some food. In less than 5 minutes, all the food stored inside Lin Xu's carry-on space was swept away by the other party. Luckily, Zhang Kai wasn't slow as he brought over a large bucket of raw meat. Seeing the wrappers of food all over the floor, Zhang Kai was blinded and shocked. You're just going to give it this? Can't dogs eat these? Lin Xu had a confused look on his face. Zhang Kai was furious. Boss, whose dog was just born as big as a calf and has 3 heads? You're raising a summoned beast. Ferocious beasts understand. Ferocious beasts are meat eaters. Sure enough, the vat with the meat had only just been placed on the floor when the little guy stuck one head. No, 3 heads right in and feasted. Lin Xu, speechless, just said just now why the other side eating while shedding tears to come. Also thought it was moved. Thinking of this, he hurriedly checked the other party's attributes. Name, Demon Eater, 3-headed dog, unnamed. Category, Summoned Beasts. Level, 1. Life, 1050. Mana, 1400. Attack, 1400. Power, 18. Agility, 23. Physical fitness, 21. Spirit, 28. Skills, Demon Eater, passive. Level max. Devouring the flesh and blood of high-level beings improves one's qualifications and has a certain probability of gaining the opponent's abilities. Chapter 37, Invitation to World Copy. After reading the attribute panel of the 3-headed dog, Lin Xu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The opponent's basic attributes at this level 1 had directly thrown off his own self at the time by 2 blocks. Of course, this was because the other party was a beast. And summoned beasts were different from humans in that they couldn't assign free attribute points. Attribute points gained after leveling up are randomly assigned. So judging the strength of a summoned beast would only depend on their qualifications. This was the point that really shocked Lin Xu. The 3-headed dog's current qualification is S. But, it had a way to grow to max level qualifications. And it was simple. Just devour the flesh and blood of a high-level lifeform. It was even possible for the 3-headed dog to gain the other's abilities in the process. Judging from this alone, the 3-headed dog was definitely a potential. And once it grows up, the combat power is bound to shock the jaws of the crowd. Realizing that Lin Xu was checking the attributes of the 3-headed dog, Zhang Kai nervously asked, "How's that for qualifications?" Lin Xu nodded. "Well, it's okay, S. Groove. You kid. Luck is damn good. Wait, I'm going to report it. Same as you. This little guy has to focus on cultivation. Must focus on cultivation." Zhang Kai jumped straight up in excitement and ran out in a flash. Lin Xu forehead black line down. Just feel as if someone is scolding himself. Not too long after Zhang Kai went out, the smiling Tang Dingbang walked into the dormitory with Zhang Kai. Ooh, what a majestic summoned beast. Having only just seen the three-headed dog, Tang Dingbang heartily lamented. The three-headed demon dog grew another size after finishing off the vat of raw meat. The dark, oily fur had grown to palm length, and with those three large tiger heads, they looked intimidating. Right. Have you got a name yet? You must give the whole thing an awesome name, Kai Zhan proposed. Lin Xu thought for a moment and looked at the three-headed devil dog that was arching its head over his own. Astonishing. It's so good at cooking rice. Let's call it Rice. There was a dead silence in the dormitory, and all of them, including the three-headed devil dog, looked at Lin Xu with shocked eyes. The corner of Tang Dingbang's mouth tugged, wanting to say something but ultimately holding it back. Indeed, naming a summoned beast is a personal freedom, and again, it's just a name. Thinking about it, he coughed dryly and handed a bottle of pills to Lin Xu with a smile. This is the summoned beast's upgrade elixir. It's a reward for you. If you give it to Rice, it should be able to go straight up to level 20, so you can take it down to the copies directly. Lin Xu's eyelids jumped. Summoned beast upgrade pills weren't cheap, let alone one that went up to level 20 in one breath. Originally he was worried about how to bring a meal upgrade. This all solved. Thanks. Lin Xu thanked Tang Dingbang and took the elixir, feeding it directly to Rice. Roar! Golden light continued to rush up from 2ii's body into the sky, and 2ii's figure began to expand dramatically, topping out directly to the ceiling in the blink of an eye. Asterisk 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 it's going to grow again. Lin Xu, put the rice away. Zhang Kai's cry of alarm came a little too late after all. Tang Dingbang moved his feet and brought Lin Xu and Zhang Kai to flash directly outside. Rumble sound, smoke and dust. The ceiling was directly by the rice three big head top a hole. Roar! Seemingly finding his surroundings too confining, Rice once again let out a growl to the sky, shaking his head and struggling to shake the building debris from his body. Rumble! The original dormitory's small two-story building was directly reduced to rubble. Alarms are blaring in the military area. My god! Boss! The boss inside the copy ran out. All hands on deck. Now! A large number of heavily armed soldiers quickly gathered towards this side. Zhang Kai's face twitched as he hurriedly stopped the group of soldiers who were ready to make a move. Finally, Rice stopped growing in size, and just by standing on the ground, it was over 5 meters tall. Looking at the master who was only as tall as his front legs, Rice was confused and trotted to come up to arch Lin Xu with his head, and in a flash, the mountain shook. Tang Dingbang patted the dirt on his body with a meaty face. Ahem, this dormitory years is indeed a bit long haha, demolition is good. Well, good. It was too late to comfort Tang Dingbang. Lin Xu once again checked out the attributes of Fee. Name, Rice, Demon Eater, Three-Headed Dog. Category, Summoned Beasts. Level, 20. Life, 8470. Mana, 8120. Attack, 7420. Power, 101. Agility, 130. Physique, 121. Spirit, 116. Looking at the other party's attributes that weren't too far off from his own, Lin Xu couldn't help but be staggered. Even if he didn't have skills for the time being, this strength of Rice could already crush a large group of level 30 professionals. Lin Xu's mind moved, and the rice transformed into a red light that merged into his body. Fee is so big that if it were to spread out in the military area, it would really be no different from a moving bulldozer. Seeing Lin Xu put the rice meal away, Tang Dingbang put his heart down and instructed 2 sentences before he was ready to turn around and leave. As a result, right at this moment, Lin Xu took an invitation out and handed it to Tang Dingbang. Chief, take this. Tang Dingbang's pupils shrank and he directly exclaimed in shock. This is an invitation from the Abyssal Demon Cave? You actually popped this thing too? Lin Xu nodded. Good boy. Tell me, what reward do you want? Tang Dingbang was not polite and took the invitation in his hand and asked directly. Lin Xu laughed bitterly, secretly sighing that there was no simple professional who could mix to the level of Tang Dingbang. His mind the other man read at a glance. Stunned, the value of this invitation alone is certainly not enough for what I want, and I have a request. Just say what you want. You're one of us. No need to be a mother-in-law. Tang Dingbang said directly. Lin Xu nodded his head in explanation. I have a friend, and I want to help him fight for a spot to enter the Abyssal Demon Cave trials. Tang Dingbang was first stunned, after which his eyes narrowed in realization. You mean that little girl from the Li family? Your little girlfriend? Lin Xu then felt choked. Nodding his head was not a good idea. Shaking his head was not a good idea either. He did want to return a favor to Li Xinrui with this quota, but Li Xinrui was not his girlfriend. Seeing Lin Xu actually squirm, Tang Dingbang laughed. I knew it was her. That little girl has a military background. Letting her into the replica is considered an exception but not a violation. This is no problem. Seeing Tang Dingbang agree so readily, Lin Xu nodded gratefully. Thinking that, he took out another invitation from his carry-on space and handed it to the other party. This one's for you too. But, take me one for this copy. Unsure, Tang Dingbang checked the contents of that invitation, and his face instantly turned white as he exclaimed, "A copy of the world?" Chapter 38, Career Strengthening Success. It stands to reason that of all the types of copies, the world copy has the highest return. Lin Xu just assumed that Tang Dingbang should be very excited when he saw the invitation for the world copy. But at this moment, Tang Dingbang's face was clearly more worried than pleased. "Why? Is there a problem?" Lin Xu asked suspiciously. Tang Dingbang first shook his head and then nodded afterward. Seemingly thinking that outside was not the place to talk, Tang Dingbang directly called Lin Xu to his office. After arranging for the guards to keep watch outside the door so that no one would be disturbed, he slowly opened his mouth to explain. "You've entered a world copy and know how brutal this kind of copy is. Instead of participating in the replica, the team is rushing to kill the world boss and get the world treasure chest. It would be better to say that this is a gladiatorial arena specially opened up for the various regions, where people can complain and avenge their grievances. Even teams that have no grudges will be immortalized because of the kill rewards. So, speaking of this," Tang Dingbang mused, his eyes somewhat complicated as he looked at Lin Xu for a long time before he said meaningfully, "So you're really sure you want to participate in this world copy?" Finding that Tang Dingbang was actually worried about himself, Lin Xu smiled faintly and nodded his head firmly. "Good boy. I knew you were good." Punching heavily on Lin Xu's chest, Tang Dingbang was filled with admiration. How was he to know that Lin Xu was purely aiming for the rewards of the world copy? Excitedly turning around twice in place, Tang Dingbang looked at Lin Xu with a burning gaze and asked, "Say, what exactly do you boys want?" By this time he had thought it through. To be able to make Lin Xu take out an invitation to the Abyssal Demon Cave plus a copy of the world, what Lin Xu wanted was by no means simple. Even, he was ready to hemorrhage money. Only, with that invitation to the world copy given by Lin Xu, this time the world copy, China region will be able to make all the preparations in advance, and it is not too much to say that it is taking advantage of the first opportunity. This was definitely a great merit. Therefore, but whenever Lin Xu opened his mouth, as long as the Huaxia region had it, he would definitely help the other party to get this thing. "I want career strengthening stones. 3 of them," Lin Xu directly said. Tang Dingbang's eyelids jumped as he gave Lin Xu a startled look. The preciousness of the profession strengthening stone could no longer be described in terms of its value, because no one was even offering this thing for sale, and there was definitely a market without a price. Of course, this was not the point at which Tang Dingbang was surprised. He was surprised that this thing could only be used once at level 20, and he couldn't figure out what Lin Xu wanted to do with so many at once now. However, on second thought, he didn't bother to probe Lin Xu's purpose and nodded his head through gritted teeth. "Okay, no problem. I'll move now to pick it up from the military headquarters warehouse. Also about the world copy, I'll have to inform the higher-ups about it, so you're always ready to enter the world copy." Speaking here, Tang Dingbang suddenly remembered something and asked Lin Xu, "Oh yeah, there's something else I need to ask your opinion on. What are your requirements for teammates who enter the world copy with you?" Understanding that Tang Dingbang was going to shake people, Lin Xu mused, "Just cut the crap and don't be a shocker." In fact, according to Lin Xu's character, he wanted to single-handedly brush the world copy. But, after giving the world copy invitation to Tang Dingbang, things were instantly complicated. The world copy was dangerous, no doubt, but it was clear that it was also an opportunity, and even a perfect chance to gild the lily in some people's eyes. So, as long as Tang Dingbang puts this news out, the back door, the relations, the exchange of benefits, will immediately find his head. Of course, Lin Xu wasn't interested in the twists and turns here. He was happy to give this favor to Tang Dingbang. He just wants what he wants. So when Tang Dingbang said he would help him recruit teammates, he couldn't very well refuse. Just be prepared to wipe his ass. Listening to Lin Xu, Tang Dingbang was about to nod his head, but he froze for a moment. What kind of crap is that to ask for? Breathlessly glancing at Lin Xu, he directly turned to leave. 2 days later, Tang Dingbang's office. "No, here's what you asked for. It took a lot of effort to get it together. Take good care of it." With that, Tang Dingbang directly handed Lin Xu the 3 strong chemistry stones. "Got it. What time do we enter the world copy?" Putting the strengthening stone away, Lin Xu directly asked what he was most concerned about. Not being able to upgrade any further. He had been training in the training room with Tutu for the past 2 days, and was bored out of his mind. Knowing what Lin Xu was thinking, Tang Dingbang nodded. "This time when I came back, I brought back the teammates who were going to enter the world copy with you as well. All of them are the top good seedlings in the Huaxia region. You'll get to know each other later. And after that you'll spend a few days familiarizing yourselves with each other's fighting styles, after which you can open your copies anytime you want. Lin Xu nodded. Leaving Tang Dingban's office, he didn't go to meet his teammates first, but first made a trip to his dormitory. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, the 3 strengthening stones shattered at the same time. Points of starlight merged into Lin Xu's body. Prompt strengthening stone used successfully. Occupation strengthening degree reaches 100%. Strengthening in Q, skill, harnessing the blade. Blade mantle, active, strengthened successfully. Q, skills, blade demon. Demon smile. Demon body, passive, strengthening successful. Alert, gain a new skill, necromagic puppet, active. Look at the long list of tips that popped right up. Lin Xu felt his breath catch a few moments and immediately opened the skill panel. Knife mastery, active. Rank S. Can use mental power to control flying daggers and attack targets within a range of 200 meters. For every 5 points increase in mental attributes, +1 to the number of flying daggers controlled. And for each flying dagger per second, 1 point of mana is spent. Blade mantle, active. Rank S. Can slash and attack targets within a range of 200 meters with the same attack power as using a longsword. Knife devil, passive. Level max. Attacks with a knife-type weapon. Ignoring defense and dealing 1000% damage. Devil smile, passive. Level max. Using a knife-type weapon. Hitting an enemy's vitals has a 20% chance of producing a decapitation effect. Magic body, passive. Rank S. Reduces all types of damage by 70%. Necromagic puppets. Active. Level max. After destroying an enemy, you can transform the enemy into a necromantic puppet and imprison it within yourself. Necromantic puppets have all of their abilities in life, which can be released at any time. And the puppets are absolutely obedient to their master's commands. The golem possesses the characteristic of immortality and can be resummoned after 24 hours if it is killed in battle. After checking these few skills of his that had been strengthened, Lin Xu only felt his scalp tingle. With this degree of reinforcement, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it had been directly rebuilt. First of all, the attack range of the blade mantle and the blade harnessing technique was directly doubled, and the consumption of the blade harnessing technique was drastically reduced, which greatly increased one's range. Secondly, the passive skill blade demon's damage skyrocketed to 1000%. This means that one's pulse attack is 10 times the damage and ignores defense, with nearly 100,000 damage from a single slash. A level 60 professional was afraid that he wouldn't be able to top it. After that it's the effect of demon smile that goes straight to decimate, as well as the increase of the demon body's immunity to 70%. Originally, with the wood dragon crystal's enchantment, his blood quantity was already extremely perverse, and if this was coupled with the damage immunity, TSK, a level 60 Master Tan should be nothing more than that. Finally, there's that added skill. For this skill Lin Xu could only describe it as perverted. Although the enemy that can be eliminated by himself, the probability is that his fighting strength is not as good as his own. But, quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. Under the accumulation of days and months, what one was able to manipulate, that would be an army of undead. Even, Lin Xu vaguely had a feeling that maybe this is the true fighting style of the Knife Devil. Chapter 39, I have a request. You're all in this together. When Lin Xu pushed open the door to the training room, Tang Dingbang and the teammates he had recruited for Lin Xu were already waiting inside. 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. Among the boys, one of them had a sharp inch hair, standing at a height of 1 meter 9, with dark skin and unusually strong. The other one was slightly thin and arrogant, and he was looking at Lin Xu with a smile on his face. The remaining 2 girls, one looked unusually quiet, even with a somewhat timid expression. The other had a high ponytail and a sunny smile. Come on, Xiao Su. These are your teammates for this world copy. Everyone introduce themselves first and get to know each other. Lin Xu had only just swept a glance at a few people when Tang Dingbang greeted them familiarly. With that, he glanced at Lin Xu. It was obvious that Tang Dingbang meant to start with Lin Xu here. Lin Xu, Blade Demon, Output, Rank 20. Lin Xu didn't squirm and directly said, I'm Bear Strong, Sacred Shield Warrior, Main Titan, Rank 20. As soon as Lin Xu's words fell, the inch-headed fierce man followed. Pleasant Spirit, AOF, Output, Rank 20. This time, the one who spoke was the girl with a high ponytail, and when she finished, she meaningfully and inexplicably smiled slightly at Lin Xu. Seeing that the 3 people in the team had already finished introducing themselves, the arrogant man glanced at the timid girl. The girl's face instantly reddened and she hurriedly bowed her head, signaling the other to start first. The arrogant man grunted unremittingly and said, I, Long Ichen, Thunder Dragon Warrior, Output, Level 20. When he finished speaking, he still looked at Lin Xu with a smile on his face. Lin Xu felt puzzled. He clearly didn't recognize any of these people. What was he looking at himself for? Pushing down the doubt in his mind, his eyes swiveled and moved to the last girl on the field. The girl's face turned even redder, and she said in a hasty manner, I'm a priest, an elf priest, level 20. My name is Chu Jing. Seeing that the crowd had finished introducing themselves, Tang Dingbang summarized, okay, now that you all know each other, for the next while, you familiarize yourselves with each other's fighting styles. Let me know when it feels like it's rubbing off. After saying that, Tang Dingbang directly left, leaving behind only the wide-eyed 5 people. Hey, what are you all waiting for? Come on, the chief has said that we should familiarize ourselves with each other's fighting styles. So let's get started. Xiong Zhuan was the first one who couldn't resist and directly proposed. Everyone's gazes fell on him, and Long Yichen still had that smirking expression as he shook his head. There's no rush. There are 5 of us. We have to choose a captain first. Otherwise who will we listen to during the battle? As he said that, he even gave Lin Xu a provocative glance. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked. Let's just say that this guy had no reason to look at himself the moment he came up, feeling that he wanted to be the captain and saw himself as a competitor. Agreed. I choose Lin Xu. Just as Lin Xu was out of his mind, Yu Ling directly raised his hand to vote. After saying that, she also hurriedly pulled Chu Jing, who reacted and immediately timidly raised her hand. I agree. I'll go with Lin Xu too. Lin Xu froze, confused by the 2 women's sudden actions. Only, it was just what he wanted. Lin Xu had already used the Eye of Magic to detect the attributes of several people. To be fair, within the level 20 professionals, a few of them were absolutely amazing. But, in front of him, there was not a single one that could fight. So, in regards to the world copy afterward, Lin Xu directly categorized a few people as hangers-on. What is the most important point for a pendant to stay alive? Listen. Yes, it's all about obedience. Thus, Lin Xu decided that he would be the captain of this team. With this thought in his mind, he looked towards Long Yichen. As expected, Long Yichen's face directly blackened, before it could speak. However, very strong snaps. Hey, you 2 little girls, what do you mean? Can't who looks handsome let who is the captain of it? The world copy of how dangerous you know. Want to be the captain of that must first take out the strength. Yeah, that's what I meant. So I recommend myself. Long Yichen clasped his hands on his chest and followed suit. Just then, splat. Yu Ling snapped her fingers and smiled. In that case, why don't the 3 of you compete and the winner will be the captain? Agreed. No problem. Just compare. Long Yidwan and Xiong Zhuang said at the same time. Seeing that the 2 directly agreed, everyone's gazes fell on Lin Xu in unison. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked, glancing at the Yu Ling who was fanning the flames, nodding his head. Okay, but I have a request. What? You say? Long Yichen squinted at Lin Xu with disdain in his tone. Lin Xu laughed and swept a glance at a few people. I want all 4 of you. Together. What? Long Yichen's eyes snapped wide open. Yu Ling's smile similarly froze on his face. Xiong Zhuan was the most naive. He looked at Lin Xu with a breathless face and said seriously, Dude, everyone's level 20. 1v4, do you know what you're talking about? Lin Xu smiled faintly, not bothering to explain. He clapped his hands and a red light floated out from within him. In the next instant, the small mountain-like rice appeared. 3 pairs of scarlet eyes staring viciously at the several people. Fangs exposed. It had sensed its master's intention and waited for the command to prepare. To attack. The sound of pouring cold air rang out, and Chu Jing directly covered her eyes in shock. Introducing, Rice, my summoned beast and your new teammate. Saying that, Lin Xu raised his chin at a few people with a smile on his face and ordered to Rice. 5 minutes. Beat them into submission and leave them alive or no dinner today. Roar. Realizing that a few people in front of him had their dinner at stake, Rice's eyes instantly turned scarlet, and after a growl, he violently lunged towards the several people. Holy, dude, you're playing for real. Xiong Zhuang's face twitched, and a giant metal shield appeared in his hand as he cried out in shock. Just before he could put his shield up, Rice's claws, which were the size of a round table, violently stomped towards his face. An unexpected scene emerges. The main titan who has always been known for his defense and power. Surprisingly, he was directly stomped on the ground by Tutu, without the ability to fight back. Even, without waiting for Bearstrong to get up from the ground, Rice raised his hand and clawed him, instantly jerking him away. Seeing that Xiong Zhuang was KO'd in just one look, Long Yichen's pupils instantly contracted. His figure flickered, and when he reappeared he had already leapt into midair. In his hand, a warhammer glittering with thunder on slammed towards Thi's head, as if it had a premonition. Rice's head tilted and the warhammer grazed its ear. Miss. Long Yichen froze. Rice was furious. It had a feeling that if it took this hammer from the other side, it would have at least a big bag on its head. Roar! Rice growled, fangs exposed, aiming at Long Yichen, who was stranded in the air, and bit down violently. Chapter 40, Convinced. Long Yichen's pupils suddenly contracted and his blood went cold. It was clear to him, as far as Tu was concerned, that Ai's mouth was full of sharp teeth, the smallest of which were as long as his calf. If you get a bite of this, you'll be crippled if not killed. Yet just when he thought he was on the ropes, dang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Rice's huge mouth that was covered in sharp teeth closed less than 10 centimeters away from Long Yichen. Rice didn't bite him. Or rather, Rice let Long Yichen off the hook. Only, before Long Yichen could land on the ground, a huge claw whistled and violently lashed at his body. Bang! Long Yichen slammed headfirst into the alloy wall of the training room like a cannonball. No! Don't come over here! Seeing that Rice lunged towards her, Yuling's face turned pale and the light of the staff in her hand flashed. Hundreds of arcane missiles slammed towards Rice. The bizarre scene appeared again. Running, Rice's figure shrunk dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, it changed to the size of an ordinary pet dog. After shrinking, Thi's figure was like electricity, and his speed was even faster than a direct stump. With only a few graceful dodges, it had already rushed in front of Yuling, almost without hesitation. Tu leapt straight up and Yuling then felt a flash in front of her eyes, and when she came back to her senses the staff in her hand had disappeared. Immediately afterward she saw a huge clawed black shadow fall from the sky, confirming that Yuling was incapacitated. Rice's 3 pairs of scarlet eyes glared at Chu Jing at the same time. Chu Jing's entire body instantly sat paralyzed on the ground. Just now she had tried very hard to restore her teammate's status. It was just that Aiyaki was moving too fast and didn't give her any chance to play. With this in mind, Chu Jing hurriedly raised her hand timidly. Admit defeat. Not waiting for her to finish her sentence, huge clawed black shadows enveloped her. Thi boredly shook Senko's huge head and stepped right over her, bumbling toward Lin Xu. Half an hour later, Lin Xu swept a glance at the several people who had basically recovered from their injuries and were hanging their heads, and spoke indifferently. Now does anyone have any comments about me being captain? No comment. Yueling was the first to raise his hand. And me. Chu Jing followed closely in agreement. Although Xiong Zhuang still looked full of resentment, he nodded after thinking about it. I'm also convinced. I can't even beat a summoned beast. I'm not qualified to be this captain. Just as he said that, he suddenly became curious again and looked at Lin Xu to ask, how on earth did you raise this summoned beast? Why is it so perverted? As soon as Xiong Zhuang mentioned this, the remaining 3 people all looked at Lin Xu. Obviously, this is the biggest question in their minds. Lin Xu snorted out a laugh and swept a glance at Long Yichen, saying, the SS with the highest qualifications out of all of you. Level 20, counting the equipment's bonus. The attribute points top break the Big Sky 300 out. Rice has a total attribute of over 450 points. Plus it's a summoned beast that can control its form. Where do you guys stand a chance of winning when fighting him? The crowd was speechless for a moment. Not only marveled at the strength of Ai's power, even more surprised that Lin Xu had managed to get their details right in such a short period of time. Keep in mind that the military doesn't even have detailed personal information like this. Isn't it just because you have a powerful summoned beast? What's the big deal? Long Yichen slanted a glance at Lin Xu and skimmed his lips. Lin Xu smiled faintly inside. He had thought that if he let Rice clean up a few people, the odds were that they would be honest. But he forgot. These people in their respective circles, that can be the tip of the pyramid. The existence of the stars. The dismount in front of me was given too lightly. With this in mind, he moved his mind and a dummy for testing damage appeared. Everyone looked at Lin Xu in puzzlement. Lin Xu glanced at Long Yichen and asked, any idea what the blood cap is on the dummies used for testing damage? $1 million? Why? Long Yichen's face was full of incomprehension, and he stalked his neck. Buzz! Dozens of flying daggers that flashed with a cold aura pulled out silver chopping marks, shooting at the dummy like meteors. The next instant, boom! The dummy directly exploded into a sky of debris. Silence, deathly silence. A drop of cold sweat slid down Long Yichen's forehead. The dummy used for testing damage was even directly blown up, which meant that Lin Xu's damage from this strike had exceeded 1 million. 20 levels, 1 million damage. For a moment, he felt downright ridiculous, because just a moment ago, he was still thinking of finding an excuse to have an evenly matched fight with Lin Xu. Now, it seems that the equalization of forces is afraid that there is no hope. The ashes of the smoke is the blink of an eye. Lin Xu smiled faintly, ignoring the dumbfounded Long Yichen. His gaze fell on Yuling and he asked faintly, so, now do you know why I'm not willing to fight you guys myself? Swallowing hard, Yuling's gaze froze for a long time before she said, because because even if it's a punt, your damage exceeds our blood cap, and you're afraid of accidentally beating us to death. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Lin Xu laughed and his gaze suddenly turned cold as he continued to ask, then please tell me why. When we first met, you were on the sidelines fanning the flames and insisting that the three of us fight? As a stranger who had just met, when Yu Ling came up and directly supported himself as the captain. Originally Lin Xu was still just surprised, but after seeing Xiong Zhuang and Long Yichen's attitude he understood. Supporting herself was a lie. This little girl was clearly making trouble on purpose. As for the purpose, getting a few people to cut is what she's doing. It was just that Lin Xu couldn't figure it out. There was no injustice. Why would the other party do this? Being reminded by Lin Xu, Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang also reacted, all looking at Yu Ling in disbelief. Yu Ling's face turned white. She didn't expect that Lin Xu would be wise to this extent. Feeling that the other person saw through his little mind early on, no wonder he'd let Ai-Chan beat himself up too. Just thinking in her mind, she rushed to explain to Xiong Zhuang and Long Yichen. I'm sorry. I did want to use you guys to test the big man's strength for a bit, but I didn't mean any harm. Really, how could I have thought that the big man's strength would be exaggerated to such an extent? After saying that, Yu Ling looked at Lin Xu. Big brother. You kill through the world copy just to find a girlfriend is super hot, eh? I'm a fan of yours. Stun. This is what I want to try. Lin Xu was speechless and coldly patted Yu Ling's shoulder. There is no next time. Yu Ling's body went cold and hurriedly nodded her head in a chicken-pecking manner. Fine. I promise. Taking a long breath, Lin Xu swept a glance at Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang, who had different expressions, and asked, now, do you have any more opinions about me being captain? Long Yichen's face twitched as a sense of despair surged through his heart. He sort of found out. Not only was there a huge gap between himself and Lin Xu in terms of strength, even the mental aspect was far worse than the other side. Thinking, he released, no comment, convinced. Bearstrong scratched his scalp, admiringly. Big brother is awesome. From now on, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Lin Xu nodded in satisfaction. Very well, then let's talk about what happens after we enter the world copy next. Chapter 41, World Copy. Open. Night. At 2:30 a.m., Tang Dingbang was awakened from his sleep. He looked at Lin Xu's several people who were already fully loaded and ready to go, and was filled with dismay. It's the middle of the night. Why are we leaving now? Also, you guys familiarized yourselves with each other's fighting styles so quickly? None of the four Long Yichen people said anything and looked at Lin Xu in unison. Lin Xu had black lines coming down his forehead. He only said for a few people to talk less inside the copy. Who made them be mute now? While slandering in his heart, Lin Xu nodded his head. Yes, it's been familiarized. Finding that the crowd clearly looked up to Lin Xu, Tang Dingbang glanced at Lin Xu in slight shock and lowered his voice to ask, astonishing, you've cleaned them up and convinced them so quickly? Well, sort of. Lin Xu played a sloppy game. Good boy. That's really something. So tell me, why are you leaving at this hour? Tang Dingbang continued to ask. In order not to give the other regions time to gather their hands, Lin Xu explained. In this world, there is no time difference between the regions, and when it says daytime, it's all daytime. At this point in time now, in all the major regions, the vast majority of the professionals should be asleep. If this is the time to open the world copy, the districts were absolutely caught off guard, and even exaggerating a little bit to just miss the notification could have been a possibility. Lin Xu was going for the rewards of the world copy, not to kill professionals from other regions, so the timing couldn't be more appropriate. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Dingbang laughed and punched Lin Xu in the chest, sighing, I really didn't see that your kid was so detrimental, but the timing, well chosen. Saying that, Tang Dingbang directly handed Lin Xu the invitation for the world copy, after which his face changed and he sighed, musing, that's all I'm going to say to you. Get everyone out of the copy alive if at all possible. Of course, what I'm saying is only possible. Remember not to force it, and also after this matter, no matter what the outcome is, the Huaxia region owes you a favor. Okay, got it. Lin Xu nodded decisively. The reason why he chose to go through all the trouble of barraging and cleaning up a few of Long Yichen's people, and afterward taking these few dragons with him into the copy. What was waiting was these words from Tang Dingbang. Otherwise, he could have just separated from a few people after entering the world copy and walked away. After discovering Nangong Yun's abnormality, Lin Xu was always anxious, especially since Nangong Yun was also a personal witness to the havoc in his own family's year. This made Lin Xu feel a chill down his spine even more. Thus, as long as the conditions allowed, Lin Xu planned to prepare more amulets for himself. There is no doubt that the favor of the Chinese region is even won. Seeing that Lin Xu agreed so readily, Tang Dingbang patted Lin Xu's shoulder in relief and reminded him. Also the fact that you're about to enter the world copy. Old Cloud already knows about it. He's currently at the front line of the Abyss and has no way to come to see you off. However, he asked me to convey to you that when you encounter danger, you should directly crush the jade pendant he gave you, at which time he will immediately appear. Okay, sure, Lin Xu promised with his mouth, but in his heart, he made up his mind, but if it is not a line of life and death, he will never touch the jade pendant for a moment. Pushing down the cluttered thoughts in his heart, Lin Xu's gaze fell onto the invitation in his hand and directly chose to use it. Alert, World Copy Invitation LV20, Nightmare Difficulty, was successfully used. Alert, Copy Content selected. Alert, Selection complete. This world copy name, Bug Strife. Objective, within 7 natural days. Find and kill the world boss Isla, Mother Emperor of the Bug Race. Q, Other Regions Raider World Copy Teleportation Channel has been opened. Time limit 5 minutes. Countdown. Start. Tip, each region can only send 1 team to enter the world copy, with a full complement of 5. After entering the world copy and before clearing the world copy, the professional cannot leave the copy in any form. Hint, if not cleared within 7 natural days, the professional will be stranded in the world copy. Reminder, teleportation will begin in 30 seconds. Please prepare in advance. Looking at the white light that gradually rose from under Lin Xu's feet, Tang Dingbang waved his hand and said, "Have a safe trip. I'll be waiting for you." Triumph. Good. Lin Xu answered. The weightlessness of teleportation came between his nods, and the scenery around him began to change right after. Dampness and stuffiness hit the air. The scent of decaying plants poured into the nostrils, and dead silence surrounded them. When his sight was restored, Lin Xu scanned the surroundings for the first time. This was a vast primitive forest. Huge shrubs the thickness of several people's arms could be seen everywhere, and the dead branches and leaves of the plants on the ground were as deep as a calf. Wow! What a big forest! So hot and stuffy. Seeing her surroundings clearly, Yu Ling was the first to cry out in shock. Not surprisingly, all eyes fell on her in unison. Huaxia Region Raiders World Replica Squad Rule 1, it is forbidden to enter the World Replica with a startle. Realizing that she had made a mistake, Yu Ling immediately covered her mouth self-consciously. Lin Xu frowned and reminded, "Alert! It's too quiet around here. Something's not right." With that, he directly released the 4 flying daggers in 4 directions. At the same time, I, whose size had shrunk to that of a normal canine, was released. As soon as he landed on the ground, Rice immediately jerked his nose twice, after which he barked low and violently rushed over in one direction. The moment Io rushed out, the sound of breaking winds suddenly rose. Several spears glowing green whistled and shot towards the few people in the clearing. Enemy attack. Xiong Zhuang's pupils shrunk, and as he reminded out, a huge metal shield instantly appeared in his hand, directly blocking in front of Chu Jing and Yu Ling. Lan Yichen rolled over and dodged a spear that was shot at him at the same time. His feet pushed hard and he was about to rush in the direction that the spear was shot from. Just before he could gear up and start, the kill record appeared. Successfully killed Bug Sentry LV21, experience plus 1435. Successfully killed Bug Sentry LV19, experience plus 1078. A dozen or so kills were recorded directly on the screen. The sneaky spear came to a screeching halt. Lan Yichen stumbled on his feet and turned to look at Lin Xu breathlessly. As he was seeing, Lin Xu casually caught a spear that was shot at him and played with it. He had a mixed feeling in his heart. Pervert. It's really a ing man's death. Realizing that Lan Yichen was standing in place with a complicated expression, Xiong Zhuang was immediately about to voice out a reminder. As a result, he was pulled by Chu Jing behind him, and only then did he notice the kill record, and immediately drew a breath of cold air. The 3 people behind the shield glanced at each other, their gazes coincidentally landing on Lin Xu with horror in their eyes. At this time, several people's thoughts were surprisingly consistent. So this was the feeling of being taken flying by a big brother. Cool. Realizing that everyone was looking at him with weird gazes, Lin Xu raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you looking at me for?" Groove. Lan Yichen cursed and gestured a 2. Huaxia Region Raider World Copy Rule 2, it is forbidden to, in any form, marvel, exclaim, and marvel at, the captain that is, Lin Xu's own combat power, as well as the way of fighting. Unexpectedly, the remaining 3 also all gestured a 2 at Lin Xu. Just at this moment, the crunching sound of tree branches being stepped on suddenly came from all directions, and Lan Yichen's nerves immediately tensed up again. Chapter 42, making a big deal out of it. Watch out, we're surrounded. While Lan Yichen exclaimed out in shock, he directly prepared for battle. Lin Xu explained with a faint smile. It's okay, one of our own. Since, one of our own? Big brother, this is a world copy. Where did we get our own people? Everyone looked at Lin Xu in puzzlement. And Yuling even asked a direct question. Just as a few people were talking, the dense bushes were plucked apart by a grayish-white palm. A normal human-sized creature with a human-like upper body but an ant-like abdomen and appendages on the lower half of its body showed its head. The creature was carrying a dozen spears behind its back, and looking at the style of the spears, they were exactly the same as the ones that attacked Lin Xu's several people. However, just as Long Yichen's few people had already raised their hearts to their throats, the creature, however, did not attack. Instead, it meekly walked to Lin Xu and directly prostrated itself on the ground. That feeling that Lin Xu was its master. Along with the first insect sentinel, a dozen more sentinels gathered around from all directions, all of them prostrate at Lin Xu's feet. Just a moment ago when he killed these insect sentries, Lin Xu used his newly acquired skill, Necromagic Puppet. He transformed all the sentries he killed into puppets. Stand up, Lin Xu tried to order. Brush. Like a military parade, all the puppet sentries rose in unison. Get down. This time, Lin Xu directly used his intention and did not make a sound. With another brush, the puppets fell to the ground at the same time. Lin Xu's eyelids jumped. That's alright? Number 1 stand at attention. Number 2 get down. Number 3 spin in place. Lin Xu began to try to manipulate the group of sentries in a different pattern. Soon, the conclusion came out that intentional manipulation worked surprisingly well, whether it was ordered for the collective or for one individual alone. What surprised Lin Xu even more was that not only could he manipulate the puppet, he could even obtain the puppet's vision. The only beauty was that the puppets couldn't feed back any emotions to him. In other words, the puppets would just be shells that had preserved their abilities in life, as well as their fighting instincts, and it would be impossible to get any useful information out of them. However, this was already enough for Lin Xu and even far exceeded his expectations. On the other side, realizing that Lin Xu was actually manipulating insect sentinels this way, Long Yichen's few people cracked up on the spot. If just now, Lin Xu's offensive means of spiritual energy had only appalled the crowd, then now, their scalps were numb. Manipulating insect sentries, what kind of heaven-defying means is this? Finally, Long Yichen couldn't help himself. He gestured a 2 with his left hand and a 3 with his right. China Region Raiders World Copy Rule 3, it is forbidden to ask in any form to try to find out the skills of the captain that is Lin Xu himself. If it happens to be beyond the personal cognition of the incident, make up your own brain. Knowing that Long Yichen was trying to ask Lin Xu what kind of skill this was, the remaining 3 all just compared it to and shook their heads. Just as several people were using sign language to communicate, a shrunken version of Io came flying back with half of a dying bug sentinel in its mouth. Unlike the puppet sentries that Lin Xu had summoned, this insect sentry had green skin and was hard to spot when hiding in the bushes. With a sharp stop, Thiege directly threw the sentry, who had lost his arms and legs and was dying, at Lin Xu's feet. Can you talk? Lin Xu kicked the insect sentry whose face was covered in green blood and asked, having absorbed the lessons from the last world copy. This time Lin Xu thought about communicating with the other party first to see if he could obtain some useful information. As things stood, the map of this world copy was exaggeratedly large, and it wasn't that easy to find the world boss. The insectoid soldier let out a piercing growl. Lin Xu frowned slightly. Although the opponent looked like he had a mouth, it was clearly constructed more like a mouthpiece and could not possibly make a sound that a human could understand. Realizing this, Lin Xu shrugged helplessly. Sorry, I'm not good at foreign languages. With that, he lifted his foot directly. There was a loud smack and the sentry's head was crushed. Another kill record appeared. Without any hesitation, Lin Xu glanced at Thi and said, Ai-Chan, eat it. Seemingly impatient for a long time, Thi's figure grew larger for a split second and directly swallowed the sentry, who was only left with his torso, in a single bite. Good. Now for the last experiment. Thinking about it, Lin Xu's mind moved, and the skill Necrotic Devil Puppet was activated. Black mist emerged from the place where the sentry had just been trampled, and in the blink of an eye it coalesced into a golem with grayish skin, just like any other golem sentry. That's okay? Lin Xu was stunned for a moment and was overjoyed. The previous puppets were all transformed from corpses, while this one was summoned out of thin air. This meant that as long as the enemy was killed by himself, regardless of whether or not he left a body behind, all of them could be transformed into puppets. It was important to know that if Rice wanted to improve his qualifications, he would have to devour the flesh and blood of other high-level lifeforms. In that case, there would be no conflict at all between Rice feeding and summoning a golem on your own. Thinking about all this, Lin Xu directly greeted the crowd and set off. Meanwhile, an announcement appeared. Announcement, the countdown is over. This time we enter the World Copy Team. 7 teams. Biggie, where are we going next? Startled by Lin Xu's ruthless tactics just now, Yuling asked with a bit of a stutter. The corners of Lin Xu's mouth hooked and he glanced at Rice, whose figure instantly returned to the size of a small mountain. With a long leap, Lin Xu jumped onto the back of Thi and greeted the crowd. All up, now start going to recruit soldiers. Recruiting soldiers? Everyone was confused. Just as quickly, when they associated it with the insect sentry who had reappeared after his head had been stomped on and had instantly obeyed Lin Xu, they instantly snapped out of it. This is going to be a big deal. Soon, the crowd warily climbed onto the back of the rice. Fige was large enough that 5 people sitting on its back at the same time didn't feel cramped at all. Lin Xu patted Rice on the head and ordered, "Follow the smell of those bugs just now and find their lair for me." Woof, Io would understand, scenting the smell as she scurried away. As for those bug puppets that were transformed just now, the numbers are too small to form much of a fight, and they can't keep up with the rice. Solely, Lin Xu released them in all directions to explore the terrain. At the same time, a dozen images appeared in Lin Xu's mind. About 4 hours later, Lin Xu realized that the tall shrubs around him began to decrease drastically, and at this moment, behind Thief was sparsely followed by dozens of puppets transformed from the insect race. These bugs looked different, ranging from the kind encountered before with a spear on their backs, to the same half-humanoid with arms that evolved into 2 sharp blades. Others are completely inhuman, the size of a car, beetle-shaped, and capable of ejecting strong acids from their mouthparts. These insect clans were all halfway through their encounter with Rice and were casually killed by Lin Xu. Of course, the number of bugs taken out was much higher than that, and Rice ran so fast that there were no puppets to keep up, so the battle lines stretched out oddly long. These puppets, Lin Xu didn't choose to put them out because Lin Xu felt that there would most likely be a vicious battle to fight afterward. Just as this thought welled up in Lin Xu's mind, Rice barked low. Its meaning Lin Xu understood in a second. Frowning toward the distance, Lin Xu pupils suddenly shrunk. Chapter 43, The One-Faced Worm's Nest. Only to see that a grassland had appeared very suddenly in the originally dense jungle, and in the center of that grassland, a huge earth bag with a diameter of nearly 100 meters and a height comparable to a 20-story building was being erected. Above the dirt bag, wormholes of all sizes were densely packed and countless. What made Lin Xu's scalp tingle even more was, among those holes, there are all kinds of strange and weird bugs coming in and out without exception. There was no need to count. Lin Xu estimated that the number of bugs he had seen so far alone was definitely more than 1,000. That number would be at least 10 times more if you counted the ones in the space within the wormhole. Thinking of this, Lin Xu's eyes narrowed and he directly called out to stop Thi, after which he jumped down from Thi. "Everybody, get down here," Lin Xu directly commanded. Big man, what's wrong?" While climbing down from Tutu, Yuling asked curiously. "Hold on mate, get ready to go to war," Lin Xu explained. With that, he walked over to Thi's tail and pulled out a couple of spears that were sticking out of Thi's butt. Rice shivered in pain, but froze and didn't scream. Without waiting for Lin Xu's command, Chu Jing clasped her hands together and a green light rippled out from Rice. The wound on its ass immediately stopped bleeding and began to heal. It's not true that Tu runs fast, but it's a really big target. Plus, there were quite a few bugs encountered along the way, so it was inevitable that they suffered some minor injuries. But the good thing is, it doesn't affect the fight. As soon as he heard Lin Xu say that he wanted to wait for his teammates, Bearstrong asked, scratching his scalp in disbelief, "Boss, we're all here. No one is missing. Who are you waiting for?" Lin Xu smiled and didn't explain. Lan Yichan rolled Xiong Zhuang's eyes and pointed at the insect races that had begun to arrive one after another. Those that had been killed by Lin Xu on the way and transformed into puppets afterwards. He was clearly saying that the captain is talking about their teammates, not us. We're the pendant, okay? Xiong Zhuang would understand, and instantly had the feeling of giving Lin Xu's hand a hard slap with his own face. Just thinking about this, Lan Yichan became curious again. He asked Lin Xu, "Captain, who are you going to hit?" Just now, being blocked by Rice's head, the few people didn't notice the insect nest in the distance. Lin Xu raised his chin and pointed in the direction of the insect nest. A few people followed Lin Xu's gaze and immediately turned white. Old boss, this way." With just one look at the insect nest, Xiong Zhuang was incoherent. He wanted to advise Lin Xu, but for a moment he didn't know how he should speak. Pushing Xiong Zhuang, Yuling directly said, "Big brother, what are you kidding? How many bugs are inside that bug nest do you know? I understand that you are powerful, but you this is too." As she spoke, Yuling realized she couldn't go on either, because this idea of Lin Xu can no longer be described with arrogance. This is clearly directly crazy. Captain, Yuling is right. Don't joke. In normal times, I'd believe you if you said you could beat me 10 times, but if you want to attack the bug nest with just over 100 bugs, no way. Really, of all the people, Lan Yichan was the calmest and finally said a complete sentence. Even Right after Long Yichen finished speaking, Chu Jing, who had the lowest presence in the entire team, looked at Lin Xu and firmly shook her head. Seeing that everyone thought he was crazy, Lin Xu smiled faintly and didn't explain. According to the images passed back from the batch of puppets he transformed when he first entered the replica, as of now, there are already 3 bug nests that just know their exact location. And the one in front of several people wasn't even the largest. Lin Xu now had a clear idea of exactly where the difficulty of this world copy lay. The first thing is this exaggeratedly large map. 7 days, not to mention killing world bosses and clearing world copies. It's hard to walk through the entire map. Next is the number of bug nests. Even if it was the smallest bug nest that Lin Xu currently knew of, a normal level 25-man squad would be sending them to their deaths if they went. Lastly, according to the announcement, the identity of the world boss that was the mother emperor of the insect race. Even discounting whether or not it has the ability to manipulate other bug nests, the sheer size of the nest it was in alone made one's scalp numb just thinking about it. Combining all these factors, in any other regional team, want to pass the world copy, absolutely impossible. However, these difficulties are relative to the average professional. As for Lin Xu, after having the skill necrotic demon puppet, he was an insurmountable war machine. Another step back. If even this small scene in front of you do not dare to fight a little, then do not think about what to pass the world copy, and wait for death on the line. Thinking of this, Lin Xu checked the last image left in his mind. The leaves shook and the view undulated. The golem was moving fast. Just then, a bug that looked like a dragonfly, but its abdominal limbs were full of sharp barbs swooped down. The screen shook violently again and the view began to climb dramatically. In a hurried glance Lin Xu saw the headless body of the puppet. The puppet's head was removed, and his vision began to blur. Lin Xu glanced towards the distance. Another sudden clearing appeared, and the building in the center of the clearing was 80% like the one several people were now encountering. Soon, the last set of images disappeared. Lin Xu subconsciously touched his intact neck and the corner of his mouth hooked. Good, the number of known nests is now up to 4. Not for the sake of the real insect race, the puppets summoned by Lin Xu would likewise be attacked by the insect race. The disappearance of this last set of images signaled that the first batch of detection squads that Lin Xu had put out were all killed in action. But it didn't matter. Lin Xu could resummon them after 24 hours. Just as several people were talking, the puppets that had been transformed by Lin Xu along the road had basically arrived. Counted the number. 168. A very good number. Thinking about it, Lin Xu patted down Rice's head and commanded, "Keep an eye on these bottles of soy sauce later. Including you. No one is allowed to get close and be ready to retreat at any time. No matter what happens in the battle." Rice shook his head and whimpered in a low voice, constantly rubbing his head against Lin Xu, seemingly pampering, but more like begging. While his heart was warmed, Lin Xu touched Rice's head and said seriously, "Obey, that's an order." After saying that, he glanced at Long Yichen's several people. "I'll cut the crap and ask only one thing of you. Don't add to the chaos." With this voice he fell. The originally scattered line of puppets began to line up quickly, for fire-breathing bugs with hard shells were at the forefront, followed by bugs with arms transformed into sharp blades, and at the very back were bug sentries carrying spears. After the formation was adjusted, Lin Xu leaped and jumped onto the back of a giant centipede. This centipede was the fastest crawler amongst all the types of bugs Lin Xu had seen so far. Although it wasn't as good as Rice, it was barely good enough to be used as a charging cannon fodder mount. "Prepare," Lin Xu ordered. "Rustle, rustle." The adjusted formation moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye they all followed behind Lin Xu. Seeing that Lin Xu didn't have the slightest intention of listening to advice, and that Rice was also staring intently from the sidelines, the 4 of them, Long Yichen, looked at each other with unsightly faces. Wait! Just as Lin Xu was about to order a charge, he was suddenly stopped by Chu Jing. Lin Xu turned his head to look at the other party in confusion. Still with that timid expression, Chu Jing raised her arm and aimed her 5 fingers open at Lin Xu. A golden light instantly swept out from Lin Xu's body. With a click, the bracelet on Chu Jing's wrist shattered. Hint, added by teammate skill, Elegy. Temporary 30% increase in life and mana. Temporary 20% increase in all attributes. Temporary 50% increase in movement speed. Skill cooldowns are temporarily reduced by 50%. The effect lasts for 1 hour. Looking at the long list of game statuses that popped out directly, Lin Xu looked deeply at Chu Jing and nodded slightly. "Thanks." After saying that, he drew his rift blade, pointing the tip of the blade straight at the insect nest, and ordered, "Give it to me, kill them all." Chapter 44, Unilateral Hanging. Roar! All the insect puppets behind Lin Xu roared together, and after that, like an arrow off the string, they rushed straight towards the insect nest. Without the cover of the shrubs, the bug golem's running speed rose steeply. The wind began to howl in his ears. 2,000 meters. 1,500 meters. Just when the insect puppets led by Lin Xu were almost 1,000 meters away from the insect nest, they were discovered. The nest of worms began to stir. 800 meters. Hundreds of bumblebees that were adult-sized and tasked with guarding duties were assembled and swooped straight towards the puppets led by Lin Xu. 500 meters. The bug ground troops tasked with guarding the nest were in position. Blacked out. Z. A bug race with a human-like body shape but a beetle shell on its back pointed at Lin Xu through the air. Roar. The bug nest ground troops boiled and roared as they pressed towards Lin Xu. 300 meters. Long hairs and poisonous thorns crisscrossed the air, weaving a giant web. But. The giant centipede under Lin Xu was shot into a hedgehog almost instantly. But the speed of its forward rush did not decrease at all. At the same time, dozens of bumblebees on the insect nest side were penetrated by the spears and directly fell from the air. Tinkerbell. A white shield appeared around Lin Xu. The immortal suit's shield opens. All of the spears and poisonous thorns that hit him bounced off without exception. With 8,400 points of defense plus 70% damage immunity, plus the long list of gains given by Chu Jing, the strength of the immortal bird's shield had reached a perverted level. Bug attacks falling on it couldn't even break the defense, and the shield's points were just dropping down a few points at a time. 200 meters. Lin Xu had a formal encounter with the bug soldiers guarding the bug nest. Flop. The giant centipede fell head over heels. Under the huge inertia, its huge body was dragged out a long way, smashing down a piece of bug nest soldiers with a loud bang. Behind the nest soldiers, the beetle man in charge of command froze. Although this wave of arrows just now directly caused more than half of the casualties of those foreign races that had inexplicably charged towards their insect nests, however, the human who had just been standing on the centipede was gone. Just as he froze, buzz, a ring-shaped blade aura violently exploded in the most densely populated area of the insect soldiers. However, all the insect race soldiers that were swept by the blade without exception were all split in two. Next moment, several 10 flying daggers that dragged out silver chopping marks rushed up into the sky. Immediately afterward, those bug nest guards in midair that had the ability to fly began to flutter down. Beetleman was appalled, because in just this blink of an eye, the insect nest soldiers who had hastily assembled to meet the enemy had already suffered more than half of their casualties. However, what made it feel even more horrible was, all the bug soldiers that had been killed by that human would soon rise again. After that, it was as if they were manipulated by an invisible force, and they began to attack towards the insect nest fearlessly. On Lin Xu's side, as he ran, he once again used spatial shuttling. The figure appeared already 100 meters away. There was another buzz. The second ring-shaped blade on exploded. The kill record was once again swept. A golden light rose up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successful promotion to LV21. It's only 2 cuts. Straight up a level. That's fast. Just as Lin Xu was rejoicing, Z, an ear-piercing growl characteristic of the insectoids exploded violently next to his ears. Lin Xu's head buzzed, and his consciousness instantly lagged. Just then, a light green fist broke through a wave of air and violently smashed towards his head. Bang! Lin Xu flew out backwards, and the immortal bird shield that was only half left instantly slipped by a third. Humans, why are you attacking my territory and slaughtering my people? It was still the characteristic squeak of an insect, but this time, Lin Xu understood the other party's meaning. Shaking off his still somewhat dazed head, Lin Xu looked towards the direction from which the voice came, only to see that a female insect race was standing out of thin air at the place where he had just appeared. Unlike those other bugs that look like whatever they want, the female insectoid looked almost human-like. The other party was about 1 meter 7 tall, with light green skin, a head of long dark green hair, and a cold appearance to the extreme. The only other insectoid features on her were the pair of slender tentacles on her forehead and the 3 pairs of transparent wings on her back. Even Lin Xu got the feeling that the other party's wings were probably something dispensable, because her wings hadn't moved at all, yet she was still able to stand out of thin air. Without moving, Lin Xu used his devil's eye on his opponent. Name Einal. Category, Queen of the Bugs, 3rd Order Elite. Rank, 27. Life, 116425. Mana, 146914. Attack, 15724. Defense, 11629. Skills, Spirit Roar, Soul Shock, Spirit Piercing, Spirit Shield. After reading the other party's message, Lin Xu raised his eyebrows. Let's just say that the other party's punch just now clearly didn't even break the shield. Why is his head so foggy? I feel that his opponent is focusing on spiritual attacks. Thinking about all this, Lin Xu simply didn't bother to talk nonsense with the other party. The tip of the rift blade was aimed at an R, and he asked a direct question. In 3 seconds, tell me the location of the nest where Isla is. Originally, he was very afraid of Lin Xu's methods. Now, seeing that Lin Xu had received 2 of his own attacks one after the other. Yet he was still acting as if nothing had happened. Inar subconsciously took half a step back and said angrily, "You haven't answered my question as to why I should tell you. Kill them all." Seeing that Inar surprisingly wasn't going to cooperate, without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Lin Xu directly ordered, "Z." Thousands of golems roared as they once again attacked the bug nest. "Human, the number of my insect nest army far exceeds your imagination. You are simply out of your depth." A flash of panic crossed Inar's eyes and she colored and chided. "Yeah?" Lin Xu snorted out a laugh. With that, the figure suddenly disappeared. Inar was startled and subconsciously prepared to fly into the air. Just then, clank, -96,724, -96,724. 2 lines of exaggerated numbers floated up above Inar's head. Green blood splashed and one of Inar's arms flew off in response. Z. Sharp pain came, and Inar's face twisted for a moment. Just without waiting for her to react, Lin Xu's feet violently stomped on the ground. Bang! A powerful leg kick lands directly in the small of Inar's back. Without even having a chance to scream, Inar instantly skidded out on the ground more than 10 meters away. More, with a foot, Lin Xu stomped Inar, who was ready to get up, back onto the ground, and asked with a faint smile. With that, the tip of the knife was directly against the other's neck. "Human, move your feet or you will die a horrible death." "Yeah?" Lin Xu laughed, and his feet fiercely exerted force. With a wow sound, Inar spat out a large mouthful of green blood directly. "Come, look and see what those sons of your mouth are doing now." Saying that, Lin Xu sidestepped, giving the other party a line of sight. Only glancing behind Lin Xu, Inar's pupils suddenly contracted, and endless fear instantly overwhelmed her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 45, Raiding the Third Order Bug Nest, Giving Away Powerful Beaters. It was during this short period of time when she and Lin Xu exchanged blows. On the battlefield, those bug race soldiers who had already fallen in battle began to rise up one after another and attack the bug nest without any hesitation. This resulted in a war that looked like a huge difference in numbers, with almost zero attrition on the enemy side. Those gray-skinned Fae were just torn apart 1 second, and the next a new one would rise and continue into the fight. Even those gray-skinned foreigners cooperated exceptionally well. Their strength was clearly comparable to that of the bug nest soldiers, but they were always able to hit a 1 for 2, or even a 1 for 3 with more tacit cooperation. And so, a scene so frightening that it sent shivers down one's spine appeared. Those gray-skinned foreigners grew more and more courageous as they fought, and instead of decreasing in number, they began to increase at a very exaggerated rate. "Stop, stop, stop the war and I can answer your questions." Inar's expression was desperate, pleading. Lin Xu smiled and nodded. "Could be." Saying that, he moved his mind and all the puppets stopped attacking at the same time. Realizing that Lin Xu was actually able to use his spiritual power to control those foreigners, Inar became even more fearful and directly said, "From here, head northwest, about 2 days and nights at the speed of a normal bug, after which you see the largest bug lair, which is where the Mother Emperor, Ayla, is located." Lin Xu raised his eyebrows, marveling at the vastness of this world copy. According to Inar, the location where the world boss was located was at least 200 kilometers from their place. Let's just say that this nightmare difficulty copy of the world is not meant for normal humans to complete at all. While slandering in his heart, Lin Xu changed his question and continued, "How many bug nests are there in this land?" It seemed like he didn't expect Lin Xu to even ask this question. Inar thought about it and mused. "The exact number is unknown, but there are 7 third-order nests like mine, 2 fourth-order ones, and just 1 fifth-order one, and that's the mother nest where the Mother Emperor, Ayla, is located." Truly stunned by the number that Inar burst out, Lin Xu couldn't help but stagger. 7 days? Even if one possessed the ability to transform puppets, it was completely impossible to wipe out all the bug nests in one go. There simply wasn't enough time. Therefore, the wisest choice now was to first exterminate those 2 fourth-order bug nests, and then directly go to war with Ayla afterward. Making up his mind, Lin Xu continued to ask questions. "Give me directions to the other 2 fourth-order bug nests. One is northwest, about a day and night's journey, and the other is due north, just a day's journey." Seeing that Lin Xu didn't seem to be hitting on his bug nest, Inar was quite relieved and directly said. Lin Xu nodded secretly as he recalled the information sent back by the probe squad he had released earlier. There was indeed a much larger nest of bugs directly to the north. Inar wasn't lying. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked as he asked curiously, "Don't you bugs lie?" Thinking very hard, Inar asked with a slight frown of confusion. "The weak submit to the strong. That's the law of survival for us bugs. So why lie?" Looking at the stupid and silly Inar, Lin Xu didn't hold back and directly laughed out loud. "Good. Strong reason. So you're useless. Put. The rift blade instantly went through Inar's throat. Successfully kill Insect Queen Inar LV27, experience plus 7423. Obtain Insect Queen Pendant LV 20 times 1. Name Bug Queen Pendant. Effect. Spiritual attributes plus 40 points. Spell skill release cooldown reduced by 50%. Mental energy recovery speed increased by 100%. Skill, King's Shield. Generates a mental shield equal to one's own blood. Cooldown 24 hours. Quality, Diamond. After reading the information of the necklace, Lin Xu bristled. This thing was useless to himself, so he directly threw it into his carry-on space. With that done, his eyes fell back to Inar's body. With a thought, Inar got back up, the arm that was broken restored, and the skin that was originally light green turned grayish-white. Can you still talk? Lin Xu asked tentatively. Inar's eyes were vacant and she did not speak. Lin Xu frowned and changed his experiment. He ordered to Inar, "Say hello to me." "Hello." Inar spoke directly, her expression wooden, her eyes empty, her voice devoid of any emotional color. Lin Xu drifted off. The other person can talk, but does not have the ability to communicate, i.e., think on their own. In other words, if Inar was asked any questions now, the other party would not answer at all. She's just a puppet. Thinking about all this, Lin Xu simply ordered directly to kill all the bug soldiers inside the bug nest, right after Inar's death. Seemingly sensing that their queen was no longer there, the soldiers of the bug nest immediately had a tendency to collapse, and the intensity of their resistance was much less than before. This greatly accelerated the harvesting speed of the puppet armies. 3 hours later, the battle ended. The originally lively insect nest was dead silent, and as far as the eye could see, there was an army of puppets with gray skin. With his eyes slightly closed, Lin Xu counted the number of puppets. There are still over 2,000 alive, and 1,000 or so who have been killed in action and will have to wait until tomorrow to be summoned. These, then, were the entire war effort of this 3-stage insect nest. This quantity was far less than what he had imagined when he first saw the insect nest. Of course, the reason for this was now clear to Lin Xu. Not all of the bugs within the nest were capable of fighting. Most of them are ordinary insects responsible for transportation, digging tunnels, felling trees, repairing the ground and other miscellaneous work. They were low level and basically had no combat power, no experience for killing them, and no use for transforming them into puppets when they died. So Lin Xu adopted an attitude of ignoring these insect clans. Within the insect nest, Lin Xu arrived at an oval-shaped room that emitted a pungent acidic odor. His finger touched the wall and a prompt appeared. Hint, this is a stage 3 bug nest decomposition chamber, which can decompose individual creatures or corpses and reconvert them into bug energy crystals. Lin Xu raised an eyebrow, and for several hours, he was always exploring the bug nest. The structure of the worm's nest was found to be unusually complex. It has rooms of all sizes for all sorts of strange and bizarre purposes, like the hatching room, the spawning room, and the decomposition room in front of you. Lin Xu's palm spread out and a light green crystal appeared. Name Bug Energy Crystals. Effect, can be used to hatch individual bugs or raise the level of the bug leader. Energy value, 2,000 points. Hint, when the bug leader's rank is raised, his own battle power rises dramatically, and he can hatch higher battle power types of bug soldiers. This stone was found by Lin Xu inside one of the most luxurious rooms in the middle of the bug nest, and he thought that it should be where Inar lived. It was after discovering this stone that Lin Xu began to search extensively within the insect nest. Of course, Lin Xu didn't expect Inar to hatch more high combat bugs for himself, because that would be too slow and far less direct than transforming puppets by way of war. What Lin Xu really cared about was that the so-called battle power had climbed dramatically. The world boss is just a 5th-ranked bug queen. Now, knowing the source of this stone in his hand, Lin Xu could do his best to raise Inar to the 5th rank as well, or even higher. A power hitter for nothing is right in front of you. Just ask, do you want it, or don't you? Chapter 46, Sauce Party. It's cool. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked, and the answer was, naturally, 2. The golem is able to be taken out of the world copy. Elevating Inar was beneficial to Lin Xu himself, and the materials to transform the energy crystals are readily available. The same ordinary bugs that mute spawns. Thinking of this, Lin Xu checked Inar's rank progress. Name Inar. Order, 3rd order, 1427/50,000, unit, energy points. Let's just say how it's weak to such an extent. The feelings have only just been promoted to the 3rd rank. Next, eat this. While spitting in his heart, Lin Xu directly threw the energy crystals to Inar. He also didn't know the usage of this energy crystal, so he simply adopted the most primitive way. Without blinking, Inar caught the energy crystals and swallowed them in one gulp. Alert, Inar progression degree plus 2,000. Seeing the prompt, Lin Xu grinned. It's good. It works. So he gave a direct order. Have Anar maneuver the decomposition chamber into full operation. After that, he had the puppet soldiers send all those ordinary bugs to the decomposition room in batches. After doing so, Lin Xu sent a few more puppets to call Rice and Longichen and several people. Lin Xu could see clearly that when he entered the insect nest, Yuling's legs were shaking as she stammered and asked, Dada. Tell me, how on earth did you do that? Yeah, boss. This whole bug nest, just like that, it's been raided? Xiong Zhuang followed suit, his voice trembling. Without waiting for Longichen and Chu Jing to speak, Lin Xu glared at the two of them, who resolutely shut up and swallowed back the words that were on their lips. Seeing Chu Jing, Lin Xu remembered the insect queen pendant that he had thrown in his carry-on space and took it out and handed it directly to the other party. Thanks for before. I'll give you this as compensation for the bracelet. When he set out, Lin Xu noticed that when Chu Jing used her gain skill on herself, the bracelet on her hand was broken, so she should have been sacrificed. Anyway, this pendant was useless if he held it himself, so he simply returned the favor to the other party. Seeing the unique glow of diamond quality emanating from that necklace, Yuling directly exclaimed in shock. I'll go. It's even diamond quality. Big brother, you're being too biased. No, I want it too. Hearing Yuling say this, Chu Jing's face instantly reddened and hurriedly waved her hand. No, Captain, this is too expensive. Take it if you're given it, Lin Xu said seriously, and after finishing, he directly shoved the pendant to the other party. Alright, everyone's been tired all day. I'm hungry too. Take out all the ingredients in your carry-on space and prepare to eat. Besides, it's safe here, so we'll all rest here tonight. Each find a favorite room, and I'll arrange for someone to keep watch. Hearing Lin Xu finish, the crowd looked at each other. A world copy, nightmare difficulty, and surprisingly, a rest, a room of your choice, and surprisingly, a night watch. At this moment, the crowd was surprisingly unanimous. That is, Lin Xu's big thick leg. Hugging was really worth it. Why? Is there a problem? Seeing the hesitation of the crowd, Lin Xu was puzzled and asked. No problem. Then drill up, Yuling said happily. A few moments later, the small round table was set up, the grill was set up, and all kinds of meat skewers were grilled and bubbling with oil. Compared to the humid and stuffy heat of the outdoors, the inside of the bug nest was very cool. Lin Xu poured a mouthful of cold beer, took the meat skewer Chu Jing handed him, took a bite, and lay down on the rocking chair, not bothering to say anything else. After more than 10 hours of running and fighting, Lin Xu was indeed a bit tired at this moment. Xiong Zhuang laughed nervously as he used a fan to fan the air inside the grill while sprinkling seasoning on the meat skewers. Hey, I feel like I'm dreaming right now. Can someone tell me if this is really a copy of The World on Nightmare difficulty? Yuling took out her phone and took a selfie while organizing her words. Not all thanks to the big brother's blessing. Come on, let me give you guys also take a few pictures. Out of the copy I want to send a circle of friends. Can be in the nightmare difficulty of the world copy of the inside of this treatment? I guess we are the first. Yeah, pass me a copy too. I want to post it too. Bearstrong followed closely in agreement. Hey, think I Hall of Kyoto Longjia generation of heavenly pride. Now but fell into a soy sauce party. The key I still feel quite cool. Good sense of guilt. Pouring a large mouthful of beer, Longichen was filled with despondency. Saying that, he directly handed the skewered meat that he had taken a bite of to the shrinking in size Rice next to him. As a result, Rice rolled his eyes and pointed a paw down at the grill. Longichen's forehead black lines came down and he only felt that he had received 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage inside as he said in shock. Asterisk. Rice, I can't believe you dislike me. You dislike me. Rice was completely speechless and didn't want to spend a second with this little cutie. Longichen, spend more time. Thinking about it, it ran over to Lin Xu's side in a frenzy and started rubbing its head against Lin Xu's leg. Its meaning was understood by Lin Xu in seconds, but Lin Xu was too lazy to get up, so he snapped his fingers. Soon, the tall Anar walked in, picking up the skewers of meat that had been grilled on the small round table and handing them, one by one, to Thio's mouth. The four people in the room, their gazes fell on Anar at the same time, and all of their eyes snapped open. Bugs that looked so close to humans none of them had ever seen before. In particular, Inar's appearance was extremely delicate, and when combined with the cold and dusty temperament she had, it instantly shocked a few people into submission. Big brother, Missy is so pretty, Yuling directly exclaimed in shock. Captain, this is? Longichen's eyes dropped as he asked directly. Hey boss, introduce me. Seeing that the meat skewers were burning, Xiong Zhuang still giggled and asked. Lin Xu was speechless and hurriedly asked Anar to go and flip the meat skewers before explaining. Her name is Anar, Queen of the Worm's Nest. but she can't understand you guys when you talk, so save your useless minds. Though Anar was pretty, she was a puppet. Just a puppet, without the most basic thinking. Even if we put the species isolation thing aside for a moment, for the point that Lin Xu was able to share Anar's sense of sight and hearing alone, if Long Yichen and Xiong Zhuang, the two demented men, pursued Anar, it would be no different than pursuing themselves. Thinking about it gave Lin Xu goosebumps. So in order to avoid this kind of bloodshed, Lin Xu chose to directly pick his words apart. Poof! When the words Queen of the Insect Nest fell into Long Yichen's ears, without knowing whether he was shocked or frightened, the beer in his mouth spewed out on the spot. In reality, compared to Anar's identity, what shocked Long Yichen more was Lin Xu. Let the Queen of the Worms' lair feed herself to the dogs. He instantly felt that there was nothing wrong at all with the fact that Rice had just despised himself. As for Bear Strong, he reacted much the same way. The probability is that it is associated with the animal world. The male bees lined up to find the queen bee image. He cannot help but face Ugly Up, hurried to recognize the skewer. What he didn't know was that the bug race didn't have the species of male peaks at all, and the one that nurtured the larvae was called an incubation chamber. On the contrary, after learning of Anar's identity, Yu Ling and Chu Jing all became excited. They copied their cell phones and caught Anar for a while, plus a group photo, saying that they were going out to the world copy to post it to their friends. It will definitely drop the jaws of your own classmates when the time comes. It went on for quite a while before the dinner was completely over. When the crowd dispersed individually, Lin Xu closed his eyes and an image appeared in his mind. In the middle of the glowing green vision, thousands of insect puppets were running furiously with killing spirit in legs, aiming directly at the fourth order insect nest in the north. Chapter 47, Thwarted Attack. The image was sent back by an insectoid golem with the ability to fly. As early as when Long Yichen and the others entered the insect nest, Lin Xu had already used his mind to order the puppet army to gather, leaving 200 puppets to watch over the house. He released all the rest. Among these puppets, there were more than 300 that had the ability to fly, and the rest were all ground troops. Time was running out and he was too lazy to wait. The puppets wouldn't get tired anyway, and it didn't even matter if they died. The big deal was that they would be summoned again the next day. So, with a direct order, the war against the first fourth order bug nest began. About 2 hours later, the fourth order bug nest came into view, the scale of which was several times larger than the bug nest Lin Xu was currently in. This fourth order bug nest was also surrounded by a grassland without any trees to cover it. All the bug nests Lin Xu had seen were like this without exception. It's obvious that this terrain was carefully designed. The purpose is to make it easy to observe the surroundings of the nest and spot intruders at any time. It doesn't matter what's hidden or not. Thinking of this, Lin Xu made a movement of his mind. The 200 vanguard troops with the ability to sprint quickly pulled up to full speed and charged straight at the fourth order bug nest. The remaining golem army slowed down and approached the bug nest at an even pace. The vanguard was spotted roughly a kilometer or so from the nest. The fourth order bug nest began to stir. Hundreds of insect soldiers responsible for guarding the insect nest lunged headlong towards the vanguard, and the distance between the two sides rapidly closed. However, just before the vanguard troops were about to enter the attack range of the bug nest soldiers, even as he watched the soldiers guarding the insect nest, their spears were raised. Without any sign, the puppet vanguard force suddenly turned around. The rear group turned into the front group, and ran wildly, just as swiftly as when they came. The bug nest guards were instantly confused by this bewildering maneuver. The foot froze for a few seconds before deciding to give chase, so an encounter turned into a chase in no time. Only, the guards of those insect nests had only chased them out not too long ago. The puppet vanguard unit that was acting strangely suddenly folded back. Only by this time, the puppet vanguard force was no longer more than 200, but more than 1800. They managed to join up with the larger force behind them. The rain of spears in the sky smashed down in a pocket. The pursuing bug nest guards, including the air units, had no chance to escape, and were nailed to the ground in a matter of moments, dead beyond repair. A thick, ink-like black fog quietly filled the battlefield. After a few moments passed, the worm's nest soldier who had just been killed in action got up, his eyes empty, and pulled out the spear that had penetrated his body. Some of the bugs without arms are replaced by their companions at their sides. A bizarre and animalistic image. Looking at the puppet soldiers that had surged to more than 2,100, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth unconsciously hooked. At this rate of recruitment, if there were a few more waves, wouldn't this fourth order insect nest kneel on the spot? With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu decisively ordered, still the same feint tactics as earlier. The number of vanguard troops increased to 500. The attack continued. An hour later, after 3 more waves of forced conscription, the number of the puppet army exceeded 3,500. Lin Xu laughed with the corners of his mouth almost grinning up to his ears. This quantity, there is no longer any need to pull the wool over the eyes of the other party. You can have a wave of strong attack to test the bottom line of the other party. With such a calculation in his heart, Lin Xu was ready to give the order. Just at that moment, a sound wave visible to the naked eye and piercing to the ear violently erupted from within the insect nest. Buzz. Lin Xu's ears were dead silent, and his glowing green vision followed him downward, blinking into blackness. He giggled inwardly. This represented the fainting, or death in action, of the bug-flying golem that had just sent back images for him. Patting his somewhat dazed head, Lin Xu quickly switched his vision. A scene that made him unexpected appeared. Right after that sound wave, nearly 1/3 of the puppets disconnected from him. The puppets with the ability to fly were even more spared, and all of them were hit. Damn! Lin Xu cursed and found a ground golem that was positioned relatively far back, and the image came back again. A horrifying scene appeared, only to see that around the insect nest, the originally large and leveled grassland was like boiling, with the soil churning. In the next moment, countless vines that were as thick as an adult's arm and covered in sharp barbs broke out of the ground. They snaked around, like tentacles, but whenever they touched a living thing, they instantly bound it. Lin Xu's heart went cold and he immediately ordered a retreat. Right at this moment, an even more unexpected scene appeared for Lin Xu. In the distance, on top of a mountainside, hundreds of ghostly green points of light rose up from the ground. Those points of light drew an exaggerated parabola and smashed straight down towards the side. Lin Xu's pupils shrunk. The distance was so great that, in reality, those points of light were not small at all. By the time they hit the ground with a thud, each one was as big as a car. Boom boom boom. The ground trembled violently, and the shockwave of the explosion instantly tore apart the vines and the insects entangled within them. Indiscriminately, ghostly green flames rose, turning everything involved into ash in the blink of an eye. Looking at the only 800 or so puppets left after escaping, Lin Xu's face twitched. He really didn't expect that the queen of this fourth-order insect nest would be ruthless to this extent. One should know that the ones who were fighting the puppet army could still be nearly 2,000 opposing insect soldiers. Surprisingly, the other side didn't bat an eye and went straight for a cannonball wash. You want to be tough with me? Okay, let's do it again. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu ordered, leaving behind a few dozen puppets to spread out and conceal themselves beyond the grassland, observing the movements of the insect nest at all times. The remaining puppets began to wind their way towards the hillside that had just emitted the green spots of light. While the puppets were rushing, Lin Xu summarized the lessons learned from this wave of battle while paying attention to the movements of the insect nest. Currently, his biggest shortcoming was that he didn't know enough about bug nests, especially the opponent's means of attack. During the attack on the Yanar bug nest, he hadn't even encountered the weird vines that could burrow out of the ground. As for the thing emitting green points of light from the distant hillside, until now, he didn't even know what the hell it was. It was thought that these should be means only possessed by high-level bug nests. Lin Xu smiled helplessly and bitterly. It couldn't be helped. It was simply impossible to know everything about the bug nest in a short period of time. But the good news is, he appeared to have discovered the weaknesses of both tactics. The first thing is that vine doesn't discriminate between enemy and self, and when it's activated, all creatures will be attacked as long as they're within the range of the grass. This led to the fact that the remaining puppets on Lin Xu's side had already withdrawn a long way away, but the insect nest side didn't send any soldiers to chase after them at all. Like a circular green belt, the vines directly surrounded the insect nest, though this green belt had just been hit by those green cannons with a not-so-small gaping hole. But it was the moment that the healing was complete. This meant that the insect nest, except for the insect race with the ability to fly, was all blocked inside and could not be pursued, at least for a short period of time. As for the things that could fire green cannons, Lin Xu felt that there was a high probability that they didn't have the ability to attack enemies that were too close to them, because if it was possible, the other side would have opened fire long before Lin Xu adopted a feint tactic. Thinking clearly about all this in his heart, a picture came to Lin Xu in the middle of his mind. The glowing green vision wavered. Not far away on the hillside, dozens of huge bugs the size of heavy trucks with 3 to 5 said mouthparts growing behind them, but more like gun barrels, were struggling to move forward, and on their side, they were being escorted by hundreds of insect soldiers. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed. Found it. His heart itching with hatred, he decisively ordered, "Give it to me, them." Chapter 48, Split Experience. Lin Xu was right in his speculation. Those huge bugs with the barrels on their backs attacked fiercely, but they really couldn't do anything about the enemies that were close to it. They moved slowly, so the fight was over quickly. In less than an hour, the 36 giant bugs carrying the barrels of the cannons, as well as the hundreds of bug soldiers responsible for protecting them, were all taken out. After this battle, the number of 4th-ranked bug nest golems attacking outside once again exceeded 1,200. Name Giant Cannon Buggy. Rank, 28, Elite. Blood, 79,624. Mana, 156254. Attack, 14345. Skills, Hellfire Heavy Cannon, can fire heavy artillery at enemies within a range of 2 to 5 kilometers, dealing a range of damage such as explosions, burns, corrosion, and more. After reading the message from the armored carbug, Lin Xu unconsciously raised an eyebrow. This thing is seriously sick as hell. Surprisingly, the attack power wasn't even close to Anar's. Only its drawbacks were also obvious, its disorienting attack range and ridiculously slow movement speed, if the short game is on the line. Not to mention Anar. Even a random normal insectoid would be able to take care of these bugs in a clear way. Rubbing his face, Lin Xu sneered out. Well, you're not blasting me with a cannon. Alright, well, let's show you how this thing really works. The next day, Lin Xu woke up from his sleep already in the afternoon. Under normal circumstances, he could stay in the training room for 3 days in a row, but due to the fact that he had to use his mental power to control the puppets in battle, his spirit was extremely depleted. It's only been a day's work, and straight away it's a bit topsy-turvy, and that's why I slept for so long at once. Taking out some water from inside his carry-on space, he simply washed himself. Lin Xu first went to take a look at the decomposition room of the insect nest. After more than 10 hours of running at full power, all of the normal insectoids in the Anar bug nest had been completely disintegrated. Calling Anar with his mind, Lin Xu pointed down to a funnel-shaped container on the wall and instructed, "Take the crystals out of it and eat them all." Anar resolutely did as she was told. A prompt for the advancement value to be raised appeared. It wasn't until Anar stuffed the last crystal into his mouth that Lin Xu checked the other party's advancement degree. Name Anar. Rank, 3rd order, 47427/50,000, unit, energy points. There are still more than 2,000 points to go. Not bad. This speed is fine. I can definitely advance to the 4th rank today. Thinking so, Lin Xu couldn't help but be a little curious about what would happen after Anar was promoted to the 4th rank. Biggie, what are you doing here? Here, lunch. Having just left the decomposition room, Lin Xu met Yuling's several people head-on. As Yuling spoke, she handed a lunchbox to Lin Xu. Lin Xu wasn't polite and ordered as he opened his lunchbox and ate. "Pack up and get ready to go." "Boss, where are we going next?" Bearstrong asked curiously. "Go receive the other bug nest." Lin Xu didn't hide it and directly said, Receive? Hearing the deep meaning in Lin Xu's words, Long Yichen was shocked. Lin Xu nodded. "Yeah, I already raided another nest last night, and I have some things to take care of, so I have to make a trip over there." Long Yichen's scalp tingled as he stammered and asked, "Team Captain, you mean to tell me that just last night while we were sleeping you raided another bug nest?" Stout scratched his head in confusion. "Boss, didn't you sleep last night? How did you raid the bug nest?" It was too long to say, so Lin Xu was too lazy to explain, so he gestured a 3. The crowd blanched and shut up decisively. Yuling was the most resourceful and didn't continue to question Lin Xu. She directly opened the kill record. At first glance, he instantly drew a breath of cold air, because in just one night's work, the team's kill record had already added thousands more. Just after taking another close look at that kill record, Yuling's expression quirked up and she raised her hand to test the waters. Stunned, "Big guy, can I ask a question that has nothing to do with your abilities?" "Well, you say," Lin Xu directly said. "Have you seen our team's kill record?" Yuling asked musingly. "No." Completely not realizing the seriousness of the problem, Lin Xu directly said, "Would it be convenient for you to take a look?" Yuling offered carefully. Lin Xu frowned, just feeling that the other party's reaction was quaint and weird, so he directly opened the kill record and took a look. After that, freeze. Successfully killed Bug Dragonfly Hunter LV-29, experience plus 106. Successfully killed Bug Hornet Archer LV-24, experience plus 74. Under the dense thousands of entries, all such dozens of points or even a dozen points of experience increase. Lin Xu's mind was instantly a muddle. He told me how it was possible to not even move up a level after doing such a big job last night. Thinking of this, Lin Xu hurriedly opened the list of summons. After that I did find out the answer. A considerable portion of those experiences gained from killing the monsters were divided up by the puppets. Of course, not all the puppets share it together, because if that was the case, for every bug monster killed, one might not even get a bit of experience. So according to Lin Xu's speculation, experience gained from killing a monster, it should be obtained by all the puppets that participated in the battle when they jointly killed this monster, plus Lin Xu's 5 people and the rice and a dog, and distributed afterward. The weight of this was unknown to Lin Xu, but he thought that he was already the one who had taken the big head. Figuring this out, Lin Xu's face began to cloud over. The good news was that since he could gain experience, the puppets he summoned could be upgraded. With more battles experienced, they get stronger and stronger. The bad news was that Lin Xu's current number of puppets in his possession had begun to be calculated by the thousands. This is if you want to take them with you to upgrade. Oh, the amount of experience that would be required is no longer a mathematical problem, but a metaphysical one. Of course, there are natural ways to get out of this situation. That is to control the number of puppets involved in a battle, or simply not use them. It was just that in this way, Lin Xu felt too stifled again. It felt like being armed with a great martial art but not being able to fight anyone for the rest of your life. Just as Lin Xu was suffering, a light snapped before his eyes. Don't say, there really is a place where you can brush monsters indefinitely, day and night, and that is, the Abyssal battlefield. Thinking of this, Lin Xu was instantly refreshed, and finished stealing the rice inside the lunchbox in 3 or 2 bites, and ordered, get ready to go. It was a much longer story, and he didn't bother to answer Yu Welling's question. After a few moments passed, black mist surged in the open space in front of Anar's bug nest, and more than 300 gray-skinned bug puppets appeared. These are the golems that were killed in action during the raid on Anar's bug nest and can now be summoned. As for the remaining ones, 24 hours had not yet elapsed, and summoning them would have to wait until nightfall. Sweeping his eyes at the several people who were already ready, Long Yichen, Lin Xu put the rice away, followed by a movement of his mind. The 200 golems that were stationed at the bug nest last night met up with the golems that had just been summoned and began to line up. All up, Lin Xu commanded. With that, he took the lead and jumped onto the back of the huge centipede from yesterday, with Anar following closely behind. As soon as he stopped the few people who were ready to get on the car, Yuling hurriedly took out her cell phone and clicked and snapped. The 9 squares were quickly filled in, with text, copy of the world, nightmare difficulty, barbecue, beer, bug huts, and the man who conquered the bug queen, the great god Lin Xu. Depart. Waiting for Long Yichen and several people to sit down, Lin Xu decisively ordered, targeting directly to the 4th order insect nest. Chapter 49 Mobile Natural Disasters. As the sky was about to darken, Lin Xu and his group could barely make it to the 4th order bug nest that he had dispatched an army of puppets to fight with last night. At this point, the 4th order bug nest was already in total disarray. The original tens of meters high building was directly cut in half by the artillery fire. Huge craters crisscrossed the ground. The air smelled burnt. Broken limbs and armor of ordinary bugs were everywhere. Big man, did you do all this last night? Looking at this inferno of a wreck scene in front of her, Yuling asked in horror. Well, sort of. Lin Xu nodded his head in acknowledgement. So then, Captain, where are the soldiers in charge of guarding this bug nest? Long Yichen asked right after. At this time, the insect nest was dead silent, and apart from the corpses of ordinary insect clans, not a single one that could move could be seen. Coming. Lin Xu raised his chin and pointed down to the dense forest in the distance. Just as his words fell, all the dense forest around the insect nest began to shake at the same time. The leaves rustled between them. After a few moments, thousands of gray-skinned, weapon-wielding insect soldiers came out from inside the dense forest. At the same time, thousands of bug soldiers with the ability to fly in the same grayish skin wing chirped and flew into the sky. It's just that these bugs just watched from afar and didn't approach the nest. With last night's experience, Lin Xu realized that sound wave or spiritual attack sent out by the insect nest was obviously more lethal to the flying type of insect race. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Lin Xu then didn't let them get close. On the ground plus in the air, nearly 10,000 insect race soldiers appeared at the same time. This picture was too shocking. The 4 of them, Long Yichen, couldn't help but turn white at the same time. In regards to Lin Xu's skills, they would just be speculating and didn't know much about it. Seeing so many bugs at once, it was hard to distinguish between enemy and friend. Even, vaguely, all of them felt that it was more likely that these insect clans in front of them were enemies. Because, if Lin Xu could control so many insect race soldiers at once, then he has completely exceeded the realm of mankind. A proper mobile natural disaster. Just as the crowd was thinking this in their minds, Bearstrong's face twitched as he asked in desperation. Old boss, we're surrounded. This situation, do we still need to resist? Facing these nearly 10,000 insect soldiers, he could no longer even bring himself to resist. The usual rule, stay where you are and don't make any trouble. Lin Xu smiled faintly and patted Xiong Zhuang's shoulder as if he was comforting. With that, he directly turned around and walked straight towards the interior of the bug nest, with Anar following close behind. Just as the two were leaving, rustle, the insect puppets began to change their formation, stealthily, escorting the 4 of them. Long Yichen. Seeing such a scene, several people's expressions all froze on their faces. In the middle of the day, Xiong Zhuang, red-faced, Giggled. One of our own. Surprisingly all of our own. Hey, 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 hey. Big brother. 666. On Lin Xu's side, after entering the insect nest, he walked straight towards one of the deepest insect caves. When he raided this insect nest yesterday, he had already mapped out the terrain and was now walking with ease. An ear-piercing growl rang out abruptly. It's not as raw as it was yesterday when we first encountered it. Nowadays, this sonic attack appeared breathless, and when it fell into the ears it just seemed harsh. Pulling out his somewhat itchy ears, Lin Xu frowned slightly. He didn't expect that after almost a day, the other party would still have the strength to scream. Thinking, he glanced at Inar and ordered, "Return fire, tell her to scream again and I'll kill her." Roar! Inar did as she was told. A circle of sound waves visible to the naked eye rippled out, and the piercing shrieks came to an abrupt end. Lin Xu smiled with satisfaction. That's good, just know you're afraid to die. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. 10 minutes later, a wormhole the size of a soccer field appeared in front of Lin Xu's eyes. In the center of the wormhole, there was a huge half-human, half-worm bug lying on its back. It was different from a bug nest queen like Inar, who only retained a small amount of insect-like features on her body. The one in front of him, only the upper half of his body maintained a human outline, normal size. The lower half of the body was a, huge abdomen that took up a third of the area of a soccer field. It was this exaggerated to completely disproportionate size that caused the other party to be unable to move at all without the bugs carrying them. Lin Xu looked at the other party with contempt, and the eye of the devil was unleashed. Name Idinisha. Category, Bug Queen, 4th Order. Elite, Level, 30. Life, 166425. Mana, 39234. Attack, 7249. Defense, 2327. Skills, Mental Storm. Rapid Breeding. Rapid Hatching. Gene Fusion. After reading the other party's message, Lin Xu's brows furrowed on the spot. A 4th Order Queen. That's it? Battle scum? It's not? This if Inar evolved to the 4th rank and became what she is right now. Wouldn't that be a direct waste? Just as he was puzzled in his mind and wanted to ask a question, he didn't expect the other party to roar first, only to see Edenosa's expression twist the moment she saw Inar, breaking her defense on the spot. It's you! Inar, it's you! You vile alien! Why did you attack my nest and slaughter my people? Why? Tell me why. As a puppet, Inar was expressionless and unresponsive. Lin Xu raised an eyebrow, knowing that the other party would most likely be mistaken, and reminded, "You're mistaken. It was me who attacked your bug nest last night." It was only after hearing Lin Xu say this that Adinisha noticed Lin Xu, looking Lin Xu up and down twice. She said angrily, "Human, it's you damnable, vile human, you came to save your kind, didn't you? Good, you did it. Your kinsmen are in the decomposition chamber. If you're lucky they'll be alive by now. Take them and get out. Get out of my lair." Also, as it was when I first met Inar, bugs who have not experienced the poisonous beatings of society are unusually simple-minded. One might even say straightforward. Their emotions are written on their faces and they say whatever is on their minds. Realizing that there was even a surprise on this trip, Lin Xu's mind moved, and Inar was ordered to walk straight towards the decomposition room. Lin Xu presumed that the people of his own race that Adina Shah was talking about should be professionals from other regions. Oh, who to talk to about this heavenly favor? Just as Lin Xu was gloating, Adina Shah began to growl again. "Human, you've gotten what you wanted. Why don't you get out? Get out of my nest. I don't ever want to see you again." The corner of Lin Xu's mouth pulled. He had been prepared for the fact that Idenosa would entertain himself with this almost grippingly bad attitude, because just last night, he had the remaining 1,000 or so bug golems pulling 36 heavy artillery beetle bugs all over the mountains, fought an exceptionally tawdry and flamboyant guerrilla war until the one in front of him was a bare-knuckle fighter. Anyone who is caught in that kind of fight, can't fight, run, can't run, catch, can't catch. Even since the beginning, even the enemies who don't know the desperate situation, the mood is not good. Thinking so, Lin Xu smiled generously, drew his rift blade, and said, "Okay, answer me a few questions and I'll leave your nest." Chapter 50. Robbery is fine. Money printing, don't. Damn the humans, squeak. Without waiting for Edenosa to finish her sentence, a blade instantly sliced off one of her arms, and her unfinished words directly turned into a miserable scream. "My patience is limited. Think before you speak. This is the first warning. Next time I'll chop your neck off," Lin Xu said in a cold voice. Edenosa's expression twisted for a moment, and after a few moments, she forced down her anger and said, "Okay, what do you want to know? You tell me." An hour later, after determining that there were no more questions to ask Adina Shah, Lin Xu's hand rose. Successfully killed Bug Queen Elite Idonesia LV30, experience plus 16,954. A golden light rose up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successfully promoted to LV22. Successfully killed Bug Queen Elite Idonesia LV30, received Queen Staff LV30 times 1. Quality. Diamond. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked, even though a considerable portion of the experience he had gained had been divided up. However, due to the overwhelming number of monsters killed, in general this upgrade was not slow. Thinking about it, Lin Xu directly threw his newly acquired staff into his carry-on space. Since he couldn't use it himself anyway, he simply didn't even bother to look at the attributes. After doing so, Lin Xu glanced at the dead Idonesia and dismissed the idea of transforming the other party into a puppet. He just needs high-intensity combat power, not a tool that produces it. It's like making money. Lin Xu's current tactics are like robbing in the open, while Idonezia's top is a small money printing machine. In a situation where robbery was far more efficient than printing money, Lin Xu had no choice but to choose the former. Sorting this out, he directly ordered the puppet army stationed at the periphery to start moving into the bug nest. By the way, the bodies of all the bugs, including Idonesia, were sent to the decomposition room. Through the conversation with Idonesia just now, Lin Xu's concerns in his heart were dispelled, and the plan to strengthen Inar continued. According to Idonesia, Inar was an anomaly among all the worm's nest leaders. This was because she chose to advance towards the most human-like direction, and the main thing she improved after advancing was her combat power. This direction of advancement was decided upon when he became the leader of the First Order Worm Nest, and for this reason Inar was not well liked amongst the Worm Nest. However, this was just what Lin Xu wanted. As for Idonesia, she chose to strengthen her ability to reproduce. It was also for this reason that she was battle-weak, just as Lin Xu was thinking so in his heart. Inar and a couple of golems carried over several clumps of unidentified objects that were already barely human. The humans had obviously been in the disintegration chamber for some time. Their arms and legs had melted completely and their torsos were even worse. This was still in the case that all of them were wearing defense gear, or else they would definitely have been left with no bones left at this moment. I'll be damned. Biggie, what are these? They're disgusting. Several people from Yuling came along with the army of puppets that had entered the bug nest. I almost threw up on the spot when I saw this appalling scene just as I walked in the door. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked, ignoring Yuling's question. He was now also curious as to which region's professionals these were that were so unlucky as to fall into the hands of the insects. So, to answer the question in his mind, the blade flashed and the kill record arrived. Successfully kill J region professional LV20, experience plus 4,000. Get killing treasure chest times 1. Get killing badge times 1. 5 kill records appeared in a row, and announcements followed. Announcement, Raider World Copy Team in Region J. Regiment destroyed. Captain, what's gotten into these J region professionals? Longidon asked in horror. The nest threw them in the decomposition chamber, trying to get the genes from them to use to synthesize stronger bugs. Lin Xu explained. It wasn't a guess on his part, but Idonesia told him herself. This is too cruel. Yuling had a moment of hindsight and heartfelt emotion. Well, it was pretty brutal. Lin Xu nodded his head in agreement and said that he directly ordered the puppets carry it away and rethrow it in the decomposition chamber. Also Inar keep the decomposition chamber running at full capacity. As the queen of the bug nest, Inar possessed the ability to control the bug nest, and even the 4th-ranked bug nest at hand. She was equally capable of controlling it. Hearing Lin Xu say this, Yuling's foreheads came down with black lines. Who's crueler? Boss? Don't you have any idea? Just as a few people were thinking so, black mist surged and 5 human puppets with gray skin and Asian faces appeared. 3 men and 2 women. After surveying a few people with interest for a while, a few people directly turned around and left. Boss, what are they up to? Bearstrong asked curiously. Lin Xu took out his rocking chair, found a comfortable position to lie down and cozied up. Being idle, I told them to each take 1,000 bugs and hunt the other region's professionals. Also if we come across other bug nests we can do something about it. We can't leave for a while to find something to do anyway. Oh yeah, what are we going to have for dinner? Ignoring this raw ability of Lin Xu to change the topic, a few people came down in cold sweat on their foreheads. Find something to do? And yet that's called brutality alright. It's atrocious. Yeah, Biggie's right. Biggie, let's have hot pot tonight, okay? Yuling offered with a smile. Okay. Lin Xu nodded his head and said, as he snapped his fingers. Soon, a beetle that was half a man tall and was ablaze with flames, and a beetle that was ice blue in color, with a cold aura emanating from its circumference crawled in. A few people looked at Lin Xu in puzzlement. The one that's on fire is for boiling water, and the blue one is used as an air conditioner for eating hot pot, so it's easy to sweat. Lin Xu explained. Ooh, A few people were busy nodding their heads, driven by strong curiosity. Long Yichen used the detection technique on the two beetles. Name Fiery Sacred Beetle. Level, 30. Life, mana. Name Cold Ice Sacred Beetle. Life, mana. Rubbing his face, Long Yichen no longer wanted to speak. There was only one reason why the information could not be displayed, and that was because the opponent's attributes were already 50% higher than their own. Sure enough, people die before people, and he had to admit that he could no longer even beat the household appliances in the captain's house now. It was better to be depressed alone than in a crowd. Thinking, he directly sent the information that he detected the sacred beetle to the team's chat group. Of course, there was no Lin Xu in the team's chat group. The sound of pouring cold air soon rang out. As the night deepened and the crowd dispersed, Lin Xu's eyes closed slightly. Black mist surged as more than 700 bug puppets appeared out of thin air before the crumbling Fourth Order bug nest. These were the golems that were killed in action yesterday during the attack on the Fourth Order bug nest, and they were just about ready to be resummoned now. Thinking about it, Lin Xu counted the number of puppets he currently possessed. Excluding the 5,000 puppets that had gone out to hunt professionals from other regions, there were still more than 4,000 left on this side of the worm's nest to take care of the house. Together with the 2,700 or so that had just been summoned now, the number of the puppet army had officially broken 10,000. Of course, these were only the golems that could be summoned as of right now, due to the fact that battles were happening almost every moment of the day. Unable to be summoned for the time being, scattered golems remained, about 1,000 of them. After pondering for a split second, Lin Xu dismissed the idea of attacking the next Fourth Order bug nest tonight. Strong attacks are indeed faster, but they waste more resources. For example, in this strong attack on this Fourth Order bug nest at hand, a large number of ordinary bug corpses were directly blasted into slag, and there was no way to recycle them. These can be energy points. Thinking of this, Lin Xu decided to repair for the night and try to take down the next 4th ranked bug nest tomorrow at the smallest possible cost. Just as he was so calculating in his mind, an image was sent back. Chapter 51, Inar's Advancement. In the midst of the glowing green field of vision, a giant dragon with a wingspan of at least 50 meters swept through the air, rapidly flying towards the direction of the insect nest that Lin Xu was currently in. Lin Xu's brows furrowed as he immediately ordered all the puppets stationed in the bug nest to get ready for battle. It was only yesterday that I took a bad loss because I didn't know my opponent. When questioning Edenosa today, he made it a point to ask a lot of questions about 5th Order bug nests. One of them was mentioned by the other. The 5th Order insect nests possessed the most terrifying war creatures, the Inferno dragons. Obviously, this was the head that was now flying towards the nest of bugs he was in. Noticed by a 5th Order bug nest so soon? Lin Xu was a bit surprised. However, thinking about it, last night he used a giant cannon beetle to bombard this insect nest for the whole night. The movement was really not small. Discovery is discovery. No big deal. It's only a matter of time before we go to war anyway. Come one to slaughter the other and save us the trouble of going looking for it. Perfect. Thinking so, Lin Xu simply came directly outside the insect nest. Switching his vision a few more times, Lin Xu looked towards the sky in the northwest direction. The view wasn't very good under the hazy moonlight. In the distant sky, a black dot began to grow rapidly larger. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked as he sheathed his rift blade. However, just as he had measured the distance and was about to order the giant cannon beetleworm to open fire, the other party's speed, however, did not decrease at all, only hovering slightly over the insect nest, immediately turning around and flying away. Not here to things up? So it's a scout? Oh, and quite cautious. Looks like the IQ is online. Spitting in his heart, Lin Xu was too lazy to bother with the other party. If you want to do something, come on, we'll do it all. So thinking, he reclined back into his rocking chair. The night passed without incident at the worm's nest. The next morning, after waking up from his sleep, Lin Xu brought Inar directly to the decomposition room. The decomposition chamber of the 4th Order bug nest was very efficient, and it had only been more than 10 hours, and it had already decomposed the corpses of all the bug races, including Idinisha, cleanly. Lin Xu glanced towards the inside of a funnel-shaped container on the wall and raised an eyebrow, only to see a pile of green crystals with something really different mixed in. Taking out a pink and a yellow crystal, Lin Xu checked the attributes of both. Name: Insect Queen Energy Crystals. Category: Energy Crystals. Energy value, 46,000 points. Effect: when used, it gives the user all the abilities of the worm nest Idenosa. Lin Xu's eyelids jumped as he chose to view another yellow crystal. Name: Bug Gene Advancement Crystals. Category: Genetic Enhancement Props. Effect: when used, it can cause all bug genes under your command to advance once in one of the following directions: defense, physical attack, healing, spell attack, assassination, and one of the others. Note, individual unit advancement direction is randomized. This prop is only effective for bugs. After reading the 2-item information, Lin Xu couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. This first crystallization was clearly made for Anar. As long as he used it, then all of Edenosa's abilities she could have all of them. Just thinking about this, Lin Xu's expression couldn't help but get tangled up again. God knows if Anar's body will also become, gasp, miserable after having Edenosa's powers. Shaking his head, he threw away the strange and bizarre images in the middle of his mind. Lin Xu swept a glance at the second yellow crystal and directly put it into his carry-on space. Lin Xu speculated that the crystals were most likely produced by the bug nest decomposition room, after decomposing those 5 professionals from other regions. It's pretty bombastic. Can get the golems to start moving in the direction of the pros. That is to say, in the future, the puppet army in one's hands would not only have coordination between air and ground, close range and long range, even they could be refined out into various professions. And these puppets of different professions could cooperate with each other. In this way, where is what one commands still an army of bug nest puppets? Proper, strengthened version of the professional bug race puppet army there? It's just that as good as this stuff is, it's really a bit of a waste to use it now. Currently, the golems under his command were only a little over 10,000 at full strength. And the conscription was still in full swing, so it really wasn't cost-effective to use them right now. So, Lin Xu decided that he would use this thing when he went out from among the copies. As soon as he went out. Thinking so, Lin Xu rubbed his hands together excitedly, and his gaze fell on Anar, directly ordering her to go and eat the remaining energy crystals in the vessel first. Soon, a pillar of green light shot up from Anar. Inar's form began to change, the wings on her back disappeared, and her stature drew up slightly as the armor-like pieces of armor on her neck as well as her limbs began to fade away, revealing slightly grayish skin underneath. Soon, the armor on her neck disappeared completely, and her collarbone appeared, and a peculiar tattoo was added to it. As for the armor on the limbs similarly retreated to the torso position and then stopped. Legs straight, slender, arms slender but not at all lack of power. Looking up and down at the advanced Anar, Lin Xu couldn't help but tsk. After the advancement, the other parties cold to the core temperament had unexpectedly added a few points of sexiness amongst them. Name Einal. Category, Bug Queen, 4th Order Golem. Advancement degree, 36272/150000. Level, 30. Life, 186425. Mana, 216914. Attack, 20724. Defense, 16629. Skills, Spirit Roar, Soul Shock, Spirit Piercing, Spirit Shield. Looking at Inar's attributes that had nearly skyrocketed by a third, Lin Xu directly laughed out loud. The damage breaks right through 20,000, and it has the ability to attack at super wide range. Lin Xu now didn't doubt for a second that even if he had the remaining 5 teams from the other regions raiding the world copies attack Inar together, Inar only had to roar, and the other party absolutely immediately regrouped. Thinking of this, Lin Xu suddenly remembered that he still had a staff coming inside his carry-on space. It just so happened that Inar was already level 30. Handing the staff over to Inar, Lin Xu called for a golem with a higher blood count and ordered Inar, give it a shot with your strongest attack. With a wave of Inar's staff, a vertebral energy body instantly penetrated the golem. Minus 27,654. Lin Xu's eyelids jumped. Equipment are available? Thinking of the remaining number of puppets under his own hands that had exceeded 10,000. Lin Xu instantly felt that he might not be able to get rid of the fate of a poor man in his life. After doing so, Lin Xu looked somewhat tornly at the pink crystal in his hand. Edenosa's skills were not rare to him, but this crystal contained 46,000 points of energy value. After hesitating for a split second, Lin Xu finally tossed the crystal to Anar. Eat, he gave a direct order. It was thought that the direction of Anar's advancement was fixed, and even with Edenosa's ability, the size might, probably, not change too much. Without batting an eye, Anar caught the crystal and swallowed it straight down in one gulp. Another green light shot up from Anar. The prompt arrives immediately. Alert, Anar gains new abilities. Mental Storm, Rapid Breeding, Rapid Hatching, Gene Fusion. Not bothering to read these messy hints, Lin Xu focused on the change in Inar's size without blinking his eyes. Only in the midst of the green light, Inar's armor, which only covered up to the torso position, changed once again and began to shrink inward. Lin Xu let out a cry of surprise. His eyebrows wrinkled on the spot, followed by turning around and walking away. Chapter 52, The Bugs Declare War. After a few moments passed, the bewildered Yuling and Chu Jing took their change of clothes and headed towards the decomposition room. The moment they saw Anar, both of them exclaimed almost simultaneously, "I'll be damned. Captain, what did you What did you do to Anar? Chu Jing asked with a red face. Lin Xu's brows knitted together and he said in a cold voice. Doing? She wasn't wearing any clothes in the first place. She was like this after she advanced just now. I didn't touch her even once. As a bug queen, it would have been impossible for Anar to wear clothes. It was just that she had a layer of armor like armor on her body before, and it looked like she was wearing clothes. Who knows? After using Edenos's energy crystals, the other party's figure hadn't changed. But all the armor pieces on her body had disappeared, and her female features were directly revealed. Now, the only insectoid features left on Anar were the two slender tentacles on her forehead that were already very inconspicuous. Really, big brother, you can't have a problem, right? Facing such a beautiful young lady, even clothes, you really hold back nothing? While Chu Jing started to help Anar get dressed, Yu Ling looked Lin Xu up and down and asked appallingly. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed. Yu Ling wimped out in seconds. Yes, big brother, I trust you. 1,000,000%. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep your secret. Absolutely. Forcibly resisting the urge to spit out blood, Lin Xu decisively turned around and left. However, he had only just taken a couple steps when the puppet in charge of guarding the periphery of the insect nest sent back a picture. Far above the sky, a black dot was rapidly approaching the bug nest. Here we go again. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed and he directly arrived outside the insect nest. By this time, the Inferno dragon had already closed the distance with the insect nest quite a bit. Lin Xu could see clearly that there was a person, a woman, standing on the back of that huge inflammatory dragon. The field of view switched several times in succession, and after determining that there were no ground troops approaching towards the insect nest, Lin Xu's line of sight fell back to the Inferno dragon. With only one person and one dragon coming over, it was obvious that the other party was not planning to go to war with them directly, at least not at the moment. Just as Lin Xu was thinking so in his heart, the Inferno dragon in the air fluttered its wings and fell straight down towards the clearing in front of the insect nest. When the Inferno dragon stood still, the woman with the white face on its back slowly stepped down. She looked around the room and her eyes quickly landed on Lin Xu. Human, did you do the attack on Anar and Idenish's bug nest? The woman looked at Lin Xu with a smirk, her tone condescending. Without answering the woman's question, Lin Xu looked at the other party with the same smirk and asked back, You are, Isla? Just a moment ago, he had used the devil's eye on the woman. The information detected was strange, and the other party turned out to be just an ordinary professional. Only in the opponent's status bar, Lin Xu saw words like mind control. The one who came with the woman was a Hell Inferno dragon, and it was a certainty that the other party came from a fifth-order insect nest. In a fifth-order bug nest that could drive a Hell Inferno dragon and had the ability to mentally manipulate it. Lin Xu couldn't think of a second one except for world boss Isla. As for this so-called professional, the odds were that he had accidentally fallen into the hands of the worm's nest and had been used as a tool afterward. Sure enough, hearing Lin Xu say this, the woman giggled and praised. What a smart human. I'm getting curious about you, though I don't know exactly what tactics you used to control so many insectoids, even rifling through Edenos's insect nest. But please believe me, the number of bugs in this continent far exceeds your imagination, and I, as their mother emperor, can order all the bugs, so there's no way you're a match for me. Now, I'll give you a chance to be able to live, and that is to join my insect nest and submit to me. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth tugged, sizing up the other party with interest. Are there any other benefits? Seeing Lin Xu's reaction, the woman smiled faintly, satisfied. There are quite a few human races on this continent. If you submit to me, I can grant you territory, and you will have the right to mate with all the beautiful human opposites on a priority basis. Of course, there is no question if you want to change your tastes and taste the insect females. With a bang, the woman flew backwards, without waiting for her to finish her sentence. Anar shifted and broke through a wave of air to slam her fist into her opponent's chest. Realizing that the other party's mind was full of juvenile stuff, Lin Xu really didn't have the mood to listen to the other party's nonsense anymore and directly ordered Anar to do it. Give it to me, kill them. Completely ignoring her already collapsed chest, the woman angrily glared at Lin Xu and directly ordered. Receiving the woman's order, the Inferno dragon's mouth opened and was immediately about to spit out its dragon's breath. Only its mouth had just opened. Buzz! Dozens of flying daggers glittering with cold aura pulled out a path of chopping marks, instantly piercing through it. -1236549, -78,654. Two lines of hideous numbers floated up above the head of the Inferno dragon. It fell head over heels with sparks coming out of its mouth. The kill record then appeared. Successfully kill boss, Inferno dragon LV30, experience plus 70. 000. Get Inferno dragon treasure chest ×1. You. Seeing that the great killing weapon she had brought with her had been directly seconded by Lin Xu in a single move, the woman stared in disbelief. What? You're not really stupid enough to think that bringing a big bug over here is going to scare me, are you? Lin Xu skimmed his mouth and snorted out a laugh. The woman was so infuriated that her forehead veins popped and she pointed at Lin Xu. Ignorant human. That's not a bug. That's an inferno dragon with a noble dragon bloodline. The inferno dragon of hell. Yeah. Lin Xu smiled with satisfaction and said as a red light floated out from his body. Ai-chan. It's time to eat. Try that Wachamakalat dragon Wachamakalat flavor. Woof woof. Rice answered excitedly and lunged directly towards the inferno dragon. Seeing that Lin Xu had actually fed the hell inferno dragon to his dog, the woman was instantly blinded, her eyes almost glaring out. Human. Abominable human. Now, I, on behalf of the entire insect race, officially declare war on you. On you. The woman was completely out of her mind with anger and gritted her teeth. Lin Xu smiled, drew his rift blade, and slowly walked towards the woman. Well, I, for one, shall fight. The words fell. Clang. The woman's head flew off at the sound. Successfully kill region a professional LV20, experience plus 2700. Get kill treasure chest times 1. Get kill badge times 1. Announcement, region A Raider World Replica Team. Reunion. Q, summoned beast Thee. Feeding on the flesh and blood of a high-level lifeform. Strength plus 9. Agility plus 13. Spirit plus 11. Physique plus 15. Qualification advancement degree plus 13%. Obtaining a new skill, Fiery Dragon's Breath. Seeing the last tip, Lin Xu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Holy, are all these bugs this naive? He was just trying to be angry with Isla just now, but he didn't realize that what the other party said was actually true. With that in mind, his mind moved, the black mist surged, and the inferno dragon and the female professional recovered from their injuries instantly, rising from the ground. Name, Inferno Dragon. Category, Creatures of War. Bosses. Life, 123-6549. Mana, 78654. Attack, 24263. Defense, 18739. Skills, Dragon's Might. Flaming Dragon's Breath. Aerial Overlord. Gee, I can't believe it's more fierce than an R. Watching another power hitter go into the bank, the corners of Lin Xu's mouth were already harder to press than a streaking AK. At this moment, he had one thought. Isla's still weirdly good. Really? Yet this thought had only just bubbled up in his mind. Dozens of abnormal images instantly multiplied in the center of his mind, only to see that right after he killed the professional controlled by Ira, all the bug nests that could be observed stirred at almost the same time. Immediately afterward, all the combat units within the insect nest quickly assembled and swarmed out. The target, aimed directly at the nest of bugs he is currently in. Chapter 53, Stealing a Home and Yelling the Queen to Death. Is this going to be, like, a general offense? Somewhat rubbing his face in excitement, Lin Xu glanced at the Hell Inferno Dragon and then at Anar and grinned directly. He knew Isla was stupid, but he really didn't think Isla had been stupid enough to do this. Thinking of this, he sent his puppet to call Lin Xu and several people over and instructed them. I'll be out of the lair for a while after that, probably until the world copy ends. I'll stay behind to protect all of these bug soldiers at the moment. Stay in the deepest part of the bug nest and don't wander off. With that, Lin Xu raised his hand and directly threw the jade pendant that Nangong Yun had given himself to Lin Xu. Also, this is for you. Crush it in a life and death situation. It will save your life. What you have to do after that is dangerous, and carrying a couple of bottles of soy sauce is just cumbersome. Solely, he handed over the jade pendant that Nangong Yun had given himself to a few people. He had no intention of using this thing anyway. This is just the right time to use it to add a final layer of insurance to these bottles of soy sauce. Think about it, if by then Nangong Yun broke the void and came. As it turned out that the one who realized that it wasn't himself who had crushed this jade pendant, that expression should have been quite wonderful. Laughing dryly, Lin Xu retrieved his rice, called Anar, and jumped directly onto the back of the Inferno Dragon before he was ready to order his departure. Captain, where are you going with this? Lin Xu asked with some entanglement. Contemplating for a split second, Lin Xu explained. Attack the next fourth order bug nest. Yu Ling's eyes snapped wide with worry. Just you and Anar plus a dragon? Will this be a little too small a crowd? Lin Xu smiled confidently and interrupted the other party's unfinished words. Enough! As his words fell, the Inferno Dragon let out a hissing roar to the sky, and with a shock of its wings, it rose up into the sky, zipping headlong towards the northwestern sky. The reason why Lin Xu thought that Isla was stupid was because he realized that Isla was completely using the insect race's thinking to speculate about himself. It's not like he's a bug himself, and he doesn't have any semblance of an obsession with nests or territories. The reason why he wanted to raid Idanosa's bug nest was for two purposes. 1. Forcibly recruit the golem, and 2. Gain energy points to advance in R. But this behavior seemed to Ira to be a clear suspicion of trying to shake her dominance of the nest. Thus, this led to the meeting just now that Lin Xu unilaterally felt very pleasant. As for Isla's order to have all the nests attack the nest they were in, this was clearly a case of her lifting a rock and stoning herself. It wasn't like she was the queen of the worm's nest. There was no need to guard her nest, much less protect her subjects. Besides, the ones under their own hands are just puppets. So if they die, they die. The big deal is that they can be summoned again the next day. He goes wherever he wants. Of course, Lin Xu had no intention of using the Longyichen Fu as bait. Ira's target was him, and was most likely not interested in the Longyichen Fu. He was sure that Isla would definitely be in a dilemma after he resolutely left the worm's nest. What he really wanted to take out was himself, and if he continued to attack the bug's nest, who would she fight in his absence? But if they turn around and order a hunt for themselves, then they'll have to catch up. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked. The Hell Inferno dragon let out a hiss as its wings shook, steeply breaking through a red wave of air. Skill, Airbuster, is activated. Flight speed is increased by 100%. Defense is increased by 30% while in flight, and immunity to any slowing effects. Skill effect lasts for 1 hour. Closing the Inferno Dragon skill panel, Lin Xu checked the next few images sent by the frontline puppets. Since he was thinking of launching an attack on the next 4th Order bug nest last night, the golem in charge of scouting he sent out early in the morning, only to see that the originally bustling 4th Order bug nest was slightly cold at this time. Most of the people coming in and out of the various holes of the bug nest were ordinary bug races, and there were only a small number of bug soldiers in charge of guarding the bug nest. Lin Xu snorted out a laugh, once again silently nodding for Isla. Now, the second drawback of the other side ordering the other nests to attack themselves in a fit of rage manifested itself. That is, after sending a large number of bug nest soldiers out, the bug nest's guard force was empty, making it extremely easy for someone to steal their home. And it was he who came to steal the house. Thinking of this, Lin Xu looked towards the distance, only to see that at the end of his field of vision, in the midst of the verdant and dense forest, a small circular dot began to slowly enlarge. That was the target of his sneak attack this time. Another 4th Order bug nest. The sound of wind whistled in his ears, just as the Inferno dragon approached almost 5,000 meters away from the insect nest. Hundreds of green points of light rose up from the middle of the insect nest and shot towards the Hell Inferno dragon head-on. Oh, and the home guards even have heavy artillery beetle bugs. Lin Xu smiled disdainfully, and with a command, the Inferno dragon's body tilted and rocketed vertically into the air. There was the experience of pulling heavy artillery beetle bugs around the mountains and fighting guerrilla attacks. Lin Xu felt right now that he probably knew more about themselves than the heavy gun carriage bugs. The longest range of the beetle was only 5,000 meters, and that was with a 45-degree angle of fire. As for shooting vertically upwards, sorry, they don't have that, because relative to their own speed of movement, this behavior is consternation, suicide. Feeling that the height was enough, Lin Xu controlled the Hell Inferno dragon to adjust its stance and glided forward for a distance. Confirming that he was already right above the insect nest, Lin Xu's mind moved, and the Hell Inferno dragon's wings were put away, and he violently flipped over, his head facing downwards, and shot towards the insect nest like a sharp arrow. Sure enough, this time, the heavy artillery beetles were dumbfounded in unison. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up as the Inferno dragon landed on top of the main building of the worm's nest in a slightly lumbering position, though it had long ago spread its own wings to slow its fall as much as possible. But the impact was too great, and it decisively collapsed a piece of the bug nest roof. As for Lin Xu and Inar, they were significantly better. Inar also has the ability to fly. After Lin Xu realized that the Hell Inferno dragon's landing method might be slightly rough, he decisively switched to Inar. Begin! Releasing Inar's grip on his hand, Lin Xu landed on top of the bug nest and gave a direct order. Roar! A circle of sound waves visible to the naked eye instantly rippled out with Inar as the center of the circle. Inar's skill Spiritual Roar is activated. After advancing to the 4th rank, the attack range of Inar's Spirit Roar extended to 3,000 meters, combined with her 20,000 plus points of attack. It was a proper wide-range conscription divine skill. The insect nest soldiers who had just reacted and started to gather towards Lin Xu and Inar, with the ability to fly, fell like rain. The kills record is straight out of the screen. Roar! Another sound wave spread out, and the insect nest was dead silent in an instant. Lin Xu pulled out his ears, swept his eyes over Inar's blue bar which was still less than half remaining, and smiled cruelly. Roar! Inar growled again. Successfully killed the worm nest queen Irabel LV30, experience plus 7,831. Obtained queen's armguard LV30 × 1. Quality, Diamonds! A golden light rose up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successful promotion to LV23. Lin Xu's expression froze, and he looked at Inar beside him somewhat speechlessly. The other side even didn't say hello and directly roared the queen of the bug nest to death. Roared her to death. It's not a headshot, but on second thought, it seems that Inar doesn't have a greeting function either, so he can only be speechless. Chapter 54, Abyssal Boss Invasion. The black mist surged, and the bug nest soldiers who had just fallen in battle rose up. The next moment, they spread out and began to carpet search the nest, slaughtering any surviving nest combat units. 10 minutes later, the nest of bugs once again fell silent. Lin Xu took stock of this wave's harvest. Golem 3,000 out of 3,000, plus 41 giant cannon beetle bugs. These are basically Inar alone. Lin Xu smiled with satisfaction. It was obvious that the group attack artifact he had carefully fed out had an unusually explosive effect. However, as far as the harvest is concerned, this is only a very small part of the operation. From the images sent back by the frontline observation posts, Lin Xu found out, right after Inar killed the queen of this insect nest, the insect soldiers sent out by this queen quickly collapsed. For this large wave of prospective teammates, Lin Xu had already dispatched those 5,000 puppets that hunted professionals from other regions to go and receive them. Of course, it's still not over as far as the harvest is concerned. Thinking of this, Lin Xu ordered that the bug nest decomposition chamber be operated at full capacity. In addition to sending all the corpses of the bug nest queen and all the ordinary bug race to the decomposition chamber, Inar was still more than 60,000 energy points short of being able to advance again. Lin Xu now desperately wanted to know what effect Inar, who was already raw enough nowadays, would have if she advanced once more. The mind thinks so. Lin Xu simply released the Inferno Dragon and put it in charge of vigilance while observing the movements of the other bug nests around him. Compared to ordinary puppets, the Hell Inferno Dragon's field of vision was exceptionally vast, and with just one hover, everything that happened in the surrounding hundreds of kilometers could be seen. In the northwest, near the Fifth Order bug nest, a picture that made people laugh and cry came. Not long after Lin Xu strongly entered the Fourth Order bug nest he was currently in, the crusading army sent out by the Fifth Order bug nest immediately turned around and went back to garrison the bug nest. With the bloody case right in front of them, it was obvious that they were worried that Lin Xu would go and steal their homes as well. Lin Xu smiled indifferently and controlled the Inferno Dragon to turn around, his sight falling to the northeast. The situation was not what he had expected. Those insect race soldiers that had been sent out were briefly confused because they had lost their target of attack, and then immediately turned their direction and started advancing towards the insect nest that Lin Xu was currently in. It was only that these insect soldiers were all sent out by some nearby third-order insect nests, and their scale was rather average. Even if they really dared to come and attack the bug nest they were in, then the surprise for them was definitely still to come. As for the bug nest where Long Yichen was, it was not attacked at all. Confirming that the current situation was great, Lin Xu moved the recliner out and stretched out comfortably. He then realized that along with the increasing number of puppets he manipulated, his mental exertion had reached a very terrifying point, and he was easily exhausted and increasingly sleepy. As expected, Lin Xu's eyes had only just closed and his consciousness quickly fell into a blur. Waves, sandy beaches, sunsets, cool ocean breezes, himself cozy lying on a beach chair, the chair gently rocking, a slight sense of weightlessness came, all the taut nerves completely relaxed, such as in the clouds. Once again greedily taking a deep breath of the slightly coconut-scented air, Lin Xu was so comfortable that his eyes narrowed. Just at that moment, very unseasonably, the sound of dogs barking vaguely came from the distant sky. Shaking his head, he blocked out the obnoxious barking. What did you want to do when you woke up? Lin Xu mused, his thoughts slightly sluggish. By the way, it seems to be a good idea to check around the bug nest. A nest of worms? Isn't this a beach? Where's the nest? Just as Lin Xu's thoughts were inexplicably confused, a white and slender arm gently surrounded Lin Xu's neck from behind. A light, fruity scent greeted her and refreshed her heart, and a few strands of light hair fell. Lin Xu's line of sight moved to look at the owner of the white, slender arm. It was the face of a young girl of breathtaking beauty. Star-like, slightly glowing eyes were set in a face too delicate to pick out any flaws. Flirty, passionate, innocent, shy, sexy. Lin Xu marveled. There really was someone who could perfectly blend all these seemingly unrelated temperaments into one person without any sense of incongruity. Even if he just took a glance at the young girl, Lin Xu had already determined as well as affirmed that the young girl in front of him could definitely fulfill all the fantasies of a man for the opposite sex. Awake? The young girl asked with her eyelashes batting and her eyes smiling, her voice clear and gentle. The barking of the dogs became more urgent, and Lin Xu smiled awkwardly, nodded, and asked, Aha, wake up from your nap, are you? Selena, the young girl said directly. Like it here? Without waiting for Lin Xu to continue asking, Celine smiled wryly and snatched the question, sweeping his eyes over the picturesque beauty around him. Lin Xu nodded sincerely. Like, oh, I'm glad you like it. What about me? Selena released a smile, her starry eyes gazing at Lin Xu, her gaze burning as she asked. Lin Xu scratched his head in some embarrassment. Astonishing, do you have to say you like it? Humph. Guess. The young girl pouted in feigned anger. The next moment, while Lin Xu was off guard, she very playfully kissed Lin Xu on the side of his face. Lin Xu froze, not expecting this sudden attack to catch people so off guard, seemingly enjoying Lin Xu's goofy look. Celine giggled and turned to Lin Xu. Under the scarlet sunset, Selena was wearing a white dress, not demonic, not charming, but outlined the curve of several perfect, like a lightweight kitten. Selena gently leaned down into Lin Xu's arms. She leaned her head against Lin Xu's chest and swooned. Promise me you'll always be with me, okay? The barking from the sky resumed, and even began to grow more violent and angry than ever before. Lin Xu smiled faintly and gently patted Celine's back as he said in a cold voice, I still prefer the way you looked when you had horns on your head to the way you look now. Don't you? Phantom. Celine, you, when did you come to your senses? Selena, who was lying deeply on top of Lin Xu, got up violently, her face full of horror. Lin Xu snorted out a laugh. Oh, from the first time you asked me, I answered you literally. With that, Lin Xu's eyes stared and his foot stomped the ground. Click. Like a mirror shattering, all the scenes in the dream world began to crack and fall down one after another. In the next instant, the dark enclosed insect nest reappeared in Lin Xu's field of vision. Announcement, this world copy has been invaded by the Abyssal boss. Announcement, this invasion of the world copy of the Abyss boss is Phantom Demon Celine LV75. Just returned from the dream world. Two blood-red announcements immediately appeared in front of Lin Xu's eyes. Chapter 55, Testing Each Other. How is this possible? How did you break away from the dream world I wove so easily? In one corner of the wormhole, Celine, whose head had ram's horns and whose looks were 80% like the young girl Lin Xu had seen in the middle of his dream, exclaimed. Lin Xu smiled contemptuously. Buzz. What answered her were dozens of flying daggers that dragged out bright silver chopping marks. In fact, back when Celine started invading Lin Xu's dream world, Lin Xu's passive skill, Devil's Will, was then activated. Celine was already level 75, and even without the equipment bonus, her total attributes far exceeded Lin Xu's. Therefore Lin Xu was inevitably pulled into the dream world. However, the Devil's Will exempted Lin Xu from half of the dream effects, which caused him to be in a half-dreaming, half-awake state in the middle of the dream world, coupled with the fact that Rice was always beside him as a reminder. Lin Xu was completely awake. Boom! Dozens of flying daggers directly penetrated the wormhole. Selena's form, however, dissipated like a bubble. Surprised you missed? Lin Xu was stunned. This was the first time he had met an enemy that his flying dagger couldn't hit. Inar. As the rift blade was sheathed and a blade on swept away, Lin Xu directly ordered. Inar broke through a wave of air and attacked with a cannonball aimed at the reappearing Celine. Only the next moment, there was another boom. Inar's attack fell short, punching right through the wall. In the meantime, Celine's figure strangely appeared on Lin Xu's side. A red dagger in her hand that flashed with a cold aura slashed at Lin Xu's neck. Dang! Lin Xu retreated back and forth, and the immortal bird shield in front of him was struck by the dagger, rubbing out a trail of sparks. Looking at the shield points that had slipped by 2/3 in an instant, Lin Xu's eyelids involuntarily jumped. He himself is equipped with 70% damage immunity. With this kind of attack intensity, if it fell on him, wouldn't that mean that 2 slashes would directly bring out his madness? While his heart was horrified, Lin Xu tightened his grip on the rift blade end. All the flying daggers that were released just now quickly folded back and began to hover around him, blocking all the directions where they could be attacked. Realizing that the chances of winning were extremely low when he fought with the other party, Lin Xu's mind turned and he gazed at Celine and asked in a cold voice, "Tell me what you came to see me for." By this time Lin Xu had realized, if Selena was coming for her life, then she could have done it just now when she pulled herself into the middle of the dream. However, the other party didn't. So it was thought that the other party should have some other purpose. Just as Lin Xu was vigilantly sizing up Celine, Celine was looking at Lin Xu with the same incredulity. Granted, one is a chimera, but that's just one's race. According to the human division of professions, one should belong to an assassin. Of all the normal professions, assassin has one of the best burst damage. Just now, he clearly did not hold back half of that strike, but he did not even break the opponent's shield. The opponent is only level 23. What breed of pervert is this? No wonder Maros is pestering himself to take the other guy down. Forcing down the shock in her heart, Celine smiled charmingly and grudgingly. TSK, just now also in the dream inside took advantage of people. Once out of the dream immediately turned the face. Men really all are thinly veiled. Seeing Selena still feigning confusion, Lin Xu coldly smiled and said, "Fine, you can fight if you really want to. Go outside and I'll make sure you get a good fight." With that, Lin Xu directly turned around and headed out of the insect nest, though it felt like there was little chance of winning a hard fight with the other side. However, it didn't mean that Lin Xu didn't dare to let go and with the other party for a bit. The space within the nest was closed, and the numerical advantage could not be utilized. On the other hand, the decomposition chamber within the insect nest was operating at full capacity. Doing it here would probably destroy the decomposition room and affect Inar's advancement. Okay, just teasing you. A small age where such a big fire. I tell you the main thing always okay. Glancing at Lin Xu once again with a sly glance, Selena pouted. Lin Xu paused in his steps and turned to look at the other party. Selena smiled sweetly and went straight to the point. Any interest in joining the Abyss? Hearing the other party say this, Lin Xu directly grinned, still looking at Selena with his eyes, not agreeing or refusing. What's that look on your face? Selena asked with some confusion. The smile on Lin Xu's face intensified as he explained. I'm waiting for you to finish your sentence. Like what's in it for you if you say yes? And what will happen to me if you don't? Selena covered her mouth in surprise and praise. What a smart little guy. TSK, Moros was right. You're really funny. With that, she giggled to herself. Lin Xu's pupils shrunk. When the three words Moros fell into his ears, a thunderbolt instantly came to mind in the center of his mind. Moros, the demon of the abyss. Lin Xu clearly remembered that when he checked Nangong Yun's attributes, the one that was symbiotic with him was Moros. Selena had heard about herself from Moros. Wouldn't that mean that at the same time that he had noticed Moros the last time, Moros had actually noticed him? It was even highly likely that the reason why Selene had come to herself was because Moros had instructed her to do so. Not noticing the subtle change of expression on Lin Xu's face, Selene's tone became a bit more solemn and said, "To get back to the point, if you agree to join the Abyss will do everything in its power to train you to be the next consternation, whoever that is." Nangong Yun, Lin Xu reminded with an expressionless face. Yes, it's Nangong Yun, the war god of the Huaxiao region. TSK, just imagine, when the time comes and you become the war god of the Huaxiao region, how many pretty little girls will be scrambling to climb into your bed? That picture. Wow. Gratefully glancing at Lin Xu, Selene's eyes narrowed in excitement. It was as if the image had already appeared before her eyes. It felt like Selena didn't even memorize her lines very well. This reinforced the speculation that the other party had been instructed by Moros, and that was why he had come to himself. Thinking about it, Lin Xu asked kindly, "And if I don't say yes? Then kill you. I'll do it myself." Without any hesitation, Selene looked at Lin Xu with a smile and said in a cold voice. Lin Xu smiled indifferently and shook his head. "I'm sorry that as a sounding board you were average and that there were things you didn't know about. I'll consider your request if you can get Moros here as well. But for now." Saying that, Lin Xu held the rift blade with both hands and prepared to go to war. By what he called Selena's lack of knowledge, that naturally referred to the tragedy in his own home back then. The other party didn't even know about Nangong Yun, much less know about this. Moros and Nangong Yun were symbiotic, and Nangong Yun was a personal witness to that incident back then. Thus, Lin Xu wanted to get some information about that year from Moros. Seeing that Lin Xu was immediately ready to strike again at the drop of a hat, Selena was filled with speechlessness and helplessly waved her hand. Well, I don't know how your boy's brain grows. It's like you can't hide anything from me. You want to see Moros, right? Fine, no problem." With that, she flicked her wrist and threw a plant seed directly to the ground. Chapter 56 Using the Seed of the Abyss. The moment it hit the ground, the plant seed cracked open and vein-like roots stabbed into the ground. The next moment, a small flower with a dense pupil at the stamen broke through the ground. Lin Xu's pupils shrunk as he directly used his devil's eye. Name Moros. Category, Abyssal Demons, Bilocation. Life, 193. Mana, 112. Attack, 1. Harsh, unpleasant sounds emanated from the mouth of the small flower strewn with fangs. With that said, the stamen turned and Moros looked around for a moment, quickly figuring out the situation at hand. "Kid, you looking for me?" He grinned as his sight locked onto Lin Xu and asked. "Yes, tell me everything you know. Everything about my family back then, and I promise you to join the Abyss." Lin Xu didn't have any nonsense and went straight to the point. It seemed that he was startled by Lin Xu being so direct. Moros froze, stamens turning, looking to Selene as if for help. Selena shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she knew nothing. Just thinking about it, she nodded again. proof that things have indeed progressed to the point at hand. Moros looked confused and simply turned his head to look at Lin Xu, asking directly, "Is that all you're asking for? Nothing more? Assuming, of course, that you can't stop me from getting my revenge," Lin Xu added. After a moment of contemplation, as if he had made some major decision, Moros nodded. "No problem. Deal." With that, he opened his small, fanged mouth and spit out a seed. "Here, you take this kind of sub in your hand, crush it, and I'll tell you everything I know right away." Name, Seeds of the Abyss. Category Enhancement Props. Effect after use. The host will join the Abyssal camp. This is a hidden state. All attributes permanently increased by 50 points. If the host commits an act that seriously harms the interests of the Abyssal, the full attributes will be deducted by 100 points. The seed of the Abyssal can be judged on its own, and the seed of the Abyssal is forcibly detached. Alert, the Eye of the Devil corrects the item information in complete. Name Moros, Seed of the Magic Vine. Category, Parasitic Organisms. Effect. Upon use, the seed of the magic vine will take root in the host's body, with the root implanted in the heart. Effect 1, Symbiosis. If Moros, Lord of the Devil's Vine, dies, the host's heart will be instantly torn apart. Effect 2, Strengthening. After use, all attributes are permanently increased by 50 points, and the gain effect disappears when the magic vine is removed. Effect 3, Manipulation. Moros, Lord of the Magic Vine, can control the root of the magic vine to attack the host's heart at any time. Looking at the two completely different messages before and after detected by the Eye of the Devil, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth imperceptibly hooked. It's obvious that Moros is trying to screw himself hard. Once one used the seed of demonic vine, one's life would be directly in the hands of the other party. Even if the other person dies, he or she has to go along for the ride. I'm sure it's a good tactic. It's just that this stem is stabbing into the heart. Ha! It's scary. So let's put up a fight and see who's more insidious. While sneering out in his heart, Lin Xu skimmed his mouth and looked at Moros. "Think I'm a little cutie? What if you don't tell me or lie to me when I use this kind of sub? Then make a pact. The Abyssal Pact cannot be broken by anyone. But in advance, I can only tell you the part 1 know and see." Lin Xu raised his eyebrows. "Fine. Then sign the contract. Except I have a condition attached as well." As if he had expected that Lin Xu wouldn't be able to agree so easily, Moros laughed dryly and asked, "What are the terms? Tell me? I want Selena to help me get through my copy of the world, and to maximize the benefits." Lin Xu directly said, "Holy, kid, you actually want me to be your punching bag?" Selena said incredulously. It seemed that he didn't expect Lin Xu to have the heart to focus on world copies right now, and Moros' dense pupils were filled with incomprehension. Looking at the expressions of the two, Lin Xu directly snorted out a laugh. "Didn't you say just now that the Abyss would do everything in its power to cultivate me? What? Now you can't even agree to this little request?" Being provoked by Lin Xu with his words, Moros was instantly a little embarrassed, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded his stamen and said, "Okay, what do you want Selena to do? You name it. Have her take control of the world boss Isla now, and have Isla begin utilizing the decomposition chamber to break down all of the normal insectoids within her own nest." Lin Xu said, "That's it. Kid, you wouldn't be trying to support Celine to turn back and plan to escape. To tell you the truth, I know that Nangong Yun gave you a jade pendant, but he is now trapped in the abyssal battlefield and has no way to take time out to come over and save you." As if he had read Lin Xu's mind, Moros said suspiciously. Lin Xu smiled disdainfully as his sight fell back to the seed of the demonic vine. "The deed." Moros willed it, and with a gesture of the palm-like blade, a parchment deed appeared. Lin Xu swept a glance. The general content is that one has used the seed of the abyss after. Moros, the doppelganger, will tell all he knows about what happened in Lin Xu's home back then truthfully, confirming that there were no problems with the contract. Lin Xu's finger made a point on it and a drop of blood instantly fainted away, and Moros followed suit. The next moment, the hint that the deed was established arrived. After doing so, Lin Xu took out a bottle of mineral water and rinsed the seed of devil vine with a face full of disgust before taking it in his hand. Hey, kid, I feel like you're insulting me." Moros didn't take it well. Lin Xu shook his head expressionlessly. "No, I simply find you disgusting. I didn't mean to insult you. You. Moros was furious. At that moment, with a click, Lin Xu crushed the devil vine seed in his hand. Dense vein-like roots emerged and violently stabbed into Lin Xu's palm. In the next moment, realizing that Lin Xu didn't resist, the devil vine rhizome, like a leech that tasted fresh blood, began to desperately drill into Lin Xu's body. Soon, Lin Xu's palm recovered as before, and the vein-like devil vine roots disappeared. Reminder, has been parasitized by the seed of the magic vine. All attributes permanently increased by 50 points. Can you trust me now? Lin Xu looked at Moros with contempt. Cluck. Can. That must be able to. Just like you kid to make a thunderbolt. Well, I really did not see the wrong person. Cluck 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 cluck. Seeing Lin Xu directly use the seed of the demonic vine, Moros was overjoyed. Lin Xu lazily ignored the other party, and his eyes fell on Celine. Reminder. I'm in a hurry. You should get going. Yes. Selena go. Go. Moros chimed in. Good boy. Really have you. Can let me a level 75 boss to help you a newcomer to play copies? Not to mention the Huaxia region. On this whole world is afraid that you cannot find the second. Selena rose indignantly, her body disappearing at the sound of her words. Okay, your turn. Lin Xu looked at Moros and commanded. Stunned, black lines came down on Moros' forehead, and he instantly had the feeling of being controlled by Lin Xu. Just when he thought that Lin Xu's life was now in his hands, he quickly relieved himself again. After a long moment, he organized his thoughts and said, in fact, what Nangong Yun told you is basically what happened. But there is one thing he lied to you. Chapter 57 Traitors? What? Lin Xu asked with a raised eyebrow. Moros rubbed the blades together with both hands alike and mused. There are traitors within the Huaxia region, and the entire assassination operation was only successful because of the traitors' inside and outside cooperation. Otherwise, you think, for such a large-scale operation, how come the Huaxia region didn't receive any news beforehand? In addition, the vast majority of the high-level core combatants, the information is kept secret, while the target of the entire assassination operation is exceptionally clear. If there is no mole, how was this information revealed? Feeling that this logic made sense, Lin Xu pondered and asked, and this traitor, as you call him? Nangong Yun. Without any hesitation, Moros was direct. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows, and just felt that the whole thing instantly became a bit fishy. Nangong Yun and Moros are symbiotic. Nope. Thinking of this, Lin Xu instantly woke up. He had already used the Abyssal seed and knew enough about it. It wasn't true that Nangong Yun was in a symbiotic state with Moros. This symbiosis, however, is one-sided. In other words, if Moros died, then Nangong Yun would also die. But if Nangong Yun died, it wouldn't affect Moros at all. At this moment, Moros betrayed Nangong Yun without hesitation. Then putting aside the matter of revenge itself, his intentions are clear. He wanted to let himself deal with Nangong Yun. Although one simply does not have the strength to do so at the moment, one will certainly have it in the near future. In that case, there must be a conflict between Moros and Nangong Yun. Even, Moros already had the idea of wanting to get rid of Nangong Yun, just as Lin Xu thought so in his heart. Moros continued, don't worry, although you don't have the strength to deal with Nangong Yun for the time being, with the help of our abyss, you'll soon grow up, and at that time, you'll definitely be able to kill him with your own hands. Also, Nangong Yun's strength isn't as exaggerated as the rumors, taking on 300,000 abyssal armies alone. How is that possible? That's just a play put on by our abyss in order to prop him up. Hearing Moros say that, Lin Xu's eyelids jumped and he looked at the other party in disbelief. So you sort of admit that Nangong Yun is someone from the abyss? Seeing Lin Xu's knowing attitude, Moros hummed disdainfully and said, Kid, there's no need to pretend. I have a feeling that you already realized something was wrong with Nangong Yun the first time you saw him. At that, Moros let out a long sigh and explained, regarding the matter of Nangong Yun, this can only be blamed on him. He started to act recklessly after we, the abyss, raised him to the throne. Good. Now then, I'll ask you one last question. Not interested in listening to the other party talk about those messy things. Lin Xu directly interrupted the other party. You ask. Moros was direct. Looking coldly at Moros, Lin Xu calmly said, was the abyss involved in what happened to my family? Moros winced and rushed to explain. Yes, but that was planned by the last generation of abyssal monarchs. He's already dead. You just can't find him now even if you want to seek revenge. Can you? Lin Xu laughed coldly, the murderous aura on his body collected, and he directly turned around to leave. Where are you going? Selena's side is done. She's rushing you over there. Moros bounced and chased after Lin Xu. Let her wait, and if she has nothing else to do let her go and capture all the professionals from the other regions to the 5th order insect nests for me. Lin Xu didn't return his head and directly commanded. After that, he walked straight towards the decomposition room. You instructed me again? Moros was indignant. The bug nest decomposition room, where all the bug corpses have been decomposed. Lin Xu called for Anar and instructed the other party to swallow all the energy crystals he had obtained. Since they had not been baptized by artillery fire, almost all the bodies of ordinary bug races within the bug nest were kept intact, and a large wave of energy points were directly harvested. Soon, A green glow rippled from Inar. The two tentacles on Inar's forehead disappeared and advanced again. Name Einal. Category, Bug Mother Emperor, 5th Order Golem. Advancement Degree, 26272/500000. Level, 30. Life, 326425. Mana, 296914. Attack, 30724. Defense, 24629. Skills, Mother Emperor Authority. Spiritual Roar. Soul Shock. Spiritual Piercing. Spiritual Shield. Alert, as Inar advances to 5th Order Mother Emperor, she gains a new skill, Mother Emperor Authority, which allows her to control all bug units of 5th Order and below in the bug nest. Looking at the new ability Inar had obtained, Lin Xu's heart was delighted. With this skill in place, taking in a 5th Order insect nest could save a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Xu hurriedly took another look at Inar's advancement degree, realizing that the other party would need another 470,000 energy points before he could advance again. He was instantly a little cold-hearted. Under normal circumstances, disintegrating all the ordinary bug races within a nest would only yield 50,000 to 60,000 energy points at most. This was more than 400,000 at once, which meant that there was basically no hope for Inar to advance again inside this copy. It's just that if you do that, yourself plus Inar, even if you include the Inferno Dragon, pushing down the cluttered thoughts in his mind, Lin Xu closed Inar's attribute panel. Come with me to the 5th Order bug nest. Sweeping his eyes at Moros, who had only just run over because of his short legs, Lin Xu directly commanded. With that, he took Inar with him and headed straight towards the outside of the bug nest. Hey, you! Moros is once again out of breath. How long can Celine stay inside this copy? As soon as he grabbed Moros' body and threw him onto the back of the Hell Inferno Dragon, Lin Xu asked in a cold voice, thinking that Lin Xu was still trying to utilize Celine to help him grab benefits inside the copy. Moros didn't have the heart to say. Almost another 6 hours. After a moment of silence, Lin Xu continued to ask, will you be able to leave at any time during this period? I can't leave until it's time. Why are you asking? Moros asked warily. Lin Xu smiled and explained, it's okay, I was just wondering how much longer you guys can work for me part-time. Cut. Moros snorted disdainfully. Soon, the Inferno Dragon led Lin Xu to land before the 5th Order bug nest and did not receive any attacks. By now, Selena was already waiting before the clearing, sweeping the surrounding insect nest soldiers who stood as dumbfounded as wooden statues. Lin Xu asked Celine with some curiosity, how did you do that? Selena bristled with disdain. Shay, it's just a level 20 world boss. Just grab her and beat her up. Then she'll do whatever I say. Lin Xu was stunned. He didn't expect Celine to use such a crude means to deal with the world boss. I guess as a world boss, Isla was even more unexpected. She had just declared war with herself on her side, and an abyssal boss 55 levels above her came straight to her door. Thinking of this, Lin Xu asked Celine, are the regular bugs starting to decompose? It's starting. Selena nodded outright. Saying this, she was instantly a bit speechless again, and swept her eyes at the densely packed bug soldiers around her, saying, so many bugs, you can't be planning to kill them all to upgrade them. How long would that take? I can't stay here that long. Indeed, according to Celine's idea, the bug soldiers at the moment were over 10,000. Even if they had all lost their ability to resist, then Lin Xu would still have to kill them for a while, and she could only stay in this copy of the world for less than 6 more hours. Hearing Selena say that, Lin Xu smiled indifferently and shook his head. No, it'll be quick. With that, he pulled up an image in the middle of his mind. In the midst of the verdant dense forest, tens of thousands of insect puppets are rapidly advancing toward the 5th Order insect nests. Chapter 58, I just want to kill you. Thinking about it, Lin Xu's mind moved, directly allowing Inar to receive control of all the insect soldiers of the 5th Order insect nest. Indeed, the experience would be quite a lot indeed if one were to send these bug soldiers away with their own hands. But, that's just too slow. But if the puppets were to do it, it would be a matter of minutes. However, just as this thought in Lin Xu's heart had just emerged, a sudden flash of light occurred in his mind. Nest soldiers are likewise able to be sent to the decomposition chamber for decomposition. Then if one disintegrated all the bug soldiers of the 5th Order bug nest, I wonder if one could gather enough energy points for Inar's advancement. Thinking so, Lin Xu directly came to the decomposition room of the 5th Order insect nest. Compared to the 4th Order bug nests, the efficiency of the 5th Order bug nest decomposition chamber was more than 10 times higher. And just in this not so little while, less than 1/10 of the ordinary bug races of the 5th Order bug nests were already left. With this in mind, he simply did an experiment. Start by disintegrating a normal bugbear from a bug nest. Lin Xu's fingers touched the walls of the decomposition room. Hint, energy points +1. Immediately after his mind moved, Inar maneuvered an insectoid sentry into the disintegration chamber. Tip, energy points plus 35. Seeing this, Lin Xu's eyes instantly narrowed. It was surprising that the energy points obtained from the two decompositions were so different. Wouldn't this mean that Inar had hopes of advancing to the 6th rank? Thinking so, Lin Xu simply ordered directly, have Inar maneuver all the soldiers of the 5th order insect nests into the decomposition room immediately. After a moment passed, looking at the energy points that started to grow rapidly, Lin Xu's mouth hooked. By doing so, one would lose quite a few puppets. But, one was currently no longer short of ordinary combatants. What he himself needs now is a high level of combat power. Desperately needed. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Don't want so much experience for nothing? Being just a little confused by Lin Xu's maneuver, Moros asked behind Lin Xu in a mute voice. Lin Xu snorted out a laugh and pressed the other party. Moros was instantly a little disconcerted, and with a more solemn tone, he said, okay, this is a question you don't want to answer. Fine, but you have to tell me, how did you control so many bug soldiers? He noticed it back when Moros was summoned. Lin Xu was actually able to manipulate insect race soldiers, and the number of people he was able to manipulate was extremely large. There was no doubt that this was a very important piece of information for the Abyss. Seeing that Moros was directly in a position to break the mold, Lin Xu pointed at Inar with his chin and explained, it's not me, it's my summoned beast that's controlling it, and my summoned beast just happens to be an insectoid as well, and of a very high rank. Is it really such a coincidence? Moros asked suspiciously as he looked Lin Xu up and down, entering into a copy that was filled with insects, and one just happened to have a high-level insect summoner, but coincidence was simply a bit outrageous. Just thinking about it, Moros can't make sense of it, so he just stopped talking. Just as Lin Xu's side was busy disintegrating the insect race soldiers within the 5th order insect nest. Huaxia region, Abyssal front. Looking at the two blood-red world announcements, Nangong Yun's eyes were glazed over. Moros, while roaring in his mind, the long sword in his hand swung violently. A sword chi instantly rippled out, forcing back the two lava trolls that were fighting him. In the next moment, the white light under his feet flashed, and he was directly about to teleport out. However, right at this moment, a huge barrier in the sky flashed with light, the white light disappeared, and Nangong Yun stood still without moving. Seeing that Nangong Yun failed to teleport, a lava troll laughed strangely. Gaga, know what you want to do, or die that heart. The whole space here has been blocked. You want to teleport out to save that kid, don't even think about it. Ah, Moros, I'll kill you. Nangong Yun let out a roar and directly pounced towards the two lava trolls. Meanwhile, the Jiangdu military region. Zhang Kai had just hung up Chen Tianming's phone and immediately ran towards Tang Dingbang's office in a hurry, only to be stopped by the guards. Zhang Kai glared and said angrily, get out of the way. Damn it, I have something important to report to the chief. Looking at Zhang Kai's stance, which was almost like he wanted to fight with someone, one of the guards explained, the chief isn't here, he's already left for the military headquarters. In addition, he said that if you come to look for him, he would let us pass on the message to you, saying that he would let you rest assured that he had secured that kid, and that even if he went out of his way to quit as a commander, he would definitely get his hands on the stone of final annihilation. Zhang Kai's body stiffened, and his eyes instantly turned a little red. The stone of final annihilation, a Chinese heavy treasure, can directly end any copy, allowing the people inside the copy to return instantly. Just when everyone was busy over Lin Xu's matter, within the 5th order insect nest, a green light shot up from Inar, and at the same time, a crystal clear green gem grew from the center of her forehead. Name Einal. Category, Bug Queen, 6th order. Golem. Advancement degree, 6272/2500000. Level, 30. Life, 516625. Mana, 396916. Attack, 42724. Defense, 36629. Skills, Mother Emperor Authority, Spiritual Roar, Soul Shock, Spiritual Piercing, Spiritual Shield. Looking at Inar's attributes that instantly skyrocketed by almost another third, Lin Xu grinned. That does make the odds of winning a lot bigger again. After hesitating for a while, Lin Xu finally took out the gene strengthening crystal that he hadn't been willing to use inside his carry-on space. The situation had developed to this point right now. This world copy had already been considered to be killed through by himself, and the matter of large-scale recruitment of puppets basically wouldn't happen again after that. Thinking of this, Lin Xu exerted force in his hands. The yellowish crystal shattered with a click, and the alert followed. Q, the genetic evolution of the bugs under his command is in progress, and the evolution has been successful. Accompanying the appearance of this prompt, outside the insect nest, The bodies of the nearly 10,000 insect races that had just arrived simultaneously flashed with green light, and many of the insect race's human features became more obvious. After quickly checking the attributes of the next few bug puppets, Lin Xu was able to find the one that had evolved a healing ability among them. With a thought of his mind, a large number of insect puppets began to gather towards the open space outside the insect nest. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Finding that Lin Xu had neither killed the insect nest soldiers to gain experience, nor had he gone directly to the world boss that he had taken control of, Celine was filled with doubt and asked in a disgruntled manner, God knows what this kid is doing. He always looks like he's in love even when asked. Cut. No fun. Moro shook the stamen. Annoyed. Lin Xu smiled faintly, sweeping a glance at Moros and Celine. He greeted them. That's about right. You guys can come with me. With that, he took Anar with him and headed directly towards the outside of the bug nest. Hey, kid, get it straight. What are you asking us to do? Selena asked after him, confused. Just come out and find out. Lin Xu coldly smiled. His head didn't answer. After a few moments passed, looking at the large number of bug puppets gathered near the clearing, Celine snorted disdainfully. Kid, you're not itching to fight me, are you? With that, a dagger appeared in her hand. Lin Xu shook his head, sneered coldly and pulled out his rift blade as he faintly said, Of course not. I just want to kill you. As the words fell, his figure instantly disappeared. Chapter 59, Pervert, Madman. Slaughter him. Holy, there's even a space ability? Seeing Lin Xu's figure disappear, Celine's pupils shrunk violently. Undoubtedly, in melee combat, the most difficult of all abilities was the spatial ability, and when Lin Xu fought with himself before, he clearly didn't show this ability. He was actually hiding his clumsiness. A level 23 newcomer who fought a level 75 assassin was deliberately hiding his strength. This kid in front of me is definitely a pervert if not a lunatic. Just as Selena was shocked in her mind, she subconsciously prepared to back away. However, just then, Blade's whimper came from his ears. Lin Xu suddenly appeared behind Celine, and the rift blade slammed down against her neck. Holy, how did that happen so fast? While Selena was horrified in her heart, she hurriedly rolled on the ground and very woefully dodged this strike from Lin Xu. Kid, you play real. Bang. Celine was only halfway through her sentence when Anar broke through a wave of air and an energy attack in the shape of a spike instantly landed on her body. Selena flew backwards. Minus 29,724. A line of scarlet numbers floated up above Selena's head. Celine was horrified to find that even Anar's strength had risen by a large margin compared to the first time they fought. Are you playing for real? She wiped a handful of blood that spilled from the corner of her mouth and glared angrily at Lin Xu. Or what? Lin Xu grinned, his tone morose. The very moment his words fell, buzz, dozens of flying daggers that dragged out silver chopping marks sizzled against Celine. Boom! Celine's figure disappeared like a bubble, and the place where she had just stood was instantly blasted out by Lin Xu into a large pit with a diameter of several meters. Kid, are you crazy? I've told you everything you wanted to know, and Celine helped you control the fifth order bug nest, so why did you attack her? At this time, the short-legged Moros managed to arrive just in time to see the scene of Lin Xu and Celine engaging in battle, and asked in shock. Lin Xu smiled coldly. Damn, I said that the abyss does not have a good thing. You yourself gave me that what is a thing you do not have a point in your own heart. Besides, you a contract that does not even have a punishment want to cheat me. Really think that I am a little cute. What? But then again, I have to thank you two idiots. Without you helping me, there's no way for Anar to advance to rank 6, and I'm even less likely to get those 200 attribute points for nothing. As the words fell, Lin Xu's feet fiercely exerted force, and his entire body shot explosively towards Celine like an arrow off a string. Dang! Celine, whose figure had just appeared, didn't wait to stand still and was directly chopped out more than 10 meters away by Lin Xu's sword. Looking at the telltale gaping hole that had appeared in the dagger, Celine's eyelids fluttered in anger. Moros, we've been fooled by this kid. He didn't even want to join the abyss, let alone believe your bull ********. Do it, get killed. Bye. Just when Celine was furious, Inar's figure appeared at her side like a ghost. Immediately after that a grayish-white fist broke through a wave of air and violently blasted at her head. Put. Blood splatters. Minus 76,245. Minus 76,245. Two lines of hideous numbers floated up above Selena's head. Just for a moment she dodged Inar's attack. Lin Xu suddenly appeared at her side, and the long knife in his hand swung down violently, instantly chipping away a large piece of flesh from her shoulder. Lin Xu, stop it or believe it or not I'll kill you. Seeing Selena's injuries, Moros yells in a menacing manner. At this time, he had completely figured out that Lin Xu had known early on that the one he had given him wasn't some kind of abyssal seed. He, on the other hand, the reason why he acted with himself and Celine for so long was clearly to use this time to advance Anar and raise his battle power. Tricked. Completely tricked. Morose was shaking with anger at the thought. The devil vine rooted at Lin Xu's heart instantly contracted between his thoughts. At the same time, Lin Xu, who was leaning back to avoid Celine's furious dagger slashing at his neck, suddenly stalled. Click. Lin Xu's immortal bird shield instantly shattered. -729. Celine's dagger swiped across his jaw just barely. A gash surfaced and blood instantly flowed. Morrow sneered. Kid, this time is considered to be a small lesson for you, and the next time, I will directly tear your heart apart. However, the smug Morrow's words had only just fallen. A scene that made his eyes almost glaze over appeared, only to see that right after Lin Xu was injured, nearly 1,000 colorful spells surfaced from those insect clans around him. Without exception, all of those spells had the ability to heal, and they all landed on Lin Xu. Lin Xu's blood level instantly returned to full, and his wounds directly healed. Seeing such an amazing scene, Celine shivered and the dagger in her hand almost fell to the ground on the spot. Holy, how can bugs still have priests? That was the first thought that popped into her head. Yet the truth had been so vividly disliked that it was impossible for her to disbelieve it. The answer is not only that there are, but that they number nearly 1,000. Although the healing spells given by these bugs were all elementary, they couldn't help but be too numerous. So many priests restoring status for only one person, not to mention a living and breathing person, even if the opposite side is a corpse that has already been laid into a coffin. I am afraid that it is not also able to directly give the cure to come to life. Let's just say how this kid pulled a bunch of weird bugs over and dared to go straight to war with himself. Premeditated. It was all premeditated. With this thought in her mind, Celine instantly lost the desire to keep fighting with Lin Xu and cursed at Morose. Damn. Morose, what are you waiting for? Get him. This kid is a pervert. This fight is impossible. A tangle crossed the bottom of Morose's eyes. Lin Xu's qualifications were really heaven-defying. It was a pity to kill him just like that. And once you really kill Lin Xu, Nangong Yun is bound to fight with himself. Just as he was hesitating, Celine, who had been sandwiched between Lin Xu and Anar, was caught off guard and was hit in the back by another blow from Anar. Do it! Celine urged. At this time she had completely come to her senses. Her charm-sighted self was no longer a match for Lin Xu and Anar. If she fought like this again, there would only be one result, and that would be death. Fine. Lin Xu, you asked for this, Morrow said with a grim expression. At the thought, his dense pupils snapped together. Boom! A red wave of chi instantly erupted from Lin Xu's body, and his blood level directly bottomed out. Lin Xu spat out blood on the spot with a poof and his eyes instantly turned scarlet. His skill, Madness, activated. All attributes are increased by 50% and immunity to any lethal attack. At the same time, a prompt arrived in the middle of Morrow's mind. Alert, for unknown reasons. This attack, invalid. Holy, how the is that possible? Morrow's body shook cold, and shock was all over his dense pupils. Ha. Lin Xu, whose eyes were scarlet, laughed out coldly, a sickly, cruel smile on his face. But his palm stabbed directly into his chest. Chapter 60, World Copy. The end. Holy, what is he doing? Looking at Lin Xu's palm that had stabbed into her heart, Celine said in shock. The Morrow stamen twisted and snapped to attention. Holy, he's crazy. He's going to pull out the seed of devil vine from his heart. Stop him. Normal people, who dared to use this way to pull out the seed of the devil vine, would have died 800 times earlier. However, Lin Xu was standing nicely. When he thought about the fatal attack that had failed just now, Morose came to the realization that Lin Xu definitely had a divine skill in his body that could lock blood. In this way, it was not impossible to pull out the seed of devil's vine hard, and once the seed of the devil vine was pulled out, Lin Xu would be completely free of his bondage. Such a terrifying fellow with amazing growth. As long as he was released alive from the world copy, in time, he would definitely be a deadly threat to the abyss. Celine understood. Her figure flashed, dodging Inar's attack while her dagger stabbed straight towards Lin Xu's neck. Roar! Lin Xu growled out. His left hand, which he had tugged on the vine stabbing into his heart, jerked hard. At the same time, the rift blade slashed down forcefully at Celine. Celine's scalp tingled momentarily. Nima, how can the reaction be so fast? This pervert, and get stronger. Just the moment Selena exclaimed in her mind. Clang! The rift blade instantly slashed across the side of her cheek at a very incredible speed. The horns on the side of her head along with half of her arm should slide off. -157,500. -79,890. Two lines of unusually exaggerated numbers floated up above her head. Bang! not waiting for these bits and pieces of Selena's body to fall to the ground. She was directly kicked away by Lin Xu. The next moment, poof, the seed of the demonic vine that had pierced into Lin Xu's heart was pulled out hard by Lin Xu. Hint, the seed of the magic vine has been uprooted, and the gain attribute is invalidated. In the next instant, with a bark, the seed of devil vine directly exploded and turned into a pool of blood. Ha, 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 Lin Xu smiled cruelly, his scarlet gaze falling back onto Selene, looking at the already bottomed out amount of blood, as well as the completely zeroed out mana. Selene's face twisted for a moment. Right now, she had the feeling that Moros and Lin Xu were the ones who were in cahoots, and that the two had teamed up to try and screw themselves to death. It was Moros who nodded her head, and that's why she came to help Lin Xu with his copy. As a result, this allowed Lin Xu to directly cultivate that insect summoning beast of his into a high-level combatant, and the kind that could fight back and forth with even himself. After that, Moros gave Lin Xu the seed of the magic vine, which skyrocketed his total attributes by 200 points, which made Lin Xu's strength skyrocket on the spot as well. Now, Lin Xu and his summoned beasts were no longer opponents themselves under the combination. Now, Moros was screaming at the mouth to get his opponent killed, but it turned out to be a move. Not only did Lin Xu not die, but his strength skyrocketed more than double again. Who the hell are my ING teammates with this? One is just a tiny level 75 chimera that specializes in charm. Why should one have to endure all this? With this thought in her mind, Selene didn't bother to care about Moro's life or death anymore, and directly got up and ran away. Selena. You. Finding that Selena ignored her and ran away on the spot, Moros was instantly speechless. Although they are just a diversion, dead is dead, will not affect the big picture, but dying that kind of pain but half will not be less. Just as he was thinking this in his mind, Lin Xu with his scarlet eyes directly stomped on his body. Put. Moros was instantly stomped. Don't you guys come over here. On Selene's side, she had only just turned around when she was directly blocked by an R. Of course, it wasn't just an R that scared him. There was also the densely packed and eyeing insect golem behind an R, as well as the demonic dragon that had been circling above her head, ready to attack her at any time. Ha, 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 Lin Xu's cold laughter came from behind Selene. Swallowing hard, Selena turned around woodenly. Clang, the rift blade instantly chopped through. A line of blood slowly surfaced on Selena's pink neck as she stared at Lin Xu in disbelief and said with difficulty, "Little kid, count you hard. Next time we meet, absolutely get you killed." Along with this sound of her voice, her figure once again dissipated like a bubble. Announcement, due to unknown reasons, the Abyssal boss Selene is forcibly detached from the world copy, with 30 points deducted from her full attributes. Since he didn't suffer any very serious injuries this time, Lin Xu's mental state quickly recovered. In addition, with nearly 1,000 insect priest puppets helping to recover, the wound on his chest had basically healed. Scanning the announcement, Lin Xu skimmed his lips. He didn't realize that he had counted on it to such an extent that he ultimately failed to finish Selene off. Come to think of it, how could an abyssal boss at her level not have any means of preserving her life at all? Thinking this way, Lin Xu simply released his mind. He had already made a lot of money from this wave of world copies, and didn't care about that little bit of experience on Selene. Thinking that, Lin Xu directly turned around and walked towards within the insect nest. The world boss Isla was still alive, and he had to go and finish the other guy off. Letting the bug puppets guarding Isla leave, Lin Xu's mouth hooked up in a flirtatious manner. "It's really miserable for a world boss to be mixed up to your level, huh? You're the most miserable boss I've ever seen. Bar none." Isla was no different than a normal human in size, with human features and limbs, but her torso was insectoid, like a bee to be exact. Originally, with a figure like hers and her delicate features, she looked temperamental. Only now, her hair was disheveled, she was covered in blood, and her wings were half ripped off. God knows what cruelty Selena had used on her. You're also the most despicable human I've ever seen amongst all the races. Bar none. We all share the same with each other. Ira coldly glanced at Lin Xu and returned. Lin Xu smiled faintly, too lazy to bother with a worm that was going to die, and simply changed the topic directly. He asked Isla, "Can you still hatch the Inferno dragon on your side?" The attribute panel of the Inferno dragon was really bright, and the thing was a war creature, born to fight. If possible, Lin Xu really wanted to get a few more heads out and pack them all away. It was just that when he took over the 5th Order bug nest, Lin Xu didn't realize that there were any other Inferno dragons. Hearing that Lin Xu was preparing to hit the Hell Inferno dragon, Ira snorted disdainfully. "What kind of dream are you having? Each 5th-ranked insect nest may only have one Hell Inferno dragon in its lifetime, and if it dies, it can never hatch again, so you might as well die while you still can." Lin Xu bristled. Let's just say that when he occupied the second fourth order bug nest, the reason why the opponent hadn't sent the Hell Inferno dragon over to attack was because of this emotion. He was instantly a little disappointed at the thought. Once again looking at the wretched and miserable Ella, Lin Xu helplessly said, "Alright, since you said that, there's no need for you to live." With that, his eyes narrowed, and his rift blade was instantly sheathed. Successfully kill World Boss Ira LV20 experience plus 430000 get World Boss Treasure Box ×1. A golden light rose up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successful promotion to LV24. Successfully clear the world copy. Insect Strife received the world copy treasure chest ×1. Alert, the world copy is over. We will leave the world copy in half a minute, so please prepare in advance. Sweeping a glance at Isla's dead body, Lin Xu's mind moved. Black mist surged and a gray-skinned Ira soon reared up. Well, come back all. It's time to leave. Lin Xu's words fell, and all the insect puppets instantly transformed into black mist, surging rapidly toward Lin Xu's body. 61. Chapter 61, Chen Tianming removed from office. Asterisk is back. Haha is back. Medical team, resuscitate. Quick, get a few people checked out and treated. After Tang Dingbang left the military area, Zhang Kai had been waiting with his medical team at the place where Lin Xu's people had entered the world copy. Seeing the white light appear during the teleportation, he was overjoyed and at the same time, he directly began to command the medical team to prepare for the rescue. The casualty rate of normal world copies is already high, and this nightmare difficulty one is even more so. Not to mention that this time the world copy was invaded by an abyssal boss. Zhang Kai had already prepared himself mentally for Lin Xu's few people to experience combat attrition, and he had even prepared a martyr's medal for this reason. It was just that after seeing Lin Xu's several people, he gradually couldn't say this, because he then realized that not only was none of the several people who had entered the world copy missing, all of them had returned, and besides Lin Xu, none of the others were injured. As for that wound on Lin Xu's jaw, if the medical team didn't move faster, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to put a band-aid on it, and even more than that. At this moment, Long Yichen was still carrying the unfinished half-bottle of beer in his hand, while Xiong Zhuan was grabbing a handful of barbecue meat. Although Yu Ling and Chu Jing were a bit better, the oil on their mouths clearly hadn't been wiped clean. Stunned, which one of you is hurt here? The medical team, who had already rushed up with a stretcher, was also confused, and a doctor pushed up his glasses in disbelief. In front of me, this group of people wear like from the world copy inside out. This is not clearly barbecue camping to go. Lin Xu, are you alright? Are there any other places that are injured? Zhang Kai walked up and asked with concern. No, it's not in the way. At this time, Lin Xu had already changed his top again, and the wound on his chest could not be seen. The seed of the devil vine concerned Nangong Yun, and he didn't want to make a statement. Just then, Bearstrong weakly raised his hand. Stunned, Zhang instructor, I have a situation, do not know when to speak or not. That is, stunned, recently I this hot pot barbecue one meal after another. It is a bit on fire. Goo. Without waiting for Xiong Zhuan to finish his sentence, Zhang Kai directly kicked him in the ass. Is the ing old man discussing with you whether or not he's on fire? Indignantly glaring at Xiong Zhuan, Zhang Kai directly asked, what did you guys go through inside the world copy? Why did the abyssal boss forcefully detach itself from the copy? And also how did you guys get out of it in the end? Faced with Zhang Kai's barrage of questions, Xiong Zhuan awkwardly spread his hands. Stunned, I want to know the question you asked, but I've been fighting the whole world copy. Just the boss is fighting, or you should ask him. Xiong Zhuan's words had just fallen, and Long Yichen's several people immediately agreed. Sauce party +1, +1 again, +1 for me too. Zhang Kai had black lines coming down his forehead and looked at the several people speechlessly. A world copy of the inside of a soy sauce? What a ing international joke. However, this thought of his had only just popped up when the world announcement appeared. Announcement: world copy of Worm Strife ends. The person who killed the world boss. Huaxiao region. Blade demon Lin Xu. Seeing that the announcement really didn't even mention Long Yichen's names inside, Zhang Kai couldn't help but twitch his face. Kid, how the hell did you do that? Sweeping a glance at the several people with slightly pompous acting skills, Long Yichen, Lin Xu was equally speechless. There was no way they hadn't seen the notice that they were about to leave the world copy. The reason why several people were behaving like this at this time had only one purpose, and that was to be afraid of seizing the credit for clearing the world copy themselves. Thinking of this, Lin Xu explained helplessly. Just killed the world boss and came out. Didn't do anything else. Really? Zhang Kai stumbled. This reason, slightly powerful. Just as a few people were talking, the teleportation array inside the barracks flashed with white light, and the slightly disheveled Tang Dingbang walked out of the teleportation array. As soon as he came out, he saw the intact Lin Xu several people and was overjoyed. Good boy. I knew you could do it. I didn't waste my trip to Kyoto for you. Astonishing. Chief, those clothes on you? Looking at the 2 missing buttons on Tang Dingbang's chest, as well as the large split in his clothes, Zhang Kai asked with concern. Tang Dingbang waved his hand dismissively. Got into a fight with a couple of old men who were looking after the General Military District warehouse. They said I didn't have all the paperwork and wouldn't give me the stone of final annihilation, so I ended up grabbing it. Speaking of which, Tang Dingbang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed again, because just shortly after he snatched the stone of final annihilation into his hands, the world copy directly ended. He this fight decisively in vain. Thinking of this, he swept a glance at Lin Xu's several people. Alright, everyone go back and rest first. I'll look into the matters within the replica in detail later. Just as Lin Xu was about to turn around and go back to the dormitory, Tang Dingbang patted Lin Xu's shoulder and admonished. Kid, good job. This time you've made a big achievement. Turn around and give me a detailed account of what happened inside the world copy. In addition, Old Cloud said that he'll see you when he finds the time to do so. Yes. Lin Xu decisively nodded his head in agreement. Just as Lin Xu was once again ready to turn around and leave, he was pulled by Zhang Kai again. What's wrong? Lin Xu turned around and asked. Take the time to call Chen Tianming back to report your safety. That old boy man in the hospital still keeps asking about you, Kai Zhang explained. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows. As a professional, getting sick that is not an option. The only possibility of going to the hospital that would be an injury. And ordinary injuries a healing spell could easily take care of. The ones that could go to the hospital, those were at least serious injuries. And what could cause Chen Tianming to be seriously injured? Other than going under a copy, Lin Xu couldn't think of a second possibility. Except that's not right either. Right now, the college entrance examination will be held soon. Chen Tianming should be busy greeting senior students all day long to upgrade. How could he have free time to go down the copy? Thinking of this, Lin Xu simply asked directly, why was he in the hospital? Seeing that Lin Xu had caught the crux of the matter at once, Zhang Kai's eyes instantly flickered a little, and after a long moment of hesitation, he sighed and waved his hand. Call and don't say I told you to call. That's all. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. Looking at Zhang Kai's back as he left, Lin Xu's brows instantly furrowed. Zhang Kai's sentence about Chen Tianming being in the hospital was clearly said to himself on purpose. As for Chen Tianming, the odds were that he had encountered some kind of trouble and had strictly forbidden Zhang Kai to tell himself. Thinking of this, Lin Xu didn't bother to wait to return to the dormitory, and directly took out his phone and called out. However, he didn't call Chen Tianming, but called his homeroom teacher. Seeing Zhang Kai's covered up look, I think this phone call to Chen Tianming can't ask for a result, so he simply called the person most likely to know. Hello Mr. Wang. I'm Lin Xu. I want to ask about Principal Chen Tianming Chen. The phone was connected and Lin Xu directly stated his intentions. Oh, Xiao Sua. Stunned, a woman's voice soon came from the other end of the line. It seemed that she had just been awakened from her sleep, and her thinking was obviously a bit sluggish. It was only a long time later, after organizing her thoughts, that she sighed and lamented. Hey, you said Chen Tianming Chen Principal he has now been removed from his post. Not the principal of Jiangdu Middle School. Chapter 62, I'm going to kill someone. Why? When did this happen? Hearing his homeroom teacher say this, Lin Xu's eyebrows instantly knitted together. Chen Tianming in Jiangdu Middle School as a principal for nearly a decade. Jiangdu Middle School teaching quality has been among the top. No credit but also have hard work. Plus, among the students in this session, there were 2 S-class qualified professionals, himself and Li Xinrui, so how could they say that they were exempted from their duties? Hearing the surprise inside Lin Xu's voice, the homeroom teacher said with some intolerance, it's the matter of 2 days ago this thing has something to do with you, either that or Principal Chen is really a good person Something to do with me? Lin Xu was even more puzzled. Himself these days are inside the military district under the vice this, how can it be related to himself? Thinking about it, Lin Xu simply asked directly. Soon, the classroom teacher recounted the events of the past 2 days. It turned out that after Lin Xu left the hospital and went to the military area on his side, Chen Tianming immediately started to work on helping him apply for rewards from the city and the province. The college entrance exams are just around the corner, and for every candidate, that strength can be improved a little bit more by having access to a little bit more resources before the exams. Under normal circumstances, however, the rewards from the city and the province would have already arrived long ago, and there was no need to apply for them at all, as in the case of Li Xinrui. But Lin Xu's rewards, for some unknown reason, were never distributed. For this reason, Chen Tianming made one trip after another to the Jiangdu City Professionals Union to run. However, 2 days passed. No news at all. It wasn't until then that Xia Zhishuan, the president of the Jiangdu Professionals Union, couldn't stand to watch and inform Chen Tianming of the whole thing. It turned out that Lin Xu's rewards had been issued a long time ago, only that they had been withheld by the city before they could reach the hands of the Professionals Union. The one who ordered Lin Xu's reward to be withheld was none other than Deputy Mayor Yi Pingju, who, in turn, was Yi Hao's father. With things having developed to this point, it was already self-evident as to whose hands Lin Xu's rewards had reached. Chen Tianming was furious, and directly found Yi Pingju to theorize. It so happened that at this time, the announcement of the Abyssal boss invading the world copy appeared. Yi Pingju made a bold statement on the spot. He Lin Xu, a fatherless and motherless wild child. What's so great about a higher qualification? I just took his reward for my own son, what's wrong with that? Moreover, now that the Abyssal boss has invaded the world copy, that child's death inside the world copy is doomed. This reward would be a waste even if it was given to him. This is the will of heaven. The will of heaven. Understand? Perhaps because he shared a similar experience with Lin Xu, Chen Tianming instantly became furious. His eyes read, asterisk 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 your uncle. The old man's students have no father and mother, what's wrong? He still has lousy, your grandfather, mouth labeled with expletives. Chen Tianming directly ed with Yi Pingju. Chen Tianming was a level 42 warrior. Yi Pingju was a level 56 pyromancer. And not surprisingly, Chen Tianming went straight into the hospital. However, this was not the worst. Just less than 2 hours after Chen Tianming entered the hospital, a removal paper dismissing him from his position as principal of Gangdu City Middle School was delivered to him. After recounting this, Mr. Wang spoke at length to Lin Xu. Xiao Sua, Mr. Wang knows that you're on good terms with Principal Chen, but teacher doesn't want to see you go and do something stupid because of what happened to Principal Chen. But on the other hand, Xiao Su, now that you've made a name for yourself, you should know some big shots. So teacher Wang hopes that you'll be able to help Principal Chen with a few words of justice on appropriate occasions when you're able to do so. Hearing this, Lin Xu's heart was like a knife. He clenched his fists tightly, and blood slipped drop by drop from between his fingers. Okay, I know. Thank you teacher for telling me all this. Thank you. After saying that, Lin Xu directly hung up the phone and walked straight towards Tang Dingbang's office. It was already 1 in the morning, and Tang Dingbang was once again called up from his sleep. What's so urgent? Can't you wait until tomorrow? You've just come out of the world copy. Can your body stand it? Tang Dingbang asked with concern. Lin Xu shook his head expressionlessly and directly said, no offense. As a member of the Shadowblades, there is something I feel I need to tell you in advance before I do. Tell me what it is, and if I need the military district to step in, I can help you to the best of my ability within the scope of my duties. Noticing that Lin Xu's face was not right, Tang Dingbang asked solemnly. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows, secretly sighing that Ginger was indeed still old and hot. Even if he hadn't said anything, Tang Dingbang had already given an answer. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xu directly said, okay, I want to kill people. 2. One is the vice mayor of Jiangdu City, Yi Pingju, and the other is his son, Yi Hao. Saying that, Lin Xu directly recounted how he had a grudge against Yi Hao, and in addition, how Chen Tianming was beaten into the hospital by Yi Pingju. Of course, this also included Yi Hao's hiring of assassins to assassinate himself. After listening to Lin Xu's narration, Tang Dingbang's face was so dark that he could already wring out water. He really didn't expect that right under his nose. The Yi family father and son had become rampant to such an extent that they dared to bully the Jiangdu military region. In terms of sentiment and reason, Lin Xu had no faults at all for making such a choice now. Just thinking so in his heart, Tang Dingbang wanted to test Lin Xu's character, so he pretended to be a don't. I'm sorry, the vice mayor isn't under my jurisdiction. I can't help you on this one, Lin Xu explained with a faint smile. I didn't expect to get help from the military region, and the reason why I told you my intentions is because I don't want to involve you, as well as Shadowblade, or even Chen Tianming. Currently, Lin Xu completely possessed the strength to directly assassinate the Yi family's father and son. It was just that once he did so, as the head of the Shadowblade, Tang Dingbang would definitely not be able to account for it, even because he had just had a conflict with Yi Pingju. Chen Tianming was bound to be implicated. None of this is what he wants to see. Just the moment Lin Xu was about to walk out of Tang Dingbang's office, bang! There was a loud bang. Tang Dingbang directly clapped his hands and said in a cold voice, and what if I order you not to go? Then I'll quit Shadowblade, and we'll go our separate ways. Lin Xu stood on his feet and looked back at Tang Dingbang in a cold voice. Seeing that Lin Xu's attitude had actually become firm to such an extent, Tang Dingbang suppressed the corners of his mouth that couldn't help but turn upwards and questioned. Give me one reason why you have to do this. Just for Chen Tianming's line. Although he doesn't have a father or a mother, he still has me. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed and he directly said. And what if I just send someone to arrest you right now? Tang Dingbang's tone was cold and threatening. Lin Xu similarly smiled coldly, and forgetting river directly appeared in his hand. Oh, then you can try all you want. Another bang, loud bang. Tang Dingbang directly slapped on the desk, laughed and said, good boy. Sentimental and righteous. The old cloud really did not look at the wrong person at all. Grass. This vote old man with you to do it. Say it, how many people you want. Need to old man how to do it. Chapter 63, It's better to come early than coincidentally. Realizing that Tang Dingbang was merely testing himself, Lin Xu was instantly a little embarrassed. Don't say. The old fox's acting skills are really something. Putting away the rift blade, Lin Xu mused. If it's possible, I want you to help Chen Tianming regain his identity as the principal of Jiangdu Middle School, and I can take care of the rest myself. Tang Dingbang snorted coldly. Just this? He, Yi Pingjiu, a level 53 pyromancer. Can you beat him? Lin Xu grinned disdainfully. I also cut down the level 75 Abyssal boss, and the level 53 pyromancy has an extra star. Tang Dingbang was shocked and asked in consternation. The Abyssal boss Celine was fought off by you? Lin Xu nodded his head and said that he directly showed the skill necromagic puppet to the other party. The sound of pouring cold air rang out, and after reading it, Tang Dingbang's entire body instantly went numb. It's a ing mobile apocalypse. Associating it with the fact that the one Lin Xu had entered this time happened to be a copy of the insect race, he asked with some trepidation. So then how many puppets have you transformed in total in this world copy? 2,000 or not? Lin Xu nodded. A little more than 2,000. Tang Dingbang was instantly delighted. Good boy. You're really something. Pulling back more than 2,000 puppets in one copy. If this is given time, what is the worry that the abyss will not be destroyed? Ha, 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 ha. Just laughing, he got curious again and simply asked directly. And just how much more than 2,000 puppets did you bring back this time? Lin Xu mused and swept a glance. Somewhat uncertain. About 18,000 more. For a total of about 20,000. Bam! Tang Dingbang stumbled and almost fell out of his chair in shock. I'm $98,000 more. Is that called a little more? Such a heavy-handed attack on an elderly person's psychological defenses. Boy, does your conscience really not hurt? Spitting madly in his heart. For a long time, Tang Dingbang calmed down and directly threw a bottle of potion to Lin Xu. This one is for that principal chin of yours. The injury will heal straight away. Also come to me first thing tomorrow morning to get the paperwork for his reinstatement as principal. Speaking of which, Tang Dingbang thought for a moment and called for his guards. After a couple of whispers, the guard turned directly out the door. In less than 10 minutes, the guard walked back with a stack of information and nodded at Tang Dingbang. Sweeping that document, Tang Dingbang's face instantly became serious and said, Lin Xu of the Shadowblade Special Warfare Team at your service. Yes. Lin Xu stood resolutely upright. The corner of Tang Dingbang's mouth hooked as he continued. My Department J received a present report. Imperial Garden Villa area. Villa number 1 is suspected of harboring spies from other regions. Now, you are specially ordered to lead the junction squad to go and check out the situation. If you encounter resistance, you will be treated as a spy and killed directly. No need to report. No innocent people are allowed to be hurt. And no other surrounding residents are to be disturbed. Can you do it? Lin Xu's expression stiffened. Gratitude for Tang Dingbang rose in his heart. Where are the spies? The other party was clearly telling himself the exact location of the Yi family's father and son. Even the excuses he had already thought up for himself. Tang Dingbang even prepared helpers for himself. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu immediately stood upright and decisively said, promise to finish the job. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. Outside the office, several army green off-road vehicles with license plates of the Jiangdu military region were already fully loaded and ready to go. Sir, it's ready to go. A soldier stood at attention and said to Lin Xu, depart. Lin Xu nodded his head and said as he directly sat on the head car. Engines roared as a convoy of cars sped toward Imperial Gardens. Without any obstruction, the convoy passed directly through the Imperial Garden gatekeeper. Soon, a semicircular barrier silently enveloped a 3-story villa, completely isolating it from the surrounding buildings. As one of the most luxurious villas in the Imperial City Garden, Villa 1 is located on a hillside, a considerable distance away from the other villas. And as a battlefield, this place does not seem crowded at all. Receiving a token handed over by a member of the boundary team who was able to freely pass through the boundary, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked as he walked straight towards the top of the hill. Looking at the time, it was 2 in the morning. What made Lin Xu feel slightly surprised was that the number 1 villa was brightly lit at this time. Along with the approaching footsteps, Lin Xu soon heard voices coming from the villa. What's the reason? Dad. What's the reason for me to lay low? What's wrong with Lin Xu, that wild child coming out from inside the world copy? He's not just a little bit lucky. What's the big deal? The big deal is to send someone to kill him once more. There was a crunch. Yi Hao's rant was interrupted by a loud slap. A middle-aged man's voice roared in exasperation immediately afterward. Kill, kill, kill. All you think about all day long is to get this one killed and that one killed. Yesterday I beat up Chen Tianming and dismissed him from his position as principal. Things are already in trouble, do you know? Do you really think Chen Tianming was a principal for nothing for so many years? Just because of what happened yesterday. Do you know how many people are starting to pressure me? Grass most irritating is that the labor union president Xia Jishuan pointed to the old man's nose and said that he wanted the old man to wait. That second generation ancestor position is not high, but behind him stands the entire Xia family, no not. Plus now that wild child from the world copy inside out, absolutely will be the military region key cultivation. If he to the military region high level to tell on us a complaint. With those old undead people to protect the calf character, we cannot eat a pocket to go. Hinged on the middle-aged man's yelling, the villa fell into a brief silence. After a few moments, a wow cry came out, and Yi Hao's sobbing voice followed. I don't care. I don't care. In short, Dad, you must kill Lin Xu for me. As long as there is a day with him around, Li Xinrui will never look at me with a straight face. Also, what happened to Chen Tianming pressuring you? Wouldn't everything be fine if you killed him too? When Lin Xu and Chen Tianming are both dead, who would still cross you as a mayor for 2 dead people? When he was almost 15 meters away from the villa, Lin Xu sneered and stood on his feet. Through the oversized floor-to-ceiling windows on one side of the villa's living room, he had been able to make out the scene inside the villa. There were 3 people in the living room. Yi Hao, Yi Pingjiu, who was slightly blonde, and a man who looked slightly older and was always gloomy and didn't say anything, seemingly impressed by Yi Hao's proposal. Yi Pingjiu was visibly stunned, only for him to quickly calm down and scold. Lin Xu is in the Jiangdu military area right now. Who the hell is crazy enough to run to the military area and kill someone? Finding that Yi Pingjiu was clearly moved, Yi Hao immediately proposed again. Then let's kill Chen Tianming first. The big deal is to let Uncle Wang do it this time. It's guaranteed to be foolproof. As for Lin Xu, it's impossible for him to spend his whole life hiding in the military region. With Uncle Wang's strength, it's easy to take him out while he's alone. Yi Pingjiu's mouth opened, subconsciously wanting to retort. Yet he couldn't think of a reason for a moment. Just then, the man who had always stood at the side with a gloomy face spoke. Young master is right. Lin Xu has amazing potential. Letting him grow will definitely pose a fatal threat to our J region in the future. Indeed, the sooner we get rid of him, the better. As for that Principal Chen, he has already posed a serious threat to Mr. Ye's reputation, which will be very detrimental to your future entry into the more central departments of the Huaxia region. And according to my thoughts, there is likewise no need for him to remain. Hearing the gloomy man say that, Yi Pengju's eyelids jumped and asked, then when do you plan to do it? Uncle Wang. Wang Bo smiled coldly. The night is long. Let's do it now. I'll go and settle that Principal Chen first. With that, he got up straight from the couch. Just arrived at the door. His footsteps lurched, just in time to meet Lin Xu with a smile on his face and 4 eyes. Chapter 64. Remember not to mess with me in your next life. You'll die. In the surge of black mist, the smile on Lin Xu's face grew even thicker as he asked in delight. The J region? Wang Bo froze, and after seeing Lin Xu's appearance clearly his eyes instantly narrowed in the same surprise. Lin Xu. Although he hadn't seen Lin Xu in person, he had long since memorized Lin Xu's picture and confirmed that he would never be mistaken. Yeah, it's me. Lin Xu nodded his head, his tone unusually calm. Uncle Wang was overjoyed and looked at him like a little cutie. Looking at Lin Xu like he was a little cutie, he laughed outright. Ha 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 ha, was about to go to find you, but it turned out that you this yourself sent to the door, when it is really find. Looking for what? Lin Xu's smile retracted as he looked at the face-twitching Wang Bo and asked in a cold voice. At this moment, outside the villa, within the formation boundary, including the sky, as far as the eye could see, all were densely packed with gawking insect puppets. Skimming his lips, Lin Xu asked curiously, you're not trying to say I'm looking for death, are you? Cold sweat instantly came down on Wang Bo's forehead and hurriedly waved his hand. No, absolutely not. I was trying to say how hard it was to find you, and on behalf of the J region, I now cordially invite you to join. Bang! Inar's figure broke through a wave of air and violently struck Wang Bo with an uppercut in the small of his back, interrupting his unfinished words. Although Inar was only level 30, Her true battle power was already approaching that of the level 75 assassin Celine. Being hit by this powerful punch of hers, Wang Bo's eyes popped out and he groveled and flew straight up. Before he could land, however, Inar's form suddenly appeared above him. A powerful and extreme sidekick came from the top and slammed towards his body. There was another thud. Wang Bo plunged headlong into the ground like a cannonball. As the smoke cleared, looking at Wang Bo, whose mouth and nose were overflowing with blood and who had already breathed in more than he could breathe out, Lin Xu laughed out coldly. It's just a level 61 AOF. Do you even talk without a brain? Saying that, he stepped over Uncle Wang's face with a smile and headed within the villa. At that moment, there was a click, and the huge floor-to-ceiling window instantly shattered. Yi Pingju's frightened voice came out. Son, run, run, I'll hold him off. The engagement outside the villa was short, but the commotion was not small at all. Seeing that Wang Bo was directly KO'd in only 2 rounds, Yi Pingju was so horrified that he was trembling. He couldn't have thought that Lin Xu's movements would be so fast and that he would directly kill his family. What was even more unexpected to him was that the other party had only gone through 2 world copies, and had already grown to such a degree. Yet this sound of his voice had only just fallen. Yi Hao, who was about to jump out from in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, paused in his footsteps, because at this moment, there were already more than a dozen spears glittering with cold aura pressed against his neck. Son, run, run. Seeing Yi Hao standing still, Yi Pingju anxiously urged. Seeing the scene outside the villa clearly, Yi Hao almost pissed himself on the spot and said with a crying voice, Dad, we can't get away. There are monsters out there. Followed his son's gaze toward the window. Yi Pingju pupils suddenly contracted, the heart suddenly a cold. Ignoring the Yi family's father and son who were adding drama to themselves, Lin Xu sat comfortably on top of the sofa in the living room and laughed out coldly. Didn't you want to kill me? Now I'm here. Come on, do it. Lin Xu looked at Yi Pingju with a smile and teased. Looking at Yi Hao, who had been forced back into the living room with a spear at his neck, Yi Pingju's face twitched as he begged. Let my son go. You guys were classmates at least. Let him go and I'll agree to any conditions. Hearing words like at least a classmate, Lin Xu directly snorted out a laugh, and only after a long time did he slow down and said in a cold voice, On your knees. Yi Pingju was stunned. I am the city of Gangtok. Put. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, a spear in the hands of an insect sentry instantly penetrated Yi Hao's small abdomen. Yi Hao wailed and fell to the ground. Yi Pingju's face turned white. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked and he asked with a sideways ear, Tell me again what you are. With a thud, Yi Pingju directly knelt on the ground. No, I'm nothing. Don't hurt little Hao. I'll promise you anything. Seeing Yi Pingju with such a well-behaved look, Lin Xu nodded in satisfaction and directly placed a card on the table. The very same one that Chen Tianming had used when he handed out the school rewards. 5 minutes to transfer all your available savings to this card. Since he had decided to help Chen Tianming seek this justice, it could not be as simple as just directly slaughtering the 2 fathers and sons. Moral reparations should be made, and material reparations should be equally indispensable. Soon, Yi Pingju wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and put down his cell phone. Well, it's all been transferred, and I swear, absolutely not a penny of it. Looking at the cell phone prompting a reminder of the arrival of more than $250 million, Lin Xu's eyelids unconsciously jumped, and his mood instantly improved a lot. Thinking that, he simply lost the mood to dwell on with the Yi family's father and son and directly got up. Alright, seeing as how you've compensated so well, the apology part will be skipped straight away, and this time the matter will be settled. Saying that, Lin Xu directly got up and started walking towards the door. Seeing that Lin Xu actually did turn around and leave, Yi Pingju let out a long breath and sat paralyzed on the ground. It seemed that the mayor's identity had saved his life after all, and the other party didn't dare to lay a hand on him after all. Just as Yi Pingju was thinking so in his mind, Lin Xu, who had already walked to the door, suddenly stood still in his footsteps, as if he suddenly remembered something, and looked back at Yi Pingju, meaning inexplicably, By the way, there's something I forgot to remind you of. What? Yi Pingju's expression tensed up again and asked directly. Sulking for a split second, Lin Xu sneered. Remember not to mess with me in your next life if you're a human being, you'll die. The insect puppets swarmed around Yi Hao, who instantly turned into a hedgehog. As for Yi Pingju, his angry hiss was drowned out by the puppets in no time. Successfully kill professional LV53, experience +1. Successfully kill professional LV15, experience +1. Looking at the 2 kill records, Lin Xu smiled indifferently and directly put the bank card into his carry-on space. Jiangdu Military Region. Looking at Wang Bo, who had been brought back by Lin Xu and was already half dead, Tang Dingbang's entire body was not well. and he even began to stutter in his speech. You actually caught the spy? Lin Xu skimmed his mouth and looked at Tang Dingbang suspiciously. You really don't know? At first, Lin Xu did think that Tang Dingbang was just making up a random reason to help himself out, but after actually meeting Wang Bo, he instantly felt that Tang Dingbang must have known something before letting him go. Only now, it seems, it doesn't appear to be. Hearing Lin Xu say this, Tang Dingbang's nose almost went askew and he slapped the table and cursed. I know a fart. Really know the words early hands, but also your turn. God knows your kid luck's so good. Really caught a spy back to me. This follow-up thing's better. Ha 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 ha. This way, this time, your kid has made a great achievement again. Together with the previous world copy, I'll give you 3 consecutive promotions and a monthly salary of 800,000. How about it? Is it interesting enough? Ha ha ha. Lin Xu skimmed his mouth and decisively left Tang Dingbang's office, returning to the dormitory. Without even taking a shower, Lin Xu directly fell headfirst. World copies plus the Yi family father and son. He has been exhausted. The world treasure chest or something really do not have the energy to get. Chapter 65. He was my best student. Early the next morning, Lin Xu got Chen Tianming's posting documents from Tang Dingbang and went straight to the hospital where he was. After inquiring at the front desk about the number of the ward where Chen Tianming was residing, Lin Xu hesitated for a moment and finally took out his cell phone and called. Asterisk. Kid, you finally want to get up and call me? Ha ha. Really? Even killed the world boss once again. Awesome. Ha ha ha. Saying this, he seemed to suddenly remember something else and hurriedly changed the topic. Right. This time the world copy is injured seriously not. Soon the college entrance exams cannot bring injuries to the examination room. Lin Xu would smile and responded as he headed upstairs. Got it. Where are you now people? I have something I need to give you. Hearing Lin Xu say that, Chen Tianming on the other side of the phone immediately became a little flustered, stammered and hurriedly regretted. This cannot recently work pressure is really a little big. This is not just with his wife and daughter want to come out to play a trip. This moment people have been in the field. With a creak, the door to the hospital room pushed open and Lin Xu appeared in front of Chen Tianming with a smile, sweeping his eyes at Chen Tianming, who was wrapped in bandages all over his body, with one leg still hanging in mid-air. Lin Xu's mouth unconsciously hooked and flirted. It doesn't look like the field was well traveled. Hurting you like that? Blinking and confirming that what was standing in front of him was really Lin Xu, Chen Tianming's expression was immediately incomparably embarrassed. Just as he was about to make up a reason to get away with it, he suddenly reacted to the deep meaning in Lin Xu's words. His only remaining hand that wasn't bandaged pulled on Lin Xu as he tensed. Xiao Su, promise uncle, don't do anything stupid. Really, soon will be the college entrance exam. Don't let this matter of mine affect you. Moreover, don't think of going to find the Yi family trouble. Really, even if uncle begs you. Seeing that Chen Tianming was already on the verge of sitting up from the bed in excitement, Lin Xu hurriedly stopped him with a hand and comforted him. Okay, I know all about it. This is over. With that, he directly handed Chen Tianming the posting document. Chen Tianming froze, full of doubts, and took the document and scanned it, and immediately exclaimed in shock. Boy. You, how did you do that? Lin Xu disdainfully skimmed his mouth and snorted. Just you, a little middle school principal. With my current rank, appointing 7 or 8 of you is just a matter of words. Off. Ha ha ha, just assuming that Lin Xu was joking with himself. Chen Tianming cursed and laughed. Just then, however, the door to the hospital room was pushed open again with a bang. Zhang Kai burst in with wind and fire, and as soon as he entered the door, he directly yelled in a loud voice. Groove, old Chen, you know just that student of yours, Lin Xu. Stunned, good head. Finding that Lin Xu was also in the hospital room, Zhang Kai's face twitched, and he hurriedly saluted with a snapping sound. The Shadowblade Special Forces rank was originally high, plus last night Lin Xu even promoted 3 levels. Now, Zhang Kai saw Lin Xu that can only call ahead. Glancing somewhat breathlessly at Zhang Kai, Lin Xu became somewhat angry. Yesterday, he obviously could have made things clear to himself about Chen Tianming, but he didn't. Although Lin Xu knew clearly that Zhang Kai definitely had the intention of not wanting to affect his college entrance examination, but who does he think he is? How can he just make a phone call and be done with this kind of thing? Thinking of this, Lin Xu coldly snorted and directly ordered, "Get out and stand sentry at the door." Zhang Kai's face twitched and he stood upright with a black face. Yes. When he finished, he turned straight around. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhang Kai defeated and shocked, Chen Tianming directly laughed without living, only to accidentally pull at the wound again, baring his teeth in pain. Lin Xu flipped his wrist and directly handed a bottle of potion to Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming glanced at the item information and his pupils suddenly contracted. Oh, a top-tier healing potion. Boy, are you really rich? Lin Xu grinned and teased. Developed doesn't count, but it's not much of a problem to cover you as a tiny principal. Get out. Cursing the stinking dejected Lin Xu, Chen Tianming didn't be polite and directly drank the healing potion in a single gulp. Soon, Chen Tianming could get out of bed directly, and all the gauze on his body was removed. Groove. Yeah. Trying to move his arms and legs, Chen Tianming praised. Just after the excitement, he looked at Lin Xu with some concern and advised. Xiao Su, Uncle knows that you care about Uncle, but don't do the thing that goes to find trouble with the Yi family. That's not something you should get involved in at your age. You know? Well, I know. I'll be sure not to bother them in the future. Lin Xu answered with a sneer. And with that, he looked at the time and directly turned on the wall-mounted TV on the wall. A news story that was being broadcast reached Chen Tianming's ears. Temporary insertion of emergency news. The vice mayor of Jiangdu City, Yi Pingjiu, and his only son, Yi Hao, colluded with personnel from other regions to sell important information about our region. And the evidence was so overwhelming that the two were killed by our military at 2 a.m. yesterday. Chen Tianming froze, his mouth open wide enough to stuff an egg. Lin Xu explained with a faint smile. They're all dead. And if you want to bother them again, you'll have to wait until your next life. You, Chen Tianming's eyes became a little red. Thinking with his heels, he also knew that this matter in front of him, that was definitely Lin Xu's doing. He clearly remembered that the world copy ended just after 12 a.m., and as a result, something happened to the Yi family at 2 a.m., and his own posting documents were sent over this morning. That means, Lin Xu, after coming out from amongst the world copies, directly hoofed it and worked for himself for the whole night. This shows the importance of your position in the other person's mind. More to the point, what a huge amount of energy is needed to do all this. Chen Tianming is really hard to believe. At this time, standing in front of his eyes, really still wants that even the novice equipment cannot afford to buy the problem students. Thinking of this, Chen Tianming hurriedly turned sideways and rubbed his eyes. Alright, it's all in the past. Plus this is for you. It's the $30,000 you sponsored me to buy gear at the time. Saying that, Lin Xu directly returned that card to Chen Tianming. Seeing that Chen Tianming didn't push back, Lin Xu smiled faintly. I've got a few things going on over at the military district, so I'll meet you back at the school when I'm done. After saying that, he was about to leave. A knock was heard at the door, after which Xiang Kai awkwardly poked his head in and said, reporting to the chief, Principal Chen's lover and daughter want to visit Principal Chen. Xiang Kai was only halfway through his words when Lin Xu directly punched the other party in the chest and said without any good humor, okay, just kidding, next time something like this comes up tell me first. Xiang Kai's eyes glared and he similarly gave Lin Xu a punch. Groove. You kid. That's damn good. Lin Xu hemmed and hawed and directly pulled the ward door open. Just see the door is standing a 30-something years old very dignified woman. At this time the woman's arms, but also is holding a wearing a diaper small milk bag. Lin Xu's eyelids jumped, recalling when Chen Tianming said that he wanted to introduce his daughter to himself. To get to know him, black lines came down on his forehead, and he turned back to ask Chen Tianming in dismay. Is this the daughter you said you'd introduce me to? Chen Tianming's neck stretched. What? Just tell me if my daughter is watery or not. Breathlessly giving Chen Tianming a thumbs up, Lin Xu greeted the woman and decisively turned around to leave. Seeing Chen Tianming completely recover from his injuries, the woman was overjoyed. Knowing that it was the healing potion given by Lin Xu, the woman gave a grateful glance towards the direction Lin Xu left and asked curiously, Tianming, that kid just now? Chen Tianming grinned proudly. That's the best student I've ever had. Then why are you still taking people's cards? It's okay, I helped this kid out before. Just $30,000 on the card. Feeling that something was wrong, the woman took the card and checked it, her face instantly turning white. Tianming, this card has over $250 million in it, and you're saying it's only $30,000. Bam! Chen Tianming directly fell off the bed. What did you say? Jiangdu Military District Dormitory. Lin Xu sat cross-legged on the bed. A row of treasure chests lined up in front of him. Chapter 66, Soul Blade. Lin Xu took inventory, and since he didn't deliberately kill professionals from other regions, the number of treasure chests obtained from this world copy was not large, only 8. 6 of them are kill chests, and the remaining 2 are world chests gained from killing world bosses as well as clearing world copies. Without any hesitation, Lin Xu first took out those 6 killing treasure chests and directly opened them. 6 information of obtained items appeared. Lin Xu swept a glance. Except for 1 diamond quality, the rest were all gold. Feeling lucky, Lin Xu directly put a few items into his carry-on space. After doing so, he decisively picked up the world treasure chest from killing the world boss. Hint, this time, the world copy has been invaded by an abyssal boss, resulting in a significant increase in the difficulty of killing the world boss. When you open the treasure chest, you will definitely get a profession-exclusive weapon, and you can also choose any one of the following options as compensation. A skill enhancement scroll can enhance any skill below max level once. The occupational strengthening stone ×1, level SS. After reading the introduction of the treasure chest, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth involuntarily hooked. It seems that the abyssal boss invasion is not without its benefits at all. Thinking about this, he instantly felt even more wronged by Celine and Moros. The line of sight fell back to the two options, and after hesitating for a split second, Lin Xu decisively chose option B. This career enhancement at level 20 already requires 4 S-ranked career enhancement stones, and God knows how many will be needed for the level 41. As for option A, while equally tempting, it can only strengthen skills below the max level and is relatively limited in its usefulness. After determining the options, Lin Xu decisively chose to open the treasure chest. The treasure chest disappeared, and a blood-red vortex appeared right after it, and in the next instant, a red light shot up into the sky, and a burst of long strips of black mist slowly rose up from the middle of the vortex. Congratulations, obtaining the exclusive weapon of Sword Demon, Soul Blade. Name, Soul Blade, Blade Demon exclusive. Category, Weapons, Long Knives, Insubstantial. Wear level, None. Attack, plus 1000. Effect, increase all attributes by 50%. Characteristics, no entity. Note, soul blades are non-physical and have no fixed form. 2. Broken souls. When equipped with a soul blade, the equipper's attacks are accompanied by soul damage. Note, soul-type injuries are extremely difficult to heal. Skill, Soul Mastery. After equipping the soul blade, all slain enemies' souls will be imprisoned by the soul blade and forcibly implanted with a soul brand. Forever loyal to the soul blade's owner. The owner of the soul blade can also directly erase the soul by virtue of the soul brand. After reading the soul blade's message, Lin Xu's eyes narrowed. The basic attributes of the soul blade are generally the same as the rift blade. The difference was that the rift blade came with the ability to travel through space, while the soul blade came with the ability to harness the soul. If you pull out the skill of souls alone, it might not feel like much, since souls don't have combat power, but once if you use the skill together with the necromantic puppet, wouldn't that mean that one directly possessed an army of undead that had the ability to think on their own and were absolutely loyal? Even if one wants to, one can combine souls and puppets at will, just as Lin Xu thought so in his heart. A prompt appeared. Q detected that the host has obtained a new exclusive weapon that can be fused with the rift blade. Is it fused? Directly taking out the rift blade, Lin Xu decisively chose to fuse it. In the next moment, the rift blade floated up, and the soul blade transformed into a wisp of black mist that merged into the rift blade. Congratulations on obtaining the Blade Demon's exclusive weapon, the Soul Air Blade. Acquired, Soul Hollow Blade. Category, Weapons, Long Knives. Wear level, None. Attack, plus 5000. Effect, increase all attributes by 100%. Characteristics, Immortality. Soul Breaking. Skills, Cracking the Sky. Soul Mastery. Level, Starburst/Max. Alert, due to the Soul Air Blade's quality improvement, the skill Rift Shuttle space distance has increased to 200 meters. Looking at the attributes of the fused Soul Hollow Blade, Lin Xu raised an eyebrow. The increase in damage from the Soul Air Blade surprisingly came directly to 5,000 points, and 100% increase in all attributes. TSK, doesn't this mean that as long as one equips the Soul Hollow Blade, that would be equivalent to directly doubling one's level? Perverted. Truly unparalleled perversion. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu's line of sight fell on top of the last remaining treasure chest that cleared the world copy. Tip, this time, the world copy was invaded by an abyssal boss, which led to a sharp rise in the difficulty of passing the level. As a compensation, after opening the treasure box, you will surely get the brilliant level set ×1 plus advanced world copy invitation letter ×1. Open, Lin Xu directly said. Congratulations, getting the brilliant level set. Name Aurora, set components, chest armor, arm guards, belt, leg guards, boots. Wear level, LV20. Set effect, movement speed plus 100%, plus 50% attack speed. Skill cooldowns reduced by 50%. Defense plus 3000. Skills, Aurora, active. When turned on, the body is elementalized. Immune to physical attacks. Movement speed is increased to 500%. The effect lasts for 3 minutes, and the skill cooldown is 24 hours. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed. Completely different from the Immortal Bird defense set he was currently equipped with. This is surprisingly an offensive set. If he had this suit when he fought Celine before, where would he have needed to fight so hard? With this in mind, Lin Xu directly replaced the Immortal Bird set and equipped the Aurora set. After doing so, Lin Xu opened his attribute panel and looked at it. Name Lin Xu. Profession, Sword Demon, only. Level, LV 24. Life, 14300. Mana, 14300. Attack, 16800. Defense, 14800. Attributes, 216, all. Number of controllable flying daggers, 28/43. Skills, Blade Devil, Devil's Heart, Greed, Devil's Smile, Devil's Will, Devil's Body, Insanity, Blade Mantle, Blade Harnessing, Necrotic Devil Puppet. After looking at his attribute panel, Lin Xu couldn't help but grin directly. In terms of his current attributes, where does he still look like a person? A proper humanoid boss? No? A Flata starts out at 168,000 damage, plus blue and blood absorption, plus paralysis, and finally a whole bunch of your own puppets. TSK, this battle power, not to mention the college entrance exam, even if it is directly pulled to the Abyssal battlefield, it is also half a bit not false. Just as Lin Xu was thinking this in his heart, a black card with an intricate pattern floated down from midair and fell into Lin Xu's hands. Alert, obtain an invitation to a level 40 nightmare difficulty world copy. Surprisingly, it's a level 40? Lin Xu instantly felt some pity, that he would have to wait for some time before he could enter. Putting the black card away, Lin Xu got up and walked directly towards the professionals' union. According to the agreement, the flying dagger that he asked Xia Jixuan to help customize should already be ready. Chapter 67, the eve of the higher education examination. In the professionals' union, Lin Xu received a flying dagger from Xia Jixuan. Name, Flying Dagger. Category, Weapons, Secondary. Attack, 550. Quality Golden. After reading the attributes of the flying dagger, Lin Xu nodded in satisfaction. For a disposable weapon that looked like it would just be gone when thrown to an ordinary person, it was already quite difficult to achieve this level of attack. Okay, that's it. I'm happy with the flying dagger. Tell me, how much more do I have to pay you back? Saying that, Lin Xu directly put away the 20 flying daggers on the tray in front of him and looked up to ask Xia Jixuan. In terms of attack power alone, this flying dagger that Xia Jixuan had built for himself was already comparable to a level 40 white plate weapon. Besides, the flying dagger thing was rather cold, and one needed 20 of them at once, and still just gave it a 10-day work period. According to the normal market rate, the 7 million plus 14 kill badges that he had given to the other party should not be enough, although he had a general feeling about Xia Jixuan. But, in Chen Tianming's case, the other party had contributed in any case. Since he already knew this, there was no reason to take advantage of the other party. As a result, when he heard Lin Xu say this, Xia Jixuan directly waved his hand and generously said, compared to the last time they met, this time, Xia Jixuan was obviously quite familiar with Lin Xu. Moreover, Lin Xu also realized that the other party always intentionally or unintentionally glanced at himself with a smile. So what do you want? Hearing the implication in the other party's words, Lin Xu directly said. Xia Jixuan snapped his fingers in praise, just like talking to smart people. Easy. Why don't you fight me again, please? I really want to appreciate how raw a big brother who kills 2 world bosses in a row is. Lin Xu's forehead black line came down. If he was just worried about accidentally beating Xia Jixuan to death before, then after the Rift Blade was upgraded, he was even more worried about directly hitting Xia Jixuan to the point where his soul was scattered and he couldn't even reincarnate. However, just as he was preparing to open his mouth to refuse with this thought in his mind, Xia Jixuan snaps. Don't worry, the fighting arena on the top floor of the Union has just been upgraded to simulate real battles 100%, and death in battle won't have any repercussions. Glancing at Xia Jixuan, who was looking at him blearily, Lin Xu hesitated for a split second and turned around to walk towards the top floor. 2 minutes later, looking at Xia Jixuan whose forehead was covered in cold sweat with wooden eyes, Lin Xu smiled helplessly and bitterly. I don't even want to be paid, but I want to be abused. I've never seen this kind of person before. Of course, Xia Jixuan didn't last 2 minutes under Lin Xu's hand. It took 1 minute and 36 seconds for the two to go upstairs, 8 seconds for Xia Jixuan to say his opening statement, and 1 minute and 45 seconds for Xia's head to hit the ground and the fight to end. You? What are you laughing at? Looking at the helpless smile mixed with a hint of contempt on Lin Xu's face, the corners of Xia Jixuan's mouth twitched as he asked in a cold voice. It's okay, I'm leaving, haha. Lin Xu didn't bother to explain, waved his hand, and prepared to leave. Wait. Xia Jixuan stopped Lin Xu with one hand. What again? Lin Xu frowned and asked. Although you finished off Yipingju, Yipingju is nothing more than a dog raised by someone else. His master is the Kyoto Wang family, so be careful of being retaliated against by them. Lin Xu narrowed his eyes and nodded. Thanks. After saying that, he directly stepped away. A week later, in the Jiangdu military region, in the skill training room, the sweaty Lin Xu detached himself from the middle of the training scene, drinking the bottle of mineral water in one direct gulp. Lin Xu opened his skill panel, and his line of sight fell directly onto the knife harnessing technique. Knife mastery, active. Rank SS. Can use mental power to control flying daggers and make hasty attacks on targets within a range of 500 meters. Increase flying speed of flying daggers by 200%. For every 5 points increase in mental attributes, +1 to the number of flying daggers you control. And for each flying dagger per second, consume 1 point of mana. Looking at the results of his day and night training during these 7 days, Lin Xu smiled with satisfaction. Ever since he came out of the world copy, he had been wanting to improve his sword mastery. After all, no matter how powerful the harnessed blade technique was, it was nothing against a highly sensitive enemy who couldn't hit. Now, the distance he could control the flying dagger had not only increased to 500 meters, but the flying speed of the dagger had also increased to 3 times its original speed. Lin Xu just felt that if he were to let himself fight Celine again right now, he was confident that he could directly second the other party in a single shot. Just as Lin Xu was thinking about messy things in his mind, the door of the training room was pushed open. Zhang Kai broke right in with a big grin. I go, kid, tomorrow is the college entrance exam. And you're still training. Chen Tianming's side is going crazy, looking for you all over the world. Lin Xu nodded. Well, I'm on my way over there. On the one hand, he was worried that Chen Tianming would want to return the card that deposited money to him, and on the other hand, he was anxious to improve his skills. After leaving from the hospital, Lin Xu pressed to contact Chen Tianming. Gangtok Middle School, principal's office. Holy kid, you gave me that card. Having only just met, Chen Tianming directly had to return the card to Lin Xu. Just before Chen Tianming could finish his words, Lin Xu directly said, if you don't want it, you throw it away. Knowing how stubborn Lin Xu was, Chen Tianming's face twitched. He was sure as well as certain that if he really forced the card back to Lin Xu, then Lin Xu would definitely just throw it away. After a long silence, he sighed and simply changed the subject. It's the entrance exam tomorrow. Turn off that confusion detection class equipment on you. Besides, how many levels are you really at now? 24. Lin Xu calmly said. Poof. Chen Tianming spewed out a mouthful of tea on the spot. How many did you say? Lin Xu skimmed his lips and decisively turned off the badge for confusing detection that Zhang Kai had given him in the first place, before using this thing that is afraid of people with evil intentions to find revenge. Now, he can't wait for trouble seekers to come to his door every day. Seeing that Lin Xu had turned off his badge, Zhang Kai directly used a detection spell on Lin Xu. The whole thing was momentarily dumbfounded, and afterward it was just like a cutie. Like a since the establishment of the college entrance examination system in the Greater China region. However, all the freshmen who participated in the entrance exam never appeared to have a rank over 20. After all, there was only 1 month to upgrade, and Lin Xu even directly reckless to level 24, breaking the great record of freshmen taking the college entrance exam in one fell swoop. Chen Tianming had already begun to fantasize about the time when this fierce disciple of his appeared in the college entrance examination hall. The look of shock and dismay on the faces of the other school principals. In the first 2 years, the students of Jiangdu Middle School were generally not highly qualified, for which Chen Tianming was not infrequently ridiculed by his peers. This year, with Lin Xu and Li Xinrui, that's an absolute snowstorm of shame and raised eyebrows. Ha ha ha. Just as Chen Tianming was thinking so in his mind, the office door was knocked on once again. Li Xinrui walked in. Lin Xu, you're already level 24? Subconsciously using a detection spell on Lin Xu, Li Xinrui covered her mouth in surprise. Aha! Lin Xu nodded calmly. While feeling happy for Lin Xu, Li Xinrui instantly became a little lost. Awesome! Thanks for letting me join that copy of the military. But I'm only level 19. Lin Xu smiled faintly, remembering the set of newbie equipment that Li Xinrui had left for herself in the duplicate hall back then. She directly took out the Immortal Bird set. This one's for you. Go for your high school entrance exams. Chen Tianming immediately brightened up. Asterisk diamond quality set. Kid, you're too generous with this outburst. No, this is too expensive. Li Xinrui directly tried to refuse. As a result, Chen Tianming waved his hand and directly accepted it for her. This kid is so generous now. Why are you polite with him? Take it. Just after he finished speaking, he seemed to suddenly remember something and said with some remorse. Stun. Kid, see your performance today? I seriously consider a moment. Feel that you and my daughter's matter seems to be not completely not work. Only that you wait for 1 or 2 more decades, well, or you call ahead of the father-in-law to listen to? Get out. Lin Xu rolled his eyes and directly cursed. The three men laughed. After laughing, Chen Tianming's expression turned serious and said, "Good. There's only one thing to account for in calling you all here today. Tomorrow's college entrance exam. Go for it." Chapter 68, the start of the higher education examination. Early in the morning of the following day, in the square of downtown Jiangdu, the mega teleportation array dedicated to the college entrance exam was ready. Thousands of combat class professional candidates in Jiangdu City were ready to go. The examination center for the college entrance exam was located in the middle of a super large secret realm, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of candidates from all over the country at the same time. And this teleportation array in front of us at this moment was leading to that secret realm. Chen Tianming counted the number of candidates from his school and distributed the passes one by one, confirming once again that there was no mistake. He turned his head to look at Lin Xu and Li Xinrui and said in a serious tone, "I'm honored to have brought up such good students as you two. Keep your mind calm. Don't think about all the nonsense. Play normally, and I'll always be proud of you, no matter what the result is." "Thank you, Principal." "Good." Li Xinrui and Lin Xu nodded their heads. "Well, let's go then." Chen Tianming was spirited, and directly waved his hand. The staff controlling the teleportation array would understand, and the teleportation array was instantly activated. The white light disappeared, and Lin Xu found himself and a group of students around him appearing in a gladiatorial arena of a very exaggerated size. This gladiatorial arena easily accommodated hundreds of thousands of people at the same time, and it was even slightly empty. And above this gladiatorial arena, a dozen huge virtual screens facing in all directions were suspended at this time. On the screen, information about all the candidates was scrolling. X, level 24? I'm not mistaken. I can't believe there are all people level 24 already. I'll go. That's already at the level of an average college junior, and I'm only level 12. How can I play this? Playing my ass. Did you see who that level 24 is? Lin Xu. World boss butcher Lin Xu. You weren't even on the same level as them originally. Glancing towards the few people who were yelling, and realizing that the few people weren't looking at themselves but at the big screen above the arena, Lin Xu was speechless and hurriedly moved a little further away from the few people. Right at this moment, in an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the gladiatorial arena, a girl with a slightly mute expression was similarly gazing at Lin Xu's message on the big screen. After that she cocked her head with a wry smile and directly crushed a ring on her hand. Silence. At that moment, a man's majestic voice rippled over the gladiatorial arena. All the candidates were suddenly in a state of awe, and their whispers came to an abrupt end. Seeing that no one else in the gladiatorial arena spoke, the majestic voice continued. I'm the main invigilator in chief of this college entrance exam, by Jingting, and I'll now start announcing the rules of this college entrance exam. First of all, this college entrance exam is based on a point ranking system, with a total of 216,537 candidates taking part. Candidates in the top 50% of the rankings are admitted to universities to continue their education. Between the top 50% and 20% of the rankings, you can enter a Category 2 university. The top 20% of the rankings lead to admission to a Category 1 university. The top 50 in this college entrance exam will be admitted directly to Kyoto University. Hearing this, the candidates within the gladiatorial arena instantly burst into commotion. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows, marveling that this world's college entrance exam was not at all easier than the previous Blue Star. Silence. Just as this thought popped up in his mind, Bai Jingting's voice sounded once again. Let's start announcing the specific details of this entrance exam. This entrance exam is divided into two parts. The first part, the basic class test. The test items vary according to the different professions of the candidates. The output is mainly tested for damage. The priest is mainly tested for healing ability, and so on. The second part is a practical advancement test, where candidates can choose different difficulty scenarios, and the higher the difficulty of the scenario, the more points they will receive after passing. In addition, the last point, during the examination, all candidates are not allowed to use any game class props, potions, etc. Once found, immediately cancel the examination results. Well then, now that the rules of the exam have been announced, the exam is officially begun. With the fall of this voice of Bai Jingting, in the gladiatorial arena, white light flashed on all the students holding passes at the same time, and they were transported into the middle of their respective test scenes. At the same time, in the monitoring room underneath the gladiatorial arena, more than 200,000 monitoring screens lit up at the same time. The performance of all candidates in the examination room is visible. Just then, a staff member trotted to find Bai Jingting and respectfully said, Elder Bai. The military side called, saying that they demanded to hide all information about a candidate. Which candidate? Bai Jingting raised an eyebrow and asked. It's that Lin Xu who chose the only profession in Jiangdu City and then killed 2 world bosses in a row afterward. Bai Jingting didn't answer at first. He pondered for a split second and continued to ask, has the military said anything about why yet? The staff nodded. They said that this candidate had once repelled a level 75 Abyssal boss, worrying that he would be retaliated against by the Abyss, in addition to affecting the college entrance examination. Bai Jingting laughed and said in disbelief, alright, I'm sitting on this side of the exam room. I'm not in the way. So go about your business. Knowing that Bai Jingting was simply not taking the military's words seriously, the staff was speechless and could only turn away. In Bai Jingting's thoughts, a level 24 newcomer who was able to repel a level 75 Abyssal boss must have relied on some sort of unimaginable prop, and rumor has it that this little friend is very close to Nangong Yun. In this way, even the other party killing 2 world bosses one after another with a cold soul profession was more explainable. As for the possibility that the Abyss might send someone to the exam room to mess up, Bai Jingting didn't believe it at all. Regarding the defense level of this secret realm right now, whoever the Abyss sends is just sending them to their death. Shaking his head and casting aside his cluttered thoughts, Bai Jingting simply had someone directly call up the surveillance footage of Lin Xu's test scene. Having only just glanced at it, Bai Jingting suddenly exclaimed in shock, what is that? And why is there such a large black fog in the middle of the picture? The staff member looked back at Bai Jingting and said with the same bewilderment, I don't know it should be some kind of skill. After all, the profession of Blade Demon is unknown to anyone, but the candidate's situation is visible. The other party has no signs of cheating. Just as the two were talking, Lin Xu's brows unconsciously furrowed as he looked at the first test content given by the test scene. Test content, attack the dummy in the center of the field for 5 minutes. The higher the accumulated damage, the more points you get. Not even a second Lin Xu dared to waste. He immediately drew his soul air blade and his flying dagger flew out directly. But he was in no hurry to make an attack. Just as he made these moves, the black mist surged. And Anar, the fiery demon dragon, the insect sentinel, the dragonfly hunter, the giant cannon beetle worm, the army of 20,000 puppets quickly assembled, each adjusting their stance, as well as the angle of attack. Make sure that attacks on each other don't affect each other. 3, 2, 1, fire. Lin Xu's pupils suddenly contracted, and dozens of flying daggers shot out while the soul air blade exhibited a blade on. At the same time, the insect puppet army of firepower instantly all open. 10,000 rounds of fire. Firecrackers sound. Chapter 69. This exam. It's so hard. Boom. Between the shaking of the mountains and the shaking of the ground, a huge mushroom cloud rose up in one corner of the gladiatorial arena. At the same time, the alarm sounded loudly in the invigilation room. An unusually complex precision instrument emits wisps of black smoke, announcing that its life has come to an end. Glancing at the smoking apparatus, all the examiner's eyes couldn't help but fall on Lin Xu's test screen. The sound of pouring cold air followed. Hiss. Punched through. That kid actually punched through the spatial barrier of the test scene? What kind of monster is that? How is this possible? No, this is a mechanical failure. Absolutely. The barriers of the test space are nowhere near as strong as those of normal space, but there's no way they could be penetrated so casually by a fledgling test taker. It's never possible, said the man, as if to validate his claim. This unbelieving invigilator pulled a companion beside him and asked, Professor Wang, you say, isn't this the subject you are studying? Do you think it's impossible? Pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose that were a finger thick, Professor Wang rationally analyzed. Stunned, purely in terms of stats. In order to do that, you need to focus the attack on one point in a very short period of time, and the damage has to be at least $1 billion, which I personally don't think is likely if it's for a freshman. Listening to the murmurs of the invigilators, Bai Jingting gave a direct order, pull Lin Xu to a new test space, double the strength of the space and try again. Accompanying the fall of these words of his, all of the invigilator teachers' gazes were all dead set on Lin Xu's invigilation screen. On Lin Xu's side, his face instantly darkened as he looked at himself who had reappeared in the gladiatorial arena, as well as the large pit on the ground with a radius of tens of meters. Where's the old test site? Where's the old man's dummy? What about the 4 minutes of testing time left for the old man? Who will I talk to if I fail the entrance exam? Just in the moment when this thought had just sprung up in his mind, the white light on the pass flashed again. Lin Xu found himself back in the test scene from earlier. The test questions were reissued, as they were just now. In general, finding the time reset, he looked a little better and said that the entrance exams were still rigorous. With a thought, the black mist reappeared, and this time, the stances of the puppets were directly adjusted. Boom! A second mushroom cloud rose within the gladiatorial arena, followed by Lin Xu's figure reappearing in the arena. Another smoking precision instrument +1. With a clang, Professor Wang stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Even so, his hand still pointed at Lin Xu's invigilation screen and shivered. My god. Space was pierced right. 200 million. This candidate's instant output has surpassed 200 million. Miracle. Haha, I actually witnessed a miracle today. As a titanic figure in the field of science, Professor Wang's words convinced everyone. A level 24 newcomer with damage exceeding 200 million. This research topic has clearly risen to the realm of metaphysics. For a time, the eyes of the teachers of the major universities within the invigilation room began to glow as they looked at Lin Xu. From this moment onwards, there was a whole new area of research for professionals in the Huaxia region, and that was Lin Xu. However, just as the teachers of the major universities were beginning to secretly calculate exactly how they should get Lin Xu into their hands, a staff member said weakly, Professor Bai, this won't work. Although Lin Xu's damage is indeed explosive, he doesn't have test scores here. In a little while when the results of the first round of tests come out, if it's still like this, he'll be directly eliminated from the game. Being reminded of this by the staff, Bai Jingting's face instantly turned white. And yet, it really seems to be the case. Just as he was in a dilemma, an invigilator suggested, why don't we set up a few more dummies for Lin Xu's classmates, in addition to adding defense to the dummies? Not waiting for this invigilator to finish his words, Professor Wang directly waved his hand and said, it won't work. When the damage gathers to a point and exceeds a certain limit, the first thing that can't withstand it must be the space there. In other words, before Lin Xu's student's attack landed on the dummy, that test space directly shattered, and as usual, there won't be a grade. Stunned, so what's this going to be? Listening to Professor Wang, the invigilators at the universities scratched their heads simultaneously. All the teachers racked their brains trying to limit the attack of a reference student. Since the establishment of the Huaxia region, this is the first time. Just as the crowd was at a loss, Bai Jingting smiled faintly. I'll do it this time. I'll personally distribute the contents of student Lin Xu's test. In the next moment, Lin Xu's figure, who already wanted to curse, disappeared again, and there was another identical testing space. Still coming? For such a scene in front of him, Lin Xu had already left a psychological shadow. The first two tests did not receive a prompt to gain points even though he had played at full strength. In other words, no grades at all. Just as Lin Xu was anxious in his heart, brand new beta content released. Test content. Candidates are invited to attack the scene dummy very gently, with a time limit of 5 minutes, and may only attack the dummy once. The more damage you do to the dummy, the more points you get. Hint, the scene dummy records a damage limit of 100,000 points and an additional 2,000 points of defense. Hint, damage exceeds the upper limit of the dummy record. The dummy is damaged, and the test score is nullified. After reading the content of the test, Lin Xu's brows instantly furrowed. What do you mean by ing very gently attacking the dummy? I randomly flat A, damage directly broken 100,000. Is this to test my control of output? It's so hard. The test program for this high school class is really hard. Inside the invigilator room, looking at the clueless Lin Xu, immediately some teachers began to bemoan him. Professor Bai, for a student whose burst damage broke 200 million, isn't it too difficult to give him only 100,000 points to play with? The voice fell, and immediately a teacher stepped forward to help. Yeah, it's like an elephant. You tell it to gently step on an ant and still not kill the ant. How can that be done? Bai Jingting waved his hands. Don't worry. I know what you guys are saying. I'm just curious about Lin Xu's ability to control his output. No matter what the outcome of this test is, I guarantee that he'll definitely be able to enter the next round of tests. Hearing Bai Jingting say this, the invigilators then put their hearts down. Right at this moment, within the surveillance screen, the eyes of Lin Xu, who had already closed his eyes and meditated for a long time, opened. The damage of the blade's awnings he could control at will, but to be precise to the point, it was almost impossible. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, and a blade bolt shot out at the test dummy. Minus 99,881. A number extremely close to 100,000 floated up above the dummy's head. Buzz. There was an instant commotion in the invigilation room. Chapter 70, The Second Examination. The heart is like a fierce tiger, and the smell of roses. Ha ha ha. This kid, no matter how well he plays in the second exam, we want Jiang Da. Che, what's so great about your Jiang University? There are so many beautiful women in our high university. I guess Lin Xu's classmate will definitely choose our high university. All of you get on the side. We, Cheng De, haven't even given the word yet. You guys grab a hairy grab. You Ching De a star. I Wu do not serve. Want Lin Xu? All first beat me. Ahem. All stop bickering. The second exam hasn't even started yet. You guys are making a scene over a student. What's the matter with that? Do the other students even want to take the exam? Seeing that a large group of experts and professors of a handful of years old were about to fight over Lin Xu, Bai Jingting blackened his face and chided. The crowd was speechless for a while. Then they remembered that there were other candidates taking the exam and hurriedly turned their attention to them. However, just then, taking advantage of the crowd, Bai Jingting whispered to a staff member, "After the exams are over, send an invitation to Lin Xu at the first opportunity, in the name of Jing University." The staff member went black and nearly smashed the virtual screen directly in front of her head. A few moments later, the results of the first exam were announced. The Lin Xu Blade Demon LV 24 300 points ranked first. Long Yidwan Thunder Dragon Warrior LV 22 250 points ranked second. Yu Ling Alpha, LV 21, 232 points, ranked fifth. Li Xinrui Elemental Mage LV 19 ranked 10th with 218 points. Jiangdu Downtown Square. Looking at the results of the candidates announced on the big screen, Chen Tianming was overjoyed, pulling the principal of Zero South Middle School beside him. Excited. Ha ha ha. CC. The National College Entrance Examination Top 10. Lousy Jiangdu Middle School accounted for 2.15. Ha ha ha. Awesome or not? Just ask you awesome or not? The principal of Zero South Middle School glanced breathlessly at Chen Tianming and said in a cold voice, "Don't be too happy. This is only just the first round of tests. The second round of actual combat tests is the real plus. And our school's Han Myungwoo is doing just as well. Plus I'm not afraid to tell you that actual combat is Han Myungwoo's strong suit. So, ha." Glancing unremittingly at the principal of Zero South Middle School, Chen Tianming showed his teeth and asked, "Ahem. Then please tell me, what is the ranking of your so-and-so you in this first round of testing?" You? The principal of Zero South Middle School was in a knot of anger. As middle schools ranked in no particular order with Zero South, there is constant competition and friction between Gangtok and Zero South. Having easily caught this opportunity to humiliate the other party, how could Chen Tianming let it go? "I'm not me. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet," Chen Tianming provoked. "Bet on what?" The principal of Zero South Middle School asked through clenched teeth. Chen Tianming hemmed and hawed. "Let's bet on Lin Xu and Han Mingyu's college entrance exam scores this time." "What about the bet?" The principal of Zero South Middle School asked as fire almost erupted from his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tianming proposed, "Whoever loses goes to the other school's cafeteria for a year and cleans the cafeteria on top of it." "Okay, deal." "I just don't believe it. A student who chooses the only profession can't be better than our school's heavenly pride. Han Mingyu?" Just as the two of them were fighting back and forth, a very dignified-looking female principal next to them grunted unremittingly, "Che, a bunch of stinky men, just know how to fight and kill." Our Jiangdu Girls High School Su Luo Luo also entered the top 10 of the national auxiliary profession, the gladiator arena. Looking at his first round of test results, Lin Xu took a long sigh of relief, after which his heart palpitated and generally wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, I was light enough just now. If it is a little more vigorous, the dummy will directly explode. And then he will take a duck egg and hold it home. Who the hell to find reason to go? While sighing at his good luck, Lin Xu realized that many of the current high school rankings were familiar people. Just as he was thinking this in his mind, Bai Jingting's voice once again came from the mid-air of the gladiatorial arena. "Now, the first exam is completely over. And whether or not all the candidates played satisfactorily, I hope that you can continue to work hard. Next, I'll start announcing the specifics of the second exam. The second test is the actual combat advancement test. All candidates will be attacked by simulated abyssal monsters after entering the middle of the test scene. As each candidate has a different occupation, you may choose 4 NPC teammates to assist you in the test scenario. Of course, the fewer NPC teammates you choose, the more points you get for killing the same monster. In addition, the number of abyssal monsters as well as the difficulty can likewise be freely chosen. Finally, based on the different choices made by each candidate, as well as the difficulty and number of abyssal monsters they ultimately killed, the system will give a rating for the second stage of the test. Along with Bai Jingting's words, several prompts appeared in Lin Xu's mind. Hint, please select the number of NPCs you need to bring for the second test. A 4B3C2D1E0. Hint, please choose the strength of the abyssal monsters. A easy B normal C medium D nightmare. Hint, please select the number of abyssal monsters. A 0500. B501 2000. C 2001 5000. D 5001 10,000. E 15,000. The specifics of the second test were handed out, and the invigilator room was once again in an uproar. An invigilator asked, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Professor Wang, according to your speculation, what will Lin Xu choose this time? Yeah, really curious. What way will this damage-breaking guy use to pass the second test? Another invigilator chimed in close behind. Contemplating for a moment, Professor Wang pushed up his glasses and said, according to my estimation, the Blade Demon should be a profession that possesses super high single physical damage. And in contrast to that is the Blade Demon's relatively low defense and low blood quantity. So in my estimation, Lin Xu will most likely choose to carry a tank, as well as a priest. As for the difficulty and quantity, I feel that a medium difficulty of around 10,000 enemies is already very suitable for him. After all, if the difficulty is any higher, in case of a misplay, it would be more than worth it. After listening to Professor Wang, all the invigilators couldn't help but nod frequently. Indeed, if they were Lin Xu, it was also very likely that they would make such a choice. However, just as everyone was thinking this in their minds, a message came from Lin Xu's surveillance screen. Number of NPCs carried 0. Difficulty nightmare. Quantity 15,000. *******. This kid is crazy. He even all the options to choose the highest difficulty. He does not know that this kind of test presses no one to pass. Is it for the staff to test the scenario difficulty limit used? Only just after these words were uttered, his face instantly collapsed. Because Lin Xu was just an ordinary candidate. How could he possibly know this? With this in mind, he immediately looked at Bai Jingting and said, Elder Bai, what about this? With a test scene of this difficulty, not only is it impossible for Lin Xu to pass, it might even be life-threatening. Bai Jingting frowned. Directly, keep an eye on the screen of Lin Xu's test scene at all times. Be ready to terminate his test at any time. We mustn't let an accident happen to such a proud son of heaven. Then what about that Lin Xu's score? The other asked immediately after. After thinking for a moment, Bai Jingting said in a cold voice, if he fails, directly cancel his results in the second exam. For such a genius, it's good to give a little blow appropriately. At least it will let him know what it means to live within his means. Okay. Though still somewhat intolerant, this invigilator agreed. However, just when everyone was sweating over Lin Xu's future, a bizarre scene appeared among the surveillance images. Chapter 71, The Selection Contest. Only to see, in the dark enclosed valley, hideous and terrifying abyssal beasts could be seen everywhere. Lin Xu, on the other hand, was surprisingly standing without moving, and the expression on his face at that moment looked very frustrated. Hey, I told you, a level 24 newcomer, even if the attack is high, it's impossible to face tens of thousands of abyssal fey beasts at the same time. This time regret it. Thinking that this is Lin Xu realizing that things are big and starting to regret the choice he just made. An invigilator lamented. Yeah, but it can't be helped. Young people, who hasn't had a young and wild time? The other invigilator beside him agreed. And with that, he was ready to terminate Lin Xu's test. However, just as this teacher had his finger on the end of test button, only to see an extremely cold and colorful young girl come out from the black mist surging behind Lin Xu. Roar! A circle of sound waves visible to the naked eye centered on the young girl and spread out in all directions in a hurry. Name, Abyssal Wolf. Level, 18. Attack, 3423. Defense, 2109. Without waiting for Lin Xu to finish reading the information detected by the Devil's Eye, a prompt appeared. Congratulations, for successfully passing the second round of the test, and for choosing all options as the highest difficulty. The candidate receives a full score of 450 points for the second round of the test. Congratulations, you are currently ranked number 1 in total points. Looking at himself who had reappeared in the gladiatorial arena, Lin Xu had black lines coming down his forehead and was filled with speechlessness. That's it? I haven't made a move yet? Is this appropriate? Right now, he had a feeling. It's like just casually writing your name on your paper during a test. After which the teacher immediately exclaims in shock. Asterisk. Classmate, your name writing is too handsome. Simply no one before or after. Full marks. You must get full marks for this paper. Just as quickly, Lin Xu detached himself from this absurd emotion again. This second round of testing was indeed a bit boring, but it couldn't be helped. After all, the college entrance exam faces all the candidates in the Greater China region. Difficulty in getting too high and dangerous, not to mention the fact that it would deviate from the original purpose of selecting talent. Thinking of this, Lin Xu could only sigh helplessly, after which he moved out the rocking chair and stretched out comfortably lying on it, waiting for other candidates to finish their exams. Silence, dead silence in the invigilation room. After a few moments, however, it instantly blew up. Asterisk. Passed. Less than a minute even passed. How is this possible? How did that kid do it? I can see it clearly. It looks like his summon came and released a mega range attack with a radius of at least 3,000 meters, directly taking away all the wild monsters in the middle of the test scene in one wave. Yeah. If you take away the time he spent gawking and not counting it, it probably took less than a second to actually pass the second round of tests. Hiss. Damage breaking 100 million and such a strong summoned beast. Pervert. This kid is too perverted. TSK. Lin Xu is only level 24 now. If he were to be carefully cultivated by our Wushu University for another 2 years, he would definitely be another Chinese god of war. Yes. Startle. No. Why should it be you Wudong University to train? It should be us. Qing University. Bull *******. It's us. Haiku University. Just as the group of teachers in the invigilation room were about to fight again over Lin Xu, the results of the second round of tests began to be announced one after another. 3 hours later, the second round of testing was completely over. Lin Xu Blade Demon LV24 total score 750, out of 100, ranked first. Long Idwan Thunder Dragon Warrior LV22 total score 702 ranked second. Yelling Off I LV22 total score 685 ranked 13th. Li Xinrui Elemental Mage LV19 total score 677 rank 49. Jiangdu Downtown Square. Looking at the big screen uploading back the uplifting news, Chen Tianming was so excited that he was dancing around. Ha. Perfect score. My student got a perfect score. This year's National College Entrance Examination top student is from our Jiangdu Middle School. Ha. This can't be. Ever. Even if it's the nation's top college entrance examination student, no one can get a perfect score inside the college entrance examination. System failure? This is definitely a system failure. The principal of Zero South Middle School's eyes were wide with disbelief. With that, he made a direct call to the National High School Admissions Office. Just as quickly, his face darkened. The only reply he got was a single sentence. It's not a system failure. Lin Xu, the top student of this year's college entrance exam. The exam results are true and valid. Looking at Principal Zero South, whose face was as black as a pot, Chen Tianming laughed out loud. Fighting for food. Come to my school and fight for food. Starting tomorrow, the extras are brought to the cafeteria to clean up. Speaking of this, as if he was worried about Zero South's principal resisting, Chen Tianming hurriedly reminded. It's a deal. Whoever talks and doesn't count is a turtle. Principal Zero South's gums were almost bleeding from his bite, and he stiffened his head. Groove. Just go. Tell you. It's also you old kid who got lucky. Picked up Lin Xu this pervert. You wait for next year's. I absolutely also cultivate a national scholar out. Just as Principal Zero South was cursing, a white light flashed in the square, and the vast majority of the candidates who had taken the exam were teleported out. Headmaster. I squeezed into the top 400 in the country this time. How's that? Didn't embarrass our school, did I? As soon as they met, Han Mingyu immediately spoke to Principal Zero South with gusto. Wiping a tear from his eye, Principal Zero South sighed. Aha, okay, no shame. The test results are out and it's useless to say anything else at this point. Although it was extremely unpleasant to look at Chen Tianming's smelly demeanor, Zero South's principal didn't take his anger out on his own students. I go. Principal, how you still moved to tears it? Not so much. I'm just normal playa. Han Myungwoo had a question mark on his face. Principal Zero South waved his hand breathlessly and turned around silently. Han Myungwoo's eyelids jumped and he asked even more suspiciously. Where are you going, principal? That's not the direction of our school? Dinner will be served soon. I'm going to Gungtok Middle School to get my lunch. Principal Zero South didn't return his head and replied despondently. Playing dinner? What kind of meal? Just as Han Mingyu was filled with doubt, Chen Tianming came over and asked nervously. Classmate, aren't all the students back? Why don't I see Lin Xu and Li Xinrui from our school? Without waiting for Chen Tianming to explain who Lin Xu Li Xinrui is, Han Mingyu directly said, oh, they are. The students ranked in the top 200 in the country were all left behind, saying they were going to take part in the last extra audition. Auditions? Chen Tianming scratched his head. On Lin Xu's side, after a burst of white light, the originally bustling gladiatorial arena instantly calmed down, and only 200 candidates were left present. At that moment, a teleportation spell was seen to light up. Dozens of middle-aged men who were originally dressed very elegantly, but whose clothes were obviously a bit messy, walked out from the middle of the phalanx. These people were generally older, and a few of them even had gray hair in them. At that moment, a majestic man dressed in a Zhongshan suit with a head full of silver hair was seen walking out and said aloud, I'm Bai Jingting, and the people behind me are the invigilators for this college entrance exam. and at the same time, all of them are professors from major top colleges and universities. In order to be able to let everyone show their strength more fully, after discussion, we have now decided to add an additional audition. Chapter 72, Unexpected Appearance. All of the professors, including me, have preferred spots in their hands, so I hope that everyone will do well in the upcoming auditions and try to be chosen by the professors of these colleges. Alright, I won't say any more nonsense. Below, I'll directly announce the rules of the selection contest. First of all, this audition adopts a squad melee mode. 10 people in a squad, free to choose their teammates, and the one squad that lasts until the end wins. Once the melee has begun, teammates may not be changed in the middle of it, and gain as well as recovery props may not be used. Speaking of this, as if he had remembered something, Bai Jingting glanced at Lin Xu and beckoned. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows and walked over in uncertainty. After thinking for a moment, Bai Jingting lowered his voice. Is it okay to put a water on it later? Lin Xu was stunned and looked at Bai Jingting speechlessly. Bai Jingting rushed to explain. Ahem, we've all seen your strength, and if you play at full strength, the other students won't have to do anything. Right, so I just wanted to discuss this with you in advance. What about my grades? Lin Xu asked with a frown. I'm from Kyoto University. Come with me to Kyoto University and I'll admit you now, okay? Bai Jingting said directly. Only he had just finished saying that. Boom boom boom. Behind Bai Jingting, dozens of powerful auras erupted out, and all the professors all looked at him with eyes that almost wanted to eat him. The students were shaken back. Lin Xu's eyelids jumped, seeing with his own eyes that the muscles on an old professor with a white beard and hair, who was originally dry and skinny, suddenly skyrocketed, directly bursting through his blouse. Holy, you've got good ears for your age. Bai Jingting spat out a sentence, rushed to dry cough twice and changed his words. Stunned. I'll rephrase that sentence just now. What I actually want to express is that all the colleges and universities within the scope of Huaxia, just take your pick, and I'll just give you a direct acceptance right now. Okay, I'll go to Kyoto University. Lin Xu's eyes burned as he directly said. Cut. Hey, asterisk. What bad taste. Yeah, no vision. Good boy. Well done. Come with me directly after the tryouts later. Ignore the sputtering voices behind me, as well as the old professor who was cursing and grinning and starting to muscle up like a deflated balloon. Bai Jingting patted Lin Xu on the shoulder and said excitedly. Stunned, so how far do I let the water go later? Contemplating for a moment, Lin Xu asked with some difficulty. Summoned beasts can't be used. In addition, I see that your knife is quite high quality, right? It can't be used either. Yes. You seem to have flying daggers coming. How about this attack power? Bai Jingting asked. A little over 100,000 flat A, I think. Ignoring defense, Lin Xu weakly said, drawing back a breath of cold air. Bai Jingting shook his head decisively. Can't use it. This should never be used. Lin Xu is speechless. This cannot be used, that cannot be used. Or later others hit me, I am only responsible for running on the line chanting. Just as he was thinking this in his mind, Bai Jingting slapped his thigh. There you go. How about this? When people hit you later you run. The kind that only pulls hate and doesn't fight back. Lin Xu is speechless and just wants to vomit blood. Bai Jingting smiled shyly and said, it can't be helped. The big deal is that after receiving the reward for being the top student of the college entrance exam, our capital university will compensate you with another reward. Okay, deal. Lin Xu nodded decisively. Seeing Lin Xu's promise, Bai Jingting was overjoyed and directly announced. The following is the beginning of the free combination of choosing teammates, with a time limit of 10 minutes. Countdown. Start. Along with the fall of this voice of Bai Jingting, the 200 candidates instantly stirred. Big brother, take me one. Yu Ling was the first to rush over. Hey, Captain. There's me. I'm number 1 in the defense group. Take me one too. Bearstrong was close behind. I'm first in the healing group too. Captain, can you take me too? Chu Jing also walked over a little embarrassed. Seeing this scene, the other candidates on the field were instantly confused. It had only just begun, and Lin Xu already had output, defense, and healing, 3 firsts, inside his team, and a look at a few people before obviously know each other. Seems to be very familiar with the appearance. This if they really formed a team, how can other people still play? Right at this moment, a beautiful-looking girl gently pulled the sleeve of Longichen, who was full of arrogance, and proposed, little brother, your output is ranked 2nd. Not much worse than the first. Why don't you take the lead and form a team too? I can join you. I'm an assassin. My output is ranked 6th. Lightly glancing at the girls, Longichen disdainfully skimmed his mouth and said, repeat the first half of your sentence again. The girl was instantly a little puzzled. but thinking of the limited time, she hurriedly said, I said little brother you ranked second, not too far from first. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Narrowing his eyes with a face full of enjoyment, Long Yichen said, no problem, but, ideals are rich, reality is too bony. I'm not even close to the first, so, ha! Saying that, Long Yichen didn't even look at the girls and directly patted his butt and ran towards Lin Xu. Hey, Captain, take me one hey. Little Dragon requests to be returned to the team. Bah! Psycho? No! Instantly confused by Long Yichen's appearance, the girl cursed and turned around decisively. Along with the addition of Long Yichen, the candidates in the gladiatorial arena were once again in an uproar. 5 guys, 3 firsts, 1 second, 1 fifth. What's a friggin' fight? Somewhat breathlessly glancing at Long Yichen several people, Lin Xu said, stunned, let me inform you guys in advance. If you have to team up with me then prepare yourselves mentally. I'm going to let the water out of the water in this one. So don't count on it if you let me take a shot. A few people looked at each other. Yueling started by giving an okay sign. No problem. If you make a move, big brother, we won't have a chance to show ourselves straight away. Right. I didn't think you could step in and help me out, Captain. I mainly didn't want to be your opponent, Captain. That feeling, too scary. Stout followed closely. Time passed by, and just as a few people were talking, in the spirit of the principle of joining if you can't beat them, more and more candidates wanted to join Lin Xu's team. Lin Xu, who could not see eye to eye, directly refused, and 3 more people soon joined. Right at this moment, a tall lowly came over to Lin Xu's several people and weakly said, Big brother, consternation. I'm too far down in the rankings. No one wants me. Why don't you let me hold your thigh once more? Lin Xu turned his head and realized that the person speaking was none other than Su Luo. You're in the top 200 too? He asked with some surprise. Lin Xu clearly remembered that Su Luo's qualification was A become what may. It's almost impossible for a B-level qualified professional to be in the top 200 in the country. Su Luo scratched her head in some embarrassment and explained. Thanks to that world treasure chest you gave me back in the day, Biggie, I opened a very powerful skill scroll in it. Lin Xu nodded. Okay, back in line. Thanks big guy. Su Luo was instantly excited. Only the next moment she hesitated. Astonishing. Big brother, I also saw Li Xinrui. She's in a similar situation as me. And there's no one else's group coming. Following Su Luo's gaze, Lin Xu saw that Li Xinrui was saying something to a few people with a somewhat difficult face. Just as Lin Xu was about to walk over towards Li Xinrui, a girl cocked her head and gave Lin Xu a wry smile. Lin Xu's heart thumped and his pupils suddenly contracted. In the next instant, his figure directly disappeared in place. Put! The girl's head flew off in response. Yet in the end it was too late. The girl's flying head cackled as her already headless body violently shattered a black crystal. Boom! A black ripple rippled in an instant. All the candidates present without exception were all swept. Chapter 73, My boss has killed many people in his life. Just in the next instant of being swept by the black ripples, all the candidates had a flash of white light on their bodies and disappeared at the same time. What's going on here? What's going on? Where's the people? Where's the old man's people? Looking at the empty gladiatorial arena, Bai Jingting's forehead came down in a cold sweat. His eyes glazed over. In order not to affect the candidates' grouping, all the invigilators were far away from the students and even came directly to the stands of the gladiatorial arena. As a result, the change that had just occurred was too fast, and in just an instant, all of the candidates under the field had all disappeared into thin air. This is a large-range spatial teleportation prop. Professor Wang picked up a crystal shard on the ground and said in shock, and this girl, you guys, she's obviously been dead for a long time. Another professor pointed to the headless body of the girl and exclaimed in the same way. Following the direction of this teacher's finger, the crowd only glanced at it, and their eyelids immediately jumped. Only a few places on the girl's body that were originally blocked by her clothes had clearly appeared as corpse spots. Seeing this, Bai Jingting was like a thunderbolt, and his eyes went black and nearly fainted directly. The Secret Realm's teleportation array not only had teleportation capabilities, but it could also scan all the candidates' carry-on spaces. Massive kill props are never brought in, but teleportation class props are not restricted. It's a trap. The scene in front of him was definitely a well-planned decapitation operation targeting all the top combatants of the new generation in the Huaxia region. Just thinking about this, Bai Jingting couldn't help but wonder it again. Based solely on the other party's means and the information they had gotten so far, it was impossible to tell exactly which side of the force had struck out against the Huaxia region. Abyss, hostile regions, all of it. Just as Bai Jingting was thinking about this in his mind, a staff member found him in a hurry and rushed. Elder Bai, News has come from the Jiangdu military region that a spy they captured 2 days ago suddenly spat out that there is a top-secret operation targeting the entrance exams of the Huaxia region, and Chief Tang Dingbangtang has instructed us to be careful in dealing with it. Hearing the staff say this, Bai Jingting couldn't help but twitch his face. Dog day spies sooner or later do not account for it, but wait until things have gone out of this only to begin to account for it. The probability was that the other party already knew that their actions had been successful. In addition to the other party giving this message at this time, it was clear that they were releasing signals to the Huaxia region. They captured the man. If you want the man, go to them. Thinking of this, Bai Jingting's eyes narrowed as he asked directly, what region is that spy from? After a moment's thought, the staff returned. It looks like the J region. The 3 words J region fell into his ears, and Bai Jingting was instantly exasperated and laughed, gritting his teeth and cursing. Groove. J region. Well. Damn old me not to go down to the battlefield for many years. Really damn when I can't hold the sword. Right. With that, Bai Jingting gave a direct order to the staff. In the name of my Jing University, blow the rallying cry. Let those guarding the secret realm, all the old things above level 75 gather. In addition to the other major colleges and universities, all those above level 70, all with me to kill to the J region to ask for people. Startled by Bai Jingting's order, which was almost a direct declaration of war on J region, the staff was visibly stunned. But on second thought, the ones that were taken away were the top good seedlings of the Huaxia region. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they are the foundation for the future of the Huaxia region. If you dare to touch the foundation of Huaxia, then you are bound to make the other party pay a painful price. With that in mind, the staff member responded and started straight down to deliver the order. On Lin Xu's side, along with the sense of teleportation disappearing, he found himself in a group of candidates appearing in a Japanese-style courtyard that covered a huge area. In the courtyard, the bamboo forest is crisp and clear, with small bridges and water, and the rockery is elegant. I'm going to go. Big brother, this, what is this place? Why did you kill that girl just now? Having just taken a good look at their surroundings, Yuling immediately asked the biggest doubt in their hearts in place of the group of candidates, scanning around and realizing that there was no danger, not even other people besides the candidates. Lin Xu frowned and directly ignored Yuling's first question. He didn't know where it was either. As for why the girl was killed, that was because when he himself was using the Eye of Magic to detect his opponent's information, he saw words like, corpse puppet de Tengu, in his opponent's status bar. What kind of dog is the big Tengu? Lin Xu doesn't know much about, but the corpse puppet Lin Xu knew clearly that this meant that the other party was not a living person at all. Of course, if he just saw that, Lin Xu wouldn't be ready to directly slaughter the other party. What really made Lin Xu decide to make a move was what the girl was holding in her hand at the time. Name, compulsory teleportation crystal. Radius, 500 meters. Effect, can force all occupants within a radius of 500 meters to teleport to a specified location. A clearly unsuspecting corpse puppet was no big deal, but when you added this thing in the other person's hand, it was disgusting. In the event that he was teleported into the middle of some desperate situation where the professionals couldn't survive at all, wouldn't he just hang up? With this in mind, Lin Xu directly made his move, but there was nothing to be done. Even if he cut off his opponent's head in the first place, the teleportation crystal was still activated. Thinking of this, Lin Xu checked his kill record, probably because the other party was just a corpse. The soul air blade didn't manage to detain the other party's soul, which made his interrogation plan fall straight through. But while it didn't yield any useful information from the corpse puppet, but based on the crowd's current situation, the person who teleported them here was at least not aiming to get them killed outright. The fact that it didn't come up straight away proves that there's something to talk about. Since this is the case, Lin Xu simply does not rush, directly waiting for the other party to come forward on the line. Things sooner or later waterfall out. Just when Lin Xu was thinking about these messy things in his mind, finding that Lin Xu didn't answer Yuling's question, the eyes of many candidates looked at Lin Xu strangely. Some people even began to pull away from Lin Xu with faces full of wariness. For Lin Xu, Yuling and the others, that was definitely 100% trust, knowing that the odds were that he was too lazy to explain. Xiong Zhuang glared at the men, disgruntled. Hey, what do you guys mean? What's wrong with killing a person? My boss kills more people. I follow the boss into the copy of the time every day to kill people. You guys, that what expression? Finding that Xiong Zhuang was clearly getting darker and darker, Yuling hurriedly pulled the other party and signaled for Long Yichen to go on. Long Yichen would understand. He swept a glance at the candidates who were full of wariness and coldly snorted in disdain. Humph! My boss has killed countless people in his life. Why do I need to explain? To you and others? Get out of here! Finding that Long Yichen was even more unreliable, Yuling directly pushed the other party away and was ready to go on personally. As a result, before she could open her mouth, Lin Xu directly stopped her with one hand. After a moment of contemplation, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked and he said, "Alright, someone will come and explain it to you later. Next is what the third test is really about. Remember to perform well. That's all I can say." Chapter 74, Bouncing in the Grave. Lin Xu's words fell, and this time, including Long Yichen's few people, the eyes of everyone looking at him were once again bizarre. Yell West. No wonder Bai Jingting would pull Lin Xu out alone and talk for so long. The feeling is for this. This is the real content of the third test. Thinking about it like that scene of Lin Xu killing someone before was clearly an act. Let's just say that a good senior high school student, even if he was more tigerish, he would not be able to directly kill someone in front of so many invigilators. Thinking of this, a light of epiphany blossomed in the eyes of all the candidates. So that's why you're the boss. You're the one that Elder White put inside us. Without waiting for Yu Ling to finish his sentence, Lin Xu patted the other party's shoulder and made a silencing gesture. Yu Ling understood and hurriedly covered her mouth, after which she directly gave Lin Xu a thumbs up. This was the college entrance exam, and Lin Xu had definitely taken a huge risk by telling them this, and he might be directly disciplined. Thinking of this, the eerie atmosphere from earlier was swept away, and everyone looked at Lin Xu with gratitude in their eyes. One after another, everyone gave Lin Xu a thumbs up. Looking at the candidates who had been fooled and crippled by himself in a matter of moments, Lin Xu was speechless. The third test of the dog chicken *******. He was just too lazy to explain, and didn't want the group in front of him to get themselves into trouble, so he just made up a reason. But the reasoning was surprisingly good out of the box. Brainstormed on his own for a while, the atmosphere that was incomparably depressing just a moment ago was swept away, and the eyes of all the candidates were firm, and even a little bit eager to try. It was a feeling that no matter what would happen next, they definitely gave it their all. Looking at the crowd's current chicken-blooded appearance, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth involuntarily tugged. Just then, there was a creak and the patio door was pushed open. An elegant man in a straight kimono, around 50 years old, holding a feather fan and with wooden clogs under his feet, stepped in with a smile. Behind him, dozens of heavily armed professionals with masks on their faces and ninja dresses poured in right behind him. Lin Xu raised an eyebrow. This dress, the J regions didn't run away. Thinking that, he directly used the eye of the devil on the middle-aged man. Name Taku Ryoki. Rank, 76. Occupation, Yin-Yang Master. Life, unknown. Mana, 213877. Attack, unknown. Defense, 31277. Style of God de Tengu. Unknown. Unknown. Skills, unknown. Looking at the pitifully little information detected about the other party, Lin Xu's eyelids involuntarily jumped. There was no doubt that the gentle-looking man in front of him was definitely a difficult master. With that thought, he simply glanced at the masked ninjas again. Without exception, not a single one below level 50. TSK, very good. This battle, absolutely enough to drink a pot of their own. Just as Lin Xu was thinking this in his heart, Ryakuto lightly shook his feather fan and said politely, "Ladies and gentlemen of the heavens, pride of the Huaxia region, sorry to keep you all waiting. I'm the president of the Black Dragon Labor Union of the J region, Liang Mu Tua." Speaking of this, the smile on Ryakuto's face became even more amiable, and he said with incomparable sincerity, "Gathering all the celestial pride here today is to sincerely invite all of you." Stop. Without waiting for Ryakuto to finish his sentence, an abrupt voice directly interrupted him. All eyes fell in unison on Xiong Zhuang. Only Xiong Zhuang skimmed his lips in disdain. "Old man, are you trying to say that you want us to join your J region? Or some bull ****** Black Dragon Union? To tell you the truth, there's no door. Even if you kill me, there's no way I'm going to agree to that. Never." With the news revealed by Lin Xu earlier, the moment he saw Liang Mu Tua appear, Xiong Zhuang immediately brainstormed the core of this third test. Loyalty? Yes, loyalty. In the face of such a rotten routine, Xiong Zhuang really even accompanied the other side of the theater of the mind are owed. Simply direct strict refusal. Of course, what he didn't know was that this so-called acting was his one-sided one, and if it was necessary, then Real Mota definitely slaughtered him on the spot. Just as this voice of Bear Strong fell, candidates who also thought that this was just a field test, each of them were not willing to show weakness and immediately behaved. "Yeah, and me. That's right, count me in too. What the hell, J region? I was born a man of China and died a dead man of China. Want me to join you? Dream on." This scene straight away made Lin Xu's eyelids jump wildly. Secretly, these candidates are literally bouncing on their graves. It seemed that the same did not expect the professionals from the Huaxia region to be so fierce. Liang Mu Tuo's expression turned cold and looked at the leading Xiong Zhuang with a smile rather than a laugh. Xiong Zhuang, second son of the head of the Northwest Military Region. It's a pleasure to meet you. Your Excellency guessed correctly. This time I invited you all to come here, precisely because I want to invite you to join our J region. Cut. Xiong Zhuang snorted disdainfully. As a test, it's not unusual for the other person to know their information. Only this time, he wasn't even interested in answering the other. Since he knows that he is the second son of the head of the Northwest Military Region, how can he disgrace the Northwest Military Region? Yes, this momentum must be taken in place. Thinking about it, Xiong Zhuang's expression became even more disdainful. Even feeling like it wasn't enough, he simply gave Ryakuto another middle finger. Lin Xu's forehead black lines came down and he rubbed his face speechlessly. Liang Mutuo was even more directly exasperated and laughed, the expression on his face steeply turning cold. Oh, very well. Your Excellency's temperament is truly admirable. Xiong Zhuang proudly raised his chin. Nostrils to the sky. Face directly is capitalized that must drop. Kill him. Ryakuto gave a direct order. At the same time that his voice fell, one of the ninjas closest to Bear Strong instantly sheathed his long sword and slammed it down against Bear Strong's neck. There was a loud dang sound, and the ninja stepped back. Lin Xu, who was holding the soul air blade, appeared at Xiong Zhuang's side. An extremely shallow wound slowly emerged on Bear Strong's neck, and a drop of blood slid down. Bear Strong froze, touching his neck in some disbelief. I wipe Lu, acting so really? If his boss had slowed down a moment more, he would have hung up directly. Hung up There's no need to be in such a hurry to make a move if we have something to talk about. Is there? Lin Xu smiled faintly. Seeing that the ninja's strike was actually blocked by Lin Xu, Liang Mutuo's gaze instantly landed on Lin Xu, his eyes directly lighting up in praise. Lin Xu, clearing 2 world copies in a row and killing 2 world bosses. Indeed, heroes come out of the youth. Really good tactics. Hearing Liang Mutuo say this, the smile on Lin Xu's face became even more intense and he said, overpraise, but I think what you might not know is that I was also the one who group destroyed the J region professionals in the world copy before. Chapter 75. I don't believe it. Liang Mutuo frowned, looked Lin Xu up and down, and spoke with a cold smile. In that case, then I guess there's no way to talk about my plan to recruit your excellency into the Black Dragon Union? Lin Xu hooked the corner of his mouth, didn't say anything, and directly showed a system record from a long time ago to the other party. Only after sweeping a glance, Liang Mutuo immediately, as if he had seen something horrible, his face immediately changed, and his entire body subconsciously took half a step back. His eyes stared at Lin Xu dead in the face. Shocked, stunned, suddenly realized. All sorts of complex emotions began to circulate in the bottom of his eyes. Looking at Liang Mutuo's wonderful expression, Lin Xu's heart rejoiced. Very good. The bet was right. With that in mind, he swept a glance behind him at the candidates who were still uncertain and eager to try, and turned back to Ryakuto. Keep an eye on them and find a place where they can talk. The corners of Ryakuto's mouth tugged, but after only a moment's hesitation, he commanded, bring him to me. Saying that, he directly walked towards an attic inside the Japanese-style courtyard. Tell me, what exactly do you Abyssals want? The wooden door had only just been closed, and Ryakuto immediately lowered his voice to ask warily. Just now, that system message that Lin Xu had shown to Liang Mutuo was none other than the seed of the abyss and the hint that he had been parasitized by the devil vine. Although Lin Xu had later uprooted the seed of the demonic vine, in Liang Mutuo's thoughts, uprooting the seed of the demonic vine was never possible. In addition, there was no way for anyone to fake the system information. So right now, in Liang Mutuo's eyes, Lin Xu was 100% someone from the abyss. And what Lin Xu was going to bet on was that Liang Mutuo dared to offend the Huaxia region, but didn't dare to offend the abyss that could fight against all humans. As for Liang Mutuo, what truly shocked him wasn't just Lin Xu's identity. He marveled even more at how fast Abyss could lay his hands on him. Lin Xu was only level 24 and had already joined the Abyss, and even as far as he knew, Lin Xu had a close relationship with the Chinese military, and it wasn't the slightest bit too much to say that he had directly penetrated the military hierarchy. From this, it could be seen how far Abyss had laid out in the Chinese region. Even, in this way, all the unbelievable achievements that happened to Lin Xu seemed to have become reasonable. With the support of the entire Abyss behind us, not to mention just killing world bosses and clearing world copies, you can even take off in place if you want to. Just thinking that, Ryakuto couldn't help but wonder again. Without waiting for Lin Xu to answer his previous question, he followed it up. If you're from the Abyss, then why did the Abyss invade the last world copy? Hesitating for a split second, Lin Xu spread his hands and truthfully said, stunned, the bug copies were so boring. Celine helped me raid the last bug nest, and the world boss, plus Maros came. But all he came as was a diversion. Ryakuto's face twisted in shock. You mean they went to help you with your copy? As a strong J-Region member who had dealt with the Abyss for many years, the names of Moros and Celine were absolutely thunderous to him. To have two pivotal figures in the Abyss step in and pay a huge price just to help this kid in front of him clear a level 20 world copy. From this, it could be seen how much weight Lin Xu carried in the Abyss. Seeing Liang Mutuo look like he hadn't seen the world before and didn't even have the intention of turning the tables on himself, Lin Xu snorted out a laugh and didn't bother to talk nonsense with the other party anymore as he coldly said, "Your J-Region's hand has extended too far, affecting my plans. Give me an explanation for what happened today." Liang Mutuo's face twitched, and when he looked at Lin Xu again, that feeling was clearly like looking at a hot potato. He did want to pit the Huaxia region, but God knows that Abyss had already gotten there first, and with this carelessness, he had actually brought over the nails that Abyss had buried in the Chinese region. For Lin Xu, killing to silence, that can definitely be done. But what about after that? After all, paper can't wrap fire. Huaxia region's high school accident made their J-region move their hands, and this news has been put out. When Lin Xu died at that time, Abyss would definitely put the blame on J-region. For an existence like Lin Xu, where the Abyss had to send someone to personally come down to help with the next copy, get him killed, and you can imagine how violent the Abyss retaliation will be. Moreover, it was far too easy to take revenge on their J-region. That was far too easy than invading a world copy. But if Lin Xu was released just like that, not to mention what other people thought, I'm afraid Lin Xu himself wouldn't agree. If he was the only one to go back, it would definitely immediately arouse the suspicion of the Huaxia region. Thinking of this, Ryakuto was completely messed up and said angrily, "How could I possibly know that your Abyss already has plans to target the candidates of the Huaxia region? This is nothing but a misunderstanding. What explanation do you want me to give you?" Lin Xu laughed and said in a cold voice, "Good, then don't account for it. You wait for the Abyss to go to war with Region J. Do you believe I'll kill you right now?" Ryakuto's face turned purple with anger. It was the first time in his life that he had been taken down so much by a newcomer of more than 20 levels. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed and he grinned. "Oh, I don't believe it." The instant the words fell, his figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the blade whimpered as the soul air blade slammed down on Ryakuto's neck. Ryakuto's pupils suddenly contracted. With a wave of the feather fan in his hand, a handsome-looking style god with wings on his back and a bone flute appeared. Dang! While the bone flute blocked Lin Xu's power-storing strike, it directly made an upward pick and stabbed towards Lin Xu's throat. Bang! Without waiting for the bone flute to stab Lin Xu, Inar appeared and directly punched Ryakuto's style back. Just then, blood splattered. The head of a ninja who had just drawn his long sword flew up. Lin Xu didn't choose to continue to tangle with Liang Mutuo, but instead made a violent turn and directly chopped off a ninja's head. Successfully killed J-Region Professional LV53, experience plus 90. 000. Hint, Soul Hollow Blade detains Soul plus 1. The kills are recorded to the account. Lin Xu's eyelids jumped. What he didn't expect was that there was the same experience for killing professionals from other regions outside of the copy. Seeing that the other ninjas were going to continue to make their moves, Lin Xu smiled coldly as dozens of flying daggers began to swim around him. "That's enough. Stop it all." Ryakuto growled in color. He had the guts to scare Lin Xu a bit, but he really didn't dare to injure or kill Lin Xu. Moreover, looking at Lin Xu's current emboldened appearance, his heart was even more bottomless. Being reprimanded by Ryakuto, all the ninjas stopped their hand movements at the same time. "Very well, Lin Xu, you've won. Say it, what do you want me to give you an explanation for?" Liang Mutuo glared angrily at Lin Xu and asked through clenched teeth. "Besides me, the gang from the remaining Huaxia region, how did you get them over here? Get them back again now." Lin Xu didn't hesitate and directly said. Ryakuto's eyes narrowed. "You're going to save them? That's not like your Abyss to act." It was only when he had just said this that he immediately realized that Lin Xu was looking at him like he was an idiot. A moment later, after listening to Lin Xu's narration, Liang Mutuo's forehead came down in a cold sweat and looked at Lin Xu like a monster. Associated with the horrendous backgrounds in the homes of those candidates, he instantly felt that for the Abyss to be able to pull Lin Xu into the fold, it was definitely the Abyssal Lord's family's ancestral tomb that had gone up in smoke. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as Lin Xu puts on this next play well, in the future he is in the Huaxia region. That absolutely flies in place. Chapter 76 is back? Just thinking about that, Ryakuto instantly became resigned again. Calculating in his heart, he simply said directly to Lin Xu, "If I really do what you say, then this operation of our J region will be a direct failure. We planned carefully for so long and paid a lot of manpower and material resources, but in the end the benefits are all yours. Who will compensate for the loss of our J region?" Lin Xu raised his eyebrows and said that this old thing wasn't that easy to fool. After a moment's thought, he simply went straight. As long as you cooperate with me, I can promise you on behalf of the Abyss that within 3 years, you will not invade your J region in any form. There was no need to cash in anyway, so Lin Xu opened his mouth. Ryakuto's eyes narrowed as he pondered for a moment. Good. Then it's a deal. Only verbal promises won't do. I'm going to make a contract with the Abyss. Lin Xu frowned. Where am I going to sign that bull **** contract with you? Only in his mind. Though he was spitting, he agreed in one breath. No problem, but you have to help me first, and when this is over, I'll call Moro's. Feeling that Moro's status was obviously a bit higher than Selena's, Lin Xu finally reported Moro's name. Just who will actually end up calling it in? LOL. Good. Then it's a deal. Seeing that Lin Xu was so forthcoming, Liang Mutua didn't nag and agreed decisively. A few moments later, there was a loud bang. The roof of the wooden attic where Lin Xu and Liang Mutua were located was directly overturned by the shockwave generated by the explosion. At the same time, the shocked Ryakuto flew out backwards. Lin Xu gripped the soul air blade with both hands and similarly retreated back repeatedly, directly crashing through the attic wall. In the air, Liang Mutua waved his feathered fan, and a green aura wrapped his body, instantly stabilizing his form and slowly landing on the ground. Good boy. I didn't expect that the Huaxia region would produce such a heavenly talent as you that is rare to come across in 100 years. Less than level 30 even has the strength to fight with me. Since you don't want to join me in the Black Dragon Society, then I can only leave you here. After he spoke, he pointed his feathered fan at Lin Xu and ordered, "Go, kill him for me." At the next moment, the ninjas sheathed their long swords and dragged them on the ground, making sparks and rushing towards Lin Xu. Seeing the scene at hand, Lin Xu couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth, just feeling that Liang Mutua had the suspicion of patting his own ass, and it should go without saying that these ninjas are slightly pompous in their acting. At the same time, seeing Lin Xu surrounded by ninjas, the candidates who were eager to perform instantly swarmed over him. Only just after exchanging blows did they realize with horror. Those ninjas that were like paper hulks in front of Lin Xu were immediately possessed by the god of war when they arrived. Often just 3 punches and 2 kicks and they are put down straight away. But just assuming this was just a test, the candidates were expressive but no one really put up a fight. This resulted in a tenacious but not bloody resistance from the candidates. As for the ninjas' side, Lin Xu strictly forbade them to make a scene, so the ninjas likewise didn't lay a finger on the killer. This, in turn, reinforces the candidates' belief that this really is a test. Thus, the two groups of people who were all fooled by Lin Xu unexpectedly fought with an abnormal tacit understanding. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lin Xu let out a bellowing cry, and a 100-meter-long sword slashed down forcefully against Liang Mutua. Dang! Unsurprisingly, Liang Mutua was once again sent flying by a slash, and while the man was in mid-air, he directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood as he roared in horror. Retreat! This kid is too strong. The plan failed. Retreat! Retreat! After saying that, his figure flashed one after another and quickly disappeared. With this fall of his voice, the ninjas began to throw smoke grenades to the ground one after another, and after the smoke, soon ran away without a single one left. Bah! Really fight ah! Old me teeth fell out. Xiongzhuan covered his face and spat on the ground, cursing. He was most dejected for his own sake. And after the fight, Ryakuto's men had given him a special kick in the pants, and now his whole face was swollen into a pig's head. Lin Xu skimmed his mouth and sighed if it wasn't for himself. Xiongzhuan wouldn't know where his head had been kicked at this moment. Okay, almost there. Let's go. The test is over. I'll take you away. Saying that, Lin Xu directly began to greet a group of beaten and swollen students as they headed out of the courtyard. Finished. This put the old man on the ground, hammered a meal on the end. And then do not help also get a beauty temptation ah. This end is also too hasty, right? Bearstrong stared, speechless. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth tugged as he lazily ignored the other party, thinking that this was the reason for the test. No one marveled at how Lin Xu was able to knock back the level 76 Ryakuto. Even more, no one cared about how exactly Lin Xu knew the way, and why he could take them away. Walking out of the courtyard, the eye was greeted by a crisp bamboo forest with a picturesque view of the mountains and the water. Looking at the beauty of the surroundings, Yu Ling couldn't help but praise it. Biggie, where are we? I want to come and play next time. The secret world. Lin Xu smiled and explained. A moment later, after bringing a group of candidates to a teleportation array, Lin Xu raised his chin. Go inside. The teleportation point is the gladiatorial arena. Also tell Bai Jingting to save me a spot at Kyoto University. I'll be back later. Feeling that Lin Xu's words sounded ancient and odd, Long Yichen couldn't help but ask curiously, Captain, are you going to be here long? What are you doing here? Without answering Long Yichen's question, after hesitating for a moment, Lin Xu said, "Give me back the jade pendant I gave you from the last world copy." "Oh, okay, I forgot if you didn't tell me." Saying that, Long Yichen hurriedly took out the jade pendant and returned it to Lin Xu. Last time he came out from inside the world copy, this jade pendant he had been putting in his carry-on space. Lin Xu didn't bother to ask him for it, so he simply forgot about it directly. "Alright, let's go." After counting the number of candidates and realizing that not a single one was missing, Lin Xu directly activated the teleportation array. The secret realm of the Huaxia region. There was a flash of white light in the gladiatorial arena, and 198 candidates appeared in unison. Waya. Graduation. Ha ha. Vacation. Vacation la 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 la. Ha ha ha. Don't all leave later. Let's all get together tonight. My treat. The moment the sense of teleportation disappeared, the candidates started cheering straight away. Even though the results of the last exam hadn't come out yet, this couldn't stop their excitement and leaping at this moment in the slightest. "Shut up. What's all the noise? You're crazy. You're taking the blame for destroying the scene." Seeing that what appeared in front of him was none other than the gang of Chinese celestials that had been teleported away not long ago, the lenses of Professor Wang's glasses, who was surveying the scene, were almost shocked off directly. Nowadays, the matter of Region J invading the entrance examination center of Huaxia region and directly taking all the top 200 ranked candidates captive has shocked the nation and shaken the country to its core. Not only has the Academy faction led by Jingting already assembled and killed directly to the J region, the military is equally furious. All 8 military regions caught wind of the situation and directly began to gather towards the southeast at a rapid pace. Even some civic organizations such as the Huaxia Region Professionals Union, the Huaxia Region Veterans Union, and so on began to riot, spontaneously rallying towards the southeast. At this moment, all the people in the Huaxia region are united, with only one goal: those who violate my Huaxia will perish their clan and exterminate their species. However, just in the nick of time, these students surprisingly teleported back on their own. Chapter 77, Harnessing the Soul. How did you guys get back? Professor Wang asked with a bit of a stutter. Stunned. We'll be back after the test, ah? Yu Ling replied somewhat breathlessly. Tests? The third round of tests didn't even start before you were taken captive. What kind of tests did you participate in? Professor Wang asked. Confused. A few moments later, when things were thoroughly understood from the candidates, Professor Wang's eyes reddened. His mouth murmured Lin Xu's name, and he immediately began to work on informing Jingting, as well as all the other parties in the Huaxia region. Meanwhile, the candidates who had learned what had happened looked at each other. No, the third test didn't start at all. Boss, he tricked all of us. Why? Thinking of his crazy death-defying behavior before, Xiong Zhuang only felt a chill down his back. He grabbed his hair and asked with a tangled face. Long Yichen's face was ashen, and tears were already welling up inside his eyes. Thinking about it, he was so angry that he punched Bear Strong directly in the chest. Groove your grandfather. You fool, let you fool. If it is not the boss, you have died. No, not. Boss, he was worried about us fighting for our lives. That's why he put on a show with Ryakuto. He must have used himself to get all of us out in exchange. I said why the boss did not go with us. In addition to the good end, how would he manage to ask me for that piece of life-saving jade pendant? It turns out that all the things he has planned. Yuling sobbed as she wiped her tears. Biggie, he carried everything behind our backs. Why did he have to save me in this way? I feel like I owe him so much. It's so sad. Oh. Meanwhile, the J region secret area. Looking at the 198 bottles of soy sauce that disappeared from his eyes, Lin Xu breathed a long sigh of relief. The last time I brought 4 was already a pain in the ass. This time there are almost 200. Let's not live. Just as Lin Xu was spitting in his heart, Liang Mutuo's figure appeared not far away. He surveyed the jade pendant in Lin Xu's hand and asked vigilantly, Lin Xu Jun, what is that thing you're holding in your hand? Lin Xu skimmed his mouth and decisively showed the jade pendant's information to the other party, explaining, aren't you going to sign the contract for summoning morals later? Ryakuto's eyes narrowed in thought and praise. Yes, Lin Xu Jun is really a good tactic. This thing is far more stable to put on others than to put on oneself, and even if it is found out, it can be framed on others. Breathlessly glancing at the strongly ass-kissing Ryakuto, Lin Xu interrupted the other party to ask, how many guards have you placed in this secret realm? Why is Lin Xu Jun asking this? Being asked this by Lin Xu, Liang Mutuo was instantly on guard. Lin Xu snorted out a laugh. Going back to the Huaxia region always has to have an explanation. What? You wouldn't be worried that I'll kill my way out from inside this secret realm, or directly call someone to tear down this secret realm of yours? right? Being poked in the heart by Lin Xu's words, Liang Mutuo's expression instantly became a little embarrassed. Just on second thought, it felt really unlikely, so he hurriedly snorted and said, how could that be? There are over 400 guards in this secret realm, all of them are the backbone of our Black Dragon Union, 20,000 against 400. It felt like this ratio was okay. Lin Xu's mouth hooked up and he resumed walking towards the courtyard. Lin Xukuan, didn't you say you wanted to sign a contract? Seeing Lin Xu turn around and leave, Liang Mutua hurriedly caught up and asked, later, find me a room. I need to rest first, Lin Xu commanded without looking back. Ryakuto's face twitched, but there was nothing he could do. The room was quickly found. Lin Xu took out his soul air blade and with a thought, a colorless and transparent energy body was released from the soul air blade and floated in midair. That's the soul? Lin Xu narrowed his eyes and surveyed the mass of energy. Similar to the feeling when he summoned out the puppet, Lin Xu could clearly feel the connection between himself and this mass of souls. Trying to maneuver a bit, the mass of energy began to float back and forth inside the room. Just like when manipulating the puppet, the other party's vision and hearing could be accessed by Lin Xu at any time. Even, Lin Xu could the other party's emotions. Submissive, terrified and confused. But there is a point where the soul does not have any combat power. Thinking of this, Lin Xu once again moved his mind. The black mist rolled over, and the ninja that he had just decapitated appeared. Get in, Lin Xu ordered at the mass of souls. The two quickly merge. In the next moment, the skin on the ninja puppet's body unexpectedly turned into a normal color. I'll go. Lin Xu's eyelids jumped. Looking at the golem that had become like a normal person, his eyes gradually brightened. In that case, wouldn't that mean that the puppets once summoned afterward would be able to easily blend within the humans? Thinking of this, he moved his mind and a flying knife cut a shallow wound on the back of the puppet's hand. No blood flowed out, and only a faint wisp of black mist drifted from the wound. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed. It's perfectly acceptable if that's all there is to that level of difference. Just then, before he could continue his orders to the ninja directly knelt on one knee and respectfully said to Lin Xu, Master. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth tugged as he directly instructed the other party to remove the mask with his mind. The ninja resolutely did as he was told. It was a very clean-looking young girl. Name? Lin Xu asked the other party. Reina Yamada. What is this place? The Black Dragon Union secret world. How many Black Dragon Society people are stationed in the secret realm? About 400. As far as my subordinates know. After a moment passed, Lin Xu was ecstatic in his heart. He asked all the questions he wanted to know. Reina Yamada knows all about it. Lin Xu realized that what he had presumed was completely correct. Utilizing the soul air blade skill of soul harnessing, one could easily ask for all the information they knew from a soul-branded soul. And more than that, after the soul was injected into the puppet had the ability to act on its own. The combat power soared while the spiritual power consumed by itself was drastically reduced. Thinking of this, Lin Xu decided to do one last experiment. And with a thought, Inar appeared. Go inside this body. Yes, Master. Reina Yamada fell to her knees, her eyes once again beginning to grow hollow. Soon, Inar's eyes lit up. The color of her skin returned, and she knelt on one knee. Respectfully, Master, I'm going to this thing? Lin Xu now had the feeling that he had become a creator. Being able to combine puppets and souls at will was definitely a heaven-defying divine skill. After testing the capabilities of the soul hollow blade, Lin Xu was satisfied, and after letting Yamada Reina's soul return to her original body, he directly put her away. Lin Xu Jun, so soon you've rested? Looking at Lin Xu, who had reappeared in the middle of the courtyard, Liang Mutua asked in surprise. Lin Xu nodded and said, well, we can get Maros over here now. With that, he decisively took the jade pendant out. Chapter 78 The Might of the Human Heart. Yes, Ryakuto was overjoyed. He said, and hurriedly straightened his clothes. As long as this contract was signed, not only would no one hold him accountable for the failure of this operation, but on the contrary, he would also be making a great achievement for the J region. Just as Ryakuto's mind was agitated beyond words, with a click, the jade pendant in Lin Xu's hand shattered, and fluctuations of spatial power rippled out. Clang! The spatial gap had only just appeared when a sharp and unusually sharp sword she chopped head-on at Liang Mutuo's face. Liang Mutuo's pupils suddenly contracted, subconsciously raising the feather fan in his hand to block. Dang! The sword aura was so domineering and abnormal that Liang Mutuo didn't even have time to see who had attacked him, and instantly flew out backwards like a cannonball, directly crashing through the courtyard wall. Boy, are you okay? Nangong Yun appeared at Lin Xu's side, holding a long sword and asking nervously. As the military's top combatant, He naturally knew about the matter of the Chinese celestial pride being taken captive by the J region. Even, the military retaliated against the J region, and the one responsible for leading the team was Nangong Yun. But the weird thing was, without waiting for them to start fighting with Region J, all the captive students were somehow teleported back again, except for Lin Xu. Soon, a news spread in the military that Lin Xu was using himself to replace all the others. While his heart was moved, Nangong Yun was anxious. However, right at this moment, the teleportation jade pendant that he had handed over to Lin Xu earlier unexpectedly reacted. There was no need to ask at all. Nangong Yun immediately guessed Lin Xu's current situation, so the moment the spatial gap appeared, he directly made his move. Gratefully glancing at Nangong Yun, Lin Xu shook his head. I'm fine. Help keep an eye on Ryakuto. Don't let him get away. I'm going to let him die here today. Absorbing the lessons learned from the last time he fought Selena, Lin Xu was confident that he could deal with Liang Mutuo, but he didn't have 100% certainty that he would be able to cut his opponent down on the spot. If Liang Mutuo ran away, then his plan after that would directly go down the drain, and to make sure that nothing goes wrong, he simply called Nangong Yun over. On Nangong Yun's side, having been shaded this way by Region J, he had long been holding a fire in his heart. Hearing Lin Xu say this, he smiled cruelly and nodded decisively. Yeah, no problem. With that, he flicked his wrist. A dozen longsword shadows descended from the sky and violently nailed into the ground. A huge circular sword formation instantly taking shape. Q, affected by the sword formation boundary. All spatial props and skills within the range of the sword formation, disabled. Seeing the system prompt, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked. This was stable. Nangong Yun, kid, you tricked me. You tricked me? It was not until then that Liang Mutuo got up from the midst of the ruins, and the moment he saw Nangong Yun, his expression twisted for a moment, and he cried out in shock on the spot. Lin Xu smiled faintly, not bothering with this idiot. Black mist surged as a dense army of insect puppets appeared. How is this possible? How can you have so many summons? Ryakuto was once again shocked into incoherence. Boy, what are these? Looking at the appalling scene in front of him, Nangong Yun also couldn't help but be curious and asked in surprise. Golem, I'll take care of the ninjas, plus save a breath for Ryokitaku. I'm going to kill him myself. Lin Xu coped, after which he directly ordered the puppet army to start fighting the ninjas. After thinking about it, in order to ensure that no one was left alive, he simply released the Hell Inferno dragon as well. Looking at the puppet army that pounced on the ninjas like a tidal wave, Nangong Yun's eyelids involuntarily jumped. At this moment, he had the feeling that even if he didn't come, Lin Xu would still be able to cope with the scene in front of him. A level 24 newcomer, who had only just switched over for a month, had reached such a terrifying level of strength. If this were to take time, why would the Abyss worry about not being destroyed? Thinking of this, he simply stopped delaying, and with a shake of the longsword in his hand, he hurriedly attacked towards Liang Mutuo. Lin Xu didn't participate in the battle between Nangong Yun and Liang Mutuo. He then realized that he had become lazier and lazier since he had the ability to control the golem. Never get involved in a fight that you can do without taking the fight into your own hands. On the other hand, the puppet army crushed the ninjas in numbers though. But it wasn't easy to cope under the huge gap in levels, and the battle was tragic and unusual. Often, it took about 1 or 2 dozen puppets to replace a ninja. The good news, though, is that such a grueling battle didn't last long. In the bamboo forest, a blood-soaked ninja was nailed directly to the ground by several insect sentries armed with spears. Blood spurted from the small of the ninja's back, and as his life was about to come to an end, he hissed and swung the long sword in his hand. The heads of the 2 insect sentries slipped off, and their bodies, along with their heads, disappeared into black mist. Seemingly touched by his own dying feat of self-touching, the ninja laughed and smiled. Meanwhile, the surrounding ninjas cast admiring glances at the valiant warrior. However, in the next moment, the valiant warrior, who was already dead beyond repair, suddenly opened his eyes. Help! Help me! Breathing heavily, he pleaded for help to a companion not far away. His companion's face, hidden beneath his mask, twitched, couldn't figure out where the other party had the strength to ask for help when they were already injured like this. The situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly, so it was too late to think about it, and the companion subconsciously reached out his hand to the valiant warrior, wanting to pull the other side up. The next moment, the 2 hands clasped together. Only, it wasn't the gratitude for the aftermath that greeted that companion. But, looking at the short knife that instantly ran his heart through, his companion's eyes widened with disbelief. However, not waiting for him to scream or cry out in shock, the valiant warrior's second knife, the third knife, stabbed into his chest one after another. A similar scene occurred one after another within the secret realm, and the number of ninjas plummeted. Gradually, the ninjas began to retreat, each of them with scarlet eyes, terrified and on the verge of collapse. Horrible, just horrible. One never knows when a teammate, who was just fighting side by side, will slam a knife in the back. The trust between teammates collapsed in an instant, and the ninjas began to deliberately distance themselves from their companions and fight on their own. And that, in turn, is a great time for the puppets to bounce back. In less than 10 minutes, more than 400 ninjas were wiped out. A golden light rose up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successful promotion to LV25. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked. Unlike before when he manipulated the puppets to fight, this time, Lin Xu simply ordered all ninjas, shoot to kill. As for those operations afterward, they were all the result of the free play of the puppets after injecting their souls. There is no doubt that the effect is extraordinarily explosive. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth involuntarily hooked. Sure enough, the most powerful killing weapon is never the blade, but the heart. Thinking of this, Lin Xu's gaze fell on Liang Mutua, who was in a fierce battle with Nangong Yun. Chapter 79, Killing Ryakuto. At this moment, Liang Mutua was no longer the gentle and elegant person he was before. His hair was disheveled, and his otherwise immaculate kimono was littered with blood and chop marks in a sorry state. It was obvious that even though, according to Moros, Nangong Yun's battle power was far less exaggerated than the rumors, but Liang Mutua was still no match, even if he had already summoned all 5 of his gods to battle. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked, and he found an opening and moved his mind. The Inferno dragon swooped down at Ryakuto, and dragon breath several meters in diameter was sprayed down at Ryakuto and his style gods. The screams erupted, and the exhausted Ryakuto's hands were scrambled. In the next moment, a style god opened a semicircular shield to block the dragon's breath. Ryakuto rolled on the ground in a slightly wretched manner, just to get out of the range of the dragon's breath. However, right at that moment, an extremely cold and colorful young girl suddenly appeared behind Ryakuto. Bang! Sonic booms came, and the young girl's sharp as hell kick directly broke through a wave of air and violently kicked at Ryakuto's body. Like a soccer ball, Ryakuto was instantly shot out. Without waiting to land, he spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Bastard! Asshole! Lin Xu! I'm going to kill! Oh! Ryakuto's eyes widened in anger and he struggled to get up from the ground. Just before he could climb up, a foot directly stepped on his head and violently pushed it into the ground with one hand. Ryakuto's unfinished words were suddenly transformed into a whimper of unknown significance. Lin Xu disdainfully skimmed his mouth and sneered. You've said that twice today. And whisper it quietly. Except for that Selena who ran faster than a rabbit and dared to talk to me like that. Everyone else, all dead. Put. Accompanying the fall of this voice of Lin Xu, the soul air blade instantly severed Liang Mutuo's neck. However, strangely enough, Ryakuto didn't die on the spot. Instead, his body flashed with red light. At the same time that the power of space was emitted, there was a click sound, and a pendant on his neck shattered. Only the instant that spatial power erupted, the sword array that Nangong Yun had set up around him beforehand flickered with light. Ryakuto stalled in place. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows. Let's just say that at this level of professional, how can we say that there must be a little bit of a crushing means of preserving one's life? It was fortunate that he was wise enough to call Nangong Yun, or else this wave of Liang Mutua would definitely have already run away. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but scan the already broken necklace. Rebirth plus spatial teleportation. The value of this type of equipment was absolutely astronomical. While secretly sighing at the value of his slash just now, Lin Xu once again raised his soul air blade, successfully killed J-Region Professional LV76 Experience plus 2160000. Looking at the experience bar that instantly skyrocketed by a fifth, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth unconsciously hooked. Let's just say that killing professionals from other regions upgrades far faster than going down a copy. As for not being able to get kill boxes and kill badges, that's no shame, because if you die in battle outside of a copy, the equipment is all over the corpse, so just get right on it and pick it up. Even, not only the equipment on the corpse, but since the golem has all the abilities it had in life, the carry-on space they can open as well. This led to the fact that even if the ninjas had items in their carry-on space, Lin Xu was equally capable of taking them away in one wave. That's a gain that's far more ferocious than opening a kill box. Switching his vision back and forth a few times, the wide array of items instantly made Lin Xu dizzy. Suppressing his excitement, his gaze fell on Ryakuto. With a thought, black mist surged and the wound at Liang Mutuo's neck healed, after which he slowly got up and kneeled down on one knee at Lin Xu, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Master, boy, this." Seeing Liang Mutua come back from the dead and kneel respectfully to Lin Xu, Nangong Yun exclaimed on the spot, "Targets that I kill, I can transform them into puppets. Lin Xu briefly explained. Nangong Yun was horrified, pointing at the tens of thousands of puppet army around him and said in a shocked voice, "Then all these puppets at the moment were all killed by you?" After thinking about it, Lin Xu shook his head. The vast majority of them are killed by puppets. And being killed by puppets is likewise considered being killed by me, and can be transformed as well. Nangong Yun nodded somberly. Let's just say that a 20-something level newcomer, how can he possibly kill so many? Thinking of this, Nangong Yun suddenly froze. I'm yet right. That makes that even scarier. Wouldn't this mean that as long as Lin Xu used an army of puppets to fight, he would have a constant supply of puppets? Hiss. This kind of ability is unbelievable. Knowing what Nangong Yun was thinking, Lin Xu smiled faintly and said without moving, "It's not as terrifying as you think. My mental power is limited. The number of puppets I can control is naturally limited as well. This current scale is the limit of what I can control." Lin Xu directly lied. Although as of now, Nangong Yun was really sincere in treating himself. He was after all parasitized by the seed of the demonic vine. It's impossible to tell the other side about such a life-threatening core secret. On the other hand, when the Abyss truly realized the horror of his necromantic demon puppet plus soul harnessing, then he would absolutely do whatever it took to get himself killed. Revealing this to someone you can't fully trust before you are truly strong is tantamount to death. Oh, so, Nangong Yun nodded somberly, his expression unable to tell if he was happy or sad. Saying this, he seemed to have suddenly remembered something and asked Lin Xu, "So, the last time you repelled the Abyssal boss Celine you relied on these puppets as well?" "Right." Lin Xu directly nodded his head. Nangong Yun frowned and asked tentatively, "So it was only Selena who went to you and no one else?" "Yeah," Lin Xu said rightfully. "So what did Selena tell you?" Nangong Yun pursued. "She said she wanted me to join the Abyss, which I didn't agree to, and then the fight started after that, and then she ran away." Without any hesitation, Lin Xu directly said. Regarding this set of words, Lin Xu had already thought about it as early as when he came out from the last world copy. Nangong Yun's symbiosis with Maros was something he wouldn't admit he knew about no matter what. Nangong Yun is actually an enemy or a friend is not yet known. In their own strength is enough to fight against each other before. It is impossible to admit that they hold each other handle. Hearing Lin Xu say this, Nangong Yun's brows instantly knitted together. "Why? Is there a problem?" Lin Xu asked with an innocent face. "Oh, no, no problem." Realizing that he was out of his mind, Nangong Yun hurriedly said. After saying that, it seemed like his mood had relaxed a bit as he directly greeted Lin Xu. "Alright, let's forget about this side of things. This time you've made a great achievement for the Huaxia region. Let's go. I'll take you back to receive your reward." Saying that, Nangong Yun directly prepared to pull Lin Xu to teleport out. However, Lin Xu directly refused. "No, I still have some things to take care of in the J region, so you can go back to." First, Chapter 80 Region J Super Deluxe Copy. "What? You're going to stay in the J region?" "No, absolutely not. It's too dangerous." Nangong Yun frowned and flatly refused. At this moment, the drawbacks of calling Nangong Yun to assist in the battle manifested. Lin Xu had guessed early on that the other party would never agree to stay in the J region. Only, the words to respond to it he had already prepared too. Thinking of this, Lin Xu smiled faintly and explained. "Before, when I was in the college entrance examination center, didn't I just get teleported here? And now that I'm going back to the Huaxia region, will I be safe?" Hearing Lin Xu say this, Nangong Yun was speechless as his face immediately twitched. As we all know, this incident was done by spies planted in the Huaxia region by the J region. To be able to tamper with the college entrance exam, it is evident that the other party is extremely deeply rooted in the Huaxia region. In other words, there were definitely still spies from J region in the Huaxia region right now. And even if Lin Xu went back, as long as they wanted to make a move on Lin Xu, it would be impossible to be 100% safe. Seeing Nangong Yun's ugly face, Lin Xu eased his tone a bit and continued. "Another thing, the Black Dragon Union secret realm being killed through can't be hidden for long. If you leave, normal people will think that I've gone back with you, so I'll be safe instead." Nangong Yun frowned, thinking for a moment. He asked tentatively, "So what exactly are you trying to do by staying in the J major?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xu directly said, "I'd like to blend into the J region to gather intelligence and try to out the rats." With that, he directly took a ring from the puppet Liang Mu Tua and showed the information to Nangong Yun. Name Sakura ring. Category, Identity Props. Effect after wearing it, the wearer will have all the rights of a J region professional, such as entering the J region copy trial and joining the J region labor union. Note, after wearing it, the personal information of the professional can be formulated by himself/herself. After reading the information about the items displayed by Lin Xu, Nangong Yun couldn't help but have his eyelids jump. There is no doubt that this is quite a specialized spy type prop. Where did you get this stuff? Nangong Yun couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Xu faintly smiled and pointed at Liang Mutua, who had a demented look beside him. He prepared it for us. Nangong Yun opened his mouth and wanted to say something else, but eventually closed it. Indeed, if this thing was there, then Lin Xu's situation really wasn't as dangerous as he thought. Moreover, with Lin Xu's strength as well as his mind, no matter whether it was self-preservation or breaking into the top of J region, it was not a big problem. In this way, it was not impossible for him to uncover those damnable rats. With this in mind, Nangong Yun simply nodded and said, "Good, then you take care of everything." After saying that, he took out 2 more jade pendants and handed them to Lin Xu, explaining, "One piece is the same as the one you used before. I'll come over immediately after crushing it, and the other piece for teleportation can directly teleport you back to the headquarters of the Huaxia military region." "Okay, thanks." Receiving the jade pendant, Lin Xu politely said thank you. "Silly boy. You're still polite with me. When you go back to Huaxia, I'll give you credit." Nangong Yun laughed and cursed, heavily patting Lin Xu's shoulder as his figure disappeared. After Nangong Yun left, Lin Xu breathed a long sigh of relief. At the same time, with a movement of his mind, the eyes of all the ninja puppets, including Ryakuto, regained their clarity. "Greetings, Master." The crowd of ninja puppets knelt down in unison towards Lin Xu. Sweeping a glance at Liang Mutua, Lin Xu directly said, "Make a detailed list of all the spies you know of that the J region has planted in the Huaxia region and give it to me." "Yes, Master," Ryakuto responded, and immediately set to work on it. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked. Looking for spies? What a joke! With the skill harnessing the soul, it was only a matter of words if one wanted to uncover the spies planted in Huaxia by the J region. Lin Xu's real purpose for choosing to stay in Region J was threefold. First, upgrade and improve your combat power. Of course, this so-called upgrading naturally wasn't upgrading by fighting monsters, but by killing other region professionals. This type of upgrading could not be realized within the Huaxia region. Killing the professionals of one's own region pressed for no experience. Secondly, looting the resources of the J region. It's like ransacking the Black Dragon Society's ninja forces. Every time you killed a professional from Region J, it was equivalent to exploding all of their equipment and items within their entire body, even within their personal space. This is out of the realm of robbery. This is properly a ransacking. Even if Lin Xu wanted to, with just a thought, those puppets of the J region would immediately and willingly give everything they had with both hands, including but not limited to themselves. It's just that according to the habit of professionals, all valuables are usually stored in their own carry-on space. Therefore Lin Xu didn't intend to spend his energy on tossing these for the time being. Combining the above 2 points, for Lin Xu, the entire J region nowadays was a copy of what he was experiencing. And it's a super deluxe copy that doesn't require an entry ticket, has no time limit, and is so rewarding that it makes your head spin. As for purpose 3, that was where Lin Xu intended to find the truth about what happened in his own home back then. With the experience of being an assassin in his previous life, Lin Xu was instinctively skeptical of information that came directly from other people's mouths. Therefore, whether it was Nangong Yun or Moro's narration, Lin Xu did not completely believe it through and through. He only believes what he hears, what he sees, and what he surmises. But, with the ability to harness the soul, things suddenly became easier. Since what happened to his family back then, Region J was also involved. So whether one said it was revenge, or whether one said it was trying to get information from the mouths of the puppets, in any case, the more professionals from Region J one killed, the closer one got to the truth of the matter. Thinking about all of this, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked and he directly put on the ring of Sakura. Hint, now, the professional has the same rights as the professional in J region. Hint, professionals are requested to draw up their own personal information. Please be careful when filling out your personal information as it cannot be modified after it has been confirmed. Immediately after that, a dialog box appeared directly in Lin Xu's field of vision. Name? Lin Xu's eyes narrowed and black lines instantly came down on his forehead. Just take this name-making attainment of your own. Stunned, but on second thought, the name thing can't really be changed without changing it. How to say that he has been on the world announcement twice? Also topping the name Lin Xu is about the same as having nothing to do. Scratching his head vigorously, with the idea of fetishism, Lin Xu decisively wrote down in the name field, Lin Xiaomidwan. Looking left and right, he felt that the name was okay, and he hurriedly chose okay. A second dialog box followed. Occupation? Similar to the reason for changing his name. The profession of Blade Demon. There was only one of himself in the whole world, so as long as he was detected, it was tantamount to revealing his identity. There was just nothing to hesitate about this one. Lin Xu decisively chose summoner. After this confirmation, the basic information is thoroughly filled out. Name Lin Xu. Profession, summoner. Level, 25. Hint, information is restored when the Ring of Sakura is removed from wear. Looking at his brand new identity, Lin Xu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Very well, J region. Old me. Lin Xu. Kill 2. Chapter 81, invite her over and kill her. About half an hour later, Liang Mutua held a thick stack of documents in both hands and respectfully handed them over to Lin Xu. Lin Xu took it and casually flipped through it. The information was very detailed. A considerable part of it was still handwritten. Great. When I go back and give this to the Huaxia region, I can redeem another reward. Putting the documents away, Lin Xu pondered for a split second and asked Liang Mutua. About 10 years ago, there was an assassination campaign against the top brass of the Chinese region. Do you know about this? Ryakuto looked puzzled, thought for a moment, and nodded. I know, but my subordinate only knows a generalization and was not a personal witness to that incident back then. Lin Xu raised an eyebrow as Ryakuto continued. According to the intelligence gathered by the Black Dragon Labor Union, the cause of that incident back then seemed to be a fight for the Godhead. Contesting the Godhead? Lin Xu's brows immediately knitted together. As expected, after Nangong Yun's conspiracy claim and Maro's mole claim, a third version of what happened in his own home back then appeared. Competition for the Godhead. It was impossible for Liang Mutua to lie to himself. Compared to the first two statements, Lin Xu decisively chose to believe Liang Mutua. What is the Godhead? Thinking of this, Lin Xu simply asked directly. Soon, under Liang Mutuo's patient explanation, Lin Xu figured out what a God lattice was. Sigil, the key for a level 99 professional to advance to level 100. According to Ryakuto, there were two bottlenecks that were difficult to cross when a professional was leveling up. The first bottleneck is between levels 79 and 80. Professionals below level 80 are all ordinary professionals. Level 80 to 99 professionals are called pseudo-gods. And if a level 79 professional wanted to advance to reach level 80, it wasn't just a matter of having enough experience. It also required an item, and that was the Godhead. Of course, the Godheads mentioned here are pseudo-Godheads. That is, a neutered version of the true Godhead. As for a level 99 professional wanting to ascend to level 100 and become a true God, that would require a full version of the Godhead. Moreover, according to Ryakuto, that incident in the Huaxia region back then had erupted in order to fight for a complete version of the Godhead. However, no matter whether it was a pseudo-Godhead or a complete version of a Godhead, it was too rare, and Liang Mutua had never seen any of them. So in his narration, the Godhead is like both an equipment and a prop. After figuring this out, Lin Xu scanned his skill panel, which was only level 25, and snorted out a laugh. No wonder Nangong Yun had been stuck at level 79 for so long, and if he wanted to use the Divine Grimoire himself, God knows how long it would take. Thinking of this, Lin Xu simply didn't dwell on this topic as he asked Liang Mutua. So who are the people in Region J who were personally involved in that incident back then? All 3 senators of the Senate were involved. Ryakuto said directly. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed. It's not the same structure as the HWA region. The managers of Region J are labor unions, of which there are 3. The Black Dragon Union, which focuses on intelligence gathering, espionage, and assassination. The Aoki Labor Union, which is responsible for managing ordinary life class professionals, maintaining social order, and the functioning of the city. The Rakshasa Union, which is responsible for managing the J region military, as well as all combat class professionals. And above those 3 unions is the Senate. There are 3 senators in the Council of Elders, and the 3 of them jointly make decisions on all major events in the J region, and are the core of the J region. In other words, trying to seek revenge on the Senate would be akin to going to war with the entire J region. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked as he asked Liang Mutua, what about the individual strengths of the patriarchs? Ryakuto replied after a moment of contemplation. As far as my subordinates know, they are all, without exception, false gods. Lin Xu breathlessly rubbed his face. Very good. The enemy's strength is on a new level. Thinking that, he decisively dismissed the idea of assassinating a few people. Not to mention how strong pseudo-gods really are. Lin Xu had seen the strength of Nangong Yun. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Xu felt that even if he used all of his means, plus the puppet army, he was basically no match for the other party. And even if they were, if the other party was bent on escaping, they couldn't stop themselves. Now all of a sudden 3 pseudo-gods popped up at once. LOL. Thinking of this, Lin Xu turned his head to Liang Mutua and asked, I'd like to regiment the J region. Any suggestions? The current Liang Mutua was generally the same as before in terms of thinking, except for the fact that he was loyal only to Lin Xu for all 6 of his relatives. though it felt like as the president of a labor union, Ryakuto was a bit simpler, a bit better to be fooled, but after all, the other man knew more about the J region, so he wanted to see what Ryakuto had in mind. Being asked this by Lin Xu, Liang Mutua swept a glance at the puppet army within the secret area, which had already begun to methodically clean up the battlefield, and he murmured, "My subordinate believes that with my master's current strength, it's difficult to take down the entire J region in one go, so my subordinate suggests that my master take a little bit of a nibbling approach." Lin Xu nodded and smiled as he patted Ryakuto on the shoulder. "Very well, it's similar to what I thought. So let's start with the Black Dragon Guild. Now, in your name, order all the members of the Black Dragon Guild to gather within the secret realm." The ones currently within the secret realm were only some of the members of the Black Dragon Labor Union. Compared to the other two unions, the Black Dragon Union had the smallest number of people, totaling only about 5,000. But, due to being responsible for mainly spying and assassination, the Black Dragon Union had the highest quality of personnel compared to the other two unions. Professionals below level 40 are not eligible to join at all. "Yes, Master, I'll start gathering the men." Without any hesitation, Ryakuto received the order and started working on it straight away. However, he had only just turned around when he was called back by Lin Xu with his thoughts. "Master, what else do you command?" Ryakuto turned around and asked respectfully. Lin Xu stuffed a cookie that could choke a person to death into his mouth and chewed it twice. Frowning slightly, hesitating, he simply spat out the cracker in his mouth and asked Ryogi Taku, "Find me a woman with cooking skills and emotional intelligence online, and combat skills and looks are not required." Ryakuto froze for a moment, before revealing a smile that men know only too well for each other. Lin Xu was speechless and rolled his eyes, not bothering to explain. He's not looking for a woman to solve that problem, but to solve the problem of eating. "Every time I go down to the copy, it's either bread and mineral water or cookies with instant noodles. Honestly, the food is not even as good as the school cafeteria." As for buying some already cooked dishes, Lin Xu didn't have that kind of effort, much less energy, so he wanted a cook, or a maid. And as for why not a man, wouldn't it be strange to find a man? "Well, Master, as your companion, I really do have an excellent candidate." After thinking about it, Ryakuto said meaningfully. Lin Xu frowned and swept a glance at Liang Mutua, who decisively stopped selling out. "Akiyama Sakurana, dancer, level 79 life class professional, president of the Aoki Union." Lin Xu's action of unwrapping the bread paused. A life class professional was able to become the president of the Greenwood Labor Union. How far online does this other person's emotional intelligence have to be? Thinking of this, Lin Xu asked a question that he was slightly worried about. "How old is she?" 21. Ryakuto replied. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed. "At that age? With a mind like that? I just don't know about the cooking." Thinking of this, Lin Xu decisively said, "After purging the Black Dragon Union, invite her to the secret realm and kill her." Chapter 82. I'm standing in the Chinese region. When Ryakuto left, Lin Xu looked breathlessly at the bread in his hand. After thinking about it, he called Io out. Ever since the last time Rice was in the middle of the world copy, devouring the Inferno dragon, its state had started to become abnormal. The whole dog was listless and lethargic. At first, Lin Xu thought that it had eaten badly, but then he realized that the system would pop up a prompt about the growth of Rice's attributes every now and then, confirming that there was no abnormality in Rice's attribute panel. Lin Xu surmised that the other party was probably just sleepy from eating too much. It wasn't until recently, when he felt that the rice was starting to become active again, that Lin Xu released it. When Theed appeared, she immediately began to run around Lin Xu like she was scattering joy. Lin Xu smiled faintly and handed the bread in his hand to Rice. Rice first sniffed very excitedly, after which all three dog faces collapsed at the same time, their heads shaking like rattles. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth pulled. "Good. You mean, if I eat it, I'm worse than a dog, right?" Thinking of this, he thought to himself. A ninja puppet immediately headed towards the attic. A moment later, a long-haired girl with a well-proportioned body and clean-cut looks walked out from the middle of the attic and walked towards Lin Xu. She was the first ninja to be killed by Lin Xu, Yamada Rina. In fact, at the rate at which combat class professionals normally advanced, it was absolutely wrong to call Yamada Reina maiden. Just with the other parties' B-rank qualifications, if they wanted to reach rank 53, then they would have to be at least in their 30s. It's just that this world has favorable treatment for women, especially female combat professionals, whose looks age unusually slowly. Therefore judging the age of the other person from their looks is not accurate. Of course, Lin Xu didn't bother to know just how old the other party was. It's just a matter of trying to get the other person to act as a tour guide. So where's the trouble? Lead the way. Rice and I are going out to dinner, Lin Xu ordered to Yamada Rina. After saying that, he took an R back into his body and headed straight for the teleportation array. As a powerful fighter, Lin Xu was used to bringing an R with him. As for the battle within the secret realm later, with an army of 20,000 bug puppets, plus the Inferno Dragon, plus 400 puppet ninjas, plus Ryakuto, it wasn't too much of a problem to pack up a few thousand members of the Black Dragon Society. In this kind of large-scale battle, one more of himself was not much and one less was not less. Lin Xu simply decided to be a shirker. The big deal was to take control of the situation through spiritual power when the battle started later. Even if you take a step back and say, do the worst intention, even if all the war power in their hands was directly regrouped, still nothing needless to say, the next day and then summoned it is also. Inside the crowded ramen restaurant on the streets of Shijing, Lin Xu pushed the third bowl of ramen that had been eaten up aside and squinted his eyes in contentment. The images of the battle within the secret realm came. Hundreds of ghostly green points of light pulled out a bright river of stars in the starless and moonless night sky, rapidly converging towards an area. Its heavy artillery beetlebugs gathering fire in one direction. After the explosion, the dragon's breath of the Inferno Dragon lit up, followed by the hissing of the insect hordes that followed. Liang Mutuo was a chicken thief and didn't teleport all the Black Dragon Society members into the secret realm at once. The first group of Black Dragon Society members to enter was around 1,000. Even if this group of people fought through their heads, they could not have imagined that the one who wants to kill them now is their union president. An unsuspecting battle. No, a massacre, kicked off in the middle of this group of Black Dragon Society members being caught off guard. After a round of flurry of fire, this group of Black Dragon Society members who were pitched in instantly lost more than half of them. The Inferno Dragon had only just gotten one dragon breath down before it had to withdraw from the battle, because without waiting for it to spit out a second dragon's breath, the remaining Black Dragon Society members had already been overwhelmed by the tide of insects. Congratulations, successful promotion to LV-26. A golden light shot up from Lin Xu's body. All the diners in the noodle shop instantly froze. Eating a ramen that could be upgraded was the first time they had seen it in their lives. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes instantly fell on the noodle shop owner. The owner of the noodle shop was equally confused and hurriedly looked towards Lin Xu. Stun. Boss, give it another. Stun. 50 servings of barbecued pork. Ignoring the boss's strange gaze, Lin Xu pointed at the rice that had returned to its normal canine size. In reality, Lin Xu wanted to order another 100 servings for Thea, but it was clearly like he was looking for trouble when he said this. Moreover, if he really let Thea eat with an open belly, Lin Xu felt that it could eat until tomorrow morning. Glancing at the three heads, scarlet rice. I do not know whether it is hot or scared. The boss likewise wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, accompanied by a smile to answer. Okay, your summoned beast is so cute haha. Being glared at by Rice, the boss resolutely stopped talking nonsense and went straight to work. Just as Lin Xu was waiting for his meal, the door of the ramen shop was thrown open with a bang. A man in a jacket winds in and bursts in. Compatriots, shocking news, Huaxia region. A large number of professionals are gathering spontaneously, preparing to attack our J region. I call on all compatriots to unite to meet the enemy. Only just inside the door, the man in the jacket pulled his voice straight out in an impassioned voice. The originally lively noodle shop was instantly quiet. Everyone should eat noodles. The vinegar should be put vinegar. No one paid attention to the man. The default rules of this side of the world. The war between the regions has nothing to do with ordinary people. That is, life class professionals. Even if it was the army of the Huaxia region that broke through Shijing, they would never make a move against ordinary people. And at this time, the vast majority of the noodle pavilion was filled with ordinary life class professionals. Of course, the war between the Abyss and the region is not in this category. Unlike the Huaxia region that shared the same hatred, the ordinary people of the J region appeared indifferent to this kind of fight that didn't affect them. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him at all, the jacket man was slightly embarrassed. His eyes scanned around the noodle shop and quickly landed on Lin Xu, who was carrying rice. At the same time, Lin Xu glanced at the other party. LV6 qualification E. Lin Xu bristled, directly dismissing the idea of slaughtering the other party. This kind of trash, no experience in killing it, and summoning it as a golem is a waste of mental energy. However, seeing Lin Xu, who glanced at him, the man instantly became agitated. He said excitedly as he pulled Lin Xu. Brothers, compatriots, I see you with a summoned beast. You should be a summoner, right? This kind of big area in peril, really should be for. Lin Xu frowned. Yamada Rina, who was standing in the doorway waiting, entered silently and came behind the man, while at the same time, a short, cold, glittering knife appeared in her hand. Lin Xu then felt that killing this kind of person was simply dirtying his hands. However, Just as Lin Xu was about to order to finish off the other party, the jacket man suddenly changed his tone, and there was an extra case in his hand like a juggler. Bro, this way, even if you're not in a position to run to the front for some reason. Then look, collecting some spare change is always something you can do, isn't it? The short sword in Yamada Rina's hand was stowed away in her carry space. Lin Xu rubbed his face speechlessly. It's obvious that the one in front of us is not a real zone lover. He's just a scammer who wants to use the excuse of the HWA region, attacking the J region, to pit some money. Roll. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth tugged, his eyes directly moving away from the man, not wanting to look at the other party much longer. The man's face twitched and the agitation was used. He scanned the diners in the noodle shop once again, his voice steeply raised in octave. Brother, so many people can be watching it. As a professional, the region raised you to grow up, give you resources to enhance your strength. You can't possibly be this small amount of money or not willing to pay it? Lin Xu sneered out, his fire gradually coming up. Last warning, get out. It seems that he didn't expect that the words had been said to this point. Lin Xu still refused to give in, knowing that when he made this move, he had always been unfavorable before. Thinking of this, the man's stubbornness also came up, red-faced and said, okay, then this compatriot, you tell me, J region and Huaxia region are at war, where exactly do you stand? Put. The man's head exploded and his headless body fell limply to the ground. Lin Xu shook off the blood on his fist and laughed coldly. I stand Huaxia. Ah, murder. After a few moments of dead silence, the screams in the noodle shop rose suddenly, instantly in chaos. Chapter 83, you get the down and be civilized. The Black Dragon Labor Union handles official business. Everyone shut up and all kneel down or be killed on sight. Without waiting for Lin Xu to give orders, Yamada Rina took a step across and blocked the exit of the noodle shop, and she showed the short sword with a cherry blossom pattern engraved on it in her hand just now to the crowd. The commotion subsided instantly, and several diners who were about to make a hasty escape immediately stopped in their tracks. The sound of hard swallowing rang out, and without any resistance, everyone including the noodle shop owner honestly knelt on the ground. Lin Xu smiled and took the towel the other party handed him from Thi's mouth. Wiping the blood on his hands clean, he swept a glance at the middle-aged boss who was already in tears and didn't dare to breathe. Pack what I ordered and move fast, he said, and placed a wad of bills directly on the table. Yes, right away. The middle-aged boss was like an amnesty, using the fastest speed in his life to immediately start busy. 3 minutes later, Lin Xu held a soft drink warmly presented by the boss in his hand, called for rice and left satisfied. Master, those are just some humble civilians, why don't you order them to be killed? Just as Lin Xu had made his move earlier, Yamada Rina had similarly sheathed her short sword, and it was the civilians she was targeting. Stopped by a thought from Lin Xu, she then changed her strategy in time. Facing Yamada Rina's question, Lin Xu just rolled his eyes and didn't answer. Laozi is neither a homicidal maniac nor a psychopath, so why would I do something like slaughtering civilians? That is the only way to do it. While mentally spitting, he ordered Yamada Rina, take me to the nearest replica hall. Level 30, the higher the difficulty the better. Yes, master, Rina Yamada responded, pulling open the door of an SUV decisively. Since the recruitment activities within the secret territory of the Black Dragon Labor Union had already begun in full swing, Lin Xu's side didn't intend to be idle either. When it came to civilians, Lin Xu could ignore it because it was pointless. But if it was a professional, then I'm sorry, shoot to kill. And where are the most professionals? Obviously, replica halls count for one. As for why you chose only one level 30 replica hall, that's because, with Lin Xu's current level, the highest level copy he can enter is 30. His intention was to take out any combat class professionals that could breathe once he entered the replica hall. Afterwards, this extremely bad event was used to draw on the Aoki Union. As for himself, he went into the middle of the copy to recruit puppets. When he came out of the copy, he would be able to start a good fight with the Greenwood Union, killing many birds with one stone. With these calculations in his mind, Lin Xu sat on the co-pilot of the off-road vehicle, his eyes slightly closed, and the images in the middle of the secret realm of the Black Dragon Trade Union came through. Within the secret territory, the bugs and ninja puppets were busy in their own ways, which would have already entered the stage of cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the loot. Lin Xu's mind moved, the black mist surged, and the nearly 1,000 members of the Black Dragon Labor Union, who had just been exterminated by the regiment, appeared in the open space within the secret area and directly began to get busy. For the location where he summoned out the puppets, Lin Xu had two choices. One was the location when they died in battle, and the other was to directly summon them to his side. The matter of the Black Dragon Union turning against the J region could not be made public for the time being, or else it would easily be rounded up by the Greenwood Union and the Rakshasa Union. Therefore, for the current situation, Lin Xu's choice was to develop indecently and not wave for the time being. But, once it was necessary, he could just take all the combat units within the mysteries back into his body and release them at his side afterwards. When the time comes, the scene will be absolutely stunning. An hour later, Lin Xu stepped into the replica hall. The hall is slightly noisy. Lin Xu subconsciously scanned around, probably because of the difficulty of the copy. The number of professionals is not too many, only 100 or so. While feeling slightly regretful in his heart, he moved his mind, and Yamada Rina did not move to block the entrance to the replica hall. She was doing this to avoid anyone taking advantage of the chaos to escape during the fight later. Without paying any attention to the superfluous Yamada Rina, the soul air blade appeared in Lin Xu's hand, and after that, it was accompanied by a movement of his mind. Immediately, Yamada Rina crouched down and pretended to tie her shoes. However, just as Lin Xu's right hand had already pressed on the hilt of the soul hollow blade, a man's cry of alarm suddenly came. "I'm going, looky, look what I found." At the inner side of the hall, where the crowd was the densest, a delinquent man with a nose ring walked towards Lin Xu with a very exaggerated expression. Lin Xu's movement of drawing his sword stopped. "Ha ha ha ha, a level 26 kid. Actually want to come to challenge the recognized highest difficulty level 30 copy. Ha ha ha, really laughed me to death." The undesirable man stood 2 meters in front of Lin Xu and laughed. Looking at that appearance, it was as if he wouldn't die today if he didn't laugh. Along with this voice of the undesirable man, the laughter suddenly rose, and the surrounding professionals who were watching were all pointing their fingers at Lin Xu. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked as he sheathed his soul air blade. "I'll be damned. What do you want? You don't still want to cut me, do you? Ha ha." Seeing Lin Xu draw his sword, the delinquent man laughed even more wildly. As he said that, he also shook a card in his hand at Lin Xu. Come on, kid, if you make a move on me today, I'll send you this nightmare difficulty invitation." Lin Xu directly laughed out loud and sincerely thanked the bad guy 8 generations of ancestors. However, just as Lin Xu was about to make his move, a young girl in a staff uniform fought her way into the crowd and timidly said, "Lords of the 2 professions, please don't clash in the replica hall, so I'll be punished, please." Saying that, the young girl bowed directly to the end to Lin Xu and the delinquent man. Sweeping a glance at the young girl, Lin Xu snorted out a laugh. Ordinary people? Of course, this belonged to Lin Xu's knowingly, as the other party's information was directly visible to him. The young girl didn't pick up on Lin Xu's slightly inexplicable question, still full of nervousness as she explained, "Lords of the 2 professions, a fight in the replica hall belongs to a very bad behavior. It will immediately attract the enforcers of the Greenwood Labor Union. I'm sure both of you don't want to face the enforcers. So, get down." Without waiting for the young girl to finish her sentence, Lin Xu directly laughed out loud. He pointed to the ground with his chin, signaling the young girl to get down on the ground. He then realized that the people in Region J were simply adorable, either rushing to give away heads and entrances, or rushing to give assists. The young girl's face instantly reddened. It was not uncommon for combat class professionals to have conflicts with each other and take it out on them. The life class professionals, afterward. However, the combat class professionals belong to the mainstay of the region, and the labor union favors the other side both explicitly and implicitly. Even if you're bullied, you just have to put up with it. She just assumed that Lin Xu was beastly and wanted to. 3 seconds. Do not do as I say and suffer the consequences. 3. Lin Xu's eyes turned cold and he directly started counting down. At the same time, his right hand holding the sword started to build up strength. The next moment, the young girl's eyes reddened and she slumped to the ground with a face full of aggression. Sweeping a glance at the young girl, Lin Xu's forehead came down with black lines. If time didn't allow for it, he really wanted to just kick the young girl hard in the ass and yell afterward, "Get the down and be civilized." Clang! Just as Lin Xu was spitting in his mind, a ring-shaped blade instantly chopped out with him as the center of the circle, and swept past above the head of Yamada Rina, who was squatting in the doorway tying her shoelace. Chapter 84. This copy. Don't Successfully killed J Region Professional LV35 experience plus 60,000. Successfully killed J Region Professional LV33 experience plus 50,000. Kill record swipes. A golden light rose up from Lin Xu's body, followed by a second course. Congratulations on your successful promotion to LV27 and LV28. 2 levels in a row? Lin Xu was slightly surprised in his heart. The puppets were not involved in this battle, though, and only Rice shared a portion of his experience. But based on the number of professionals that had just been killed, it was clear that they shouldn't have escalated so quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Xu switched his field of view. As expected, within the Black Dragon Union's secret realm, The second wave of cleanup operations against the remnants of the Black Dragon Union's forces had already begun, perhaps because he felt that the last battle was too unchallenging. This time, Liang Mutua directly teleported around 2,000 Union members, with the last wave of nearly 1,000 puppets joining in. The battle still lacked spectacle, and the lopsided situation was quite obvious. Thinking of this, Lin Xu simply delegated the command to Liang Mutua, after which his gaze fell on the delinquent man. The undesirable man's pupils began to lax. With a ding sound, the soul air blade returned to its sheath, and Lin Xu smiled as he took the nightmare difficulty invitation from the other party and said sincerely, "Thanks." The young girl on the ground was confused. She never expected that she didn't usher in Lin Xu's crazy ravages, but what she ushered in was the reunion of the two people who had just drawn swords against each other. Just as she turned her head to look behind her, the blood spurted as she was seeing the upper half of the cut-off delinquent man slowly slide to the side. However, what shocked the young girl even more was, not only the delinquent men, but also the professionals who had just been alive. Without exception, their upper bodies were all sliding down to the side. The young girl's eyes widened in horror, nearly fainting on the spot from the shock of the appalling scene before her. However, after being given a not-so-gentle slap by two, she immediately sobered up. Lin Xu calmly looked at the other party and smiled. "Call the police and notify the Greenwood Union to come." The young girl's cheeks twisted for a moment, and she subconsciously raised her hands to the sky. "Don't worry, my lord, I will never." Lin Xu snorted out a laugh as his mind moved and he didn't bother with the other party. Soon, Rina Yamada came towards the young girl. After a cordial and friendly exchange, the young girl, who had a few more bright red slap marks on her face, obediently called the Aoki Union for help, and 3 in a row. At this moment, the eyes of the young girl when she looked at Lin Xu was clearly looking at a hideous beast. In the blink of an eye, he had killed more than 100 occupiers, and insisted that he should call the police and have the Greenwood Union come to arrest him. What arrogance! What hubris was this? How could there be such a monster under the sky? However, just as the young girl's mind was breaking up, black mist surged in the replica hall. Just now, those professionals who were already dead beyond death, surprisingly climbed up again one after another, the injuries on their bodies from before intact as before. "Master!" All the transformed professional puppets knelt down in unison towards Lin Xu. Lin Xu glanced at Yamada Rina and commanded, "Take them with you and entertain your friends from the Greenwood Labor Union later. And also if they're looking for me in a hurry just let them know that I'm going into a copy and will be out in a while." "Yes, master," Rina Yamada responded. The young girl huffed backward, and instantly she had the absurd feeling that the group in front of her was working together to put on a show with her. Lin Xu's gaze immediately fell onto that nightmare difficulty copy invitation. Category, copy invitation. Copy name, Hidden Evil. Difficulty, Nightmare. Entry level, 2535. Tip, this copy is a super high difficulty copy. Nightmare difficulty has not yet appeared to pass the record. Please be careful to enter the professional. Realizing that he couldn't see any useful information from the invitation letter, Lin Xu was speechless and skimmed his lips. After thinking about it, it was just a level 30 copy, so he didn't bother to ask those professional puppets and directly chose to put the copy invitation to use. The weightlessness of the transmission came through. With his vision restored, Lin Xu scanned the surroundings. It was a slightly Spartan wooden bedroom. At this point in time, he was lying on his bed in his bedroom, taking a good look at the style of the furniture and furnishing items in the bedroom. Lin Xu frowned slightly. It was obvious that these items were not of modern production, and even, he saw an unusually ancient-shaped oil lamp on a table not far away. Ancient? And it didn't just come up and go straight into a fight. "I don't want it." Lin Xu instantly had the urge to vomit blood. Originally, what he wanted was to have a quick battle, enter the copy and then directly GAGA a messy kill, after which he successfully passed the level. But what he didn't expect was that this copy was given a relatively safe environment right off the bat. There is usually just one explanation for this situation. That is what one is currently experiencing. A copy of the mystery solving type. Of course, this was also the copy that Lin Xu didn't want to go through in his current environment. Bar none. A straight man like Lin Xu. Not to mention how troublesome it was to collect those bits and pieces of clues. Lin Xu couldn't afford to spend this time alone. Typically, a copy like this is messed with for days and days. The people on the Greenwood Union side were waiting for a good fight with themselves. Even more than that, the Black Dragon Trade Union Secret Realm side could be waiting for him as well. By the time Ryakuto called the president of the Aoki Union, who was also his intended cook, and he had no way to interview the other party. What an embarrassing scene that would be. Just as Lin Xu was thinking this in his mind, a knock came on the door. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed as Inar appeared and walked straight over to open the door. Inar, as his own puppet, Lin Xu had half the mental pressure of letting her go through the thunder in her place. Even who was knocking at the door he didn't even bother to ask. In short, those who come for good, then leave their lives behind. Squeak! The old wooden door opened and a young girl in a kimono poked her head in somewhat coyly. Name Mikey Fujita. Status, curse, inactive. Level, 35 of 45. Category drama characters / elite monsters Catwoman. Life, 15238 / 43254. Mana, 13578 / 45831. Seeing the young girl's attribute panel, Lin Xu's eyes narrowed. It was different from Nangong Yun's state of being parasitized. The young girl in front of me was actually cursed, and she switches between being a plot character and an elite monster. Doesn't this mean that the maiden's curse makes her a plot character without activation? And once the maiden's curse is activated, she becomes an elite monster again? Just as Lin Xu was thinking so in his heart, the young girl's soft and sticky voice came. Ichuan-kun, you're awake. Here, I've come to bring you food. Saying that, she pushed the door directly into the room, carrying a food box in her hand at the same time, followed by a fluffy civet kitten. Chapter 85. Confucius was right. No problem. The first time he heard someone address him as Ichuan, Lin Xu felt slightly uncomfortable, even if he didn't manage to react in the first place. After a straight moment of hesitation, he came to his senses and pointed to the table with his chin, saying, well, put it down. The curse on the opponent was not activated and temporarily belonged to the plot characters. Lin Xu did not choose to directly strike as soon as he came up. As for asking each other questions, Lin Xu was wondering if it was better to ask whether the plot characters were dead or alive. Just as he was hesitating in his mind, the prompt appeared. Alert, it is detected that the professional has dealt with the plot characters. And now, the first ring of quests is issued. Task 1, find out why the townspeople go crazy at night. Task duration, 24 hours. Quest reward, experience 130,000 plus important clue items for the second quest. Failure penalty, stuck in a copy. Tip, when night falls, the town residents will fall into a frenzy of killing state. Combat power soaring cruel slaughter of all outsiders. Currently being stranded copies of all the professionals have died. Please professionals as soon as possible to look for clues. After reading the warning hint in his mind, Lin Xu's forehead came down with black lines. Level 35 pops to level 45, which is called a combat spike. There's a hairy difference between a cut second and a cut second. And stranded. Cut. Really scary. Only with this thought in his heart, Lin Xu still pinched his nose and connected the currently known clues. Small towns, residents, nights, madness, killing, secrets. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xu was filled with speechlessness. He then felt that this level 30 copy, which was claimed to be the hardest to clear in the J region, really lived up to its name, because he hadn't reasoned out any clues other than the fact that he could think that the townspeople were cursed. But that's too simple a reason to be the first ring. Congratulations, the first loop of the quest has been completed in 7 seconds, breaking the record for the first loop of the pass and doubling the experience reward. Congratulations, experience plus 260,000. Obtained old pipe times 1. Lin Xu froze on the spot. What did I do? Is this appropriate? Is the first loop of the quest so simple? This answer is not clearly already written on the face of the Catwoman Fujita Mihoshi, but anyone who is not a blind man, a glance can see it well. That's the hardest copy. Are the people in the J region idiots? Only on second thought, Lin Xu suddenly realized that, rightly so, the people in Region J didn't have the eye of magic to come and couldn't see the Catgirl's hidden attributes. To know this they can only explore a little bit. With this in mind, Lin Xu came under the bed and pushed open the bedroom window. The bedroom was on at least the 3rd floor of the loft, with a good view into a quaint town surrounded by green hills. The sun is about to set in the distant sky, the reddish sunlight reflected in the bustling busy residence of the face, seemingly extraordinarily serene, peaceful. Glancing at the lingering sun that was only a thread in the sky, Lin Xu estimated that there were still about 3 minutes left before night would fall. In other words, the time to kill is coming. How many residents does the town have in total? Lin Xu observed the pedestrians not far from the street and asked the cat lady, taking out the food inside the food box and arranging them one by one on the table. The cat girl thought about it and smiled lightly. About 2,000 or less than 3,000. The exact number is probably only clear to the village chief. Why are you asking about this? Ichuan-kun? Lin Xu nodded his head and withdrew his eyes from the pedestrians he received. It's no wonder that no professional in Region J could clear this copy on nightmare difficulty, not to mention before the curse was activated. Just now, those unassuming-looking residents on the streets were all between level 26-35. Even babies in swaddling clothes are excluded. Even if it was a fully organized level 35 5-member squad, pissing off these residents would definitely kill them without running a bit faster. not even the dregs of them would be left. Not to mention after the group of residents activated the curse. 52,000 plus. Oh, I think those big area professionals who came to raid this copy before died peacefully. After thinking clearly about this, Lin Xu simply stopped wasting time. His mind moved and Inar silently appeared behind the catgirl. Control her and slaughter after nightfall. Lin Xu gave a direct order to Inar. In the next moment, the catgirl, whose resistance was ineffective and whose face was full of dismay plus panic, was directly pressed to the ground by Inar. Seeing the scene in front of her eyes, the civet kitten following behind the catwoman instantly exploded and meowed strangely at Inar with open teeth and claws. Lin Xu snorted out a laugh as a red stream of light floated out from his body and rice was released. The moment he landed, Io directly slapped the cursing Meowth into the corner of the room, before pressing the other party to the ground with the same paw. In a little while these two would transform, and Lin Xu came to be curious about what exactly the other party's look would be when they transformed. Secondly, the experience should be higher when it comes time to kill the other side. Huan Kuan, I'm the one who saved you from the mountain when you were seriously injured. Why are you doing this to me? What are you trying to do? The catgirl's eyes were filled with tears and her face was full of aggression as she questioned Lin Xu loudly. Calmly glancing at the catgirl, Lin Xu didn't bother to explain and directly moved his sight to the obtained clue props. Name, Old Pipe. Category Drama Props. Efficacy, finding the owner of the pipe will allow you to get some useful information from him, or even, if you're lucky, his patronage. Alert, the second loop of the quest is activated. Quest description, find the owner of the pipe and get a clue to the next quest from the other side. Duration of assignment, none. Alert, in 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Night falls, all villagers curse activated. Enter killing state, extremely dangerous. Please professional find the pipe owner as soon as possible. Mission reward, experience plus 250. 000. Get diamond treasure chest ×1. Failure penalty, the professional will be stranded in the copy. Lin Xu raised an eyebrow. According to the prompt, the remaining safety time was only a little over 2 minutes. That is to say, if one doesn't want to be rounded up by the villagers after entering the killing state, that would require finding the pipe's owner and getting shelter from the other side in those 2 minutes or so. Glancing at the rice, Lin Xu was speechless. More than 2 minutes. This is not difficult for the dog this? Even if Rice had a sharp enough nose. And the little village really didn't look like much. But, it really was a bit of a tight schedule. Confucius had a saying that as long as you lie flat, then there is absolutely no way that life can rub you on the ground. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. With this in mind, Lin Xu hooked the corner of his mouth and exerted force on his hands. The pipe shattered with a crunch. You actually damaged the village chief's pipe? Looking at Lin Xu's actions, the catgirl's eyes snapped wide with disbelief. Lin Xu snorted out a laugh and patted the crumbs of wood on his hand. Time passed, and he kept his eyes on Catwoman for an instant. Soon it was completely dark. As if someone pressed the pause button, the entire village was instantly dead silent. Chapter 86, The Northern School, Lin Xu. The civet kitten being held down by Thea turned into a wisp of green smoke and merged into the catgirl's body. Gabba, gabba gabba. The teeth-gnashing sound of misaligned bones rang out. Catwoman's pupils gradually turned green and vertical. At the same time, her fangs were exposed, her limbs twisted, and bone blades pierced her skin at the joints. However, even after her transformation, the catgirl was still no match for Inar. It was only level 45, but Inar was able to tough out level 75 Celine. Finding that she was still unable to break free from Inar's bonds, the catgirl glared angrily at Lin Xu, her mouth opening and closing with an unpleasant sound. Cluck, 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 cluck. Outsider, you'll be like those who came to the village before you, being torn apart a little bit by us and buried in the back of the mountain. Ha, 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 ha. Finding that the transformed Catwoman was not human-like, orc-like, and not at all like what she had imagined, Lin Xu skimmed his mouth, his mind to watch the fun completely gone, and smiled faintly. Really, thanks for remembering to bury after you killed me. With those words, he directly signaled Inar to do it. Inar's slightly gray fist instantly broke through a wave of air and slammed down against the catgirl's head. Put. Catwoman's head was run right through. Successfully killed Catwoman Elite LV45, experience plus 15,000. A light green glow rippled through Inar as the hit prompt arrived. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows and checked Inar's attribute panel. Name Einal. Category, Bug Queen, 6th Order. Golem. Level, 36. Lin Xu was speechless. Let's just say that Inar's original 43,000 points of damage shouldn't have been able to directly punch the Catwoman, who also had over 40,000 points of blood, into seconds. Feeling that the other side is not moving, this has soared to level 36. But this is also something that cannot be helped. Who let the other group attack skills enough raw it? A voice down experience out arise. Thinking of this, Lin Xu glanced through the windowsill towards the street not far away. Corpse babies climbing on top of the walls. Night-wandering monks holding their own heads forward. At this time the street has been like 100 ghosts walking at night. The plot props are destroyed. So there's no way in hell you're going to find any more pipe owners. Thinking of this, Lin Xu simply ordered Inar to fire on all cylinders. Roar! Inar threw herself up to the sky with a roar. A sound wave visible to the naked eye spread out sharply toward the surroundings. The walls of the wooden attic as well as the doors and windows instantly exploded. Lin Xu's ears were ringing on the spot, and rice even turned into a stream of light that directly entered Lin Xu's body. This high decibel noise it can't stand even more. Sporadically, kills are starting to appear. Roar! After Inar's second sound, the kill records swiped right off the screen. After the third sound, the kill records were adding suffixes like elite. A golden light rose up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successful promotion to LV29. Looking at Inar's remaining nearly 1/5 of her mana, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked. Inar growled a decisive fourth. This time, the kill record stopped moving completely after a few more sporadic additions. Meanwhile, the system's alerts arrive. Alert, important plot characters have been killed. The second loop of the quest has failed. Seeing this prompt, Lin Xu directly snorted out a laugh. You say you're going to die. I'll authorize you to die or not? With this thought in his mind, he directly activated the skill Soul Harness plus Necrotic Demon Puppet. Black mist began to fill all corners within the village, and the villagers who had died horribly rose from the ground. Warning, if you forcefully extract or detain the number of souls exceeds 1/3 of the total number of souls in the copy will disappear permanently after you leave it. Looking at the scarlet tip, Lin Xu's eyes instantly lit up and the corners of his mouth unconsciously hooked up. I'm going to go. There is this good thing? So what's the point of this? Smoke it. You have to smoke it. To death. Accompanied by the appearance of this thought from Lin Xu, the eyes of a large number of empty-eyed villager puppets gradually brightened up. Hint, your current soul extraction has exceeded 75% of the total number of souls in the copy, and after you leave this copy, it will be permanently closed. Only 75%? Lin Xu frowned, and on the spot, he released the villager puppets that he had just transformed, and any living thing inside the copy, chickens and dogs would not be left behind. Whose pipe did you say that was? Lin Xu glanced at Catwoman, who had also gotten up, and asked, My lord, it's the village chief's. Catwoman said truthfully, glancing at the catgirl's current appearance. Lin Xu couldn't see how it was awkward, so he hurriedly waved his hand for the other party to go out. Immediately after that, he directly used his mind and gave an order to all the villagers, telling the village chief to hurry over and find himself. About 10 minutes later, a dry, skinny old man, covered in black gas, floated into the attic that could already be described as a wreck. As soon as he came in, the old man immediately knelt down to Lin Xu. Alert, for unknown reasons, important plot characters have been resurrected. Congratulations, the second loop of the mission has been completed in 12 minutes and 25 seconds, breaking the record of no one passing the second loop, and the reward has been increased to 3 times. Congratulations, experience plus 750. 000. Get diamond treasure chest times 3. Looking at the experience bar that had risen another notch, Lin Xu's mouth unconsciously hooked. Let's just say this is the proper pass position. Alert, the final loop of the quest is activated. Quest description, defeat the village chief, gain his approval, and then take the chief's head to resolve the curse support. Duration of assignment, none. Quest reward, SS grade skill scroll X1. Failure penalty, stalled copies. After reading the third ring quest hint, Lin Xu's eyelids involuntarily jumped. Defeat the village chief? How? You didn't even kill the other guy just now? After thinking about it, it felt as if it really didn't count. So Lin Xu just didn't bother his head anymore. He raised his eyelids, and the village chief immediately got up and respectfully said, At the Lord's service. Lin Xu didn't talk nonsense and directly showed his third ring of tasks to the other party. The village chief looked at it and his face instantly twitched. Just the next moment, without any hesitation, he directly screamed miserably and collapsed to the ground. Lin Xu had black lines coming down his forehead. Looking at the village chief's sparse acting skills, he almost spewed a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Yet the next moment, alert, the village chief has been successfully defeated and recognized by the village chief. Consternation. Lin Xu speechless. Really? Damn, as long as you're not embarrassed, that embarrassment is other people. Acknowledge that Lin Xu has received the alert. The village chief rose from the ground in a single bound and respectfully said, My lord, here's what happened. Seeing that the village chief was ready to tell a story at the drop of a hat, Lin Xu hurriedly waved his hand. Tell me where to go and who to kill. The rest doesn't interest me. Back Mountain Cave. Eternal Night Spell Grudge Witch Chibiusa Sakura. Deeply comprehending Lin Xu's meaning, the village chief opened his mouth again concisely to the extreme. As the words fell, a short knife instantly appeared in his hand, and without saying a word, he directly wiped it toward his neck. Looking at the other party's head that fell to the ground, Lin Xu was staggered. Gee, the attitude, the efficiency, must be praised. Half an hour later, Lin Xu arrived at the back of the mountain with Anar, as well as the catgirl who was hugging the head of the village chief. From a distance, Lin Xu saw the cave on the hillside. It just makes it feel weird. That entire hillside was densely populated with hundreds of wooden signs. What are those wooden signs? Lin Xu asked the catgirl. My lord, those are the tombstones of the professionals we killed. Lin Xu nodded his head, not expecting the villagers to really pull the bodies all the way back to the mountain to bury them. However, just as Lin Xu was about to continue forward, he suddenly thought of a question and hurriedly asked the cat lady, is it along with the equipment of those people? Catwoman nodded uncertainly. Yeah, we collect them very carefully every time. Looking at the densely packed tombstones, Lin Xu's eyes narrowed. This would be a great way to dig out all the gear in there. TSK, TSK, TSK. With this in mind, Lin Xu directly used his mind to order. All villagers bring their hoes and gather at the back of the hill. Immediately. Right away. Chapter 87 Unexpected Joy. Due to the fear that whatever spellbinding which wasn't very resistant to being punched, she would be forced to leave her copy by directly screwing the other person over. Lin Xu waited at the bottom of the hill for a while. Although the villagers are now all cursed and in various forms, they do not look very beautiful, but I have to admit, they're pretty top-notch at swinging a hoe. In less than half an hour, more than 2,000 villagers' puppets, almost completely plowed through the entire mountain, and the mountain was filled with human limbs and bones. As for the harvest, it was unsurprisingly astonishing, and the corners of Lin Xu's mouth almost grinned directly to his ears. At this moment, in front of Lin Xu, all kinds of equipment had been piled up nearly 2 people high. He roughly counted, removing those that were completely damaged beyond repair. There were more than 1,000 pieces of equipment that could still be used. Although these equipment levels are generally not high, but the equipment of the professionals who dare to come to challenge the recognized hardest copy is naturally not bad. Inside these equipments, less than 1/10 of them were of silver quality, the remaining 60% were gold, and the rest were all diamonds and above. Just as Lin Xu was calculating in his mind whether or not to directly delegate this batch of equipment to the insect puppets, an old farmer with a large hole in his chest, whose chest cavity had obviously been emptied, found Lin Xu in a hurry. He held an egg-sized object that looked like liquid metal emitting glittering starlight in both hands and respectfully placed it at Lin Xu's feet, after which he immediately turned around and went back to continue being busy. The moment he saw that mass of liquid metal, Lin Xu's eyelids jumped. Judging by the luster emanating from it, it was proper starburst quality. A half-step artifact? While his heart was shocked, Lin Xu directly threw a bottle of mineral water to Anar. Anar washed the mass of liquid metal and handed it back to Lin Xu. Name Light Time Oblivion. Category, Equipment. Masks, Set of Parts, 1/3. Effect. Effect 1. Spirit recovery rate increased to 300%. Reaction force, reaction speed, and dynamic capture capability increased to 300%. Effect 2. When equipped, the mask does not obscure the user's face, and can be used at will to make targets who have seen them forget their appearance and voice. Skills, not activated. Wear level, none. Quality, starburst. After reading the attributes of this equipment, Lin Xu directly laughed out loud. He really didn't expect to have this windfall in this level 30 copy. The key was that although this mask was only a component of a set, the increased attributes were not at all worse than the Aurora set that he was currently equipped with. And there is absolutely no conflict between the two in terms of the parts equipped, enhancing 3 times the reaction power and dynamic capture ability in actual combat. How horrible it is. The combat power absolutely geometrically increased. Thinking of this, Lin Xu simply didn't hesitate anymore and directly equipped Lightning Oblivion. A slight sense of vertigo came, as if slow play was turned on, and the movements of everyone around them instantly slowed down threefold. The droplets of water slipping from Minar's fingertips, the crumbs of dirt brought up by an old farmer's hoe in the distance, the breeze across the hillock, the grass shaking slightly. As far as the eye can see, the trajectories of all moving objects are visible. Slow, really slow. The whole world is so slow. At this moment, Lin Xu only had this one thought in his mind. Lin Xu closed his eyes and shook his head as the discomfort faded a bit. Sweeping a glance at the equipment that had piled up, Lin Xu's mind moved and 10 ninja puppets were pulled over from the Black Dragon Union's secret realm. There was too much equipment for his carry-on space to fit. These ninja puppets were also professionals before, and the carry-on space they likewise had. When the puppets finished stowing their equipment, Lin Xu walked straight towards the cave on top of the hillside. A kick to the rusted barred gate blocking the entrance to the cave prompted the arrival. Alert, we have entered the territory of Eternal Night Curse Grudge which Shohayofuro Sakura, and have been suppressed by the curse. And the suppression has been weakened by 50% due to the fact that we are carrying the chief of the village's head, and the full attributes have been temporarily deducted. Alert, due to the location, the spell suppression effect fails, and there is no reduction in the professional's attributes. Looking at the two prompts that came one after another, Lin Xu's forehead came down with black lines. I'll be damned. The emotional village chief's head was used to cut down the curse suppression used, but one has the magic will passive coming, and after a round of judging, one is directly immune to suppression. The short answer was that the total attributes of this curse which were inferior to his own, and the village chief, died in vain. Not a big problem though, just wait until tomorrow to summon the other side. A dog-cock hare which is just a witch. The battle is so big, but also let himself get one of his men killed for nothing. Damn it. The other party is really damned. In order to console the village chief's spirit in heaven, I must slash my opponent 2 more times later. Thinking angrily in his heart, Lin Xu surveyed his surroundings and his soul air blade came out of his body. The cave was dark, closed, and rich with corruption, and on the rock walls, every now and then, large pieces of twisted writing could be seen. Those words look like they were written in blood, long since dried up and blackened. Blurred. Lin Xu cannot read much. Along the way, without suffering any attacks or any forks in the road, he came straight to the deepest part of the cave. It was an unusually simple stone room, the shabby furniture covered in dust, and it seemed that someone had lived here a long time ago. Eerily enough, the stone room contained not only furniture, but torture devices strewn with dried blood. Associating it with the large iron door at the entrance of the cave, Lin Xu realized that it wasn't accurate to say that this place was a stone room, and that it should be a prison cell. Indifferently skimming his mouth, Lin Xu's line of sight fell to the center of the cell. A huge iron coffin lay on the ground. It was evident that the seams on the iron coffin had once been sealed with iron, but judging by the metal shards scattered on the floor at this point, the lid had been opened vigorously, and from the inside, glancing at the motionless coffin, Lin Xu was speechless. That's it? That's the end of the exploration? That's a bit much for simplicity, isn't it? Just as Lin Xu was surprised in his heart, he suddenly realized that the catgirl was no longer there. The village chief's head had fallen on the ground in the distance, and as for Inar, her blood level was already a third less. Lin Xu's eyelids jumped. Inar's blood level was more than 500,000. It's only been a little while. With a thought, Inar was directly taken back into Lin Xu's body. Quickly checking in the list of summons, Lin Xu indeed saw the hint that the catgirl had died in battle due to the massive curse she had received. I'm Nima. The sentiment is that because of his passivity, he is immune to the curse of the evil spirit Spiteful Girl, but Catwoman and Inar are not. Let's just say that this dog-dick copy shouldn't be this easy. Catwoman was a level 45 powerhouse with over 40,000 blood. It was only a short while ago, and I hung up before I got to the end of the cave. If this were to be replaced by an ordinary occupier squad, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to see the final boss. Let's just say that people in small places like J region are insidious, which doesn't move and screws up another one of their puppets. Naya, this is still tolerable? With this in mind, his brows twisted into a ball, and with his foot on the ground, he violently kicked towards the iron coffin. Bang! Rumble! Like being hit by a truck. The huge iron coffin spun and crashed into the rock wall. A mournful and extremely miserable scream burst out from inside the iron coffin. Chapter 88, I'll go. You're tougher than me. The iron coffin that crashed into the rock wall was instantly torn apart, and several sections of broken human bone tumbled down. Sticky black mist gushed out from within the coffin and converged in midair in the stone room. Soon, a young girl in a black kimono with snow-white skin floated in midair. Perhaps because she had never seen such a raw way of greeting, the young girl's pretty face twisted for a moment, and she spoke angrily. For the sake of bringing the head of that old man, the village chief, outsider, I'll give you a way out of my territory. Quick! Lin Xu raised his eyebrows. Give me a way out? Oh, how could the other party let herself go if she hadn't realized that her curse ability was useless against her? As he thought about this, the sound of breaking wind suddenly rose. A flying knife instantly penetrated the young girl's chest. Yet bizarrely, the flying dagger did not cause any damage to the young girl. Lin Xu was a bit puzzled as he glanced at the young girl, and the Eye of Devil was unleashed. Name, Eternal Night Spell Witch Shohayofuro Sakura. Category, Replica Ultimate Boss, Spirit Body, First Order. Note, spiritual bodies are immune to all attacks except incidental soul damage. Level, 45. Soul Strength, 2137. Mana, 52138. Attack, 7677, with soul damage. Soul Defense, 1358. Skills, Neverwinter Nights. Spellbound, Debilitated. Spiteful spells. After reading Shifuyu Sakura's attributes, Lin Xu drifted off. Let's just say that the other party's attributes pulled the crotch out of the bunch. How could they still have the title of ultimate boss? It turned out that the other party was a spirit body, and as long as it wasn't an attack that came with soul damage, it was ineffective against her at all. This side of the world recognized that soul attacks were exceptionally powerful. However, regardless of equipment, skills or professionals, there are very few with soul attacks. Seeing Lin Xu suffer defeat, Shienyu Sakura subconsciously wanted to taunt. Just before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xu's figure suddenly appeared behind her and violently kicked her in the back. With a bang, Shifuyu Sakura, like a rag doll, directly hit the rock wall and rolled into a ball. Noticing that Shienyu Sakura didn't go through the walls of the stone room, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked. Good. It seems that spirits don't have the ability to penetrate walls, so that means the opponent has no way to escape. How could you possibly attack me? Shifuyu Sakura instantly lost her flowery face and asked incredulously. Lin Xu coldly smiled. Head on to the other side is another foot. The second foot. The third foot. I have to admit that the spirit body is quite resilient. It's amazing how a kick can bounce back after it hits the wall, just like a leather ball. Lin Xu certainly didn't possess the ability to attack a spirit body, but the Soul Air Blade did. Not to mention spirit bodies. With the Soul Air Blade equipped, Lin Xu could even grab pure soul bodies in his hands and play with them. This led to the fact that Lin Xu was now able to easily touch Thousand Feather Sakura, but it was just a touch. Although it looked like Lin Xu had beaten Shifuyu Sakura quite badly, he hadn't actually caused any damage. As for why Lin Xu didn't use the Soul Hollow Blade that possessed the ability to deal soul damage against his opponent, that was because Lin Xu was worried that just with the other party's small body, a knife might directly hang those targets that had physical protection. Lin Xu could safely and boldly cut them without opening soul wounds is all. But, for Shifuyu Sakura, not open soul injury cannot hit. Open is likely to directly move second. When the time to completely soul, the loss of a puppet for nothing. It was out of such considerations that Lin Xu had to use such a way to deal with the other party. A few moments later, the ultimate boss Thousand Feather Sakura, who had already comfortably stayed in the middle of this copy for hundreds of years and had never encountered an opponent, completely broke defense and howled. Lin Xu's actions perfectly illustrated what it meant to do little damage and be extremely insulting. Shifuyu Sakura's entire spirit body was blinded. She had suffered enough in her last life to figure out why, and this had been reduced to a plot creature in a copy. God still has to send a man so vicious and this brutal to himself. Oh, stop. Don't you just want to remove the curse on that gang? I promise you, okay? Oh. Shifuyu Sakura got up and wiped her suppressed tears while turning to Lin Xu. Lin Xu slowly lowered his foot, which had already lifted again, and frowned as he asked rhetorically, who told you I was going to lift the curse from the villagers? So what did you come to see me for? Shifuyu Sakura was instantly filled with doubt. After thinking about it, Lin Xu directly said, can you curse them one more time so that they are in a state of killing even during the day? What? Shifuyu Sakura was instantly messed up, her eyes almost glaring out on the spot. At this moment, when she looked at Lin Xu again, the feeling was clearly saying, I'll go. Big brother, you're tougher than me. You're the devil, aren't you? Lin Xu smiled faintly, not bothering to explain. The normal state of the villagers during the daytime and the killing state at night are 10 levels apart, and there is a huge difference in combat power. If it was possible, then naturally it would be better to keep the puppets in the latter state forever. No? Seeing that Shifuyu Sakura froze and didn't say anything for a long time, Lin Xu asked with some regret. After thinking about it, Shifuyu Sakura smiled sadly. Okay, fine, I can do it, but there's no way I can get out of here. Lin Xu raised an eyebrow, feeling that Shifuyu Sakura was starting to be dishonest again, and while snorting out a laugh, he gently touched the other party's skin with his soul air blade that was open to soul injury. Stab! Like being touched by a red-hot iron. Shifuyu Sakura immediately screamed out in misery. You don't really think I can't kill you? Hint, use the soul air blade to touch a spirit for 3 seconds, and the spirit will be forcibly branded with a soul. Seeing the sudden appearance of the prompt, Lin Xu did not finish the word stuck in his throat. So it is, then there is no need to continue the nonsense. What are you going to do to me? Finding that Lin Xu hadn't finished his words, he inexplicably laughed. Shifuyu Sakura looked at the man in front of her like a ferocious beast in horror, sitting on the ground a little back. After a moment passed, an arcane rune did not enter Shienyu Sakura's forehead. Greetings, Lord. Shifuyu Sakura knelt down respectfully to Lin Xu. Answer the question I just asked. Lin Xu directly said, eat the souls of those people and they will remain as they are now. After thinking for a moment, Chibiusa Sakura replied. Lin Xu narrowed his eyes and hesitated for a split second. devouring and destroying the souls within those villagers was nothing more than a thought. But if those puppets had no souls, although their combat power had increased, they would still have to struggle to control each other, which was slightly troublesome. Thinking of this, Lin Xu simply changed the topic and continued to ask, how do you raise the rank? While checking Shifuyu Sakura's attributes, Lin Xu realized that, similar to an R, ranks appeared inside her skill panel. Since there was a rank, there was no doubt that the rank must be able to be raised. If one were to get another super hitter like an R, and one that was immune to any attacks other than soul damage, TSK, one's invincibility index would surely skyrocket once again, devour any other spirit or soul. But the best is a soul, a pure soul, Chibiusa Sakura explained. Ha, Lord, what are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Seeing Lin Xu giggling, Chienyu Sakura asked in confusion. Nah, you're so right. That's the last thing I need right now, old man, said. The soul air blade stabbed into the ground. The next moment, the Een wind howled with fury. Chapter 89, Shifuyu Sakura's promotion. In the next moment, all the villagers' puppets that were transformed simultaneously floated out a colorless and transparent energy within their bodies. After this massive energy drifted out, the eyes of the villagers, who were like 100 ghosts in the night, dimmed once again. Lord, this, seeing the pure souls that rushed in from the mouth of the cave, filling up the stone room in an instant, Shifuyu Sakura covered her mouth in surprise, her face full of disbelief. Lin Xu grinned a slightly cruel smile. Didn't you want to get rid of those villagers? All of their souls are here, one and all. And now, these are yours. The moment they saw Shifuyu Sakura, the emotions transmitted back from the souls of the villager puppets were surprisingly unified. Panic, despair, disgust, hatred, and guilt. Lin Xu didn't care what had actually happened between these villagers and Shifuyu Sakura. Standing on the moral high ground to judge who? Oh, there's no time for that. Justice? Whoever's fist is big enough to make a pit is righteous. Compared to a super raw fighter, more than 2,000 puppets that had no souls and required a little more effort on their part were just puppets. A deal that was as good as it got. Right now, Lin Xu's fist was the biggest, so the villagers were guilty, and they were guilty as hell. Ha, can't believe it. Can't believe you guys will have a day too. Ha. Whoa. Looking at those souls around her trembling in front of her, Shifuyu Sakura laughed crazily, only to laugh and start crying loudly again. Alright, don't waste time. You quickly devour it and I'll take you away afterward. Looking at the crazy Chienyu Sakura, Lin Xu frowned and reminded. Yes, Lord. Shifuyu Sakura responded. Her eyes slightly closed and her arms spread wide as she slowly floated into midair. In the next moment, a powerful suction force targeting the soul erupted from Shifuyu Sakura. The screams and wails of souls followed. Alert, Chihayafuru Sakura advancement degree plus 15, plus 17. Alert, Chibiusa Sakura has been promoted to the 4th rank. Name, Chihayafuru Sakura. Category, Puppet, Spirit Master. Rank, 4th Order. Promotion degree, 17264/50,000. Level, 45. Soul Strength, 38137. Mana, 92738. Attack, 21855, with soul damage. Soul Defense, 19322. Skills, Neverwinter Nights. Spellbound, Debilitated. Spiteful Spells. A moment later, Shifuyu Sakura devoured the villagers' souls. Looking at the other party's attributes that had skyrocketed by a large margin, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth unconsciously hooked. That damage could definitely give the Greenwood Union a big surprise. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for avenging me. Shifuyu Sakura kneeled respectfully at Lin Xu and said sincerely. Well, how far can your spell field cover? Responding indifferently, Lin Xu asked. It probably covers the whole village. Contemplating for a moment, Shifuyu Sakura replied. Silently estimating, Lin Xu was stunned. Holy, that's more range than Inar's group attack. Okay, come on, I'll take you away. Saying that, Lin Xu directly took out a city return scroll from his carry-on space. This scroll was still exchanged for a kill badge at Xia Zhishuan's place when he first went to the Jiangdu City Professionals Union. The reason why he dared to directly destroy the second ring's quest item, Lin Xu relied on this scroll. Even if the quest couldn't be cleared, the big deal was to just teleport out. As for now, although he had already taken Shifuyu Sakura as his own, she was still alive after all, and he was afraid that he would not be able to pass the 3rd ring of the quest. This is evidenced by the delayed mission completion prompt. Lord wait. Noticing that Lin Xu wanted to use the scroll, Chienyu Sakura stopped Lin Xu with a hand. What's wrong? Looking up at Shifuyu Sakura, Lin Xu asked. Lord, please give me your hand. Chibiusa Sakura pleaded. Lin Xu didn't understand and directly handed his hand to Shifuyu Sakura. Xianyu Sakura cupped Lin Xu's hand, closed her eyes, and slowly placed her forehead against the back of Lin Xu's hand. Alert, obtained Spirit Lord Shifuyu Sakura blessing. Soul defense is permanently plus 1000. Lin Xu smiled indifferently, and was ready to retrieve Thousand Feather Sakura back into the Soul Air Blade. However, right at this moment, Shifuyu Sakura's body transformed into points of starlight that converged on the back of Lin Xu's hand. In the next moment, a black tattoo in the shape of a feather appeared on Lin Xu's hand. Lin Xu could clearly sense that it was Shifuyu Sakura. Congratulations, the third ring quest is completed, breaking the record of no one passing the third ring, and the quality of the reward skill scroll is upgraded to SSS grade. Hint, you can choose one of the following skills as a reward for passing the third level. 1 Cracking Chop, 2 Lights and Shadows. After reading the list of skills that amounted to 40 to 50 in one breath, Lin Xu decisively made his choice. Name Free Space Field. Category, Skill Scrolls. Grade, SSS. Effect, when mastered, it can confine space within a radius of 1000 meters, rendering all spatial skills and scrolls ineffective, with no effect on the professional himself. The effect lasts for 1 hour. This skill is non-consumable and has a 24-hour cooldown. With the skill scroll in his hand, Lin Xu directly chose to use it. Q. Skill scroll used successfully. Gain skill. Forbidden Airfield. If he had this skill earlier, he wouldn't have needed to call Nangong Yun when he killed Liang Mutua, just as Lin Xu thought so in his mind. The copy's pass prompt appeared. Alert, professionals have cleared the copy of Hidden Evil. Teleportation will begin in 3 seconds. Please prepare in advance. The sensation of teleportation soon struck. When Lin Xu opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in the replica hall. He had only just landed when an announcement appeared. Announcement, due to unknown reasons, the copy of Hidden Evil is permanently closed. Announcement, due to unknown reasons, the copy of Hidden Evil is permanently closed. The blood-red announcement appeared 3 times in a row, followed by a golden light rising up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successful promotion to LV30. After scanning around and realizing that there was no danger, Lin Xu switched his field of view. As expected, over at the Secret Realm, the operation to clear out the last wave of Black Dragon Union remnants had already reached its end. It was still a no-holds-barred massacre. In just less than half a day, Liang Mutua, the Black Dragon Labor Union president, had already screwed over those of his original men. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xu glanced at the blood-soaked Yamada Rina and asked, "What's going on over here?" Just now, in the middle of the copy, Lin Xu didn't pay attention to the situation outside. At this moment, dozens of extra corpses had already appeared on the floor of the replica hall. Reina Yamada does not have the ability to bleed, and there is no doubt that the blood on her is someone else's. As for the 100 or so puppets that had been killed and transformed by Lin Xu earlier, most of them had already been killed in battle at this point, with only less than 30 left. Back to my lord. We've already annihilated 2 sets of Greenwood Union's enforcers. They should be calling for reinforcements to go. Chapter 90, Recruitment in the Western Capital. Good job. Lin Xu complimented Yamada Rina, after which his mind moved. The black mist churned, and the dozens of corpses of enforcers on the ground quickly stood up. After thinking about it, Lin Xu called out the 10 ninja puppets that had just collected equipment in the middle of the copy as well. Sweeping a glance at those puppets, Lin Xu ordered, "Using your previous connections, notify the Greenwood Union and the Rakshasa Union and say that the monsters inside the Hidden Evil copy have escaped, and have them send people over to clean it up." "Yes, Lord." The puppets responded and turned directly away. "And you, go, and remember to relay everything that's happened here, and what I just said, to the Aoki Union, so they can start evacuating civilians, and they better move fast." Sweeping a glance at the staff girl who had been frightened to the point where she had no color in her face and hid under the table, Lin Xu commanded, Okay, thank you for not killing me, but if I do notify the Aoki Union like you said, can they believe it?" The young girl shivered and crawled out from under the table, a little worried. Stunned by the young girl's question, Lin Xu reacted only after a long time. The other party's so-called Greenwood Labor Union wouldn't believe it, and the probability was that it was referring to the matter of the monsters inside the copy of the Hidden Evil having run out. After all, the announcement had just come out that the copy had been permanently closed, and so far, it's also true that you haven't even seen a single hair of the monsters inside the copy. Glancing in surprise at the young girl, who clearly had some Stockholm syndrome, Lin Xu's mind moved, and the black mist surged. In the next moment, all sorts of horribly dead villagers roared and leapt out from the black fog, directly rushing towards the outside of the replica hall. See the scene at hand. Flop. The young girl who had just worked up the courage to stand up sat straight back down on her butt. "Is it okay now?" Lin Xu asked with a cold smile. Okay. Eventually, the young girl crawled away from the replica hall. sending away the Stockholm Syndrome girl, Lin Xu didn't stay in the replica hall for much longer, charging into battle that was for the puppets to do, and it made little sense for him to get personally involved. Thinking so, Lin Xu called up Yamada Rina and headed directly towards the outside world's teleportation array leading to the Black Dragon Union's secret realm. On the road, Lin Xu saw a large number of law enforcement vehicles have begun to gather towards the direction of the replica hall, the alarm piercing, the entire West Beijing in chaos. Your lord, the members of the Black Dragon Union that can be recalled in the short term have all been slaughtered. Secret realm, Liang Mutua said respectfully to Lin Xu. Lin Xu nodded. Got it. Find a room. I need to rest. Fighting from daytime until midnight. Lin Xu was really tired at this moment. Good. Then lord, when do I call the Aoki Union president over? Ryakuto asked as he led Lin Xu towards the attic. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xu let out a dry laugh. Tomorrow. She shouldn't be able to get out of it at this point. Early the next morning, in downtown Shijing, a bruised and battered Rakshasa Union purge squad ducked into a large supermarket in a sorry state. Take a head count. A burly man with a bloody gauze wrapped around his face commanded in a jar. Captain, there's still 17 people left. We're down to 17. A companion behind him returned, a sobbing tone in his voice, and it was clear that this companion of his was on the verge of breaking down. It was no wonder this companion of his reacted the way he did, even though they were called a squad. But that was just a name. In reality, there were 500 people in one of their squads, and all of them were level 45-55 senior professionals. As for their captain, he had reached level 62. Yet even so, in just under an hour, they were down to 17 men, and the captain was blind in one eye. Captain, why don't we retreat? These are not the monsters in a copy that can do this. If we stay here any longer, we will all die here. The previous companion's words had only just fallen, and a team member next to him immediately followed suit. Ignoring the comments of his teammates, the gauzy strongman glanced behind him. Finding that the monsters weren't coming after him, he looked a little better and sat down in a crumpled heap against a row of shelves. Weird. Just too weird. According to the information he had received, the chaos had first started in a level 30 replica hall. At first, it was said that there were occupiers causing trouble in the replica hall, killing more than 100 occupiers in a row. The Greenwood Labor Union immediately sent people to check the situation. However, 3 sets of people were sent in a row, and there was no news. After that is when that level 30 copy closes for unknown reasons and the monsters inside the copy escape. This time, the Greenwood Labor Union directly dispatched 2,000 elite enforcers to suppress it, and as a result, a few hours had passed, and the enforcers were similarly nowhere to be found. At first, the Rakshasa Union didn't believe such a claim from the Aoki Union, a copy that could be cleared by a 5-man squad. Even if the monster escaped, how could 2,000 elite enforcers be unable to suppress it and be reduced to such a state of being lost? However, in order to figure out what was going on, the Rakshasa Union still sent out 2 purge squads, and then there was no more. The other squad had been lost, and their squad, too, had been nearly wiped out. The burly man was horrified to realize that the enemies they were dealing with weren't just the monsters that had escaped from amongst the copies, but also the hordes of enforcers. What made him feel even more numb was that the enemy they were facing was exceptionally cunning. Never engage in a head-on conflict with a purge squad without assembling a superior force. Once pursued, they immediately ducked into a nearby building. However, once the purge team entered those buildings, a large number of enemies immediately poured out around them, instantly surrounding them. Invisibly, there seemed to be a huge all-knowing, all-powerful black hand behind the scenes, manipulating the entire battlefield. Just as the burly man was thinking about this in his mind, the companion beside him suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Team, Captain, look, that's the captain of the first team, and Big Head and the others. They're all still alive and coming toward us." At this moment, there is nothing more uplifting than the news that one's comrade, who has been lost, is still alive. While exclaiming out in shock, this companion was directly about to go over towards those teammates. However, the burly captain's face went white and he directly stopped him. "Don't go over there. Those people are dead. Dead. All dead. I saw it with my own eyes. No way. How is this possible?" The mate couldn't, and as soon as he broke away from the captain's hand, he headed straight for his comrades. Yet the next moment, with a pfft sound, a long knife directly penetrated this teammate's heart. The captain of the first team smiled wryly and said in a cold voice, "Welcome aboard." Saying that, without turning his head back, he directly ordered to the nearly 1,000 puppets behind him, "Kill them all." Watching the 17 remaining members of the Rakshasa Union all die in battle, Lin Xu withdrew his sight and spat out the brushing water in his mouth. After thinking about it, he had a thought. all of the nearly 5,000 puppets in downtown Shijing had disappeared. The next moment, those puppets appeared in the middle of the secret realm. These Aoki and Rakshasa Union men were recruited by you last night, Lord? Looking at the large number of puppets that appeared in front of him, Ryakuto asked in shock. Lin Xu nodded indifferently and ordered, well, call the president of the Aoki Union over. She should be free now, and for the other reason, just say that you've investigated the person behind the whole thing, a reason she can't refuse. Chapter 91 Recruiting Sakura Anna Akiyama. An hour later, within the secret realm of the Black Dragon Union, the teleportation array flashed with white light and two silhouettes appeared. These two were a man and a woman. The man was in his 40s, and his appearance was so unimpressive that he looked as if he hadn't woken up. As for the other tall girl, she was around 20 years old and dressed unusually well. It was obvious that the young girl was what Ryakuto had said, the president of the Aoki Labor Union Akiyama Sakurana. The moment he saw Akiyama Sakurana, Lin Xu immediately made it clear why Ryakuto had said that if he were to choose a partner, she would definitely be the one to choose. Extreme elegance with a slight touch of warmth and nobility, yet making it difficult to create a sense of detachment, paired with the other party's almost flawless face. TSK, absolutely superb. However, at this moment, Lin Xu's brows were slightly furrowed. He was worried that such a young girl, so delicate as to be like a work of art. Stunned, could she really cook? Just as this thought popped up in Lin Xu's mind, Akiyama Sakuna slowly stepped out from the middle of the teleportation array and bowed slightly to Ryakuto, who had long been waiting by the teleportation array, and gracefully said, Ryoki-senpai. Ryakuto smiled faintly, not selling anything, and said directly, this time, I asked Chairman Akiyama to come here to inform you of the information I received from my side regarding what happened in Saikyo last night. Akiyama Sakuna's eyes showed gratitude as she once again bowed slightly to Ryakuto. Appreciate it. Lin Xu raised an eyebrow, and realized that this person, Akiyama Sakurana, was quite interesting, speaking in an unusually concise manner, but on the other hand, expressing a complete meaning. It wasn't hard to imagine that what happened in Shijing last night had definitely made the other party anxious. But, at this point, the other's aura was as elegant as ever. Seeing this, Lin Xu didn't bother wasting any more time as he leapt off the roof of the attic where he was sitting and walked straight towards a few people. President, be careful. Perhaps it was because he felt that biting killing aura on Lin Xu's body. The originally lazy sleepy man instantly tensed up and subconsciously blocked in front of Akiyama Sakuna. Glancing at Lin Xu with some surprise, Akiyama Sakurana asked Ryokitaku, Ryogi-senpai, who is this? Without answering Akiyama Sakurana's question, Ryakuto kneeled down respectfully to Lin Xu and said in a respectful voice, Lord. Startled by this title from Ryakuto, Akiyama Sakurana's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she looked at Lin Xu in shock. You know, even if he met the Gunpai's Genpai, Ryakuto didn't have to humble himself to such an extent. Aha! Lin Xu faintly answered, his gaze landing on Akiyama Sakurana with a slight smile. With a bang, the forbidden airfield was unleashed. An invisible energy exploded out with Lin Xu as the center of the circle, and the prompts arrived immediately after. Tip, a radius of 1,000 meters of space has been blocked. Any space-type skills and props will be ineffective for 1 hour. Seeing this prompt, the sleepy man's heart sank hard. As soon as the skill of blocking space came out, then Lin Xu's purpose couldn't be more obvious. He was going to make a move against Akiyama Sakurana. Ryakuto, you're crazy. What do you want? The sleepy man questioned loudly. At the same time, in his hand, a short blade was sheathed and chopped violently at Lin Xu's neck. It wasn't that he wanted to kill Lin Xu, but based on the analysis of the situation at this moment, the only way to take Akiyama Sakurana and leave safely was to take Lin Xu hostage. However, facing the sleepy man's sudden strike, Lin Xu only slightly sidestepped his head. Brush and pull. The short knife suddenly fell into the air. So fast. This is the summoner? And it's only level 30? Thinking back to the information that had detected Lin Xu earlier, the sleepy man was speechless in his heart. Lin Xu similarly looked at the sleepy man with some incredulity. Level 71 on this? That's moving. A little slow. Of course, Lin Xu knew in his heart that he was able to easily avoid the opponent's sneak attack, and in addition to his own upgraded attributes, it was thanks to the addition of that piece of starburst level equipment. The effect is so bombastic that you absolutely have to collect the set if you get the chance. With this in mind, Lin Xu directly used his mind to order. With a wave of Ryakuto's feathered fan, his 5 gods appeared and attacked towards the sleepy man in unison. At the same time, Inar's figure directly broke through a wave of air and violently slammed his fist down towards the sleepy man's head. After thinking about it and feeling that Shifuyu Sakura was idle, Lin Xu simply released her as well. Hint, suppressed by the curse effect. losing 5% of your maximum life value in blood every second. Alert, suppressed by curse effect. Attack weakened by 20%. Movement speed weakened by 20%. Defense weakened by 50%. Looking at the long list of mitigating effects that popped right out, the sleepy man's face turned green right then and there. I'm not sure if it's okay for A to fight one, but this even comes with such a perverted mitigation. Just for a moment he was out of his mind. But blood splattered. A wind blade unleashed by Ryakuto's style god, the great Tengu, instantly penetrated the small of his back. At the same time, the sound of breaking wind rose again. Inar's slightly graying fist slammed into his back. Put! The sleepy man spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot and flew directly out more than 10 meters away. There's a chance. There's still a chance. The sleepy man made a final struggle in his mind and immediately took out a bottle of recovery potion and was about to drink it. Yet the next moment, hint, suppressed by the curse effect, the effect of using recovery items is weakened by 50%. A cry of sadness in the mind of the sleepy man. Did you plan last night's riot in Shijing? Akiyama Sakuna looked at Lin Xu and asked incredulously. Just a short time ago, thousands of the monsters causing the commotion disappeared at the same time. He had only just taken time out on his own side when Ryakuto immediately found himself and lured him in with the man behind the whole thing. It was obvious that it was a trap. But what she couldn't believe was that the person behind the whole thing was a teenager who was so young and had a cold face. Possessing such terrifying means, coupled with a meticulous to the core mind, how could this be something a teenager could do? Moving his eyes away from the sleepy man who was trapped, Lin Xu looked at Akiyama Sakura, who had spoken, and nodded. It's me. Successfully killed J-Region Professional LV71 Experience plus 760. 000. Lin Xu's side's words had only just fallen, and the sleepy man died on the spot. Sakuna Akiyama smiled ruefully. Oh, very well, I admit defeat. But, whatever you want from me, you won't succeed. Saying that, a dagger suddenly appeared in her hand and violently stabbed towards her chest. Wait, Lin Xu's figure disappeared in place, instantly appearing on Akiyama Sakura's side, and in the next moment, he directly grabbed Akiyama Sakura's hand that was gripping the dagger. Although she was already level 79, she was just a life class professional. In front of Lin Xu, Akiyama Sakura had no power to fight back. Her onion-white slender arm could not advance any further. Glancing disdainfully at Lin Xu, Akiyama Sakura coldly said, "Man, put away those nasty thoughts of yours, even if it means death." Put! Lin Xu's hand fiercely exerted force, and the dagger instantly pierced through Akiyama Sakura's heart. The change came really suddenly. Akiyama Sakura's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Xu with a face full of incredulity. If it was possible, at this moment, she really wanted to roar out in anger at Lin Xu. I'll be damned. There's something wrong with you. The one who stopped me from dying was you, and now the one who didn't even blink and directly gave me a knife in the heart is still you. You, crazy are you? Daji read the sultry look from Akiyama Sakura, and Lin Xu tugged helplessly at the corner of his mouth. There's no way you're going to die, but it's going to have to be me doing it myself. Successfully killed LV79, a life class professional in Region J, experience plus 250. Chapter 92 The Inner Circle. After glancing at this slightly flirtatious experience, Lin Xu's forehead black lines came down. In the next moment, with a thought of his mind, the sleepy man and Akiyama Sakuna, who had already died in battle, rose at the same time. Lord! Akiyama Sakuna smiled lightly and respectfully. You can really cook? Sweeping a glance at Akiyama Sakura, Lin Xu finally asked the question he had been suppressing in his heart. Yes, it would be an honor to serve the Lord. Akiyama Sakura was pleasantly surprised. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows, dismissing the idea of letting the other party show off his handiwork now. After thinking about it, he called Takuya Ryoki over and asked, why hasn't the Senate done anything about it until now? According to the news passed back by those ninja puppets, the former Black Dragon Society members, that were released earlier, all civilians in Shijing City had been evacuated, and those still roaming the streets of Shijing today were invariably law enforcers, as well as small units of the Rakshasa Union. However, even though the situation had developed to such a point right now, Lin Xu hadn't gotten a single bit of news about the Council of Elders. The reason why he tossed around so hard in Region J, besides plundering resources to improve his strength, Lin Xu's ultimate goal was the patriarchs of the Senate. Although he felt that in terms of his current strength, the probability was that he was not the opponent's opponent. But, in the end, if he didn't mess with the other party, he still wouldn't die. Hearing Lin Xu ask this, Akiyama Sakura pondered for a moment and explained, this I probably know why. After listening to Akiyama Sakura, Lin Xu roughly understood the current situation. As it turned out, before Sakuna Akiyama left the Aoki Union to come here, she had already received orders from the Senate. It said that they should let their Greenwood labor union fully cooperate with the Black Dragon labor union to suppress this riot. As for why it was in conjunction with the Black Dragon union and not the Rakshasa union, it was a bit of a crying shame. The reason was that right after the Black Dragon labor union captured the group of candidates on the college entrance exams, the Huaxia region was enraged, and the troops were quickly assembled, directly in a position to set off the table. This led to the fact that the Rakshasa labor union had to respond immediately, standing by, always ready to meet the wrath from the Huaxia region. As a result, the Rakshasa union was extremely limited in the number of troops it could pull out to support Shijing. However, right at this critical moment, the Black Dragon labor union's president, Ryoki Taku, had unexpectedly lost contact. That's why Ryakuto was able to call Akiyama Sakurana straight away as soon as he showed up. Not only did Akiyama Sakurana want to know who exactly was behind the whole thing, she likewise needed the help of the Black Dragon Union. As for why the patriarchs of the Senate didn't take matters into their own hands to solve the Sikiyong riots. For one thing, the situation hadn't gotten that bad yet, and for another, in order to welcome the top-notch battle force from China, they likewise didn't dare to act rashly. Figuring this out, Lin Xu's eyes narrowed. Is that so? I can't believe it doesn't feel bad enough as it is. Good, let's make it worse. Lord, what do we do next? Seeing that Lin Xu seemed to have an idea, Akiyama Sakurana didn't lose any time in asking. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked as he asked Akiyama Sakurana, how much more combat power is the Greenwood Union currently able to muster in the western capital? After thinking about it, Akiyama Sakurana said directly, 5,000 or so. Lin Xu nodded. Good, let them assemble and go to war. 2 days later, in the Huaxia region, the headquarters of the Kyoto military region, Tang Dingbang straightened his uniform, after which he gently knocked on the door of an office. Enter. A muffled man's voice of an inaudible age soon rang through the office. Chief. As soon as he entered, Tang Dingbang immediately saluted the old man with white hair and a kind face behind the desk. Seeing that Tang Dingbang was a bit formal, the old man smiled and waved his hand, calmly saying, this time, I called you here, mainly because of the matter of that kid from the Lin family under you. Tang Dingbang's face straightened and he was immediately about to open his mouth. Yet right at that moment, the old man waved his hand again and said, there's no need to rush. I'm not the only one who wants to know about him. A few of us old guys would like to hear about it. Just say as much as you know later. Don't be nervous. When words like us old guys fell into Tang Dingbang's ears, he couldn't help but tremble. In front of him at this moment was the chief of the Huaxia region military region, a generation of military god Wu Weigua, and the few old guys in his mouth were undoubtedly the core decision-making level of the Huaxia region, the 5 state elders. Hearing that the 5 state elders all wanted to know something about Lin Xu, Tang Dingbang only felt a tingle in his scalp. Although he had heard a little about the recent commotion Lin Xu had made in J region, the news that came out was so exaggerated that the novels didn't dare to write it that way, so he didn't put too much stock in it. Just as Tang Dingbang thought so in his mind, Wu Weigua's finger gently knocked on the desktop and the scene in the office changed. Soon, the scene around them was refixed. It was still an office, decorated in the same general style as the one before, only the place was a bit bigger, and at this time, the original square desk in the center of the room had been turned into a round table, and 5 senile old men were sitting at the table. Greetings, first, stunned, and elder statesman. For a moment, Tang Dingbang was somewhat unable to even greet him, and nervously said, Wu Weigua smiled faintly and took the lead. My man, I'll be the villain of this. I'll ask the ugly questions. With that, he looked at Tang Dingbang with burning eyes and asked, from your point of view, based on that brat Lin Xu's character, do you speculate if there's any possibility of him being an enemy of the Huaxia region? Faced with this first question that came so suddenly, Tang Dingbang instantly blanched, yet immediately afterward he stood up with his waist and exclaimed, I guarantee on my head that there is absolutely no chance of that. Wu Weigua laughed, his face suddenly serious. Why? Because you used your authority to violate the law to help that principal of his after he was removed from office and hospitalized with injuries? As the words landed on the ground, Tang Dingbang's heart suddenly fluttered. He had thought that this should be a smooth bounty game today, but never expected. Wu Weigua surprisingly came up to direct accountability, and even half a bit beforehand did not show. At the same time as a chill ran through his heart, Tang Dingbang's fire gradually came up. After a moment's freeze, he stalked off. Yes, I admit that I was abusing my power before, but that Lin Xu kid is sentient, so I still dare to use my, ahem, old Wu, almost okay, happy you laugh out. Don't pretend. You're acting too fake. Really can't watch. Right at this moment, a very dignified female elder opposite Wu Weigua opened her mouth in no good humor, interrupting Tang Dingbang's unfinished words. subconsciously glancing at Wu Weigua. Tang Dingbang's face twitched, being reminded by the female elder. He then realized that although Wu Weigua's expression was serious, the corners of his mouth could no longer help but tick, and the other party clearly wanted to laugh, but was powerfully suppressing it. Glancing at Wu Weigua with some dissatisfaction, the female elder continued. What man who fights on the battlefield doesn't have a bit of bloodlust? We can all understand that. And it's a good thing this turned out well. Didn't we catch a spy? Also based on the analysis of the existing intelligence we have at hand, just with Lin Xu's character, the possibility of him betraying the Huaxia region is minimal. That's it. First question. Over. Hearing the female elder say this, Wu Weigua immediately let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. I told you that no one in the military is a coward. I would have to do the same thing if it was on me. Ha ha. It was only when he said this that Wu Weigua suddenly painted a different picture and glared at Tang Dingbang. But a mistake is a mistake. Turn around and write me a review. Plus dock your pay for a month. In addition as a reward for your Jiangdu military region for catching spies. Aren't your dormitories old? Allocate 5 billion to you to improve the accommodation and living conditions of your officers and soldiers. Tang Dingbang's heart was delighted, and he stood upright decisively. Thank you, Chief. Seeing that Wu Weigua took advantage and directly began to sell out, the female old man impatiently waved his hand and changed the topic. Alright, then let's talk about Lin Xu next. Chapter 93. Is it a crime to blow awesome? Well, it's a crime. Do you know the details of Lin Xu's relevant skill? I mean the one where he was able to manipulate large groups of professionals. The female elder asked directly. No. Tang Dingbang nodded his head and repeated the skills that Lin Xu had shown him last time, and told him about the fact that Lin Xu had already possessed 20,000 puppets at that time. He had just finished speaking on his side, when the 5 state elders coincidentally glanced at each other, and each could see the shock as well as excitement in the other's eyes. Against all odds, it's just too much. Just then, Tang Dingbang hesitated and finally said, stunned, it was probably yesterday morning. I heard from one of the instructors in our military region that the number of puppets under his command had exceeded 30,000. Of course, I know that number is really exaggerated, but at a discount of 80% I think it's still possible. After listening to Tang Dingbang, a state elder laughed out dryly with an odd expression. The 30,000 you mentioned, that was already the day before yesterday, and according to the intelligence we gathered, the most recent tally that came out, the number of puppets under him is currently pushing 50,000. Tang Dingbang drew in a breath of cold air. The state elders had their hands in the air, and the sources of information in their hands were extremely wide, and this quantity, if it was what he said, could never be wrong. 50,000 puppet army. Full reckoning. Lin Xu went to the J region is only 3 days time. Every day 10,000 additional troops. This speed. The knife is not afraid to cut the curly edge. Proper J region's nightmare have wood. On the other hand, on the J region side, they had to bear the loss of nearly 10,000 professionals every day. Who could stand this? And was afraid that they would not even have the heart to cry. Just as Tang Dingbang was shaken to the point of trembling, the tone of this state elder who had just opened his mouth changed and said with some regret, it's just that kid later opened up some kind of inexplicable cursed domain, and it's already hard as hell to observe his movements anymore. And nowadays Shijing has become a complete death-free zone. Speaking of this state elder seemed to remember something else and asked Tang Dingbang with some curiosity, where did you get all this news about Lin Xu at hand? Tang Dingbang scratched his head, thought about it, and told the truth. Stunned, I heard it from an instructor in the military region. This instructor has a good relationship with Principal Lin Xu, the same principal that Lin Xu helped out before. This principal is now occasionally in contact with Lin Xu. Hearing Tang Dingbang say this, a flash of color flashed in the eyes of the state elder as he continued to ask, so have you heard anything about Sukuna Akiyama and Taku Ryoki? Tang Dingbang smiled in embarrassment and explained, I heard that instructor under me bragging about how Lin Xu has already taken these 2 J region union presidents under his wing, and that Akiyama Sukuna is still Lin Xu's consternation, personal life assistant right now. And at that time, that instructor of mine even said, he said that he reminded Lin Xu that since the badges of the other 2 unions have already been collected, it would be better to simply collect the badges of the Rakshasa Union as well. Speaking, Tang Dingbang himself cannot say, because it is clearly like drinking too much to say. However, hearing him say that, the female elder nodded in surprise. Let's just say why Akiyama Sakurana never showed up, and how the Rakshasa Union president was suddenly seriously injured. The feelings of that kid is really listening to advice. Speaking of this, the female elder glanced at Wu Weigua. The corners of Wu Weigua's mouth began to twitch again as he glanced at Tang Dingbang approvingly. Tell that instructor of yours to stop stumping around when he has nothing else to do, and give him a first-class credit this time first. Tang Dingbong's face twitched. Holy, it's true, I can't believe it's true again. Thinking, he hurriedly stood at attention and saluted. Thank you, Chief. Seeing that Tang Dingbong's news here was really comprehensive. For a while the state elders were all interested, and questions began to come one after another. Then do you know what method Lin Xu used to make the replicas in Region J close 5 in a row? And also, where are all those puppets he has stationed now? And what's his next step? An hour later, the JDHS office. With a bang, Chen Tianming's office door was pushed open by Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai pointed to Chen Tianming, who had a face of capitalized ignorance behind the desk, and said to the group of heavily armed companions behind him, it's him, take control and move straight away. Quick, brush. All the soldiers stood upright in unison towards Chen Tianming. Offended. One of the officers in the lead smiled coldly. Ow. All the soldiers directly rushed up to surround Chen Tianming and directly set him up. Chen Tianming instantly exploded in anger. Egu my ass. Zhang Kai, you passed ah. I know you are here for Lin Xu's matter. Blowing powerful, so what? Blowing powerful is against the law. Furthermore, you are not so much to take me to start, right? Seeing that Chen Tianming directly shouted out Lin Xu's name, a soldier immediately reminded next to Chen Tianming's ear. Comrade Rector, it's true that blowing greatness isn't against the law, but if the greatness you're blowing is verified one by one and found to be true, then you'll be suspected of revealing the region's secrets. And please don't call Lin Xu Lin Chief by his first name. His current codename is Natural Disaster. Also please don't resist. For your safety we are now going to move you to a safer place. The soldier had given too much information, and Chen Tianming was unable to react for a while. He froze for a long time before he realized that he had been shoved downstairs in a special bomb-proof car in a cluster. Asterisk. Lin Xu, that animal is not blowing awesome with old me? Zhang Kai hit the steering wheel and slammed on the gas. Of course not. And what that kid revealed to you was already quite a euphemism for what he really got up to in the J region, which was even more explosive. With a whirlwind ride, Zhang Kai directly led Chen Tianming to the deepest part of an underground building. Chen Tianming was secretly shocked. I'll go. What kind of sins did this Lin Xu have to have committed in the J region for himself to be entertained like this? Soon, Zhang Kai gave Chen Tianming the answer. After arriving at a simply decorated, but cozy 3-bedroom apartment, Zhang Kai directly handed a thick stack of documents to Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming didn't talk nonsense, took the document and directly began to read it carefully. Only after reading the first page, his face was instantly a white color. The pages of paper flipped, and Chen Tianming became more and more alarmed. Why do you have to let me be this liaison for him when there are so many good people you don't even pick? Including the documents in his carry-on space. Chen Tianming exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air from his chest and asked. Zhang Kai shrugged helplessly. Who let you blow powerful to come? And blow all confidential? The key is that you know too much about Lin Xu. Now at this point in time, your situation is dangerous. Anyway, I have to protect you anyway. And now that school is out of session and you're idle, why don't I just find you something to do so you don't get bored? Also sister-in-law and great-niece we picked up, right next door. Chen Tianming face skin a draw, did not speak. This silence gives a deafening feeling. A look at the heart to know the curse is quite dirty. Chapter 94 Assassination. Seconds, a Japanese restaurant in Saikyo, Kanagawa Prefecture, with unusually cozy decor, but so cold that it is haunted. Akiyama Sakura Nai, who was dressed in a maid outfit, smiled warmly and placed an unusually delicately plated mapo tofu in front of Lin Xu. Lord. Aha! Lin Xu calmly answered, kissing a sip of juice and lightly tasting this replica of mapo tofu, and his eyes narrowed instantly. Once again looking deeply at Akiyama Sakurana, Lin Xu felt heartfelt emotion. The profession you awaken should clearly be a chef. Why did you awaken a dancer? Because I'm pretty. Akiyama Sakurana smiled confidently, stretching her curves inadvertently. It was a good thing that within the restaurant, there was only one guest, Lin Xu, or else it would definitely cause a gasp of shock. In fact, nowadays, the entire Shijing had become a ghost city, and all the life class professionals had long since evacuated. Even for combat class professionals, this had become a forbidden area for their lives. As soon as you get within the boundaries of Saikyo, a whole bunch of mitigating effects immediately surfaced. And if there were no priests with purification skills attached, in less than a minute, they would definitely hang up on the spot. And that's not even counting the monsters hiding in the surrounding buildings, always ready to attack the foreign professionals. Just as Lin Xu was raking away a bowl of rice like a windstorm, the phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Lin Xu impatiently picked up the phone. Dinner's on the way. Look for me to blow awesome words later. Saying that, Lin Xu directly prepared to hang up the phone. As a result, when he heard Lin Xu say this, Chen Tianming on the other side of the phone immediately became nervous and hurriedly said, ********, boy. Don't hang up on me this time for serious. Lin Xu raised an eyebrow, unable to figure out what serious matters the other party would want to talk to him about other than trying to coax himself into calling him his father-in-law every day. What's serious? Tell me? Receiving the second bowl of rice handed to him by Akiyama Sakuna, Lin Xu asked curiously. After listening to Chen Tianming's narration, Lin Xu's brows furrowed and he said with some uncertainty, I can't promise you anything about this kind of thing. Besides, what if you fail by putting your treasure on me? Chen Tianming laughed and spilled to. Failure then? This kind of thing, no one can beat their chests and pack their bags not, but the above let me bring you a message. No matter what the result is, you return in one piece, just come back safely. Lin Xu frowned and pondered for a long time. Good, then I'll take the job. Also notify the 5 state elders, and keep one of the J region's patriarchs for me. I'll take care of it myself. False god. Damn, you kid is crazy. Lin Xu laughed and said with certainty, this is considered payment. And that's it. This is non-negotiable. After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. Akiyama Sakuna raised her eyebrows in curiosity. What is it, Lord? Lin Xu mused and waved his hand, continuing to lower his head and pick up his meal. A few moments later, the announcement came. Announcement, Huaxia region has launched a war against J region. Announcement, Region J is calling for all level 30 or higher combat class professionals to participate in the battle. Announcement, if Region J wins this regional war, the total number of copies in Huaxia region will be reduced by 30%, and the difficulty of all the copies will be increased by 20%, and the profit will be reduced by 30%. In addition, the total number of copies in Region J has been increased by 55%. The difficulty of all copies has been reduced by 40%, and the benefits of copies have been increased by 30%. Announcement, in this regional war, if Huaxia region is victorious, the total number of copies in J region will be reduced by 55%, the difficulty of the copies will be increased by 40%, and the benefits of the copies will be reduced by 30%. In addition, the total number of copies in the Huaxia region has been increased by 30%, and the difficulty of all copies has been reduced by 20%, with a 30% increase in benefits. Announcement, there is no upper limit to the number of participants in this regional war. If one side admits defeat, the regional war will end. District war? Seeing the prompt in her mind, Akiyama Sakurana's face was filled with disbelief and she directly exclaimed in shock. Unlike ordinary wars, if you want to start a regional war, it requires the consent of all the heads of the regions and a huge cost to get justice from the heavenly Tao of this world. And once a regional war is initiated, it's a do-or-die situation. Admit defeat? Area war cutie. Only then will you admit defeat. The total number of copies in the region is reduced. The difficulty of the copies is increased. And the benefits are reduced. Not to mention the 3 together. Even if one is taken out individually, that is definitely not something that a large region can afford. This was because any one of these could drastically limit the speed at which a professional could increase his or her strength. If the regional war failed, it would mean that the strength increase of all the combat class professionals in this region would become abnormally slow. In the long run, the region will definitely decline, or even be directly drowned in the rolling river of history. Taking out a napkin, Lin Xu wiped his mouth and nodded his head contemplatively. Yeah, zone war. Lord, the little. Just as Lin Xu's words had just fallen, Akiyama Sakurana's face turned white and she directly cried out in shock. At the same time, there was a distortion in the space behind Lin Xu, and a snowy blade light came slashing at Lin Xu's neck. The moment he saw the change in Akiyama Sakurana's face, Lin Xu's figure directly vaporized. It's a precursor to the space shuttle. The person who chopped out this blade light, the angle of the blade was tricky and unusual, and the speed was so fast that it was outrageous that the probability of success in either dodging or blocking was almost zero. In this case, the optimal solution is to utilize space travel. However, even though Lin Xu had already used the fastest speed in his life, he was still a bit slow in the end. The blood light appeared. -1726. A line of scarlet numbers floated up above the head of Lin Xu, who was outside the restaurant. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed. The knife he received just now was still some distance away from the aorta in his neck, and even the wound wasn't very deep. However, the damage of this slash made Lin Xu's heart flutter. He had 70% damage immunity, and for that matter, the other party's knife still cut away nearly 2,000 points of damage. Wouldn't this knife go straight to madness if the opponent cut it solidly? While his heart was shocked, Lin Xu's eyes condensed and dozens of flying daggers shot towards the restaurant. Boom! Came the smoke. Half of the restaurant was directly collapsed by this anger-laden strike from Lin Xu. At the same time, the soul air blade was sheathed. Lin Xu looked around vigilantly. The strike just now did not hit the enemy. He didn't even see who was attacking him. Not only was the opponent fast, but he should have possessed the ability to conceal his form. With this in mind, Lin Xu's mind moved, and Inar and Akiyama Sakina's previous bodyguard, Sleepy Man, appeared at the same time. However, the moment the Sleepy Man appeared, not waiting for the black mist on his body to dissipate, the space on the side of the Sleepy Man twisted, followed by a snowy blade light cutting through. The Sleepy Man reappeared as black mist on the spot. Lin Xu's eyelids jumped. I'm going. Seconds? Chapter 95, Assassination by the Senate. With a bang, invisible energy erupted around Lin Xu as the center of the circle. Tip, space within 1000 meters has been confined. All space skills and props are disabled, and the effect lasts for 1 hour. Along with the appearance of this tip, the space not far from Lin Xu's left side was distorted, as if something was about to be squeezed out of the space. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed, and, violently, a blade aura forcefully slashed down against that space. Immediately afterward, dozens of flying daggers broke through the waves of air from among the ruins of the Japanese restaurant and shot towards that space. Dang it, click it. It seemed that he had already anticipated that Lin Xu would definitely attack while he was being crowded out of space. And when he appeared, he was directly in front of him with an unusually exaggerated light screen shield of defense. However, that shield was completely overwhelmed after blocking Lin Xu's blade awnings as well as a dozen flying daggers one after another, shattering on the spot. The moment the light shield shattered, the man in the nightshirt leapt back to avoid Inar's punch that brought out a sonic boom. Good boy. The attack power is surprisingly so strong. No wonder even Rakshasa almost died in your hands. Completely without the intention of entangling with Lin Xu, the night-clothed man scornfully sized up Lin Xu and directly prepared to disengage from the battlefield. However, he had only just turned around when a scene that made one's scalp go numb appeared. At this moment, the entire street, whether on the ground or in the air, had been completely blocked by densely packed puppets of all kinds. His footsteps that were ready to escape lurched, and he looked back at Lin Xu with some alarm. You. Lin Xu smiled indifferently and skimmed his mouth indifferently. Since you're here, don't leave. If you're capable, you can kill your way out 1,000 meters away. The spatial props will be restored, and after that you'll be able to leave in a big way. As Lin Xu's words fell, a dozen or so recovery-type spells that treated injuries fell directly onto his body, and the wound at his neck instantly stopped bleeding and began to heal. Looking at the street in front of him, which had already been surrounded to the point of no return, the nightclothes man's face twitched. Kill out 1 kilometer? What a international joke. Right now these puppets one person gently gave himself a bit, then he also absolutely directly hanged. Thinking of this, he simply crossed his heart and looked at Lin Xu and coldly said, fine, then let's have a fair duel. With that, he tilted his long sword and pointed it straight at Lin Xu. A fair duel? The one who sneak attacked me is you. After being surrounded you even want to duel. This is also too shameless a little bit. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu snorted out a laugh and his figure disappeared in place. The pupils of the man in the night clothes shrunk, and he assumed that Lin Xu was about to launch an attack. However, the next moment, he realized that Lin Xu had already appeared on top of a building 100 meters away, was sitting leisurely by the window, sneering at himself. Lin Xu pointed a finger at the man in night clothes and directly ordered, kill him. With an ow, the puppets attacked directly. You're shameless and untrustworthy. Nightclothes man's angry rant quickly drowned out by roars of rage. 10 minutes later, the black mist churned and the nightclothes man, who had been disliked almost to the point of being a scum, reappeared. Name Fuchi Sato. Profession, Space Assassin. Rating, 77. Life, 173549. Mana, 145903. Defense, 48907. Attack, 63345. Skills, Space Sneak. Magic Shadow Kill. After roughly scanning the list of Sato Fuji's skills, Lin Xu slowly opened his mouth and asked, who sent you? Back to the Lord. It's the Senate. Sato Fuji replied directly. So they finally relented? Lin Xu raised his eyebrows. Sato Buchi nodded. Yes, the impact of what happened in Shijing was so bad that if it wasn't for the sudden opening of the zone war in the Huaxia region, the Elder Council was prepared to send an elder over specifically to deal with you. So how did you find me? Lin Xu raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. Nowadays, the entire western capital has turned into a ghost city, although the vast majority of the puppets occupying it are non-human races such as the insect race. However, similar to the Greenwood Union, the Black Dragon Union, and the Rakshasa Union, there were just as many such human puppets. It should be difficult for one to be discovered when they were mixed in amongst these puppets of all shapes and sizes. However, Zhuo Yuan unexpectedly approached himself directly, without even clashing with even one other puppet midway. I have a tracking skill that can detect fluctuations in mental power, and this skill is specifically for searching for summoners with the ability to hide. And of course, wherever the fluctuations in mental power are the greatest, that's where you are most likely to be, and so I managed to find you. Sato Fuchi explains it one by one. So it is. Lin Xu nodded somberly. In this situation right now, if the patriarchs of the Council of Elders were able to easily find themselves, then their situation would be extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, Lin Xu simply didn't hesitate anymore, and with a movement of his mind, the black tattoo on the back of his hand fell off, and the thousand-feather Sakura appeared, sweeping Shifuyu Sakura's already empty mana value. Lin Xu handed a bottle of mana restoring potion to the other party. Shifuyu Sakura took it and directly drank it in a big gulp, and her mana value began to recover rapidly. The large-scale forbidden spell field consumed a great deal, and Shifuyu Sakura couldn't hold on for long. Lin Xu tended to let the other party open up only after he realized that a purge team of professionals had entered Shijing. Well, in addition to the mass recruitment of puppets in the past 2 days, the pharmacy stores, equipment stores and the like within the boundaries of Shijing City, Lin Xu did not let go of them, and directly ransacked them all. The potions that the puppets nowadays were loaded with, he felt like he could use them until his next life. Thinking of this, Lin Xu's mind moved and dozens of puppets filled with recovery potions in his carry-on space appeared. It's going to be a protracted battle later. The forbidden spell field is turned straight up to maximum, and they're responsible for supplying you with recovery potions. Sweeping a glance at Shifuyu Sakura, Lin Xu commanded. Yes, Lord. Chibiusa Sakura nodded. In the strictest sense, Shifuyu Sakura's nature wasn't the same as a puppet, she was a spirit body, only that she had been branded with her own soul and was absolutely loyal to herself. Lin Xu didn't possess the ability to bring souls back to life. In other words, if Shifuyu Sakura was dead, then she was really dead, which was rather like rice, even though only soul-type attacks could hurt her. After thinking about it, Lin Xu felt that it still wasn't safe, so he simply called both Anar and Sato Fuchi over, put them in charge of keeping Chibiusa Sakura safe at the same time. Just after arranging all this, the cell phone on Lin Xu's body rang. Hey, are you ready on your end? Chen Tianming's voice came from across the phone. It's ready. I can move over there right now. Besides, what about what I asked you to relay? Hearing Lin Xu say this, Chen Tianming on the other side of the phone clearly hesitated, and after a moment said breathlessly, what it says is that they'll do their best, but your safety comes first, and there's no guarantee of a miss. After thinking about it, Lin Xu decisively nodded his head. Yes, then you can leave now, and I'll be ready to pick up the slack on my end. The phone hung up, and Lin Xu released the Akiyama Sakura Nai that he had retrieved from his body when he used Space Shuttle just now. Take me to the teleportation array. Where is the Lord going? Akiyama Sakurana asked. Frontline. Lin Xu did not return his head and directly ordered. Chapter 96, I am a natural disaster. The SUV quickly arrived at a large teleportation array in the square in downtown Shijing. After the zone war opens, teleportation arrays to the front lines will appear directly across the region. Even the battlefield was not in the territories of the two regions, but within a secret space. Looking at the empty teleportation array in downtown Shijing, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth involuntarily hooked. I wonder what the reaction of the professionals in Region J would be if they appeared directly in the enemy camp. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu directly used his mind to order that all the puppets within the western capital would all be taken back into his body. In a flash, the entire western capital was filled with black fog. White light appeared and the weightlessness of teleportation came. Warriors, take the weapons in your hands tightly. Now all come out from the middle of the teleportation formation. Quick, get ready to line up. Without waiting for Lin Xu to see his surroundings, the rough shouts had already fallen into his ears. Subconsciously scanning around, this place was a vast grassland, and as far as the eye could see, there were people everywhere, members wearing the uniform of the Rakshasa Union, as well as free combat class professions in a wide variety of clothing. Brothers, what are you doing standing around? Take out your weapons and come out from amongst the teleportation array. Seeing Lin Xu standing still, a member of the Rakshasa Union began to urge him. The soul air blade appeared, and Lin Xu quickly stepped out from amongst the teleportation array. Holy bro, you're crazy. Just level 30 and you're here to participate in the district war? After using the detection technique to check Lin Xu's attributes, that member of the Rakshasa Union immediately cried out in shock. Lin Xu's forehead black lines came down and he frowned. What? Even though I'm low ranked, I want to do my part for the region, can't I? Disliked by Lin Xu's righteous words, the eyes of this member of the Rakshasa Trade Union immediately looked at Lin Xu with a sense of respect. Thinking of this This member of the Rakshasa Union couldn't help but use his detection skill once again to take a look at Lin Xu, keeping the name Lin Xu firmly in his mind. Just as quickly, he looked at the long knife in Lin Xu's hand and froze, scratching his head as he asked, "Dude, do summoners use knives?" Well, it was a bit of a rush to get here, plus I'm not in the best financial situation, so I found a knife and made do. Lin Xu muddled through. "Oh, so that's how it is, brother admiration. You're good." Hearing Lin Xu say that, the strong man from the Rakshasa Union couldn't help but look at Lin Xu with even more admiration. After thinking about it, he simply said directly, "Tell you what, brother, I know it's not quite appropriate for me to say this, but seriously, at your level you're just cannon fodder on the battlefield, so why don't you just stay here and help me hand out supplies to the occupiers that have just teleported over?" Saying that, the burly man handed Lin Xu a palm-sized bag and explained, "In here are 5,000 bottles of red pills and 5,000 bottles of blue pills. For every professional who comes out of the teleportation array, just give one of the same. It's that simple." Namespace storage bag. After checking the attributes of the spatial bag, Lin Xu glanced at the strong man in surprise and his eyelids involuntarily jumped. Surprisingly, he gave himself the space storage bag and asked him to help distribute the supplies. At this very moment, he had the feeling that the other party was crazy. "Brother, don't look at me like that. I know you want to go to the front line, but you're really too low-leveled. You'll be dead even if you go. I see that you are quite agreeable. Listen to my old brother's advice. Living is better than anything. Really." Taking the spatial bag in his hands, Lin Xu nodded silently. Just then, in the distance, at the end of the view, a red stream of light rushed up into the sky. Seeing that red light, the burly man's face immediately changed and immediately urged Lin Xu, "Brothers, send supplies. This is the opposite side getting ready to attack." Lin Xu was speechless and patted the strong man's shoulder, explaining, "No, that's not a signal to attack. That signal was sent to me." "Sent to you?" The burly man looked at Lin Xu with an expression of "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Xu smiled indifferently and patted the strong man's shoulder once again. "Remember what you just said. Being alive is better than anything, so don't resist or die." Brother you." The burly man looked at Lin Xu with a speechless face, only for his words to directly transform into an exclamation of shock before he could finish. It was because he realized that the moment Lin Xu's words fell, black mist surged within the surrounding area of thousands of meters. Roar! A loud and clear dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The Inferno dragon was the first to appear. Only one hover. After roughly seeing the situation around him, he directly sprayed a mouthful of dragon's breath towards the area with the most dense concentration of professionals in the J region. Z. The characteristic roar of the insect race followed, and the whoosh sound of spears and poisonous thorns breaking through the air followed, and the screams rose suddenly. Black feathers fluttered down as Shifuyu Sakura and her supply and escort squads appeared. Lin Xu pointed down at the burly man and casually tossed the storage bag to Shifuyu Sakura and commanded, "Spell field on max. Leave him alive." "Yes, Lord." Shifuyu Sakura responded, her eyes slightly closed. Instantly, a circular field expanded, enveloping the surrounding area of nearly 5,000 meters. With a thud, seeing the scene in front of him, the strong man finally couldn't hold back and sat on his butt on the ground, stuttering, You are the Psycheo Slayer?" Sweeping a glance at the burly man, Lin Xu smiled and nodded. "Well, pretty much. I still prefer the name of the Chinese region. They call me Heavenly Disaster." With a GA sound, the strong man's eyes rolled over and he directly fainted to death. Ignoring the burly man who started to act with himself, Lin Xu took out a jade pendant from his carry-on space and crushed it. Spatial fluctuations came, and in the next moment, Nangong Yun appeared. "I'll be damned. Kid, you're good, making such a big deal out of it." Sweeping a glance at the teleportation stronghold, which was already in chaos, with screams rising and falling, Nangong Yun raised an eyebrow. "It's average. It's just that time is a bit tight. Otherwise I could have gotten more puppets out." Lin Xu smiled faintly and said modestly, "Okay, no more bull *********. I'm taking you back to our side." Saying that, Nangong Yun directly prepared to pull on Lin Xu and start teleporting. "Wait." Lin Xu refused. "This place is in such a mess. What else do you want?" Nangong Yun asked in disbelief. Lin Xu shook his head and didn't explain, and after thinking about it, he summoned a female puppet that was half man and half bee. It was the final boss of the second world copy. "Isla, what are you doing with the whole thing out here?" Finding Isla's combat power to be rather average, Nangong Yun was puzzled enough to ask. Still not bothering with Nangong Yun, Lin Xu directly ordered to Isla, "Get a bug nest disintegration chamber out." With that said, he moved his mind, and hundreds of insect puppets broke away from the battle. Gathered in one place, and directly began to dig a pit in the ground. Yes, Ira answered and flew towards where the bugs were digging a hole. Nangong Yun wanted to ask again, but when he saw that Lin Xu never had the intention to answer, he opened his mouth and finally closed it. This time, however, Lin Xu explained, I'm going to break down the corpses of the J-region professionals on the battlefield into energy crystals to strengthen the bugs. Compared to the corpses of those ordinary bugs in the previous world copies, the corpses of the professionals in the sector war could be said to be worth their weight in gold. After decomposing the corpses of those professionals, the energy crystals obtained could not only be used to raise Inar's rank, but it might even be possible to produce bug reinforcement crystals like before. As soon as he heard that Lin Xu had not even spared the corpses of the J-region's professionals, Nangong Yun immediately drew in a breath of cold air and praised him. I'll be damned. Kid, you're tough. Chapter 97 Aokigahara Forest and Sea. Gathering completed. After settling in R, Lin Xu turned his head to Nangong Yun. Okay, nothing else. Good. Then let's go. With that, he pulled Lin Xu and white light flashed under his feet. Asterisk is back. The boy is back. And yet it's only been 2 days. That kid managed to wreak havoc on the J region like that. Pervert. Really pervert. Lin Xu had only just stood still when Tang Dingbang and Bai Jingting's voices immediately entered his ears. Chief, Elder Bai. Lin Xu hurriedly greeted the two. With that, he scanned the area. It was almost the same busy scene as the J region side, only that there were no ordinary combat class professionals participating in the Huaxia region side at all. And with the clear color of military personnel, the discipline was much better. Aha, well, it's good to have the kid back. Tang Dingbang gave Lin Xu a heavy pat on the shoulder, his face full of praise. Being able to remotely manipulate the puppet's relationship, Lin Xu didn't have the need to stay with his puppet all the time. Just as a few people were talking, a golden light shot up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successfully promoted to LV31. Name Lin Xu. Profession, Sword Demon, only. Level, LV31. Life, 16400. Mana, 16400. Attack, 18900. Defense, 16900. Attributes, 258, all. Number of controllable flying daggers, 48 of 51. Skills, Blade Demon, Demon's Heart, Greed, Demon's Smile, Demon's Will, Demon's Body, Madness, Blade Mantle, Blade Harnessing, Necrotic Demon Puppet, Forbidden Airfield. Looking at Lin Xu not moving in place, standing and directly rising a level, Nangong Yun's face skin involuntarily jumped. I go boy you. That's level 31. That's even possible? Lin Xu nodded and explained. Well, the firefight is raging over at the J region teleportation position, so I'm growing my experience a little faster here. Hearing Lin Xu say this, Bai Jingting's face involuntarily twitched in shock. You also get experience when the puppet kills a professional from Region J? Lin Xu raised his eyebrows and looked at Bai Jingting breathlessly. Surprised. Astonishing. Shouldn't you be wondering why puppets get experience too? Hearing Lin Xu say this, Bai Jingting first froze for a moment, after which his voice of astonishment steeply rose an octave higher. Yeah, right. Why does your puppet also gain experience after killing a professional from Region J? If Lin Xu killed the number of Region J professionals, the experience he had gotten was already astronomical. Yet he had only just been promoted to level 31. This meant that a significant portion of the experience he had gained had been absorbed by the puppets. That is to say, Lin Xu's puppet was actually able to upgrade. This. How terrifying would this be? Ahem. Alright, I brought this kid here just to give you guys a heads up. The battle is about to start. So you guys have a good time directing the battle, and we're going to go do what we need to do. Saying that, without waiting for Lin Xu to greet the crowd, Nangong Yun crushed a crystal ball in his hand and the teleportation sensation randomly came. Here, taking a good look at his surroundings, Lin Xu frowned and asked in confusion. Region J, Aokigahara Forest Sea. Nangong Yun explained smilingly. The words Greenwood Plains Lin Hai fell into Lin Xu's ears, and Lin Xu's heart immediately thumped. Having recruited the relationship between Ryoki Taku and Akiyama Sakurana, Lin Xu knew that the Aokigahara Forest Sea was where the J Region Senate was located. According to the original plan, it was indeed to make a trip here to see, with the aim of destroying the Senate of Region J and killing the patriarchs. But Lin Xu scanned the circle and there were only two people, himself and Nangong Yun. So he asked in a confused manner, just the two of us? One must know that the next thing they had to deal with were 3 false gods, existences above level 80. And if it was just the two of them, then the behavior at this moment should be called a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Looking at Lin Xu's shocked face, Nangong Yun laughed out and teased. I can't imagine that you kid even has a time to be afraid. This sound of his voice had only just fallen when the fluctuating sensation of spatial teleportation came once again. A man and a woman, two old men, appeared. Elder Wu, Elder Lang. Seeing the two, Nangong Yun greeted them respectfully. Lin Xu's heart was flabbergasted. If he could be called old by Nangong Yun, then he didn't need to think about it to know that it must be the legendary state elder. Thinking of this, Lin Xu likewise hurriedly greeted the two of them and used his devil's eye without moving. Name Wu Weigua. Profession, Dragon Soul God of War. Grade, 91. Life, Mana, 493743. Attack, Defense, 680357. Name Long Yu. Profession, Thunderbolt Archer. Life, 723534. Mana, 943204. Attack, Defense. Looking at the attributes of the two big brothers who could beat himself by pulling out one item at random, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth tugged imperceptibly. He had never really seen a level 80 or higher professional before, which was why he let out the boast of wanting to kill a J-region patriarch. Nowadays it seems, that the idea is really a bit of an uninformed one. Just as Lin Xu was motionlessly observing the two state elders, the two were likewise looking Lin Xu up and down. The tiger-backed Wu Weigua gazed at Lin Xu for a long time, grinned, and said, "Kid is not bad. There is love and righteousness as well as courage. From you I see the bright future of China. Yes, yes. The young man is also good-looking. Do you have a girlfriend?" At this time, Cold Moon Cold Elder, who had been smilingly sizing up Lin Xu from the side, similarly opened his mouth. Stunned, Lin Xu had black lines coming down his forehead. Is this the time to discuss whether I have a girlfriend or not? I realized that the atmosphere was not right. Nangong Yun was similarly speechless for a while and hurriedly coughed dryly and reminded, Elder Lang, business is important. Right, Long Yu. Don't always want to introduce your granddaughter to others whenever you see a good seedling. Honestly, just by your granddaughter's nature, no one will be pressed into service. Seeing that he had finally captured Long Yu's handle, Wu Weigua immediately chattered on. However, before he could finish his sentence, Long Yu's face sank and she said in a cold voice, "Shut up and get down to business." When she finished speaking, her face straightened and her aura exploded. Arcs of electricity rushed through her body, and a bright silver armor instantly took over her body. And her face, which was pale just a moment ago, had turned into her 30s in the blink of an eye, cold and arrogant. Bow! Long Yu let out a soft cry, and a longbow that was like a crystal build, half a man tall, with the same thunderous aura running through it but without a bowstring appeared out of thin air, and was directly held in her hands. Moon! Long Yu once again let out a soft cry, accompanying the fall of this voice of hers. Surging lightning converged, instantly forming a brilliant and eye-catching half-moon-shaped blade of light in front of the longbow. Crunch! The sound of an invisible bowstring being pulled reached the ears of the crowd, and the veins on the back of Coldmoon's hands were visible. Nangong Yun, keep an eye on Lin Xu after the battle starts. You guys are only responsible for observing the battle. After instructing Nangong Yun, Lin Yu's eyes stared and her fingers violently loosened. Chapter 98 Battle of the False Gods. The half-moon-shaped Thunderon pulled out a twisted black stream of light and instantly disappeared into the top of the mountain without making any sound. After a long time, there was a loud bang. A huge, soap bubble-like circular area trembled violently over the Ayakigahara Forest Sea. That was the secret space where the J-region patriarchs were, and where the half-moon-shaped Thunderon struck. The secret spatial barrier directly shattered, revealing another landscape behind it. This is directly shattering the space barrier? Lin Xu's eyelids jumped and he said incredulously, "Let's just say that when that half-moon Thunderon shot out just now, why did it pull out black lines?" The feeling was that the space couldn't withstand the immense power of that Thunderon and was torn apart. Seeing Lin Xu's unseen appearance, Nangong Yun snorted out a laugh and despised him. "Kid, there's no need to make such a fuss. It's just like visiting someone's house. Elder Lang, this is only just a greeting." The corner of Lin Xu's mouth pulled. Speechless, if he had seen Wu Weiguo and Cold Moon attributes before, it just made him feel like he was being presumptuous for trying to get a false god killed. Now, then, he had begun to feel ridiculous. It was also due to the restraints from the Huaxia region side that the J region's patriarchs didn't dare to take action against themselves easily, and he himself never threw in the towel, even staying in the middle of the copy most of the time. Otherwise, if it was true that a genin had come to deal with him as Sato Fuchi had said, then I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Roughly guessing what Lin Xu was thinking, Nangong Yun sighed and said in a serious tone, "So you know why professionals below level 80 are just called ordinary professionals. Also you have a long road ahead of you, so play it safe. It's only a matter of time before you grow into a false god. There's no need to fight for everything." Knowing that Nangong Yun was really thinking about himself and was afraid that he would be overly ambitious, Lin Xu nodded his head. Aha! Just as Lin Xu's words fell, there was another loud boom. The second half-moon-shaped thunderon had already chopped on top of the spatial barrier of that secret realm again. Incoming, back off, Wu Weigui reminded him, and without saying a word, Nangong Yun pulled Lin Xu and directly teleported out 1,000 meters away. At the same time, 3 light shadows swept out from the middle of that secret realm. 3 silhouettes stood still, among them an old man dressed a little similar to Liang Mutua, also holding a feather fan. To his left and right stood a man and a woman. The man with a long sword at his waist and the woman with a staff, both of whom looked equally a handful of years old. Fellow friends of the Huaxia region, you're being a bit too deceitful. Glaring angrily at Lin Xu and Wu Weigui, the old man holding a feather fan was the first to speak, his tone unkind. Wu Weigui snorted out a laugh as his golden armor came on, and at the same time, a dragon head lance appeared in his hand. Cut the crap with them and just go for it. Without waiting for Wu Weigui to speak, Lin Xu took the lead. After saying that, the longbow in her hand was once again drawn straight to full strength, and she snapped out, Starfall, accompanying the fall of these words of his. In the next instant, the color of the heavens and earth suddenly changed. Immediately afterward, hundreds of huge meteorites burning with blazing fire slammed down towards the place where the 3 of them had appeared. The earth trembled, and wolf smoke rumbled in all directions. When the meteorite fell out, Wu Weigui's long spear was flicked, instantly transforming into a golden dragon several zhang long and attacking at the several people. Roar! In the smoke, a huge snake monster with 8 heads and 8 tails several feet high, holding a huge sword appeared, and a sword in the face, directly toward the golden dragon incarnation of Wu Weigui chopped to. Looking at the landslide in front of him, which was simply like an apocalyptic battle scene, the corners of Lin Xu's mouth involuntarily tugged as he asked with some worry, I've looked at the attributes of those 3, a yin-yang master, an assassin, and another AOF. Is it really okay for our side to fight 2 against 3? The 8-headed, 8-tailed god he knew just now was the divine beast of the J region, the Orochi, and in the hands of Orochi, it was the quasi-divine weapon, the sword of Kusanagi. Who told you it was 2 for 3? Rolling Lin Xu's eyes, Nangong Yun smiled dementedly. No, isn't it? Shocked by the battle scene of the few people just now, Lin Xu stuttered a little. At this time, he had his senses fully open, and with the addition of Nangong Yun within his sensory range, there were only 6 people's sense. However, just as this thought had popped up in his mind, a few dozen meters away from Lin Xu's side, a huge crescent-shaped chopping on appeared out of nowhere, and the surrounding space was similarly pulled out with black cracks. There was a muffled bang. A man holding a long sword let out a muffled grunt as he flew out backwards, instantly breaking a dozen or so large trees that were as thick as a 2-person embrace. Dang! A huge sword that was as tall as a man and half a man wide was slammed into the ground by an old man with bulbous muscles. Looking at the assassin who had been sent flying by himself, the old man jerked his beard and laughed with bravado. Ha ha ha, old me, Huaxia region, giant swordsman Su Mang, kill. With the appearance of the old man, the abnormal phenomena in the sky regenerated. A golden stream of fire fiercely fell from the air with lightning speed, instantly landing in the center of the battlefield, and a golden ripple rippled out in an instant. Hint, by the charm bonus, movement speed is increased by 40%, attack is increased by 30%, and skill cooldown time is reduced by 30%. Hint, enemy units receive the same level of mitigation. Looking at the 2 tips coming from the center of his mind, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth involuntarily pulled. A move directly is 3 gain state, and the place also reduced the gain. This skill, really is a little perverted. At this time, someone from above the sky, where that golden stream of fire was shot out, said aloud, He, old me, Huaxia region, divine spellcaster Shi Tianyu, kill. With Su Mang and Si Tianyu joining the battle situation was steeply reversed. Wu Weigui, who could only manage to fight that yin-yang master and AOFA from region J to a draw, had his spirit lifted, and the female AOFA was beaten and spat out blood on the spot, and Lin Xu sighed, without the harassment of the assassin, out more ruthless. Only a moment of Kung Fu Oki Orochi 2 head has been his blow. Discovering that Lin Xu was lost in thought as he looked at the battle in the distance, Nangong Yun laughed. Kid, how about it? 1 word from you and 4 of the 5 state elders came out, and 2 of them are over level 90. Just asking if you've given enough face? Lin Xu nodded woodenly. Enough is enough. Then why are you still dumbfounded? Your battlefield isn't here. Why don't you take a look at how the puppet battle is going on your side? Nangong Yun reminded. Yes, Lin Xu answered. The field of vision in the middle of his mind was fantastical, and only after taking a look at it, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Chapter 99, the battle comes to an end. Since the place where the puppets were placed was right next to the teleportation array in Region J, the battle was exceptionally fierce. At this time, the Hell Inferno dragon's blood quantity had already gone most of the way. The abdomen underneath its body was scorched, and a few feathered arrows could still be seen in the crisscrossing wounds from time to time. These are inflicted by mages and shooters with long-range attack capabilities. The good news was that Shifuyu Sakura and Inar, who were in the center of the puppet army and in the core area, were not affected. Shifuyu Sakura still kept the forbidden spell field fully open. Seeing this, Lin Xu counted the total number of the puppet army and there were already less than 20,000 left. The vast majority of those fallen puppets were bugs, as well as the wild monsters that Lin Xu had recruited from among the various copies. Due to the limitations of the level at which they could enter the replica, the level of such monster puppets was generally not high and their strength was weak. As a result, they have the highest casualty rate in the midst of such large-scale, high-intensity battles. As for those human puppets recruited from the Black Dragon, Aoki, and the Rakshasa Union, their combat power was clearly a step higher. With a relatively low casualty rate, they have now become the main force on the battlefield. As for the J-region professionals who were fighting the insect puppets at this time, their casualties were equally heavy. Inar's forbidden spell field had an unusually exaggerated range and dealt strangely high damage. However, any Region J professional who was in the domain of the forbidden spell, as long as there were no priests around them who could provide them with purification, it wouldn't take long for them to simply hang up. For this reason, the battlefield even staged a scene that made people laugh and cry. Those J-region's professionals began to grab priests with purification skills, often beside a priest, directly clustered a dozen or so professionals. Some overwhelmed priests were even exhausted to the point of foaming at the mouth. Of course, this move also happens to point the golem armies to the focus of their attack. The priests. Often when a priest is taken out, the professionals around him rise directly in place moments later. After figuring out the basic situation on the battlefield, Lin Xu focused his attention on the center of the battlefield, the core area of the insect nest decomposition chamber. At this time, the bug nest decomposition room had already been completed, and hundreds of bug puppets were unusually busy as they were carrying a large number of the corpses of the J-region occupiers towards the decomposition room. Just then, changes regenerated on the battlefield. Shouting and killing sounds shook the sky as the large force from the Huaxia region killed, and the colorful and various skills illuminated the sky in a bright and unusual way. After thinking about it and feeling that the time was almost right, Lin Xu's mind moved. Black mist began to fill the battlefield, and those J-region soldiers who had just been killed in action reappeared and quickly dispersed. Due to being infused with souls, the puppets looked like normal people from the outside. As a result, the generals of the Huaxia region who had just been killed were instantly a bit confused, because the enemy's troop strength instantly skyrocketed by more than 1/3. I'm going, damn it, we've been ambushed. Damn J-region professionals are so cunning. Seeing the sudden surge of troops on the J-region side, a soldier from the Huaxia region gritted his teeth and cursed. What's wrong with being ambushed? Think about the consequences of losing the district battle. Think about the brothers and sisters who are supporting us behind the scenes. Follow me and them up. Glaring at the enlisted recruit who had just spoken, the captain chided, and when he finished speaking, he shook the lance in his hand and directly prepared to launch a charge. However, before he could take a step, there was a great chaos in the ranks of the professionals in Region J. Captain. What's going on here? The J region is imploding? Watching the J region professionals in the same uniforms start attacking each other straight away. Sneaking up on each other, the new recruit's footsteps lurched, and he exclaimed out in shock on the spot. Who am I going to ask if you ask me? God knows what kind of wind they're smoking? Even though he was accustomed to seeing great storms, the captain was also confused at this moment as he looked at the battle situation that had become a mess in the blink of an eye. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a thing as infighting before a battle. Then Captain, who are we going to help now? The recruit asked anxiously. At this time on the battlefield, the battle situation could be described as confusing. The professionals in Region J bugs and wildlife. They fight. Bugs and their own people. They still fight. Even. Well, look, no end to the J region pros. They still play. The behavior of J region at this time perfectly explains what it means to be ruthless and even beat up one's own people. It was just in the midst of this messy battle that the level-headed captain quickly sorted out the clues. There was no doubt that the bugs and the wilds were on their own, and so the situation became instantly clear. Only to see this captain's eyes light up, he ordered as he pointed at the J region professional who was fighting with a bug puppet. We'll hit whoever the bugs and wilds hit. We can't go wrong. Let's go. Along with this shout from the captain, quite a few warriors instantly reacted and swarmed against those professionals from the J region. Gradually, as the time spent fighting side by side with the puppets increased, the warriors quickly summarized their second experience. The ones that smoke black and don't bleed when they're wounded are all their own. So in an instant, the J region's professionals went belly up, and the number of casualties began to increase exponentially. Feeling that the situation on the battlefield was already clear, and that victory was just a matter of time, Lin Xu withdrew his sight from the picture in his mind and looked back in the direction of the forest sea. How's the battle going over there? Finding that Lin Xu had returned to his senses, Nangong Yun asked nervously. He didn't have the ability to monitor the battlefield like Lin Xu did, so if he wanted to know the battle situation on the other side of the secret realm, he could only ask Lin Xu. It's not bad. The battle situation on my side of the front is good. There are not many casualties in the Huaxia region. As for the battle situation on Chief Tang Dingbang and Elder Bai side, I don't know. Depending on the level of the professional, the area of the battlefield where they were transported into the secret realm varied. When he entered the middle of the teleportation array, Lin Xu was only level 30, which was the minimum standard to participate in the district war. Therefore the area he was transported over to was also the least intense in terms of combat. However, even though the level of the professionals in this area was relatively low, the number was the most massive. This was also the reason why several state elders had enabled Lin Xu and placed him here. What about this side? How's the battle going over here? Sweeping his eyes over the already destroyed Lin Hai, Lin Xu likewise asked with some nervousness if he could really get a J-region patriarch to become his puppet, as he had expected in the beginning. Not to mention the extent to which the strength of one's puppet army would be raised. The value of the information obtained from the other party's mouth alone was already incalculable. 4-3, there's not much suspense. Orochi has already hung up, and it's only a matter of time before the three old undead on the opposite side are defeated. Glancing at the meteor shower falling again in the distance, Nangong Yun confidently said. Following Nangong Yun's gaze, Lin Xu's eyelids jumped. Sure enough, after another round of Cold Moon Cold Elder's heartless meteor shower, the old man holding a feather fan in Region J was blown away on the spot. The woman with the staff had likewise been weak-footed and bloodied. As for the last assassin, he was the most miserable. Originally holding a knife in the right hand, half of the arm disappeared. Chapter 100, The Abyss. Nangong Yun. Several golden streams of fire fell from the sky. The 3J region patriarchs who had already been beaten to a sorry state were caught off guard and were hit one after another by the golden ripples that instantly swept out. Click. The props that keep you alive are the first to shatter on the female Orpha in the J region. The old man with the feather fan in his hand was immediately followed by a flash of white light on his body. Yet in the next moment, he still collapsed in place in a sorry state. How could that be? How could my teleportation props fail? He looked up to the sky and roared. In mid-air, an immortal-looking male old man slowly floated down. It was none other than the divine spellcaster, Si Tianyu, one of the 5 state elders of the Huaxia region. Looking at the vocalized appearance of the old man holding the feather fan, Si Tianyu laughed out coldly. Oh, with me here, still want to run? Dream on. However, his words had only just fallen, when the miserable assassin's figure in Region J turned into a cloud of gray mist and quickly disappeared towards the distance. Bang! Wu Weigua snorted out a laugh. The lance in his hand violently stuttered on the ground, and in the next moment a curtain of light red light directly enveloped the mass of black mist. The black mist crashed into the red barrier with a thud, but the barrier did not move. Seeing the scene at hand, Nangong Yun laughed. Okay, you can go over. With that, he pulled Lin Xu, and with a flash of white light, he and Lin Xu directly appeared on the side of several state elders of the Huaxia region. To be able to have several state elders personally come down to help themselves catch puppets, this face had been so big that it was already in the sky, and it was not even the slightest bit too much to say that no one had ever done it before. Greetings to all the state elders. Thinking of this, Lin Xu hurriedly greeted politely. TSK, kids, a bit of fun, and I hear you had to get one killed yourself? Looking Lin Xu up and down, Su Mang was the first to speak. Accompanied by the fall of this voice of Su Mang, the 3 patriarchs of the J region, their gazes landed on Lin Xu in unison. Realizing that Lin Xu was only a level 31 professional, a flash of shock flashed through the eyes of the 3 of them at the same time. What kind of grudge is this to get yourself killed personally? And it's a non-starter. This proved that this kid in front of him clearly already had the qualifications to negotiate with the state elder. It's only level 31. To be able to negotiate with the state elder of a large region, what kind of heavenly background does this have to have? No, that's not even possible. Because in Huaxia, the ones in front of us are the heavens. In a flash of thought, the yin and yang master in the middle of the J region pointed at Lin Xu and said incredulously, "Did you start the copy riots in Psycheo? All other impossibilities aside, right now this is the only possible explanation. The ability to use unknown means to close copies directly, and the ability to convert killed enemies to your own use. If this young man in front of him possessed this kind of natural disaster level ability, then everything would make sense. Only this instead made the three patriarchs of Region J even more horrified. Originally, they thought that the professional who could create that kind of large-scale event in Shijing would need to be at least level 70 or higher, but they didn't expect it to be a newcomer who was only level 31. Fatally sweeping a glance at the three patriarchs of the J region who hadn't seen much of the world, Lin Xu snorted out a laugh and didn't bother with a few people, but instead looked sincerely at Elder Sumang Su, who had asked him, and explained, "Well, I was trying to kill one to use as a puppet for myself." The matter of trying to extract information from the J region patriarch could not be told to anyone, so Lin Xu simply didn't mention it. "Ha ha, okay, kid has guts, so take your pick. Pick any one of these three." Seemingly quite fond of Lin Xu's straightforward nature, Sumang laughed and pointed at the three of them casually, just as Lin Xu was about to choose that yin and yang master among the three. Si Tianyu, who hadn't said anything since the beginning, glared at Sumang and said in a bad mood, "Old Su, what are you fooling around with?" After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Lin Xu as he explained, "Let's go with the Orpha. She's the most injured and is no longer able to fight back, and as for the other two, we're going to take them back. There's still some things we need to ask." Si Tianyu's words were justified. Lin Xu had no way to refuse, so he nodded his head. "Good." With that said, he sheathed the soul air blade in his hand and walked straight towards the female orphan. Ha, 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 ha. I was truly surprised that I would end up dying at the hands of a level 31 summoner. Ridiculous, simply ridiculous. As a senator, she had thought of the myriad ways she could die, either in battle or by plotting and scheming. However, what he never expected was that he would end up dying at the hands of a novice professional. Che, Lin Xu, cut the crap with her and just kill her. Lan Yu snorted disdainfully and urged. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked. Similarly not bothering to talk nonsense with the other party, he tilted the long blade in his hand and fiercely chopped towards Offa's neck. Just then, there was a loud boom and an invisible spatial fluctuation rippled out. "Look out!" Wu Weigua let out a bellowing cry, and with a shake of his long spear, he violently picked Lin Xu out with the barrel of his spear. In the meantime, there was a click, and the sound of glass shattering pierced one's eardrums. A sharp plant vine instantly pierced through space and violently stabbed towards Lin Xu's head. By Wu Weigua's gun body, the sharp vines grazed Lin Xu's cheek, the long blade that Lin Xu chopped out, on the other hand, similarly chopped through the front of Offa's neck, only managing to cut off a strand of the other party's hair. Damn! This means, it's the Abyss. Seeing that the three patriarchs of the J region were about to arrive, but at this time, someone jumped out to cause trouble. Sumang's eyes were wide with anger. While shouting out violently, the heavy sword in his hand fiercely chopped towards the vine that had just attacked Lin Xu. Yet this sound of his voice had only just fallen. Bang! Click! After another loud bang, hundreds of vines stabbed out from around the 5 state elders, as well as the 3 patriarchs of the already dying J region. In the next instant, the space where several people were collapsed on the spot. The moment he saw the vine clearly, Lin Xu was violently stunned. The vine was more than familiar to him, and if nothing else, the owner of the vine was, if nothing else, Moros, and the only one who was inextricably linked to Moros was Nangong Yun. When the word traitor popped up from amongst Lin Xu's mind, bang! Flying out backwards he hit a large tree on his back and fell towards the ground. Retreat! Follow me! Lin Xu had only just stood still when white light appeared and a figure directly pulled his wrist. It was Nangong Yun. Let go! Lin Xu frowned and directly broke free, stunned by such a cold attitude from Lin Xu. Nangong Yun explained, "Don't worry, the state elders will be fine. The most important thing now is to take you." Only halfway through his words, a flash of coldness flashed under Nangong Yun's eyes. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, a long sword that flashed with a cold aura violently chopped toward Lin Xu's neck. Chapter 101, Nangong Yun, killed in action. Lin Xu frowned as his figure instantly disappeared in place at the same time. With a buzzing sound, dozens of flying daggers glittering with cold aura shot towards Nangong Yun's back. Yet the next moment, Ka-ching, where Lin Xu's head had stood just now, a sharp vine violently stabbed out. Dang! The long sword in Nangong Yun's hand collided with the vines, emitting the sound of gold and iron clashing. Seeing this scene under his eyes, Lin Xu's pupils suddenly contracted, and in a flash of lightning, his mind moved. Boom! Dozens of flying daggers grazed the side of Nangong Yun's body, directly blasting out a large pit several meters in diameter from the ground. A sword picked off the vines that had just attempted to attack Lin Xu, and Nangong Yun realized that Lin Xu was trying to attack himself and turned around in shock. However, after meeting Lin Xu's emotionless fluctuating eyes for a split second, he looked as normal and hurriedly said, "Still stupid." Another click, without waiting for Nangong Yun to finish his sentence. This time, hundreds of vines directly stabbed out from the sides of the two people. The vines were simply too dense to dodge. and Lin Xu's thigh was instantly penetrated by a vine. In the next moment, as if they wanted to crush Lin Xu directly, those vines climbed up Lin Xu's entire body and tightened violently. Boom! Red chi waves erupted. Lin Xu spat out blood on the spot. The bottom of his eyes were scarlet. He had entered a state of madness. Kill! Lin Xu let out a bellowing cry, and dozens of flying daggers that dragged out silver chopping-ons directly cut off large swaths of vines. However, in just an instant, more vines violently stabbed towards Lin Xu. Alert! Insanity has immunized you from one lethal attack. Alert! Insanity has immunized you from one lethal attack. Alert! 28 seconds remaining in the madness state. A large number of hints began to brush the screen in the middle of Lin Xu's mind. Lin Xu let out another bellow. However, this time, even those flying daggers had run out of room to maneuver, and were directly stuck between the vines, unable to move. At this moment, a hoarse and unpleasant voice came from all sides of Lin Xu. Ga, kid, you are not a backbone to be able to calculate it. Come on, you again resist a little to me to see Ga. So what if you're an old man of the country? You've been pulled into the void and it'll take you a while to break free from it. So what if you're exempted from the death skill? I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Since you're ironically unwilling to join the abyss, it's better for you to die. Die. Ha ha ha. Accompanying the fall of these words from Moros, an angry hiss came from not far away from Lin Xu. Moros, you seek death. As Nangong Yun bellowed out, his deep sword chi stirred around him, and large swathes of vines were chopped to pieces in a matter of moments. In the next moment, an arm that was covered in scars and blood grabbed Lin Xu. White light appeared immediately afterward. However, Moros was clearly prepared, and the sense of teleportation only just immediately disappeared. Nangong Yun's teleportation skill failed to activate. Moros was furious. Nangong Yun, you, believe it or not, I will kill you. Kill me. Then come on. Ha 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 ha. Kendo break. Nangong Yun laughed out loud and violently swung out his sword, and the vines that bound Lin Xu were instantly chopped off for the most part. Lin Xu's arm veins were exposed, and with a bang, a vine that bound his arm was ripped off on the spot. Swipe! The soul hollow blade pulled out a bright silver-colored chopping aura, cutting off dozens more vines. Seeing that Lin Xu was about to break free, Moros laughed back in anger. Fine you Nangong Yun, go on then. Die. Put. In the next instant, a large number of vines violently stabbed out from all parts of Nangong Yun's body, and in the blink of an eye, Nangong Yun was barely human. His still swinging sword movement stalled, and bits of blood sprayed onto Lin Xu's face. LOL. A large amount of blood spilled from the corner of Nangong Yun's mouth as he opened his mouth, yet all that came out were meaningless syllables. Looking at Nangong Yun's arm that was still gripping him tightly and not letting go, covered in scars, Lin Xu's pupils trembled. Sword way, extinction. An ambiguous voice came out from Nangong Yun's mouth, and his palm that was missing a finger grabbed onto Lin Xu's arm with force. Buzz. Powerful and incomparable sword intent erupted from Nangong Yun. Clang clang clang. Countless vines were directly chopped into pieces. Moros let out a howl of pain. Turning his neck, Nangong Yun, who was already drenched in blood, looked at Lin Xu, who had scarlet eyes, and released his mind. Oh, what I owe you, Lin family. This is paid off. Child, don't be blinded by hatred. Live well. As the words fell, Nangong Yun's eyes gradually lost their color. Lin Xu's angry roar resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth, and in the next instant, boom, ka-ching, a golden stream of fire shattered the spatial barrier, and Si Tianyu's figure appeared from among the shattered spatial gap. His expression was obviously delighted when he saw Lin Xu, but after seeing Nangong Yun's condition, his brows instantly furrowed. Found it. It's here all right. Something happened to Nangong Yun, he shouted at the space break behind him. With that, he flicked his wrist and a golden talisman instantly landed on Lin Xu. Q. The killing state is lifted by the charm's effect bonus. Hint, by the charm's effect bonus, life value is restored by 5% per second. At the same time as the two hints appeared, Wu Weigua, Long Yu, and Su Mang, one after another, swept out from the broken spatial barrier. Having only glanced at Nangong Yun, Su Mang exploded on the spot. Mother ******* her. Where's Moros? Where's boy mother ****** her Moros? Looking at Nangong Yun's corpse that was still standing in place until his death, Lin Xu shook his head. Just now, right after Nangong Yun had erupted with his final strike, those vines that had stabbed out from the spatial shattering quickly retracted, and there was no movement after that. Looking around at the silence that had fallen, Su Mang stomped the ground in anger. Damn! Mother ***** her Moros. Wait until the next time we meet. I'll absolutely kill it. Absolutely, kid, this is for you, to speed up the recovery of your injuries. Glancing at Nangong Yun's corpse, Lin Xu handed a bottle of potion to Lin Xu with a grave expression and said, after that she added in exasperation, also the thing I promised you before went out of the window. In the fight just now, 2 of the 3 patriarchs of the J region died, and the other was saved by Moros, so I'll make it up to you later on this matter. Lin Xu shook his head indifferently and stood still without moving. Seeing that Lin Xu didn't know what he was thinking, Wu Weigua directly opened the potion and handed it to Lin Xu. It was only when he saw Lin Xu draw down the potion that he asked, how did Old Cloud die? Lin Xu's heart thumped as he explained, in order to protect me, he was sneaked by Moros and the vine stabbed into him and out afterward. In fact, if someone had examined carefully at this time, they would have realized that the wounds on Nangong Yun's body were all caused from the inside out without exception. This is rather bizarre. So Lin Xu planned to muddle through for the other party. Chapter 102 Temptation of the State Elder. Regardless of whether or not the fact that Moros came out to stir up trouble when he killed the J region patriarch was the result of Nangong Yun's leak. Now that Nangong Yun was dead, and had died to save himself, Lin Xu no longer wanted to go any deeper. As for the matter of Nangong Yun being parasitized by the seed of the demonic vine, he didn't intend to tell anyone. Hearing Lin Xu say this, Wu Weigua looked at Lin Xu with a complicated expression and nodded. Just then, the announcement appeared. Announcement, Huaxia region and J region regional war. Huaxia region wins, regional war ends. Announcement, due to the winning of the district war, the total number of copies in the Huaxia region will be increased by 30%, the difficulty of all copies will be reduced by 20%, and the profit from copies will be increased by 30%. Announcement, due to the failure of the district war, the total number of copies in J region will be reduced by 55%, the difficulty of copies will be increased by 40%, and the benefits of copies will be reduced by 30%. 3 announcements appeared in front of everyone in this world at the same time, scrolling 3 times in a row. Seeing such inspiring news, the territory of the Huaxia region was abuzz with excitement. However, at this time, the Greenwood Plains Forest Sea was still dead silent. Straight after a long time, Wu Weigua leisurely said, alright, Lin Xu and I will stay behind and deal with the rest of the matters on the J region side. The others take Nangong back and take care of his aftermath. Surprisingly, this time, Lin Yu unexpectedly did not retort, but meaningfully patted Lin Xu on the shoulder and turned around forlornly. See you in China, kid. Su Meng said goodbye to Lin Xu and finished by directly carrying Nangong Yun on his back. Hey, go. Si Tianyu sighed and similarly turned around. After a golden stream of light, the figures of several people disappeared. Looking straight at the several people's figures disappearing for a long time, Wu Weigua only said in a serious tone, thanks. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows and asked uncertainly, thanks for what? With a faint smile, Wu Weigua directly singled out the words, thank you for helping Namco hide the secret he carries. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xu continued to play dumb. Not sure what you're talking about. Seeing that Lin Xu was ironically planning to hide the matter of Nangong Yun, Wu Weigua directly laughed out loud. Alright, no need to pretend. Nangong really didn't look at the wrong person. The matter of him being parasitized by Moros, Long Yu, Si Tianyu, and Su Meng all know about it. Hearing Wu Weigua say this, Lin Xu's brows immediately knitted together. If the matter of Nangong Yun being parasitized by Moros was only known to Wu Weigua, but for some reason, Wu Weigua didn't tell anyone else, this Lin Xu was barely acceptable. But, if everyone knew about Nangong Yun's secret, but they had chosen to bring Nangong Yun when they started the zone war, and having Nangong Yun follow him around the entire time, even bringing him along when he killed the J region's patriarch, was really intriguing. Running through everything in his mind, Lin Xu's eyes narrowed as he looked at Wu Weigua and sneered coldly. So you guys made this setup today, specifically to come here in order to test me? Whether Nangong Yun wanted it or not, the matter of him being parasitized by Moros was a foregone conclusion. In other words, as long as it was something he experienced, even if he didn't want to divulge it, Moros could still know about it. Thus, at such a critical juncture as the district war, the state elders simply brought along a monitor of the abyss like Nangong Yun. This way, even if Nangong Yun really wanted to make a whole mess, it would be on his side and would not affect the interior of the region. And the reason why Lin Xu would say that the bureau at hand was to test himself, that's because when experiencing the second world copy, his own copy was similarly invaded by the abyss, and he came out of the copy with good intentions. With this alone, the other party had every reason to suspect that they were likewise being parasitized by the seed of the demonic vine. As for testing, the other side has been testing from the beginning. The first is the district station. Lin Xu couldn't deny that this skill of being able to summon the targets he had killed as puppets was perverse, and it was almost an unsolvable existence on the battlefield. But that was on the premise that one survived and that the strength of the engaged enemy could not crush one's puppet. Originally, Lin Xu also thought that the several state elders really fell for his ability to summon puppets, but then he realized after seeing the combat prowess of a few of the state elders, whether it was himself or his puppet army, they were all worthless in front of the state elders. In other words, with his current strength, he could not play a decisive role in the district war. But that's just it. One is still entrusted with the responsibility. Then, the purpose of the state elders was already quite obvious. They were testing themselves to see if they would do something in the middle of the district war. Luckily, one didn't do anything against the whack. And on the other hand, once one is really from the abyss and has really done something about it, then 4 state elders in a row would no longer be giving themselves face. Thinking of this, Lin Xu completely figured out why, when he proposed to personally kill a J region patriarch. This kind of ridiculous to the extreme request, the other party even agreed in one mouth. Noticing that Lin Xu was looking at himself with unkind eyes, Wu Weigua smiled apologetically and confessed, "Your kid's reaction is really fast. You thought it through so quickly." "Almost. We did have the intention of testing you, after all, with regards to your heart, potential, and the near unsolvable ability of being able to summon puppets. Once you're a person from the abyss, then for the Huaxia region, the day you grow up, that's when the Huaxia region will be extinguished." Of course, I'm sure Moros had pretty much the same idea, or he wouldn't have tried to make a move to kill you in this situation today. Indifferently skimming his mouth, Lin Xu asked, "What about the results?" Wu Weigua spread his hands. "The result was naturally that you passed, and now we can trust you completely." Lin Xu skimmed his mouth and asked rhetorically, "Aren't you worried that this is a play I'm putting on with Nangong Yun?" Wu Weigua shook his head decisively, despondent. "Nangong Yun is a bitter man then. Although he was parasitized by Moros, in our hearts, not only is it not a traitor, but it's a man of the top, and it can even be said to be the hero of the Huaxia region. How could the person he took his life to protect be a traitor to the Huaxia region?" Speaking of this, Wu Weigua asked Lin Xu with some curiosity as he sized him up twice. "You really didn't see Moros the last time the world copy was invaded by the abyss?" "See," Lin Xu said truthfully, and with that, he recounted his previous experience in the middle of the world copy as it was. Even how he was parasitized by the seed of the demonic vine and how he pulled it out afterward were all told to the other party one by one. After listening to Lin Xu, Wu Weigua couldn't help but dryly laugh out loud. "You kid, that's a really perverted skill, and I have a feeling that you're probably the only one in the whole world who can do such a thing." Indifferently shaking his head, Lin Xu said, "Alright, now that I've told you everything you wanted to know, can you explain about Nangong Yun?" Sulking, Wu Weigua beckoned, "Come on, let's find a place and talk over a drink." Chapter 103, The Unlawful Land. 1 hour later, Yamanashi Prefecture Joint. Lin Xu and Wu Weigua stepped into a simply decorated izakaya. The izakaya was dimly lit, smoky, and the smell of tobacco and alcohol greeted the depressing atmosphere. Lin Xu looked around. The full tables and chairs were filled with people of all shapes and sizes and sorts. Yet bizarrely, there wasn't the slightest bit of noise. Everyone was just burying their heads and drinking in silence. The only sound in the large izakaya was the occasional clinking of wine glasses against the tabletop. Under the dim light, the expressions of those people were half hidden and could not be seen clearly, but it was not difficult to judge from their lowered eyebrows as well as tightly pursed lips that the crowd was in a terrible and unusual mood at this time. Seeing this scene under his eyes, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth involuntarily hooked. At this point in time, the vast majority of those inside the izakaya were low-ranked combat class professionals. Rightly so. Whoever is told that from this moment onwards, all the copies experienced afterward will have increased difficulty and reduced earnings, plus the number of copies has been sharply reduced. The mood is not good. If before, the combat class professionals in Region J were still a profession that everyone envied, now, then, after the failure of the Zone Wars, it is clear that the combat class professions are starting to become chicken feed, as the give and take is not proportional at all. Thinking of this, Lin Xu turned to Wu Weigua and proposed, "Elder Wu, why don't we change places?" The atmosphere in the izakaya at this point was oppressive to the point of suffocation, and it wasn't a place to talk at all. Indifferently waving his hand, Wu Weigua found a seat at an inconspicuous corner and casually said, "I'm too old to want to toss it, so I'll just make do." With that, Wu Weigua was ready to greet the izakaya owner and serve the wine. However, before he could say anything, the izakaya owner directly carried 2 large bottles of wine as well as some undercuts on the table and respectfully said, "Enjoy your meal, lords of the 2 professions. All of today's purchases are free of charge. Please don't harm the ordinary professionals, please." After saying that, the izakaya owner bowed directly to the 2 to the end. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows. Wu Weigua, however, calmly patted his boss on the shoulder and comforted him. Okay, go ahead and get busy. We're just going to talk for a little while. We're not going to make a scene. Thank you. Thank you. The boss once again bowed deeply to Wu Weigua and quickly left. Noticing that Lin Xu was looking at himself with puzzled eyes, Wu Weigua smiled faintly and explained. Isn't this a normal thing? J Big Area District War failed. 3 patriarchs died in the war too. Ran away 1. Greenwood Union and Black Dragon Union president in your place. As for the Rakshasa Union. Speaking of which, Wu Weigua seemed to have remembered something. He somewhat apologetically waved his hand at Lin Xu, took out his cell phone from his carry-on space, and dialed a number out. What Wu Weigua didn't notice was that just as he said this, all the guests in the tavern, all looked at their table in shock. Just now Wu Weigua said those few words, even every word, to the group of people in front of him that was explosive news. Top secret of top secret. The phone was quickly connected. Wu Weigua opened the door and directly said, "What's the situation over at the Rakshasa Union?" Tang Dingbong's voice came from across the room, slightly pleased in his tone. President Rakshasa has been killed in action, and we annihilated almost a third of the remaining small fry. Good. Hard work. This level is about right. Don't push them too hard. For the sake of this, causing our generals to increase casualties doesn't make sense. Wu Weigua answered and hung up the phone directly. Immediately after that, his eyes fell back onto Lin Xu and he continued on the topic he had just spoken about. Well, now that the president of the Rakshasa Union is also dead, the J region's top brass are reunited. Then what's going to happen next is logical. The social order in the J region is collapsing, and this will soon become the land of the lawless. That's why that boss just now was worried about us making trouble for no reason. Accompanied by Wu Weigua's words, the sound of cold air being drawn backward in the izakaya rang out. All the guests who looked at Lin Xu's table had deep scorn in their eyes. Obviously, they had already seen that Wu Weigua and Lin Xu were not only not from the J region, but they were most likely high-ranking members of the Huaxia region. However, for these, Wu Weigua directly chose to ignore them. He poured himself a full glass and drank it down, only to soon have his brow knit together. What's this strange flavor of wine? It's watered down, isn't it? Looking at Wu Weigua's lifeless look, Lin Xu laughed out softly. He wasn't interested in what would become of Region J after the district war, and didn't think about it at all, as far as he was concerned. These things had nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, Lin Xu's mind moved, and Akiyama Sakurana appeared. The izakaya was once again in an uproar. This is Chairman Akiyama? A professional exclaimed on the spot. As the national goddess of the J region, and as the president of the Aoki Labor Union. Even though she hadn't met Sakura Anna Akiyama in person, news reports and such about her were everywhere. The people inside the izakaya quickly recognized her. Lin Xu only glanced at Akiyama Sakurana, and the other party immediately understood and went straight to the boss. The izakaya soon closed, and all the guests were politely invited out by the owner except Lin Xu and Wu Weigua. When the sign for the suspension of business was also put up, Akiyama Sakuna set 2 bottles of district-produced white wine on the table, and after that, with a light smile, she went straight to the back kitchen to get busy. Looking at the well-behaved to the point of being like a maid, the president of the Greenwood Labor Union of Region J, Wu Weigua's face twitched with emotion. After all, young people are really good at this. With that, he poured another glass of white wine, and once again drank it all down before finally taking a long, cozy breath. Seeing that after a glass of wine, Wu Weigua's eyes immediately started to get lost, Lin Xu hurriedly reminded. I want to know about Nangong Yun. Yeah, I told you I seem to be forgetting something. Hearing Lin Xu say this, Wu Weigua then remembered the topic of today's conversation. After organizing his thoughts for a moment, he then spoke at a leisurely pace. About the Nangong. This is a long story, probably starting from that assassination against the Huaxia region 10 years ago. Hearing this, Lin Xu's spirit shook as he looked up and gazed at Wu Weigua. Looking at Lin Xu's grave expression, Wu Weigua nodded his head. Yes, it's that assassination that happened to your family back then. I know you've been looking into this in private, and I'm sure you've asked Namco, right? Right. Lin Xu nodded decisively. Silently drinking a glass of white wine once again, Wu Weigua asked Lin Xu, then did he ever tell you that in that assassination back then, none of the 5 state elders of the previous generation of the Huaxia region survived? Lin Xu's pupils shrank, his face full of disbelief. No, Senior Nangong didn't tell me. How is this possible? Chapter 104, The Land of the Divine Fall. It wasn't that he doubted the authenticity of Wu Weigua's words, but the information contained in his words was just too mind-boggling for Lin Xu to accept. 5 kingdom elders, that's 5 false gods. If you want to wipe out all 5 false gods, how powerful must the enemy be? In Lin Xu's opinion, this was almost an unimaginable thing. Finding that Lin Xu really did have an expression of having seen a ghost, Wu Weiguo burst out laughing. In that case, then I can probably surmise what Nangong Yun told you. He only told me that this matter was planned by the Abyss and that all the rival regions were involved. That's all. Without waiting for Wu Weiguo to ask, Lin Xu directly said. Nodding somberly, Wu Weiguo asked, and about the cause of this, what did he tell you? Does it take a reason for the Abyss to attack the human region? Lin Xu asked rhetorically. Regarding the fight for the Godhead, he did not reveal it. The matter of being able to obtain information from the puppet's mouth was not something he intended to tell anyone. Nodding thoughtfully, Wu Weiguo confessed. Actually, you're right, but not entirely. Just as humans can upgrade by killing abyssal monsters, abyssal monsters can likewise improve their strength by killing humans. Only it's obvious that in that assassination operation 10 years ago, they weren't rushing to improve their strength, but for a rule-based prop, the Godhead. Saying that, Wu Weiguo recounted the role of the Divine Lattice, much the same as what Liang Mutua had told him back then. Even when Wu Weiguo, who had already come to level 91, broke through level 79, he had already used a castrated version of the pseudo-Godhead once. As for the full version of the Godhead, Wu Weiguo had never seen it either. After saying this, he recounted what happened back then. The general idea was that more than 10 years ago, the Huaxia region had inadvertently discovered a divine fallen land while exploring a secret realm. The so-called God's Fallen Land refers to the place where a professional who possesses a divine character dies. Upon the death of a professional who had used a sigil, their sigil would not disappear, but would become unknown just like their equipment. What was even more gratifying was that through the pieces of equipment found in the middle of that secret realm, they concluded, the one who fell here was a true god, that is, a professional who was over level 100. In that case, the existence of a complete version of the Godhead in this secret realm had become a certainty. Of course, the danger index was self-evident in a place where a level 100 professional could fall. Shortly after receiving this uplifting news, the questing squad quickly ran into danger and was almost completely wiped out. Happily, they brought this message out. Unfortunately, however, even though it has been strictly prohibited, the message has been spread by people who are interested. For a while, all the regions, including Abyss, were all excited. The birth of a true god. For any power, this was simply an irresistible temptation. As a last resort, the 5 kingdom elders of the previous generation, in a fit of rage, directly used a divine artifact to seal that secret realm. As for the key to open the secret realm, they chose to directly shatter it and distribute it to all the core warriors of the Huaxia region. It was thought that such a move could be considered foolproof. However, the 5 state elders of the Huaxia region at that time had ultimately underestimated the desire of the various forces for true gods. Hearing this, Lin Xu interjected and asked Wu Weiguo, wiping out 5 false gods at the same time. How is this possible? At this time, Wu Weiguo had already gotten 7 or 8 points of drunkenness. Opening the second bottle of wine, pouring it full, and taking a drink, he smiled bitterly. What's impossible? You know that the other party sent out a true god in the first place, as well as a 99-level half-step true god. Lin Xu frowned and asked, who are they with? Wu Weiguo wiped his face and said in frustration, of the Abyss. It is the last emperor of the Abyss, as well as, the rest of that you must be familiar with. Moros. Moros? Lin Xu directly exclaimed in shock. Wu Weiguo smiled and nodded. Yeah, Moro's main body has been level 99 for a long time. Don't you know this? Lin Xu frowned and asked. The one who attacked us just now was his original body? Wu Weiguo shook his head. No, that's still his doppelganger. If it was his main body, the 4 of us together wouldn't be a match. Plus it's even more unlikely that you would have survived until now. Lin Xu frowned. Without waiting for him to ask, Wu Weiguo explained. The 5 Kokiri of the previous generation, although all of them were wiped out, they directly killed the Abyssal Emperor and even sealed Moros into that secret realm. As for the strength of Moros nowadays, it's no surprise that it has advanced into a true god. Thinking for a moment, Lin Xu asked, but what does all this have to do with Senior Nangong? Wu Weiguo sighed and lamented. So, Nangong Yun really is a bitter person. Saying this, Wu Weiguo suddenly looked at Lin Xu with a burning gaze and smiled. Think about it. What we're doing to the J region now is so similar to what they did to the Huaxia region back then. Following the logic I told you when I first walked in the door, imagine what the HWA region would have faced immediately after something like that happened back then. Being asked this by Wu Weiguo, Lin Xu's heart thumped. Indeed, if something like this had really happened in the Huaxia region back then it should have been a straight-up pandemonium. As a personal witness to that period of history, Lin Xu was certain as well as certain that it was not at that time. Shocked at the thought, he asked, you mean, all of this is due to Elder Nangong? Wu Weiguo nodded. Yes, although up until now, We've only speculated. I have a feeling that it's about 8 or 9 times more likely. As the only SSS qualified combat class professional in the Huaxia region, he should have voluntarily agreed to let Moros parasitize him. That's what led to the brilliant battle of repelling 300,000 Abyssal armies alone the next day. Of course, we know it's just a charade to prop up Nangong to the top, but if the Nangong hadn't done that in the first place, the Huaxia region would have faced the absolute destruction of tens of thousands of people's countries. And since that day, Namco has quickly moved away from the center of power. His qualifications are better than all of us, but he resolutely gave up the chance to become a national elder. I think that's probably why Moros would be sorely tempted to just kill him, as a hero of the Huaxia region, but hard-branded as a traitor. One really can't imagine how much he has suffered in his heart during these 10 years, although we also wanted to protect him to come, but none of us were able to do so. Perhaps it was your appearance. Let him see the hope of the Huaxia region. So, in order to protect you, he resolutely chose to leave. Chapter 105. Region J. Personal Effects. After listening to Wu Weigua's narration, Lin Xu was silent for a long time. Straight after a long time, he frowned and asked, "And how did you few escape the Holocaust back then?" Wu Weigua sighed. "The creation of the people. I believe that you can also see, Long Yu. A few of us were originally a small team. When that assassination happened back then, we just happened to be in the middle of the copy of the training, and dodged a bullet. Then when did you guys realize that there was something wrong with Elder Nangong?" Lin Xu continued to ask. "It probably started on the day he repelled the 300,000 Abyssal army alone. Of course, at that time we didn't doubt the authenticity of this matter. On the contrary, at that time he was the hero of the entire Huaxiaing. The kind of situation he was in, if he wanted to, he had all the power of the Huaxia region at his fingertips. Yet bizarrely, since then he has voluntarily withdrawn from the center of power and rarely interacts with even a few of us. Now that I think about it, he's intentionally trying to avoid the Huaxia region from leaking out more secrets." Nodding in silence, Lin Xu's fists clenched. Wu Weigua had no need to deceive himself. 99% of what he said was true. Nangong Yun died for his own sake, a debt that the abyss must pay in blood. Thank you for telling me that." Lin Xu looked at Wu Weigua and said sincerely, "What are your future plans?" Wu Weigua waved his hand and changed the topic, asking Lin Xu, "Raise your strength and avenge my family and senior Nangong." Lin Xu said directly, not hiding anything. Hearing Lin Xu say that, Wu Weigua laughed out loud. "What about the matter at hand? Aren't you going to address it?" "What is it?" Lin Xu asked with some confusion. "J region." "Yeah." Wu Weigua took it for granted. Lin Xu frowned. Now that the district war had ended, he was half concerned about what would happen after the J region. Seeing Lin Xu's air of unconcern, Wu Weigua thought about it and directly said, "According to the idea of several of us, the J region afterward is to be given to you to manage." "What?" Lin Xu was so shocked that he directly stood up. He had thought about taking advantage of the next big change in the J region's senior management. The Huaxia region might send someone to secretly penetrate the J region's senior management and take the opportunity to manipulate the J region's future. But what he never expected was that the state elders meant to take over the whole thing, and the candidate for this takeover was even himself. This was an entire large region with hundreds of millions of professionals. How could one possibly manage it? Just thinking about this, Lin Xu quickly figured out why the 5 state elders had made such an arrangement. Originally, the normal order of the J region was maintained by the 3 unions. Although the president of the Rakshasa Union was now dead in battle, the presidents of the Aoki and Black Dragon unions were all in their own hands. Even more than just them, the entirety of the Greenwood Union's forces in the western capital had been annexed by themselves, and the Black Dragon Union had even been taken over in its entirety. If one were to release all of these puppets and return them to their previous positions, TSK, controlling the entire J region really didn't seem to be a difficult task. Watching Lin Xu's face quickly start to become cloudy, Wu Weigua laughed out softly. "Either that or your kid's brain is turning just as fast. And yes, you're the one to take over the J region." Even though he already had a plan in his heart, yet Lin Xu still shook his head. Controlling the entire J region is not something that can be done overnight. And at this point in time now, there are definitely not a few other regions that want to come to the J region to get a piece of the pie. So there's no way to fight against them with my own strength alone. Indeed, as far as controlling Region J was concerned, what Lin Xu was worried about now was not the resistance from within the region, but rather those other regions that were also eyeing Region J. A good tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves. But the J region was at best a dog, and the dog has been beaten half to death. If another region were to make a move against Region J at this time, it wouldn't be out of the question for Region J to be destroyed outright. Hearing Lin Xu say this, Wu Weigua laughed and assured him, "Don't worry about this, You can just let go of your hands and go to work in J region. What happens in J region? Other regions will never want to get their hands on it. So what do you guys want from the J major? Lin Xu didn't sell the story and asked directly. In Lin Xu's thought, since the Huaxia region had allowed himself to take over the J region, it was impossible that he didn't have any claims in terms of benefits. However, after hearing Lin Xu say this, Wu Weigui just spread his hands. Victory in the district war is what the HWA region wants, and as for the rest, we don't want anything else. As a reward for this action, we will fully assist you in taking control of the J region, and even, after you take control of the J region, you can visualize the J region as your personal belongings. We will not make any demands on you, much less interfere in any way with your management of the J region. Personal effects? Control of an entire region? Lin Xu had some difficulty coming back to his senses for a moment. Just the thought of it made his face harden as he asked. Then according to you, after that, will I never be able to go back to the Huaxia region again? With a somewhat odd look at Lin Xu, Wu Weigui said, why don't we let you go back? You don't think that the few of us are doing this because we're worried that you'll replicate what you're doing now in the Huaxia region and affect the security of the Huaxia region, and that's why we've placed you in the J region, right? Being poked in his own mind by Wu Weigui, Lin Xu was a little embarrassed and smiled. Wu Weigui snorted out a laugh. I go, boy, what do you take us for? If I wasn't worried about you being attacked by the abyss again, in order to protect your safety, I would have gone home to soak my feet and sleep at this moment. Also just to let you know again, I'll be in charge of security the entire time you're in the J region. And don't you possess the ability to manipulate puppets remotely? When I help you settle this side of things completely, I'll personally send you back to the Huaxia region. Saying this, Wu Weigui seemed to have been reminded by Lin Xu and hurriedly added another sentence, but said in advance, after returning to the Huaxia region you put your aptitude put away. At that time you into the copy. Into one off of this who can stand. In addition, you're not allowed to cause trouble when you return to the Huaxia region, or beware of the few of us personally coming down to clean you up. After listening to Wu Weigui's narration, Lin Xu directly grinned. If that was the arrangement, then he would be completely free of worries. With a level 91 superpower hitter by your side, you'll have no problem walking sideways in the J region. Thinking of this, Lin Xu decisively nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, no problem. Early the next morning, Saikyo, Sita ***** district. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows inside the villa, Lin Xu looked at the street that had begun to gradually regain its popularity, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously hooked. Along with the withdrawal of his puppet army, a large number of homeless citizens of Shijing quickly moved back to the city, and the entire city came back to life. It's just that unlike in the past, the streets, which were originally well organized, seem chaotic at this point. Chapter 106, The Collapse of Order. Due to the excessive number of people returning to Shijing in a short period of time, the roads were unusually congested, and the constant honking of cars annoyed people. Bastard! Try pressing it again, or I'll press your head into your stomach. Finally, a burly, flat-headed man in the front car couldn't take it anymore and angrily got out of the car, slapping the hood of the rear car, which was holding down the horn and not letting go. With a thud. It was then that people realized that the flat-headed burly man was wounded and was wearing the very same Rakshasa Guild uniform. Obviously, he had just come off the battlefield at this point. Under normal circumstances, seeing this uniform, 8 out of 10 people would choose to put things to rest. It was an open secret that Region J was explicitly and implicitly favoring combat class professionals, not to mention just a couple of shots on the hood. If the back of the car is an ordinary citizen, then even if the flat-headed strong man beat the other half dead, at this point the matter will only be unsettled. Unfortunately, however, today the strong man invokes morality and is clearly not an ordinary citizen. The rear car window quickly rolled down, and a middle-aged man with a greasy face poked his head out, his aura half-hearted. The Rakshasa Union is great. Are you blind? Can't you see that it's the car of the Supervisory Union? Seeing this, Lin Xu was a bit puzzled. What kind of organization was the Regulatory Association he had not heard of? It looked more powerful than the Rakshasa Union. When he thought of this, his mind moved, and Sukuna Akiyama beside him immediately explained. Political necessity? Regions are always going to represent the interests of the vast majority of the population, and so the Regulatory Council was born. The members of the Supervisory Council are all ordinary people, that is, life class professionals, and their duty is to supervise those combat class professionals to prevent them from committing unlawful behaviors such as bullying ordinary professionals and so on and so forth, and they have the right to enforce the law. Of course, these are just tricks to fool the ordinary citizens. It makes them feel like their region values them and creates an atmosphere of equality for all. But in reality, All those combat class professionals that the regulatory council disciplines are just scapegoats. But I have to admit, whenever I see combat class professionals who are much stronger than myself being severely punished for various misdeeds, all those ordinary citizens become exceptionally excited. They will identify more with their region, believing that their own region will have the same unquestioning faith in the region to bail out and protect them in the event of the same encounter. LOL. Saying that, Akiyama Sukuna laughed outright, her face full of mockery. Realizing that she had gone off topic, she hurriedly gave Lin Xu an apologetic look and continued. The general idea is that regulation will be prestigious but practically nothing. Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Xu glanced at Wu Weiguo, who was also watching the fun. Wu Weiguo's face flushed with seriousness. You look at me less. There has never been such an organization in the Huaxia region. Not before, and even less after. Just as this voice of Wu Weiguo fell on the congested street, realizing that the greasy man was a master who couldn't be messed with, the flat-headed burly man's face changed and he was directly ready to turn around and go back to his car. However, just at that moment, among the group of people who were watching the incident, I don't know who shouted, "Che, you Rakshasa Union bunch of rice buckets. You can't even win the district war. You just know how to play tricks with us ordinary people. Can you afford to pay tax money for us ordinary professionals?" The moment this person's words came out, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and immediately some people began to play deep in agreement. Yes, rice bucket, all of you Rakshasa Labor Union are rice buckets. That's right, you combat class professionals are a bunch of ing vampires. Yes, Lord Superintendent. He is suspected of threatening the safety of ordinary professionals. Punish him, yes, punish him. Hearing the wave of shouts, the greasy man who had already gotten his head around and retracted his head back to the window of the car instantly went to his head. At this very moment, he felt like he had incarnated justice. Bang! The greasy man got out of the car and slammed the door shut. Stop right there! With a bellow, he said, directly stepping forward and grabbing the flat-headed strong man by the collar. You're suspected of threatening the safety of ordinary people. Don't try to walk away. Tell me your union number. Without missing a beat, Sukuna Akiyama explained. Despite having the power to punish, it's clear that these assholes in the regulatory council don't have the ability to punish combat class professionals, and what they call punishment is snitching. Lin Xu frowned, disdainfully skimming his lips, and used the eye of the devil on the flat-headed strong man. LV-47, warrior. The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked, and he had already begun to speculate on 100 ways for the greasy man to die. For a level 47 warrior to try and kill an ordinary person, it really wasn't much harder than crushing a bedbug. However, to Lin Xu's disappointment, even after being grabbed by the greasy man by the collar, the flat-headed burly man only glared angrily at the other party and chided him to let go. Perhaps shaken by the aura that erupted from the flat-headed strong man, the greasy man stumbled and nearly fell. Laughter erupted. The greasy man was suddenly red in the face. Now you've got another charge to add to your list. That of assaulting an inspector. As he roared out, the greasy man gasped for air and swung his fist violently at the flat-headed strong man's face. The flat-headed, burly man didn't move a muscle on his feet, only slightly sideways. Instead, the greasy man's face twitched in pain. Just then, what no one noticed was a skinny little girl with a tear-stained face struggling to get out of the flat-faced strong man's car. The little girl was on crutches, her right leg down to the knee. Empty. Bad man. Why did you hit my dad? Why? Without further ado, she lunged directly toward the greasy man who still had an unrelenting grip on her dad's collar. Subconsciously, the greasy man kicked at the little girl. Bam! The little girl fell on her back and landed on the back of her head, blood pouring out at that moment. Sakurako! The burly man's eyes widened in anger as he pushed the greasy man backwards and rushed to check on his daughter's injuries. I'll sue you for murder. Struggling to rise from the ground, the greasy man roared at the burly man. His voice had only just dropped with a clatter. Not far from the crowd of a convenience store glass door broken. Several youths ran out of the convenience store in fear. Robbery, asshole, they're not paying for what they're taking. A woman who looked to be in her 50s chased out of the convenience store, pulling on the clothes of the slowest running youth, and refused to let go of her hand. Let go, asshole, you let go. The Greenwood Union is gone. So is the Rakshasa Union. Believe it or not, no one cares even if I kill you? The woman is quite stubborn, allowing the youth to kick and punch at herself. Her hands will not let go. But. Without any hesitation, the daggers in the youth's hands missed the women's chests one after another, kicking the dead woman down. The youth let out a laugh. Ha ha ha, idiot, the Aoki Union phone number went dead yesterday. You cutie. Hearing the youth say this, the flat-headed burly man's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his sight fell on the greasy man whose face was ashen. Chapter 107, Plans Take Shape. Put. Red and white viscous liquid splashed as the greasy man's body, missing half of his head, fell on its back. Shrieks and screams were instantly in succession. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. The flat-headed strong man roared angrily and picked up his own daughter. The crowd of onlookers have recoiled in horror. He quickly squeezed out of the crowd. His figure disappeared. Seeing this, Wu Weiguo unconsciously frowned and asked Lin Xu, "It won't be long before the order in Region J completely collapses. What are you going to do?" After thinking about it, Lin Xu's mind moved. The black mist rolled over, and Liang Mu Tuo appeared. "Did you find what you were told to look for?" Sweeping a glance at Liang Mu Tuo, Lin Xu directly asked. "Back to my lord. My subordinate is incompetent. I've only gathered some clues about those two pieces of equipment. As for the equipment itself, I haven't found it yet." After coming out of the duplicate last time, Lin Xu had released Liang Mu Tuo and asked him to help find the whereabouts of the lightning set. Lin Xu nodded and commanded, "Okay, got it. There's no rush on that. Now I have something more important for you to do." "At your lord's command," Ryakuto said respectfully. Looking at Akiyama Sukuna again, Lin Xu ordered the two. "Later on, I'll release all the puppets from the Greenwood and Black Dragon unions, and together, your two unions will first restore the news media in all the cities, and report on the current chaos in the J region. The more serious the better." "Yes, Lord." Ryoki Taku and Akiyama Sukuna spoke in unison. Wu Weiguo raised his eyebrows, thought about it, and asked, "Don't you choose to restore law and order to the city first?" Lin Xu grinned and shrugged his shoulders. "If this was China, I'd do that. But it's not here. This is the J region." "Oh, okay, you kid. That's tough." Wu Weiguo was speechless and shook his head with a bitter smile. With such an arrangement, he naturally knew what Lin Xu meant. He just wants the J region to be in chaos first. The more chaos the better. At that time, the people of Region J, who were in dire straits, once they are brainwashed by the overwhelming negative news, they will be absolutely full of grievances. If someone comes forward at this time to call for the election of a capable leader to preside over the general situation, it will definitely be a call to arms. And this one who was elected, without any surprises, was naturally Lin Xu, or Lin Xu's puppet. Thinking of this, Wu Weiguo couldn't help but look at Lin Xu twice more. At only 18 years old, to be able to have such a mind, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a demon. While lamenting in his heart, Wu Weiguo couldn't help but want to voice out a reminder. Lin Xu's hand operation was indeed old-fashioned, but the drawbacks were not without. That is, some professionals within the J region who also have dreams of leadership will likely take this opportunity to gang up and later rise under the banner of saving the suffering populace. It is not only important to be wary of this group, but it is absolutely necessary to nip them in the bud in the shortest possible time. Just as Wu Weiguo thought so in his mind and prepared to open his mouth, the black mist churned and a tall, thin man dressed in night clothes appeared. The same Sato Fuchi who had previously assassinated Lin Xu at the Japanese restaurant. "Greetings, Lord," Sato Buchi said respectfully. Lin Xu nodded and gave a direct order. "Aside from the puppets of Cheng Mu and the Black Dragon Labor Union, all the remaining puppets will be handed over to you to manage. And anyone who takes advantage of this opportunity to gang up and brush up on their reputation will be killed on sight." "Yes, Lord," Sato Buchi responded. "Elder Wu, what did you want to say just now?" Noticing that Wu Weiguo opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, Lin Xu turned his head and asked the other party. The corner of Wu Weiguo's mouth pulled. "Say what? Say what? I want to say everything you want to say, and you ask me what I want to say. I want to say that you are a lotus root into the spirit. The belly is full of heart." Just though his heart was spitting, Wu Weiguo immediately drew a turn and said, stunned, "That's a good plan you have. It's perfect. I just wanted to ask to see if you need any support on your side in terms of manpower." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xu shook his head decisively. "No need. This kind of thing, if it is discovered by someone who is interested, having people from the Huaxia region involved will be troublesome. In addition, the ones in my hands are puppets. If they die, they die. There is no need to cause casualties to the Huaxia region." Lin Xu meant what he said. He was already grateful that Wu Weiguo could stay and personally protect his safety, because there's no need to drag China's military into this kind of anymore. Seeming a bit worried, Wu Weiguo continued to ask, "And how many working puppets do you have in your hands right now?" "There's only about 40,000 at the moment, and we'll be able to summon some more by tomorrow, adding up to almost 100,000. After that district battle yesterday, the number of puppet army in Lin Xu's hands had already approached 100,000. Most of them were members of the Rakshasa Union, and their fighting strength was quite overpowering, more than enough to deal with the situation at hand. As for those that were temporarily unsummonable, they were all those that had been killed in battle yesterday, and their resurrection time was currently pending. Wu Weiguo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded. Ahem. Well, okay, that's certainly enough quantity then. After a battle, there was no attrition, not to mention the fact that the number of puppets had directly expanded by a factor of 2. Ask, what is this not a natural disaster on the battlefield? If you add the other party's almost demonic mind, TSK. Just as Wu Weiguo was lamenting in his heart, Lin Xu glanced at Liang Mu Tua and ordered, pay attention. Whoever Sato Fuchi's side kills, after that you report whose black information to me. If not, make it up. In short, the action must be fast so that the public won't have a rebellious mind. Yes, Lord. This is easy. Ryakuto agreed flatly. Gathering intelligence was originally the Black Dragon Labor Union's old job. Even if he didn't need to collect it, he had the black information of almost all the top brass of J region in his hands. After all, no one's ass can be clean who can climb to such heights. And the probability is that those with dreams of leadership in Lin Xu's mouth were originally the top brass of the J region. Elder Wu, is there anything else to add? Feeling that things were pretty much arranged, Lin Xu politely turned his head and asked Wu Weiguo. The corner of Wu Weiguo's mouth pulled. Regarding this last point raised by Lin Xu, he hadn't thought about it at all. Indeed, by Lin Xu arranging it like this, the entire plan instantly became seamless. The current state of affairs, but anyone who wasn't as informed as he was, would have been absolutely flabbergasted. In other words, Lin Xu's move clearly screwed everyone in J region. But not only would the people in J region not blame him, they would instead thank him profusely. At this moment, Wu Weiguo had begun to deeply understand Moros and why he had laid down his blood to kill Lin Xu as well. Even, Wu Weiguo had begun to be glad that Lin Xu wasn't an enemy of the Huaxia region. Thinking of this, his attitude towards Lin Xu suddenly became a few points more amiable, and he said somewhat heartily, well, very good. The points I wanted to remind you of you have noticed. Not bad. If you encounter any difficulties just mention it. The Huaxia region side fully supports you. Gratefully glancing at Wu Weiguo, Lin Xu directly ordered. Good. Then, action. Along with the fall of this voice of his, with Lin Xu's villa as the center of the circle, black fog filled the surrounding kilometers. Chapter 108, You, with an army of 40,000 puppets, the villa Lin Xu was in naturally couldn't fit. Almost in the blink of an eye, the streets and alleys around the villa were filled with members of the Rakshasa, Black Dragon, and the Greenwood Labor Union. As for the puppets that weren't human, Lin Xu didn't release them. These golems were of a lower level, and the vast majority of them had been killed in battle in the zone, and the time to resurrect them had not yet arrived. The rest of those that were left, which were not very numerous, could not do much even if they were summoned. On the other hand, those puppets are just too recognizable. 2 days ago, it was the appearance of these puppets that caused the citizens of Shijing to flee en masse. By releasing those puppets now, there would immediately be people who would connect him to that Western capital slayer from before. On the street, a young man who had just come out of the store next door with a $0 purchase was about to make a mad dash for it. Without being careful, he slammed into a golem that appeared out of nowhere and fell on the spot. Asshole, you're blind. The youth was fierce, holding a bloodied short sword, and greeted the golem as he rose from the ground. It was only when he took a good look at the Black Dragon Union uniform on that puppet that his face twitched. Of the 3 unions, in terms of the combat power of a single member, the Black Dragon Union was second to none. Dang. As soon as the youth threw away the short knife in his hand, he turned and ran. The next moment, however, his footsteps came to a violent halt. Right behind him, he saw the Greenwood Union enforcers again, as well as the soldiers of the Rakshasa Union. Not one, but densely packed and standing all over the street. 3 labor unions jointly enforcing the law. Such a big battle was the first time he had seen it in his life. Thinking of this, he did not move and glanced at the shopkeeper who had already lost his life under his knife. Both legs soft, flopping directly kneeling on the ground. I plead guilty. I turn myself in and return the stolen goods. I ask for leniency. The youth began to beg in a trembling voice. However, before he could finish his sentence, the Black Dragon Labor Union member that he had just bumped into, not only did he not get angry, but instead bent down and gently patted his shoulder, whispering a few words beside his ear. The youth's expression froze with disbelief. Just as he was about to open his mouth again, all of the union members quickly left, and no one looked at him even one more time. What that Black Dragon Union member had just said in his ear was, "Feel free to go ahead and do as you please. The J region is the land of the lawless nowadays. Don't worry, Any wrongdoing will not be sanctioned. Plus help spread this message. As if he had walked in front of a ghost gate, watching the backs of the union members disappear. The youth fell softly to the ground on the spot. After just a few moments of trance, his spirits rose in exuberance and he laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, land of the impossible, land of the impossible. On Lin Xu's side, after Akiyama Sakurana's few people left, he called out the world boss Isla. When he left the Zone War battlefield earlier, he had asked Isla to build a bug nest decomposition chamber, which was specifically used to decompose the corpses of professionals who died in battle over in the J region. It was only later that he experienced the Moro sneak attack, as well as Nangong Yun's death in battle, and he never had the time to check the harvest from this side of the bug nest decomposition room. Thinking of this, Lin Xu directly ordered to Ira, have her take out all the harvest from the previous worm's nest decomposition chamber. Without saying a word, Isla crouched down decisively on the ground, her mouth slightly open. Seeing this scene in front of his eyes, Lin Xu covered his forehead once. As expected, a few moments later, a large pile of green crystals that was half a person high was spat out of her mouth. Though it felt a bit disgusting for Isla to store bug energy crystals in this way, but there's no way around it. Isla was not a professional and did not have a carry-on space, so if she wanted to save these crystals, she would have to forcefully swallow them, and she would have to control herself from digesting and absorbing them. Thinking of this, Lin Xu hurriedly ordered Isla to go wash these energy crystals and clean up the floor afterward. After thinking about it, and feeling that it was ultimately too slow for Isla to work alone, Lin Xu simply called out both Inar and Shifuyu Sakura. Looking at the two young girls that had instantly appeared in the living room, plus an insect queen, Wu Weigewa's entire body was instantly incoherent. I go, kid you, and Akiyama Sakura Nai is not enough. What? This is even the insect queen. I go, there is even a bug girl. What? Even the spirit body have. Kid you this big day. Not. Your body can stand. Bah. It was probably because he felt that as an elder, it wasn't appropriate to talk to Lin Xu like this, but these collections of Lin Xu really made Wu Weigewa's jaw drop. It wasn't that Wu Weigewa was nasty before thinking too much, but these three at the moment, even Isla, had a stunning face. Lin Xu explained as black lines came down his forehead. It's just getting them out to clean up. I'm not as heavy-handed as you think. Hearing Lin Xu say that, Wu Weigewa rolled his eyes on the spot with an expression that said I believe the hell out of you. Without dwelling on the topic, Wu Weigewa sized up Shifuyu Sakura twice and asked curiously, kid, ordinary spirit bodies are rare enough. Where did you find this fourth-ranked one? As a state elder, Wu Weigewa naturally had extraordinary insights. He knew quite a bit about spiritual bodies. The boss inside a copy in Region J was brought out by me. Lin Xu explained. TSK, I envy your kid's luck. So you have the means to attack a spirit body? Wu Weigewa asked with a face full of envy. Aha! Lin Xu made a perfunctory remark. Hesitating for a split second, Wu Weigewa said with some meat on his bones. Alright, seeing as your kid has made a great contribution to the Huaxia region, when you go back and look for me, I have a way to help you raise the rank of this spirit body. Lin Xu's heart was delighted. He had long wanted to raise Shifuyu Sakura's rank for a long time, but due to the overly large number of souls the other party had to devour, if you let Shifuyu Sakura devour the puppet souls to enhance them, less would be ineffective and more would directly affect the combat power of the puppet army. On balance, Lin Xu then didn't give Thousand Feather Sakura a step up. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked Wu Weigewa, how much does that boost? Silently estimating, Wu Weigewa confidently said, too much to say, 2 or 3 orders is still no problem. Among the same order, the spirit body is simply a bug general existence. With her on your side to protect, I can also rest assured a lot, but you shouldn't think that you're invincible with a spirit body. Along with the leveling up of a professional, the strength of the soul is also strengthened. If there is too much of a difference in level, the opponent is completely able to withstand a spirit body's soul attack. Saying this, Wu Weigewa glanced at Inar again and said with some regret, but although I have a way to raise the spirit body rank, I don't know about the bugs, so you'll have to figure this out on your own. Hearing Wu Weigewa say this, Lin Xu instantly grinned. You don't have to worry about that. I have a way to raise the bug rank and I can raise it for you right now. Chapter 109 Ella. Inar. Advancement. Saying that, Lin Xu checked the energy crystals that had been cleaned. To his regret, he didn't find any evolution crystals in them that could allow the bugs to genetically evolve. What is it? Looking at this large pile of green crystals, Wu Weigewa asked curiously. Handing over a piece of energy crystal to Wu Weigewa checked the attributes and immediately his eyelids jumped in surprise. Where did you find so many? Lin Xu pointed down to Isla and described the principle of the bug nest generating energy crystals in general. After hearing this, Wu Weigewa drew in a breath of cool air and exclaimed in shock on the spot. Doesn't that mean that with enough decomposing corpses, you'll be able to raise all the bug golems to a level like in ours, or even higher? Unlike Lin Xu's mindset of wanting to pour out resources to create a super battle force, Wu Weiguo wanted to build all the bug puppets into elites. Lin Xu's eyelids jumped, shocked to the point where he froze on the spot by Wu Weiguo's bold to the core idea. He then realized that as the patriarch of the Huaxia region, Wu Weiguo really had a much greater aura than himself. Only, he hadn't tried whether an ordinary insectoid golem could raise its rank by devouring energy crystals. Thinking of this, he moved his mind and an insectoid puppet sentry holding a spear appeared. Eat! Lin Xu tossed an energy crystal to the other party and directly ordered. Without saying a word, the sentinel shoved the green crystal into his mouth. The next moment, a green ripple rippled across the other party. The bug sentinel's original height of only 1 meter 5 skyrocketed to around 1 meter 8. His upper body muscle lines bulging and his arms becoming even thicker. Even the number of spears carried behind the opponent had more than doubled. Alert! Bug Puppet Sentry LV-37 has been promoted to the first rank. Name, Bug Puppet Sentinel. Rank, First Order. Advancement, 212/3500. Life, 5325. Mana, 2188. Attack, 6129. Defense, 5948. Skills, Throwing Spear. Extreme Charge. Sneaking. After reading the attributes of the Insect Puppet Sentinel, Lin Xu's eyes narrowed. Previously, even though the Insect Puppet Sentry had reached level 37, its combat power could only be considered a middle to lower level among level 30 professionals, and after advancing to the first rank, this strength was directly at the medium level of a level 40 professional. Ooh, the combat power has increased so much. Wu Weiguo, who was always paying attention and observing, exclaimed on the spot. After thinking about it, he excitedly asked Lin Xu, "Kid, how many puppets like this do you have under your hand?" 20,000 or so. Lin Xu answered truthfully. Ha ha, ha ha ha, that kid, have you ever thought about it? If you raise all of these 20,000 puppets to the 6th rank, what a terrifying combat power they will explode. Wu Weiguo excitedly patted Lin Xu's shoulder and laughed. Lin Xu's eyes narrowed. Indeed, according to Wu Weiguo's idea, even if right now the battle power of these puppets after their advancement wasn't as perverse as in ours, they would only be at the entry level of a level 70 professional after they advanced to the 6th rank. But that's still 20,000 Moody Affections level 70 warriors. 20,000 of them. With this force alone, it could directly exterminate some of the great regions that were pulling the crotch of the battle force. Just thinking about this, Lin Xu shook his head again somewhat helplessly and explained to Wu Weiguo, "It won't work. If you want all the bug puppets to advance all the way, it would require too many energy crystals, and you can't find that many corpses at all." Of course, if Lin Xu wanted to, then there was naturally a solution to this problem. Decomposition chambers could not only decompose corpses, but living things as well. And even if the number of combat class professionals was not enough, ordinary living class professionals would also work. If he wanted to, he could just pull all the living things in the J region and decompose them. But this was not something that could be done by a human being at all, and Lin Xu decisively ruled out this idea. However, once he heard that Lin Xu was actually fretting about this, Wu Weiguo rolled his eyes and despised him. "Are you stupid? Do you know how many abyssal monster corpses the Huaxia region has to dispose of every year just because of the defense against the abyssal invasion? And that's not even counting the ones from those secret realms as well as those wild monsters that were killed in no man's land at the edges of the cities." Hearing Wu Weiguo say this, Lin Xu's scalp tingled. And yet, it really is true that people stand for different things and consider things at completely different levels. If Wu Weiguo can really give all those corpses to himself, no, even if it's just a tenth. Hiss. Thinking of this, Lin Xu asked with a trembling voice, "So, can I have those bodies?" Wu Weiguo shrugged his shoulders. "Of course there's no problem. It's burned anyway, and excluding those for research, and those for obtaining materials after splitting, you can have all the rest. It's just that this matter will have to wait until you return to the Huaxia region before I can start making arrangements. Although it's said that it's just the corpses, there's still the possibility of danger if those things are stored in large quantities." "Good. Then thank you, Elder Wu," Lin Xu said gratefully to Wu Weiguo. After saying that, he directly ordered Inar and Isla to devour the energy crystals together. Since he had the entire China region behind him, there was no need to pool his resources and only promote Inar. Inar and Isla evolved in different directions. Inar's advancement improves the individual's combat ability. As for Isla, in theory, she should be able to build more advanced bug nests, as well as more battle-hardened bug soldiers, when she advances. What Lin Xu was currently able to determine was that the decomposition ability of a 6th-order bug nest was definitely stronger than a 5th-order one. As for what bugs Ira could produce with higher combat power, that he was curious about as well, just as he thought so in his mind. Light green ripples rippled out from Isla's body as Isla advanced. Name, Isla. Category, Bug-Mothered Golem. Rank, 6th Order. Advancement Degree, 482/500000. Level, 30. Life, 451938. Mana, 239875. Attack, 11038. Defense, 10237. Skills, Rapid Breeding. Rapid Hatching. Gene Fusion. Hint, as Isla has been promoted to the 6th rank, the number of Inferno dragons she can have in her constructed nest has been increased to 5. Seeing the hints in his mind, Lin Xu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Just this? What happened to the promised higher level of bug soldiers? After opening the Isla attribute panel again and carefully checking it to make sure there really wasn't anything, Lin Xu couldn't help but be a little disappointed. After thinking left and right and not finding out the reason why he didn't produce a new type of soldier, Lin Xu simply gave up. It was good to be able to have an increase in the number of Inferno dragons, which made his heart feel better again. Just as Lin Xu thought so in his heart, green light flashed on Inar. A white armor with a metallic sheen grew rapidly from her arms, thighs, and torso. At the same time, 2 gloves with spikes directly wrapped her entire small arm. After this armor was put on, Inar's temperament changed dramatically once again, and at this time, she looked not only cold and arrogant, but also wild. Thinking of this, Lin Xu hurriedly checked the other party's attributes. Chapter 110 Creating Public Opinion. Name Ainul. Category, Bug Queen Golem. Rank, 7th Order. Advancement Degree, 72/125000000. Rank, 39. Life, 716625. Mana, 596916. Attack, 62724. Defense, 56629. Skills, Mother Emperor Authority, Spiritual Roar, Soul Shock, Spiritual Piercing, Spiritual Shield. After reading Inar's attributes, Lin Xu turned his head and asked Wu Weiguo, Elder Wu, what level is this combat power of Inar's inside level 70? Lin Xu then realized that, unlike human professionals, the increase in strength from an insect race rank advancement was far greater than an increase in rank. It was only a mere step up, and there was such a huge increase in terms of strength. Wu Weiguo was also really a bit shocked by Inar's potential. Just as quickly, he figured out the key to this. As the boss among the copies, Inar's growth mechanism was naturally different from human professionals, and even different from summoned beasts, and in a copy with tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of wild monsters, the fact that the other party was able to become the boss was in itself proof that the other party's qualifications were heaven-defying. And what was even more perverse was that Lin Xu was able to take an existence like Inar for himself from amongst the copies. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin Xu and said enviously, this strength is already able to compete with a level 80 professional twice. If she were to level up again, the odds are that no professional below level 80 would be her opponent. Hearing Wu Weiguo say that, Lin Xu directly grinned. Sweeping his eyes at the energy crystals with less than a third of them left, Lin Xu took Isla and Inar back into his body. These remaining energy crystals weren't enough to give the two of them who were upgrading, so they might as well be used to upgrade those ordinary bug puppets. With this in mind, Lin Xu simply took the remaining energy crystals back into his carry-on space. 7 days later, early in the morning, inside the villa, Lin Xu and Wu Weiguo finished eating the breakfast that Akiyama Sakurana had carefully prepared for the two of them. Wu Weiguo sat on the sofa board and watched TV. At this time, all the TV channels, without exception, are broadcasting all kinds of vicious cases that happened in the J region during this period. The images were bloody and gruesome, and the host's face was solemn with grief. Even, not only television, the internet, radio stations and so on, all the media spoke out together, perfectly creating an atmosphere in which the order of the J region had completely collapsed. In fact, this atmosphere doesn't even need to be created, because it is. Nowadays, the streets of the city in Region J are cold and quiet, and the pedestrians who used to walk through the city like weaving are completely gone. Even if someone occasionally passed by, it was definitely with caution and quickened footsteps, not daring to linger on the street for even a second longer. On the ground, broken glass, blood, trash, bodies, everywhere, on both sides of the road. There was absolutely not a single piece of glass intact, whether it was a store or a car. The chaos has been going on for days, and the first to suffer were convenience stores. Realizing that order was beginning to break down in Region J, all places where large quantities of living supplies could be found were ransacked at the first opportunity. After all, food and water are immediate needs if you want to survive. Among this wave of looting, the biggest beneficiaries were naturally the combat class professionals. Not only do they have high combat power, but they also have carry-on space. Of course, residential areas are equally among the hardest hit. Some of the combat class professionals who were too lazy to go far kicked in their neighbor's door in passing. It would be perfect if the neighbor happened to be a pretty girl at this time. Robbery. XX. One and done. Silky smooth. Of course, it's also possible that after kicking in the door of a pretty female neighbor's house, you find her boyfriend, or parents present, and the scene is instantly a little awkward. But it doesn't matter. It's not awkward when you're dead, and the scent of blood soon begins to permeate. After satisfying the most basic living conditions, the combat class professionals began to gang up. After all, no one could guarantee that at some point a combat class professional with a harder fist than their own would appear and ransack them as well. Gangs of all sorts began to spring up as if they were all over the place. Conflict, annexation, division of territory, trade of beautiful female life class professionals. Like the end of the world, the J region was in pandemonium in no time. It's worth noting that during this period, some battle class professionals who personified justice and wanted to save the general public did appear. It's just that such professionals tend to be just a flash in the pan, having just put their bravado out there in the morning, and then having their bodies thrown out on the street like garbage in the afternoon. Yet it was in this kind of situation, where ordinary life class professionals already didn't dare to step out of their homes. News media type industries, however, are still able to function. After several bloody lessons, all the gangs have reached a consensus that they can mess with anyone, but never mess with journalism practitioners, otherwise they will die in less than 10 minutes. Come on, why don't you have another practice with me today? Disgustedly glancing at the program playing on the TV, Lin Xu leapt forward to ask Wu Weiguo, having easily caught a false god-level big shot. How could Lin Xu let it go so easily? In the past few days, he had been pestering Wu Weiguo every day to give him a chaperone. Although he was beaten quite badly every time, Lin Xu felt that his practical combat ability had improved by leaps and bounds. Thinking of his lance that had been cut out with a chopping mark, Wu Weiguo's heart was dripping with blood, and with a twitch of his face, he decisively refused. No go. There's no way in my life I'll ever be your chaperone again. As the two spoke, the picture on the television shifted and the camera focused on a little girl who was pink, tear-stained and dirty. Seeing such a cute little girl crying with pearly blossoms, the female reporter was so motherly that she took the little girl into her arms and asked nervously, "Little friend, are you in some kind of trouble? The streets are dangerous. Tell Auntie where your home is. Auntie will send you home." Listen to the female reporter said so. Wow sound. The little girl let out a loud cry. Only after a long time, she only sobbed. Ooh-hoo, I don't have a home anymore. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in days. Hearing this, the female reporter, without saying a word, a burst of rummage after handing the little girl a bread, as well as a bottle of mineral water. After wolfing down the food, the little girl's white face finally looked better, but she still cried non-stop. Seeing this, the female reporter asked with concern, "Where is your family, little friend? And why would you say you have no family?" Next, the little girl wiped tears from her eyes as she recounted her experiences of the past few days. 6 days ago, chaos broke out completely, and the relationship between her parents, who are both life class professionals, the little girl's family hid in their home and didn't dare to go out. 2 days later, their family's stockpile of food was completely depleted, and the little girl's father went out in search of food and never returned. A day later, the little girl's mother knocked on her neighbor's door. When she returned, her mother, dull-eyed, disheveled, and bruised, with an extra packet of cookies in her hand. 2 more days passed, and the little girl's mother knocked on the neighbor's door again. Only this time, her mother never came back. After hiding in her home for a whole day, the little girl was hungry and scared, so she boldly came to her neighbor's door. Chapter 111, True Scent. Script. The door of the room was hidden, and with trembling hands she pushed open the door of her neighbor's house, after which she saw her mother's body. Seeing this, Wu Weiguo couldn't help but frown and sigh. AI. Sinning, boy. Leave a line for everything. Almost line. Looking at Wu Weiguo's compassionate stance, Lin Xu frowned, speechless, stunned. Elder Wu, what that little girl said, you don't think it's true, do you? Wu Weiguo, who was in the middle of moving, froze and looked at Lin Xu in confusion. Lin Xu skimmed his mouth and explained, false, it's just a script arranged by Sakuna Akiyama. That reporter is the little girl's mother. Besides their performance, this is just beginning. Along with this sound of Lin Xu's voice fell on the screen. The little girl who had her sad memories stirred up jumped into the arms of the female reporter and let out a loud cry. Why is mommy lying on the floor and can't wake up? Why isn't daddy home by now? I miss them so much. I want to be like we used to be. We're happy together as a family. Little girls at the age of 4 or 5 can't reason, much less ask the more profound questions of how our large region became what it is all of a sudden, and so on and so forth. But, admittedly, her childlike simplicity pokes right at the heart of the matter. Finally, The female reporter broke down her defenses on the spot and hugged and cried with the little girl. Without missing a beat, the photographer pulls the camera away. The devastated streets, the scarlet blood stains all over the ground, the thin figure of a big and small person embracing each other, looked so weak and helpless in such a wasteland background. The sad soundtrack burst into life, accompanied by one sob after another, hitting everyone's mental defenses one at a time. Just when Muwegwa thought that the report was about to end there, suddenly, only a touch of stubbornness blossomed in the eyes of the dark-eyed female reporter. Tears slid down her cheeks as she gazed into the camera and spoke in an unusually melodramatic tone. I believe that our region will never go down the drain, and that there will be an organization that will stand up and do us justice. For sure. Straight after seeing the news report completely end, Lin Xu asked Wu Weiguo with a faint smile, "Can I give you a spoiler? There's a follow-up to this. Interested?" With a slightly odd expression as he glanced at Lin Xu, Wu Weiguo asked, "What's the follow-up? Tell me?" Lin Xu shrugged his shoulders. In tomorrow's news report, a good Samaritan will provide a lead on the little girl's father, after which the news reporters should start helping the little girl find her father. Wu Weiguo turned the TV off and asked curiously, "And the results?" Lin Xu smiled faintly and confessed, "Found. But the little girl's father has become a corpse, and even the good Samaritan who helped the little girl was unfortunately killed. And in the end, only the little girl and the female reporter were spared and escaped from the devil's den." Hearing Lin Xu say that, Wu Weiguo frowned, feeling as if the story shouldn't end here. He continued to ask, "And then what happened? It just ended?" The corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked and he smiled coldly. "Of course not." That's when the great leader of the J region, Mr. Ryoki Taku, stepped forward, and he raised his arms and began to purge those sinful combat class professionals with a thunderous force. Hearing this, Wu Weiguo smiled slightly playfully and continued with Lin Xu's words, "And so the culprits who caused the tragedy in the little girl's family were duly punished." Again, in a later news report, the little girl tearfully presented Taku Ryoki with flowers and her own sincerest thanks. And then after that, news reports like the little girl's, Ryakuto's justice for the underprivileged swept in. For a time, Ryakuto's prestige skyrocketed, and he was honored and embraced by almost all of the life class professionals. The general trend, the people's will, and the public's expectations. Ryakuto thus logically became the greatest leader of the J region. Hearing Wu Weiguo finish in one breath, Lin Xu laughed. "Yes, either that or the state elder is the state elder. And it's true that you can see through this kind of trick at a glance." Wu Weiguo snorted out a laugh, ignoring Lin Xu's horse's ass, and said in a cold voice, "He, little trick. With this set of moves of yours, all of the professionals in the J region have been tricked, and invariably, you've inflicted huge casualties on them. Now I just want to know why you chose to go after the life class professionals. Does it really sit well with your conscience to do so?" Although he had known Lin Xu's general plan from a long time ago, Wu Weiguo really didn't expect Lin Xu's methods to be so ruthless. According to the current trend, it wouldn't be long before the ordinary life class professionals in Region J might directly suffer over half of the casualties. Glancing at Wu Weiguo in surprise, Lin Xu said expressionlessly, "There was already a conflict between combat class professionals and life class professionals in Region J. Did I cause this? Was I the one who made those combat class professionals transform into demons and dehumanize the ordinary life class professionals? I'm sure as well as certain that even if I don't do anything, these life class professionals in Region J will still be in the same situation as they are now. As far as they're concerned, being weak is the original sin." Also taking a step back, "This isn't a large region of China. I didn't directly order them to be slaughtered. That's as far as I can go." Being disliked by Lin Xu's grounded words, surprisingly, Wu Weiguo didn't get angry. He eased his tone a bit and continued to ask, "Okay, so now to change the subject, why did you choose to help the life class instead of the combat professionals?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xu smiled. He could sort of see that Wu Weiguo was clearly testing himself. Thinking of this, he said directly, "The number of life class professionals is large. Even if they are life class professionals in this generation, what about the next generation? What about the next generation? If you oppress them, the resistance after that could be endless. But it's not the same with purging the professionals who are doing wrong. They deserve to die, and taking them out has no side effects at all." Hearing Lin Xu, the previous seriousness on Wu Weiguo's face was swept away. He smiled and patted Lin Xu on the shoulder, sighing, "Good boy. I have a feeling that your skill in holding people's hearts is no less than Tianyu's. Previously we were worried that if you took over a large region at your age, you would be too soft-hearted or too murderous, but now it seems that these worries of ours are completely redundant. All right, let go of your hands and do it." Lin Xu smiled, expressing his speechlessness towards the old man in front of him who was trying to test himself a bit without moving. "That is, Lin Xu knew that the other party was storing the thought of wanting to instruct himself, otherwise he would have simply lazily ignored the other party. Just as the two of them, Lin Xu and Wu Weiguo, were talking, a golden light shot up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successful promotion to LV32. Holy, kid, you just upgraded again? Wu Weiguo said with some incredulity. Unlike their way of only relying on killing monsters to gain experience, Lin Xu's way of standing still and upgrading was really enviable. However, at this time, Lin Xu's eyebrows were directly twisted into a ball. Chapter 112, The Lotus Root Becomes a Spirit. Why? Is there a problem? Noticing that Lin Xu's face did not look right, Wu Weiguo asked with concern. I shouldn't have upgraded so fast. Odds are something's wrong. After a brief explanation, Lin Xu immediately began to view the images sent back by those puppets that were let out through his spiritual power. Lin Xu clearly remembered that his experience bar had only reached 93% before breakfast. In less than an hour, the experience had directly increased by 7%, which meant that the golem he had released had definitely experienced a sizable battle and killed a large number of occupiers. And according to his plan, that shouldn't be happening just yet. Picture after picture began to switch in his mind. And soon, Lin Xu found the problem. Somewhere in the unknown city, a large barracks-like building was in sight. Blood splattered and shouts of murder shook the sky. The heavily wounded Sato Fuchi was leading hundreds of Rakshasa Union puppets to the left and right. They were completely surrounded. And surrounding them were the same members of the Rakshasa Union, the military of the J region. Is this plowing right into the other side's military district? Originally, Lin Xu thought that after the defeat of Region J, the members of the Rakshasa Union should have disbanded in place. After all, their union president is dead, and there's a point in hugging it out now. Another point, and a more important one. After the defeat of Region J, anyone knows that the original social order is about to collapse. It's a bit of a stretch, isn't it, to stay in the barracks and not rush home to protect your family at this time of year? With this thought in his mind, Lin Xu wanted to check the number of opponents. This is when the drawbacks of human puppets manifest themselves. Since there are no flying ability among them, Lin Xu can't view the whole picture of the battlefield, and the place he sees is densely packed with enemies. After switching back and forth several times, and realizing that he could not figure out exactly how many troops the other side had, Lin Xu simply gave up. With this thought in his mind, he moved his mind, and hundreds of puppets, including Sato Fuchi, had their figures directly transformed into black mist and disappeared. Inside the villa, black mist churned as Lin Xu released Sato Fuchi, who had just been taken back into his body. Greetings to my lord. My subordinate has failed to do his job and is requesting to be chastised. As soon as he appeared, Sato Fuchi immediately knelt down to Lin Xu. Hearing the other party say this, Lin Xu decisively rolled his eyes. Who has the free time to chastise a puppet? Even if killed on the spot, will be resurrected tomorrow. Waste of effort, isn't it? Thinking of this, Lin Xu went straight to the point. Give me a detailed account of why you fought the other side. Where? And the name of the leader of the other side. Without any hesitation, Sato Fuchi immediately began to narrate. According to Lin Xu's plan, Sato Fuchi had been busy for the past 2 days clearing out the occupiers who wanted to be the outcasts. Just last night, he got a message. It was said that a military zone on the edge of the Great Edition city had suddenly begun to see a large number of Rakshasa Union members gathering, and the number was still increasing. He quickly contacted Ryakuto and asked the other to take a stab at what exactly was going on in that military area. Ryakuto was strangely efficient and gave Satobuchi the exact information he had gotten hours later. The current owner of that military area is named Junichi Watanabe, the former number 2 of the Rakshasa Union. He was fortunate to survive the district war. He sent out a rallying cry to all the men who had previously. The men were allowed to bring their families into the military area to live. The military area is full of living materials, so that not only can solve the problem of living of the families of the subordinates, but also to ensure the safety of these people. On the other hand, he made far-reaching plans for the future development of the military region. The general idea is, as the union with the strongest combat power in Region J, as long as they were united, unifying the entire Region J would not be a problem. As for after the unification of the J region, it was natural to discuss the merits and rewards of the clouds. In short, with his words and tactics, almost all of his previous subordinates all thumped their hearts. And so, in a very short time, tens of thousands of former Rakshasa Union members had been assembled in that military area. Even that number is growing. It was in this situation that Sato Fuchi directly gathered his men to go to war with the other side. The result was obvious. Including Sato Fuchi, the puppets he brought with him were nearly destroyed on the spot. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xu didn't bother counting. He simply asked Sato Fuchi directly, "How many men in total did you take to fight the other side?" 5,000. That's all the troops my subordinates can muster in a short time. Satobuchi said truthfully. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows, bringing 5,000 people to fight 40,000 people. This is not a little cute, is it? Only even without having to ask, Lin Xu knew what the problem was. After the sporadic killings over the past 7 days, the number of puppets currently stored in his hands and not summoned out had already reached 70,000. There are only 40,000 golems that have been released to operate outside. As a result, Satofuchi's men total just over 20,000, and they were scattered throughout the city, and 5,000 was indeed the limit of what he could muster in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Lin Xu continued to ask, and how many have you wiped out in total? After thinking about it, Satofuchi said uncertainly, the exact number is unknown. 7,000 should still be there. Finding that his side had not suffered any losses, Lin Xu nodded in satisfaction. Okay, got it. I'll deal with this personally afterward. You don't have to worry about it. After saying that, he looked at Wu Weiguo with a smile and asked, Elder Wu, it's idle anyway. Are you interested in getting one? Giving Lin Xu a wary look, Wu Weiguo said with dissatisfaction. Kid, don't hit me with this free labor idea, haha. I know you still have quite a few puppets on hand that you haven't released. A mere 40,000 people in the district is just a matter that you are clearly able to solve by yourself. Lin Xu breathlessly rolled his eyes and explained. Right now I can't afford to let all those puppets out. If the streets are full of Rakshasa Union puppets, and as a result, they don't go to govern the law and order, but whoever is the savior kills who? Do you think it's appropriate if people see them? Hearing Lin Xu say this, Wu Weiguo immediately frowned. Indeed, this reason Lin Xu found could be said to be seamless. After thinking about it, Wu Weiguo was helpless. Alright then, let's go. Get going. With that, he was ready to get up straight away. However, Lin Xu stopped him with a hand and explained. Not now, not until tonight at the earliest. Why? Wu Weiguo asked in disbelief. Lin Xu spread his hands. I'm waiting for Ryakuto to pop the other side's blackmail out. Wu Weiguo's face twitched, instantly feeling that this guy Lin Xu really was a lotus root becoming a spirit. Thinking about it, he brightened up and asked, is that why you're supporting Ryakuto to the throne? Glancing at Wu Weiguo, Lin Xu quickly understood what the other party meant and nodded. Yeah, he holds the handles of almost all of the original J region executives in his hands. Letting him take the throne can avoid a lot of trouble. Alright, Lotus Root Spirit, you win. Wu Weiguo spit a sentence in his mind. Speechless. Chapter 113, Early Action. Less than an hour later, the news channels, which had been broadcasting all sorts of vile events, suddenly shifted their focus. They aimed their spears in unison at the military area of the Great Edition City and began to call for all citizens to stay away from that area. After a brief introduction to the current situation in the city of Omashiro, Junichi Watanabe's blackmail was quickly blown out of proportion. It says that he once abused a dozen teenage girls of the common life class of professionals to death. And right off the bat, the specific identities of these victims were released, as well as what happened. In the news reports, the military district of the large version of the city was directly recounted as a devil's den that slaughtered ordinary life class professionals. Scanning the TV program, Wu Weiguo asked Lin Xu, is there a point in you messing with this? Lin Xu nodded. Of course I have. It's called a division. Keep reading. Saying that, Lin Xu raised his chin at the TV screen. Soon, Ryakuto, dressed in a straight kimono, appeared, politely bowing to the audience in front of the TV screen. Ryakuto righteously said, hello everyone, I'm the former head of the Black Dragon Union, Ryoki Taku. After losing the regional war in the J region, I originally planned to retire to the mountains. But, the current situation in the J region is really painful for me. Although it is said that I am also a combat class professional, what I have to admit is that nowadays, the demons within the hearts of a significant portion of the combat class professionals in Region J have been unleashed. They strawman ordinary life class professionals as objects to be traded and ravaged at will. Their behavior is outrageous and all-encompassing. And now, I feel the time has come when someone has to step up to the plate. At this moment, I call upon all professionals in J region who have ideals and beliefs, and who are unwilling to see J region fall in this way to join my team. And I will spare no effort in eradicating all the battle class professionals who have lost their minds, and return a safe, stable, and peaceful J region to all the citizens. After a short, powerful speech, Ryakuto turned directly away. Immediately after that, the TV screen shifted to a neighborhood that was once shiny and bright, but is now in a state of disrepair. Dozens of former Black Dragon Union members in ninja uniforms attacked the neighborhood directly. After a thrilling battle, hundreds of life class professionals who had been ravaged to the point of being miserable were rescued, like a spark that started a fire. As this news was reported, events such as this soon began to occur in all parts of Region J, switching several TV channels one after another. Wu Weiguo raised his eyebrows and asked Lin Xu, "This is ready to get started?" Lin Xu spread his hands and said helplessly, "It can't be helped. Junichi Watanabe's presence forced all plans to go ahead, and I'm sure that's what he'll do next." Wu Weiguo nodded secretly in his heart. Indeed, in today's situation, the earlier one strikes, the more favorable the public will be. Just thinking so in his heart, he couldn't help but remind Lin Xu, "Be careful over there at the radio station. If you let them smear Junichi Watanabe like that, Junichi Watanabe will definitely retaliate back, or even, maybe he'll try to control the news media as well." Hearing Wu Weiguo say that, Lin Xu snorted out a laugh. "No, even if he doesn't take on the news media, I plan to." Lin Xu's voice had only just fallen, when on the TV screen, a group of thugs suddenly rushed into the newsroom that was broadcasting live. Chaos ensued, and the TV signal was quickly interrupted. Wu Weiguo frowned, shocked. Junichi Watanabe is moving so fast. Only just finished speaking, Wu Weiguo immediately reacted. No, if he was Junichi Watanabe at this point, even if he wanted to control the news media, there was no way he would just go ahead and send in an attack, and that's while he's on the air. Because in this way, this kind of behavior of his is clearly not a fight. Sitting on the previous news reports on the news to smear him are all true. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Xu like a monster. This, you directed yourself again? Yeah, for one thing, I was afraid that he wouldn't send anyone over, and for another, I was afraid that the people he sent wouldn't be strong enough to beat the law enforcers who were secretly protecting the news media, so I simply did it for him. Lin Xu smiled and confessed. Wu Weiguo rubbed his face and resolutely observed a minute of silence for Junichi Watanabe. At night, at the edge of the large version of downtown, Lin Xu and Wu Weiguo walked on foot through the cold streets, quickly approaching towards the military area. Nowadays, the streets are full of scrapped vehicles, directly blocking the highway, and it is impossible to drive to the military area. Kid, is it really okay if we just go like this? After taking 2 more steps, Wu Weiguo asked Lin Xu with some uneasiness. According to his thoughts, the two of them should have secretly sneaked into the military area of Oban City, and afterward found Junichi Watanabe for a decapitation operation. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Xu ordered Liang Mutua to send himself a document before strutting towards the military area. Lin Xu shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Why sneak around when you can go in openly? I'm too lazy to ask for that trouble. And what about me? Just going in with you too?" Wu Weiguo asked somewhat breathlessly. Lin Xu nodded. "Yeah, you don't have to do anything. Just follow me." Wu Weiguo frowned and didn't say anything else. Soon, along with getting closer and closer to the gate of the military district, sporadic passers-by actually appeared on the streets. Use the eye of the devil to sweep those people. Lin Xu realized that they were surprisingly just ordinary life-class professionals. Obviously, the closer to the military district, the better the security was, so it was only here that life-class professionals dared to take to the streets. Just after surveying the area for a while longer, Lin Xu realized a very strange problem. That is, these life-class professionals are all young women. As a combat class professional, Lin Xu's strength far exceeded that of ordinary life-class professionals. It wasn't until they got a little bit closer to those people again that they saw Lin Xu and Wu Weiguo, followed by immediately swarming around them. "Sir, are you going to defect to the military district? Take me with you. Take me with you. Will you? As long as you can give me a mouth to feed, you can make me do anything you want. Sir, why don't you guys take me with you? Look, here's my ID. I just turned 19. I'll do anything for you guys. Really? Sir, why don't you take a look at me? I'm slightly older but I'm in good shape and have more experience. So go with me." The teenage girls spoke in tongues, selling themselves. Lin Xu and Wu Weiguo looked at each other, and the two of them quickly figured out why these people were here. The immediate military area is accessible to members of the former Rakshasa Union with their families. As a result, some female professionals who want to be protected by the military region and enter the military life have made this choice at the moment. Chapter 114, Defecting to the Military Region. Kid, why don't you pick one now and save yourself the trouble later? Wu Weiguo wore a smile on his face and flirted with Lin Xu. Lin Xu tugged at the corner of his mouth, and without waiting for him to speak, a slightly older-looking female took Wu Weiguo by the arm. "Moncler? No, old brother. I see that you are also in good health. Why don't you choose me? Although I am a little bit older, but I know more about men and take care of people. Really, don't believe you try." Wu Weiguo's face darkened as he hurriedly pushed away the woman's hand and coughed dryly. "Ahem. Thanks. No." With a pfft sound, Lin Xu couldn't hold it in and spewed out laughter on the spot. Seeing Wu Weiguo's face turning blue, The woman swept a glance at Lin Xu and seemed to have found a life-saving straw as she hurriedly looked at Lin Xu again and begged. Young man, look at your age. Find someone to take care of him. You can also reduce a lot of pressure, is not it? Please, you go to persuade your father for me. Hearing the woman say this, Lin Xu's smile froze on his face, and this time it was Wu Weiguo who laughed out loud, coldly sweeping the woman. Lin Xu said, "Shut up if you can't talk." Startled by the murderous aura that erupted from Lin Xu's body, the woman backed up, and not only her, even those women who were still chattering just now all shut up and subconsciously moved farther away from Lin Xu. With a thought, a loaf of bread appeared in Lin Xu's hand as he scanned the surrounding women and asked, "This bread will be given to whoever can answer me a question." "Me. You get up." "Me." After another bout of commotion, Lin Xu scanned the group of women across the street and pointed his finger down at a young girl who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. "Eat it and answer my question afterward." With that, he tossed the bread in his hand directly to the other, knowing that Lin Xu was worried that the bread in his hand would be snatched away once he left later. The girl gratefully glanced at Lin Xu and directly wiped out the bread in 3 or 2 bites, choking and rolling her eyes. Seeing the scene of blindness, Lin Xu was speechless and hurriedly threw another bottle of mineral water to the other party. A moment later, seeing that the girl had finally slowed down, Lin Xu directly asked, "Did you see the news about this military district on TV today?" "See," the girl said directly. "Then why are you still here?" Lin Xu asked immediately after. Now he wondered which behavioral reports were actually useful for these ordinary life class professionals. Being asked this by Lin Xu, the young girl thought for a moment and truthfully said, "We were also starved and really had no choice. That's why we chose to come here to take our chances. There are already far fewer people here today than yesterday. Besides, being starved to death is still death. Even if this military area is really a devil's den inside, we still want to take our chances. At least this way we can live a little longer." Glancing at the women in front of him in surprise, Lin Xu asked, "You guys also, pretty much think the same way?" The women nodded their heads as each one of them grimaced. Lin Xu snorted out a laugh. It seems that one's publicity campaign does work. With that thought, he casually waved his hand and a dozen boxes of bread and mineral water appeared. Seeing so much food, the women became excited and started to loot it. While they were fighting over the food, Lin Xu made a wink with Wu Weiguo and quickly squeezed out of the crowd. "Stop! What are you doing?" At the entrance of the military area, soldiers in Rakshasa Union uniform stopped the two of Lin Xu and asked vigilantly, throwing in the towel on the military district. Saying that, Lin Xu showed the documents he had gotten from Liang Mutua to the other party. As the former president of the Black Dragon Union, it was easy for him to help Lin Xu get an officer's license for the Rakshasa Union. "Where's yours?" Without rushing to check Lin Xu's documents, the standing sentry sized up Wu Weiguo and asked. Wu Weiguo smiled nervously and spread his hands, and Lin Xu hurriedly explained. "He's with me, he's a relative." Wu Weiguo was carrying a deception detection class prop, and except for Lin Xu, who had the eye of the devil, when other people used their detection class skills to view Wu Weiguo, he was just an ordinary person, an ordinary life class professional. Hearing Lin Xu say that, the sentry gave Lin Xu a somewhat breathless glance and reminded him, "There are so many pretty chicks out there that you don't take, and you choose to take a bad old man. Your taste, it's unique enough." Bad old man? Wu Weiguo's face became ugly once again. How many years has it been since anyone dared to call themselves that? Gu, how dare you glare at me? What do you want? Noticing that Wu Weiguo's face was not good, the sentry scolded. Making a wink with Wu Weiguo, Lin Xu hurriedly smiled. "Brother, don't be angry. You're right. This relative of mine is old, stubborn, and his brain is still not very good. Don't be general with him," he said, and glared at Wu Weiguo. Wu Weiguo froze and nearly fainted from anger on the spot. "All right, no problem with the documents. Go in, go straight to the quartermaster's office after you go in and get your living supplies. And as a reminder, there are limited rooms inside the military area, and family members are assigned to live outside the military area." After checking Lin Xu's documents and confirming that there were no problems, the sentry directly said, "What? You still have questions?" Seeing that Lin Xu and Wu Weiguo stood still after he finished, the sentry asked in confusion. Lin Xu put on a smile and tried. "Brother, can you take me to Officer Watanabe? I have important information to report to him," the sentry asked with a start. "What intelligence?" "Well, it's a big deal." Lin Xu pretended to be difficult, saying that he directly shoved 2 bottles of advanced recovery potions into the other party's hands without moving. Please, it's not that I don't trust you, brother. The point is that you have to bear the responsibility for telling this kind of thing. Look, if my inaccurate information drags you down, brother, that's not good," Lin Xu explained sincerely. The moment he touched the potion bottle, the sentinel's eyes immediately lit up. After the collapse of order, Aside from the necessities of life, healing potions and the like had become the most sought-after hard currency, bar none. In the next instant, the potion disappeared, and the sentry grinned and waved his hand at Lin Xu and Wu Weiguo. Come on, I'll take you there myself. The military area was large, and several people walked for a good 10 minutes before the sentry stood before a small 5-story building. That's as far as I can take you. Go on up. Officer Watanabe is in the room on the 3rd floor, on the far east side. The sentry raised his chin at the small 5-story building in front of him and said. Lin Xu raised his eyebrows. What's up, bro? Aren't you coming with us? No, I have a mission, and I can only take you as far as this. The sentry waved his hand and turned away. Wait, Lin Xu suddenly called out to the other party. The sentry turned around and asked Lin Xu suspiciously. Why, is Officer Watanabe really on the 3rd floor? Lin Xu asked. Yeah, the sentry replied. Confused, Lin Xu nodded. Good, then wait, you don't have to go. Why? The sentry asked in disbelief. Because you should be dead. Lin Xu grinned. Put. A flying knife goes through a sentry's head in an instant. Chapter 115, from Region H. Minus 9,284. Minus 6,635. Successfully killed J Region Professional LV42 experience plus 50,000. Hey you guys, the enemy. Seeing the scene happening over here, the eyes of the several sentries who were also on duty nearby widened violently. Only that without waiting for them to shout out enemy attack. They were all penetrated on the spot by the sudden flying daggers. A dozen kill records appeared one after another. Lin Xu's mind moved, the black mist surged, and the wounds of the soldiers who had just been decapitated quickly recovered, and they all got up and returned to their original positions before. If it wasn't for the large bloodstains still retained on the ground at this point, it would be impossible to tell that a battle had just taken place here. I'll go. Kid, you're too weird with this tactic, aren't you? Wu Weiguo was filled with shock and said. Lin Xu smiled indifferently and hooked his finger at the soldier who had just brought himself over, who immediately trotted over and respectfully said, Lord, why did you lie to me just now? Lin Xu asked expressionlessly. My subordinate deserves to die. Before that, Officer Watanabe ordered that anyone who deliberately tries to get close to him is to be brought here, and after being subdued is to be tortured to see if they are trying to do him any harm. Lin Xu waved his hand breathlessly. Asterisk 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 off. Yes, Lord. Looking at the sentry who ran out of sight in a puff of smoke, Wu Weiguo was shocked. How do you know he's lying to us? Lin Xu pointed at the small 5-story building in front of him with his chin and said in a cold voice. Now that order has broken down. He, the head of the biggest gang in J region with 40,000 to 50,000 men under his command, lives in a place like this group home? Saying that, Lin Xu smiled disdainfully and waved at a few members of the Rakshasa Union who were previously standing guard here. Lord. Several people immediately ran over and said respectfully, take us to Junichi Watanabe. Lin Xu directly ordered. Yes, Lord. A member of the Rakshasa Union in the lead answered and immediately began to lead the way in front. After 7 turns and almost another 10 minutes or so, a small 3-story house with a completely different architectural style from the surrounding buildings appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Stop. What are you guys doing? Seeing Lin Xu's several people, a guard in front of the door of the small house asked vigilantly. Bro, we're looking for Officer Watanabe. We have something urgent to report, a golem said to the guard. It was obvious that the guard recognized the golem that spoke, and he froze for a moment, somewhat embarrassed. It's you, brother. Not at this time. Officer Watanabe is meeting with an important guest. Besides, it's the middle of the night. Why don't you guys wait until tomorrow morning? An important guest? Yeah, it's the middle of the night. What kind of important guests can we meet? But one thing was certain, and that was that at this very moment Junichi Watanabe was in this small townhouse. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu and Wu Weiguo glanced at each other, and the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked. A flying dagger with a cold glint shot at the guard. Soon, the dozen or so guards watching over the small townhouse were all taken care of. Lord! In the surge of black mist, these people rose and saluted Lin Xu respectfully. Go! Lin Xu smiled lightly, greeted Wu Weiguo, and pushed open the door of the small ocean building room directly and walked in, sweeping his eyes at the puppets who were submissive to Lin Xu in a matter of moments. Wu Weiguo had a complicated expression as he closely followed Lin Xu into the door of the room. Although it looks plain from the outside, the interior of the small townhouse is unusually luxurious, with a vintage ceiling, woolen carpet several centimeters thick, and all kinds of ornaments with gold trim. Sweeping around and realizing that no one was on the first floor, Lin Xu directly walked towards the second floor. Who is it? Didn't I say I was discussing things with an important guest and not to come over and disturb? How do you do your job? Only just stepping up the steps. A man's chortle immediately came from upstairs. Lin Xu skimmed his lips. It was unexpected that the other party's ability was not big and his temper was not small. Boom! An invisible airwave exploded with Lin Xu as the center of the circle. Q, within a range of 1,000 meters. All space-type props and equipment are disabled. And the effect lasts for 1 hour. The moment he saw the alert, the man's voice upstairs flustered. What people? What do you want? Just as the man uttered these words, Lin Xu had already walked up to the second floor and got a good look at the scene here. Inside the second floor parlor, in front of a huge conference table, a middle-aged man with a slightly blossomed body type was sitting face to face with a woman of about 30 years of age, dressed in a graceful and luxurious manner, and the two of them were clearly talking about something just now. At the same time that Lin Xu looked clearly at the two men, the two men also coincidentally looked at Lin Xu and Wu Weigua. Upon realizing that Lin Xu was nothing more than a level 32 summoner, and that the old man following behind him was directly an ordinary life class professional, the two men obviously relaxed quite a bit. Who are you and who let you in? Junichi Watanabe questioned loudly. Lin Xu skimmed his lips, not bothering to talk nonsense with the other party, and directly activated the Eye of the Devil. Junichi Watanabe, 72nd level fighter. Kim Soo-yun, level 76 pyromancy. Kim Soo-yun? The moment he saw this name, Lin Xu's eyelids jumped. The name kimchi flavor is welcoming, and it doesn't look like someone from the J region by any stretch of the imagination. Thinking of this, he grinned and asked Kim Soo-yun, "You from region H?" Being poked at her identity by Lin Xu, Kim Soo-yun frowned as she glared at Junichi Watanabe and said in a cold voice, "Watanabe, what are you doing? Can anyone just enter your room if they want to? They already know my identity. Slaughter them." "Yes." Junichi Watanabe responded with a hard look on his face, and his equipment went straight up, a greatsword in one hand and a shield in the other. Two ungrateful things, count you. Not waiting for Junichi Watanabe to finish his scene, Wu Weigua girded his loins and grunted coldly. Boom! A powerful and incomparable aura erupted from him, followed by a light red curtain of light that directly enveloped the entire small ocean building. Divine Dragon Hood. This is Divine Dragon Hood. He's the state elder of the Chinese region, the god of guns. Wu Weigua. Watanabe. You idiot, how did you let him in? You've killed me. After all, it was Kim Soo-yun who had seen it all. Feeling the aura on Wu Weigua's body and then seeing him strike, she immediately recognized Wu Weigua's identity. Hearing Kim Soo-yun say that, Watanabe Junichi, who was making a move to charge forward, had his face jerked and almost fell head over heels directly. Gua Lao? He exclaimed on the spot. Wu Weigua laughed coldly and pressed on, not bothering to take care of the two as he glanced at Lin Xu and said, "Kid, they can't run away with the Divine Dragon Shield. I'll leave the rest to you. Just now the old man I was scolded. This is your territory. You see to it." Lin Xu laughed hideously as he sheathed his soul air blade. Good. As the words fell, his foot slammed into the ground. Bang! The floor tiles shattered, like bullets shot out in all directions. At the same time, Lin Xu's figure was like a discharged cannonball rushing towards Junichi Watanabe. Chapter 116, Who is not long for the world. The moment he saw Lin Xu strike, Junichi Watanabe's pupils suddenly contracted. And that speed! Just as there was a breathlessness in his mind, the soul air blade whimpered and forcefully slashed down against his head. Junichi Watanabe let out a cry of surprise and took half a step back, raising his shield to block. From the whimpering blade alone at this moment, it was not difficult for him to judge that Lin Xu's strength of this blade was absolutely astonishingly great. However, just a moment before the soul air blade was about to land on the shield, Lin Xu's figure suddenly disappeared. Swish and pull and blood spurted. Minus 49,625. Minus 49,625. Half of the slender arm holding the staff flew away in response. A few spots of blood splashed on Kim Soo-yun's face. She looked at Lin Xu, who had suddenly appeared at her side, and blinked, slightly confused. Only in the next instant, a cold sweat came down on her forehead. Tricked. This kid's attack on Junichi Watanabe is fake, and he himself is his real target. Thinking of this, she prepared to launch the spell directly with a thought. Only just then, she realized that she had actually disconnected from the staff. Subconsciously glancing down, her eyes snapped open and she screamed out in agony, because she realized that her hand, it was gone. What had just splashed on her face was clearly her own blood. While realizing this, Kim Soo-yun's face was ashen and she immediately had to dodge. Just then, however, a tingling sensation struck her entire body, and all she felt was that her arms and legs all began to go out of control. Alert, due to unknown reasons, paralyzed, unable to move, attack, or release skills, paralysis remaining time, 2.7 seconds. Seeing this, Kim Soo-yun's heart went cold. 2.7 seconds. Just with the speed of Lin Xu's strike just now, she felt that her opponent could kill herself 10 times. However, Just when she thought that she had absolutely hung up this hand, Lin Xu just smiled coldly at her and despised her. Are you an idiot to have such a long reflex arc? With that, he violently kicked Kim Soo-yeon in the small of her back. Bang! The wall was cracked in pieces, and Kim Soo-yeon embedded herself directly into it. Is a level 70 pro that weak? Lin Xu spat out a sentence, and his body pulled out a residual shadow to charge towards Junichi Watanabe once again. In reality, it wasn't that Kim Soo-yeon was weak, but after several days of Wu Wei's accompanying training, Lin Xu's practical combat ability had become strong to a very perverted degree. Another point is that the Aurora set is supposed to be an attack speed set, which has a huge bonus to movement speed and attack speed. Coupled with Lightning Mask's triple reaction speed bonus, Lin Xu's current speed was already on par with Wu Wei's. Not to mention that just now he had unleashed his spatial ability to sneak attack. It was the addition of all these factors that made his attack so good that it blew up. Of course, if Lin Xu wanted to, he could totally take Kim Soo-yeon's life just now with that one hit. But he didn't choose to do that, because that would be too cheap for the other side. As for Anar and Shifuyu Sakura, Lin Xu didn't intend to release them, and for quite some time, he hadn't fought in person. Although the puppet was indeed good to use, he was clear that it was equally important to improve his own battle power. With this thought in his heart, Lin Xu's hands fiercely exerted force. The blade was once again directed at Junichi Watanabe's head. How can it be so fast? While Junichi Watanabe was horrified in his heart, it was no longer possible to dodge Lin Xu's attack by moving, so he could only raise his shield to block again. However, his side of the shield was only just raised. Buzz! The sound of breaking air suddenly came from behind him, and Watanabe Junichi's face instantly turned white. Holy, here we go! Another sneak attack. Monsters, perverts! While cursing out angrily in his heart, Junichi Watanabe swung the longsword in his hand in the direction of Lin Xu's attack, and his shield directly protected his back. Right at this moment, seeing that the long knife in Lin Xu's hand was about to fall, the sound of swords colliding in his imagination did not appear. The knife in Lin Xu's hand, gone, was replaced with a flying knife, with a whoosh sound. With the strength of swinging out the long sword, Lin Xu violently threw out the flying sword. Dang! Poof! The flying dagger that sneaked up behind him was blocked by Junichi Watanabe, while this flying dagger that Lin Xu threw out head-on instantly penetrated Junichi Watanabe's shoulder. Minus 32,265. Minus 32,625. Alert, due to unknown reasons, paralyzed, unable to move, attack, or release skills, paralysis remaining time, 3 seconds. 2 lines of hideous numbers plus a prompt appeared in Junichi Watanabe's mind, and his face instantly twisted. He finally figured out why Kim Soo-yeon hadn't gotten off the wall by now. This ing, how can it be a professional who is only level 32, but also a summoner? Go fast, melee pressing 2 level 70 professionals to fight. Damn, what variety of perverts. Of course, what made Junichi Watanabe even more bitter? Lin Xu shot completely not according to the set of cards. Can sneak attack that will never hard fight? The key to his means more. Thinking of this, Junichi Watanabe almost instantly lost the idea of fighting anymore. Don't fight. I'll admit defeat. Let me live. I'll give you whatever you want, Junichi Watanabe begged. That is, there was no way to kneel to Lin Xu right now, otherwise he would definitely kneel on the spot. Hearing the other party say that, Lin Xu laughed on the spot, kicking the slender arm holding the staff a little farther away. He turned his head to look at Kim Soo-yeon, who had fallen to the ground as if her body was falling apart, and asked, "What about you?" Stealing a glance at the expressionless Wu Weigua, she busied herself. "Same here. Just let me live and I'll tell you anything you want to know." Lin Xu smiled and nodded his head, refreshingly. "Okay, deal. I promise I won't beat you guys to death," said. His figure suddenly disappeared in place. 2 minutes later, Lin Xu kicked the no longer human Junichi Watanabe with his toe and asked, "I'm going to give you one more chance to tell me who the ungrateful thing is?" It's me. Curled up like a reptile in the middle of a pool of blood on the ground, Junichi Watanabe said with difficulty, nodding in satisfaction. Lin Xu asked Kim Soo-yeon, whose 2 arms were all gone, "What do you want in the J region?" Unlike Junichi Watanabe's kind of soft bones, Kim Soo-yeon was obviously a lot more hardened, and she actually giggled when she was questioned so much by Lin Xu. "Alright, do it. I know you won't let me go, so you'll never." Put. The soul air blade went straight through Kim Soo-yeon's heart, and Lin Xu smiled and praised. "Smart. I never tell what I promise my enemies, so goodbye." Successfully killed H region professional LV76, experience plus 230, 000. "Come on, it's your turn." Without even looking at the dead Kim Soo-yeon, Lin Xu turned to Junichi Watanabe. You will not be allowed to die. There are 60 000 troops of my Rakshasa Union outside. They will break you into pieces. Perhaps realizing that he was dying, Junichi Watanabe also hardened up. However, hearing the other party say this, Lin Xu laughed. Really? Well, watch it then. With that, he yanked Junichi Watanabe straight up and looked out the window. Chapter 117, Integration of the Osaka Military Region. As early as when Lin Xu unleashed the Forbidden Air domain, the downstairs had already begun to stir. After all, once the skills that prohibited space-type spells and props were out, there was no need to think that the next thing to know was that there would be a firefight. And when they fought inside the small foreign building, the target didn't need to think about it to know that it was aimed at Junichi Watanabe. Soon, a large number of Rakshasa Union members began to gather towards the small ocean building, but before they could get close to the small building, a light red barrier appeared, preventing them from entering the small building. In an instant, all sorts of colorful spells began to attack towards that light red barrier. It's just that State Elder Wu Weigua's Divine Dragon Shield is not that easy to break. Unsurprisingly, the barrier didn't budge. Looking downstairs at those Rakshasa Union members who were in a state of shock, like ants on a hot pan, Lin Xu snorted out a laugh. Just such a bunch of stinking fish and shrimps. You even want to expect them to break me into pieces? Ha! It's simply ridiculous. Again, he glanced downstairs, but Junichi Watanabe was excited. Run! You can't run! You can't run! Ha ha ha! Hearing Junichi Watanabe say so, the smile on Lin Xu's face grew even wider as he asked rhetorically, Are you kidding me? Why would I run? Saying that, he moved his mind, and the black fog rolled over the place where Sato Fuchi had brought his men to fight with Junichi Watanabe during the day. In the next moment, the more than 7,000 members of the military Rakshasa Union who had fallen in the engagement during the day appeared. Without saying a word, they directly began to start fighting with the members of the Rakshasa Union inside the military area. And the scene was instantly in chaos. Seeing this bizarre scene under his eyes, Junichi Watanabe's pupils contracted, after which he looked at Lin Xu with some alarm and asked, You're that legendary Western capital slayer? Also you're the one who messed up the lower-ranked war zone during the zone war? Lin Xu nodded. Yeah, it's me. What's up? Ha, ha, ha. Junichi Watanabe smiled with a face full of self-deprecation. Even if he thought about it, he could not have imagined that the one who made the whole J region into a mess was the kid who looked less than 20 years old. Thinking of this, he seemed to be seeing a way out, and his words changed and said, Stop. Although I lost some of the members of the Rakshasa Union under me today, there are still at least 50,000 of them now, and it's no problem to deal with your mere thousands. Don't you just want the entire J region? If you let me live, I can promise to help you deal with Ryakuto. Speaking of this, Junichi Watanabe said with certainty, as the current momentum develops, Ryakuto will soon get a large number of life-class profession users, and he will definitely be your greatest enemy at that time. Now that you and I are fighting to make both sides lose, in the end the one who sits on the fence is instead Ryoki Taku. Junichi Watanabe's unfinished words were interrupted by Lin Xu's whisper. Finding it surprising that even Wu Weigua was looking at him with the same expression as he was looking at the little cutie-like expression looking at himself, Junichi Watanabe was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Lin Xu glanced at Junichi Watanabe and snorted out a laugh. Are you an idiot? By now you don't even see that Taku Ryugi is one of mine. Why do you think I'm standing up for him? Hearing Lin Xu say that, Jun Watanabe ate a jaw-dropping meal. Ryoga said incredulously. So you did everything, including controlling the news media? Or else? Lin Xu spread his hands, and as he said that, he pointed out the window with his chin again. Here, watch. Now address your first question. Didn't you say that my 7,000 men couldn't possibly be a match for your 50,000 men? So now what? As Lin Xu's words fell, the entire large version of the military region was like being plunged into the middle of a sea of black fog as a large number of Rakshasa Union puppets appeared. Eyeballing it, the number is never less than 50,000. Seeing such a horrifying scene, Watanabe Junichi immediately shook like a sieve. With this batch of puppets joining the battle, the situation on the battlefield reversed in an instant. The garrison of the military district was in a state of chaos. In the black mist, the members of the Rakshasa Union who had just died in battle got up and fiercely lunged towards their previous comrades. For a while, screams and shrieks rose, and the garrison of the military district soon lost its ability to resist. An hour later, the vast military district was dead silent. The military district's guard force had been slaughtered. A golden light rose up from Lin Xu's body. Congratulations, successfully promoted to LV-33. Lin Xu's mouth hooked. Very good. This upgrade speed is no one's fault. And another 50,000 puppets arrived. When he thought of this, He moved his mind and the black mist rolled over, and all the puppets were taken back into his body. Seeing the scene at hand, Wu Weigua asked Lin Xu with some curiosity, "What's the total number of your puppets now?" After estimating about it, Lin Xu said, "Plus the ones waiting in the resurrection. 180,000 or so." Hiss. Wu Weigua drew in a breath of cold air. 180,000. He just felt that according to Lin Xu's current speed of expanding his puppet army, he felt that it wouldn't take long for Lin Xu to make a whole million army out of it. Thinking so, he glanced at the dying and fainting Junichi Watanabe with some confusion and asked Lin Xu, "Why haven't you slaughtered him yet? What are you keeping him for?" Finding that Lin Xu hadn't made a move on Junichi Watanabe yet, he quickly realized that Lin Xu might want to make a move on Junichi Watanabe. Without answering Wu Weigua's question, Lin Xu pondered for a moment, and in the midst of the black mist churning, Ryakuto and Akiyama Sakurana appeared. At the same time, Kim Su-yun, who had just been killed by Lin Xu, stood up. "Lord, Ryoki Taku, Akiyama Sakurana, and Kim Su-yun spoke in unison to Lin Xu. Lim nodded and looked at Kim Su-yun and asked, "Tell me the purpose of your visit to Ryakuto, J region." Kim Su-yun nodded her head and quickly recounted the matter clearly. It turned out that after the defeat of the regional war in Region J, Region H realized that Huaxia had not begun to station troops in Region J, so Region H thumped their hearts and tried to come to Region J to extort a fortune. The general idea is that Region H can support Junichi Watanabe's rise to power at this critical juncture. In return, Junichi Watanabe needs to pay a rather staggering amount of resources to Region H every year. Of course, Junichi Watanabe could have refused. Only then not only would Junichi Watanabe have died, but Region H would have launched a second district war on Region J. After listening to Kim Su-yun's narration, the corner of Lin Xu's mouth hooked and swept a glance at Ryakuto and Akiyama Sakurana as he asked, "Know what to do next?" After a moment's silence, Ryakuto tried, "Does the Lord mean that we should always be on guard against infiltration as well as sneak attacks from Region H?" Lin Xu breathlessly skimmed his mouth and glanced at Akiyama Sakuna, who understood and immediately said, "If the Lord wants to use this incident for a purpose, I think we can brew up a trial, as well as an execution meeting against Junichi Watanabe, and make him the sinner of the entire region. In this way, not only can we suppress those Junichi Watanabe supporters, but we can also divert the attention of the people in the current region and stir up their hearts of hatred towards Region H." Chapter 118, End of Region J. After listening to Akiyama Sakuna's narration, Lin Xu nodded his head in satisfaction. "Okay, just do what you said." Seeing that Lin Xu actually did take his suggestion, Akiyama Sakurana smiled happily. Only soon, he was a little worried again. "But Lord, if Region J really starts attacking us, with our current strength, consternation, it might be hard to fight." Akiyama Sakurana was unaware of the fact that Lin Xu currently had an army of 180,000 puppets. What she was worried about was that if she experienced another defeat in the district war, then not only the order of the J region, but even the self-confidence of the people of the J region would completely collapse. Elder Wu, how many people did the Huaxia region deploy in the last zone war? Knowing what Akiyama Sakurana was worried about, Lin Xu asked Wu Weigua. Wu Weigua knew Lin Xu's character, and when he heard her say this, he immediately asked in shock, "What? You don't want to get tough with them, do you? I advise you to calm down." In the last zone war, the Huaxia region had 270,000 people directly involved in the battle alone, with more than 100,000 more in reserve. District warfare is not as simple as you think. The number of people is only one factor that determines whether or not a district war can be won. In fact, the number of high-end combatants is the key to determining whether or not a district war can be won. Although the number of puppet armies you currently have on hand is indeed quite large, I feel that wanting to start a zone war with just them is ultimately a bit weak in terms of the bottom line. Just speaking of this, Wu Weigua drew a turn and said, "But about Region H, you don't have to worry. As long as they dare to make a move against Region J, then it's impossible for the Huaxia region to ignore it." After thinking about it and feeling that what Wu Weigua said did make sense, Lin Xu hurriedly glanced at the other party and said, "Then thank you, Elder Wu." Wu Weigua smiled sagely and patted Lin Xu on the shoulder. A week later, early in the morning, Lin Xu had just woken up from his sleep when a golden light shot up from him. "Congratulations, successful promotion to LV35. Since these days had been all about purging those combat class professionals who were doing wrong, killing was going on almost non-stop all the time. Lin Xu's experience grew by leaps and bounds. In contrast, the number of vicious cases against ordinary lifelike professionals began to decrease by leaps and bounds. Even some of the combat class professionals who had been guilty of wrongdoing were silenced. because Ryakuto would have no qualms about publicizing these people's previous blackmail and executing them decisively afterward. This resulted in a return to normalcy in the social order in Region J in a very short time. In addition, the trial and execution meeting against Junichi Watanabe has already taken place. Unsurprisingly, Junichi Watanabe is firmly nailed to the J region's pillar of shame as a traitorous district thief. On the other hand, after some added brainwashing, the people of Region J's distaste for Region H had reached its peak. Now, if a district war really happened, Lin Xu believed that even without those news media to create momentum, the people of J region would have the money to contribute and the power to do so. My lord, breakfast is ready. Would you like to get up now? Also, here are the clothes I prepared for you today. Seeing Lin Xu waking up, Akiyama Sakuna took a few pieces of clothing and respectfully said, "Don't you have to go to the Aoki Union?" Casually accepting the clothes handed to him by Akiyama Sakuna, Lin Xu asked with some curiosity. As the president of the new Aoki Labor Union, Akiyama Sakurana had a large number of things to deal with every day. So Lin Xu was curious as to how the other party was still at home at this hour. Being questioned so much by Lin Xu, Akiyama Sakurana smiled faintly and explained, "Now that order has been restored in Region J, there isn't much that really needs to be dealt with. Also, I'd like to place someone else in the position of president of the Aoki Union, and I've chosen the candidate." "Why?" Lin Xu asked with some confusion. After a moment's silence, Akiyama Sakurana said truthfully, "I have a feeling that you, Lord, will return to the Huaxia region after you've taken care of this side of the J region, and I don't want to stay here. I want to stay by your side and serve you." Lord, Lin Xu was stunned. According to his thoughts, after the J region side of things was taken care of, he was planning to leave the backbone of the J region such as Takuryoki and Sakuna Akiyama over here. After all, the J region is a lot more stable with them around. Even the human puppets that he had straightened out on the J region side he wasn't going to take with him. If these puppets were taken away, then there was no doubt that the guarding force of Region J would instantly become empty. When the time comes, if Big H raids, there's no chance of resisting a bit. On the other hand, if needed, Lin Xu could always summon these people to his side. Thinking of this, Lin Xu swept a glance at Akiyama Sakurana, who was looking at him blearily, and asked, "Sure you really want to come with me? Isn't it good for you to stay in the J region? One person, 10,000 people. Why do you have to follow me as a cook?" Without answering Lin Xu's question at all, Akiyama Sakurana directly knelt on the ground in pity. Lord, Lin Xu frowned. The other party's intentions couldn't be more obvious. Hesitating for a moment, feeling that even if the other party left probably wouldn't have much of an impact, Lin Xu sighed and nodded. "Okay, then come with me. Thank you, Lord." Sakuna Akiyama immediately broke into a happy smile. After eating breakfast, Lin Xu secretly glanced at Wu Weiguo and felt that the other party was still in a good mood. So he hurriedly said, "Elder Wu, how about?" "No, don't even think about it." Lin Xu's side had only just opened his mouth when Wu Weiguo decisively refused. Due to the increased difficulty and reduced benefits of today's copies of the J region, and in the end, the J region has become its own copy, Lin Xu completely lost the idea of entering the J region copy to upgrade. So every day he tried to pull Wu Weiguo to give him a practice with him. It was just that after the last time he used the soul air blade to slash a chopping mark on the opponent's lance, the opponent was clearly resistant to sparring with him. It wasn't until yesterday that Lin Xu used a flying dagger coupled with a soul air blade and almost cut the opponent's divine dragon shield. The other person starts to completely disregard themselves. Scratching his head, Lin Xu was instantly a little embarrassed. Only soon, he brightened up and didn't move. Stunned, "That's fine. It's just that you see that we're about to leave the J region here. I want to savor as much of the J region's food as possible in these last few days. Do you think we could have salmon sashimi for lunch?" Hearing Lin Xu say this, Wu Weiguo immediately frowned. "I'm too old to eat raw food. I'll have cartbacks and rice for lunch. Have Sakuna Akiyama make it. She's good." Saying that, as if remembering Akiyama Sakuna's amazing cooking skills, he unconsciously gulped. Lin Xu grinned, embarrassed, stunned. "Wu Lao, can't. Akiyama said she's not available. And she said that sashimi is the essence of J region cuisine. We'll eat sashimi for a few days after that." "What did you say?" Wu Weiguo's eyebrows wrinkled into a ball, full of unbelief looking at Lin Xu.